KILT FM HD2 Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Hello and welcome aboard Payne and Pendergast with two people that are not Payne or Pendergast.
At all.
No, we're very different.
Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast. No, sir.
It is Memorial Day, and it is me, Paul Gallant. It is he, B. Scott, Brandon Scott, in with you. We've got you until 10. We've got Ben Gary behind the glass. Fun to be on in the morning. A major thank you to all those who have fought in defense of our great nation, laid down their lives. That's what this holiday is all about. And in a way, I do feel low-key like I'm disrespecting the troops by working on this day of days.
Hey, I think we should just leave now. What do you say, Ben?
Right?
What do you say, guys?
Yeah, there we go.
Good show. Nice little minute in. But, hey, just out of respect for the fallen soldiers, man, I feel like I got to go to bed. Get out. I feel like I got to take a nap.
A tip of the hat to everybody who is with us this morning, anyone who might have to work on this day. I know not everyone necessarily got it off, but we've got a lot of things to talk about. Astros got a sweep over the weekend.
Man, so they actually know how to win ball games.
They do.
And quiet as kept, Paulie, man. They suddenly don't suck as much anymore. Now, don't get me wrong. They still suck. It's still a lot of suck. There's plenty of suck there. But it's less suck than it was before, which makes me feel good because I was having a tough time. And I was saying this in weeks prior. It's like, I don't know what this baseball season is going to look like once we get into June, once we get into mid-June. We even did a segment last week of what's your deadline before the deadline? Like, we know what the trade deadline is, but do you have a deadline of when you're, like, done with the Astros or when you want them to start selling or when you've basically reached your wits' end? And now they've kind of reeled us back in a little bit. So shout out to them for their sweep over the Cubs at Wrigley over the weekend.
I am curious to know how you guys are feeling about this sweep of the Cubs. The American League West is still a largely embarrassing division from a wins-loss perspective. The A's are the only team that's above 500. They're one game above 500. Yeah. They're in first place. The Astros are 4.5 games out of first place as they sit currently in fourth. You beat the Cubs 3 times in a row, a Cubs team that did have a pretty good start to the year, but has certainly cooled off of late. They are not playing particularly well.
I think that's 8 straight losses for them.
Right.
Because they came into the series having lost 5 straight, and then they just got swept.
And that's just math.
That's just my basic math. Don't ask me to do anything more complicated than that.
Taking care of business, though, considering the injuries that they are dealing with. It is some wind in the sails. Is it momentum? I think that's the question that is tough to answer at this moment in time, because you are talking about 3 wins in a row over a team that is playing like crap right now. And you are also a team that is very banged up and does not look like it's going to be much healthier in the immediate future. Now, at least we're seeing Hunter Brown get another rehab start in, and we are seeing arms step up that you were not expecting to think much about this year. Spencer Arrighetti, Kaiwi Tang, but
Peter Lambert. That's what the whole weekend was about, honestly. I mean, that's literally how they won. It's like, okay, you feel better. So, look, momentum, hell no, because we're at a space of, like, I think I'll feel better if some of these healthier guys or some of these injured guys get healthier, but you're basically, like, holding on to a string here with the Spencer Arrighettis of the world, who didn't even start off the year with you, Kaiwi Tang, who started off in the bullpen, and Peter Lambert, who's essentially found money at this point. So, man, it's tough. It's like, man, you're waiting on those 3 guys to step up in the rotation to feel good about a 3-game stretch. That doesn't feel like the exact recipe. Now, if they could be supplemental instead of being your stars, your main guys, then I can feel a little bit more excited, a little bit more optimistic. But can I call it momentum? I can say that they're playing better baseball. I'll give them that much credit. They do seem to be playing better baseball, but they're going to have to do it for a much longer stretch than this for me to really buy in.
Right. To what you were saying a little bit earlier, B. Scott, talking about how there's a lot of people who are perhaps wavering as far as how much attention do I want to give this team the rest of the summer. I am at the point where they do not get number 1 TV treatment. For those who don't know, I have a setup where I have a big TV. It's not that big. It's like 48 inches. And I have another TV atop. It's 32 inches.
Yeah.
When the girlfriend's over, the Astros will get the top TV treatment.
Right.
When the girlfriend's not over and I have the ability to watch whatever I want and I'm not trying to make her happy and stay happy, I'm still putting the Astros on the top TV.
Yeah.
Even with the sweep that they had over the Cubs at this moment in time. But if certain things that we saw over the weekend continue, perhaps there is something to be said about momentum carrying forward. And I would specifically point to a guy who I am shocked is top 10 in the majors in homers.
Well,
Christian Walker.
C-Walk, as they call him.
He had 2 home runs on Saturday. He had another home run yesterday. He is hitting very well. And if you go back to last year after the rough start that he had, like first 2 months of the season, yikes, it was bad, and you're like, oh my God, they just got another Jose Abreu. But since then, he's been damn good. And this is a pretty good start to the year. Okay, 266, I think, is the average at this moment in time. But his 14 home runs is tied for 8th in the majors right now.
They just had to get that Jose Abreu bad mojo off of him, man. It wasn't even just that he's the first baseman, free agent. They stuck him at Jose Abreu's locker, man. That's how they started the season. They were like, oh, we don't – apparently baseball players and teams aren't superstitious anymore.
Right. What's up with that?
Because they just stuck my man right at Jose Abreu's locker for him to pick up right where Jose Abreu left off. I think they switched that at some point during the season, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, he was also injured early on last year. And that was a part – they don't like to make excuses, and neither do we. But he wasn't the same guy. I think from last year to this year, he's made some improvements with, like, his conditioning, dropped a little bit of weight, and he's healthier. And like you mentioned, like the end of his season, if you take the end of last year and carry it on into this year, he's actually been a pretty decent signing. We just couldn't get rid of that first impression that looked way too much like the last impression of what we got from the other guy.
Right. You're like, okay, damn, did Jeff Bagwell make this deal happen as well?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Come on. Reggie Jackson and the Astros Skull and Bones Letterman Jacket Society with Jim Crane, all the jocks sitting at the table wearing their Letterman jackets thinking about, hey, who are we going to sign? Then you got Reggie Jackson getting duped by AI.
Dude,
You see that?
Yes, I did.
That was rough.
But put a pin in that because I don't know if I'm done with that concern, considering that everybody that's in charge is on obviously Jim Crane, but everybody that's under Jim Crane that's in charge is on a lame duck contract. Mm-hmm. I feel like we're going to be back in this space where AI susceptible figures are going to be in charge of telling the guy who signs the checks whether it's a good contract or not.
Who is the most AI susceptible figure in Houston sports? 713-572-4610. Just kidding. It was Reggie Jackson. Hopefully there will not be another Reggie Jackson moment. Guys, everything looks like artificial intelligence these days. You should just constantly be wary and make sure that you're not reposting something that is AI. It's happening to me every now and then.
Don't believe bleep that you see.
No.
That's basically it. Don't believe bleep.
Speaking of bleep that we saw, so the Astros get the sweep over the weekend, but on Saturday we did have another scare in a year where there has been injury after injury after injury. Look, it was Yordan Alvarez who was scratched before his third at-bat on Saturday, after dealing with a back spasm. After the game, he said that he had felt one earlier in the day and that he had another one while lifting weights prior to his sixth inning at bat. Now, I don't think that he's, lifting a dumbbell, doing a hammer curl or something like that in the dugout. I'm assuming this is him putting the weight on his bat.
Yeah.
And swinging it a little bit before.
I'm hoping so.
It would be hilarious, though, and very baseball injury if Jordan's just in the dugout, just pumping iron like he's Ron Burgundy and Anchorman. 1,001.
Yeah.
Oh, my arm burns.
I could see it, though. I could see it because it'd be so Astros. It's like, this is the same guy who went out there and put on a light show of a batting practice when he had a hand that was like 40% still broken. And we didn't even know it was broken at the time. They come to find out after the fact that it's now 60% healed. Oh crap, when was it broken? We never knew. No one ever told us. So like that is totally something that could happen with Yordan Alvarez. But I don't want to say false alarm because anytime you talk about a back spasm, I'll put a pin in that too. We can come back to that. It's like you should probably check on this. How's his back doing? How's this injury prone guy's back doing? But seems like a false alarm. He was scheduled for a day off the next day anyway. Wink, wink. Sure he was. Right? And so we got that story. And it seems like, because I feel like we would have probably heard something by now, either from the Chandler Romes or Brian McTaggarts of the world, Matt Kawahara, somebody who's on the beat every day would have said, hey, they've got some concerns about Yordan or he's headed to the IL. None of that. So, but back spasms, bro? Back spasms, and I feel like we're old enough now to know, like a back can come and go like that. So that doesn't make me feel good for a guy that is already injury prone, and we're not exactly sure how old he is anyway.
That is such a good point.
I'm just saying.
No, I think it's a fair question.
But he might be how old they say he is. He might not. I don't know.
I don't know if I trust the records of a communist country. You're right.
Should you?
No.
You know what I mean? Look, Yordan's been through a lot, all right? So he had the back spasms earlier in the week. So before the back spasms, Paul, I don't know if you saw this, but he's been having some legal back and forth with his what would you call what do we call those? We call them coyotes when they just bring them over for asylum or whatever. I don't think it's like a baseball coyote, basically. Brought him into the system from Cuba. He's a Dominican guy. I can't remember his name, but he's been trying to get 40% of Yordan's contract since the beginning of time.
Right. Manuel Azcona, who is a person in the Dominican Republic who has filed an arbitration lawsuit against him. I guess 5 days ago, Alvarez won again against this guy. Yeah,
so he won his arbitration, didn't have to give up 40% of his salary, thank God. I mean, that sounds awful. And then the back spasm thing. So I say all of that to say, guy's been through a lot, seen a lot in supposedly not that many years of life, supposedly.
It is kind of concerning to have this person in your life suing you, and you wonder, does this person perhaps take things to another level?
Yeah, it's one thing to be litigious, but if you're as sketchy and as shady as some of the people try to make this guy out to be, it doesn't make you feel like, he's just gonna take. He's not gonna be a sore loser at all. He's gonna take losing this arbitration hearing just fine. He's not gonna want to do anything else. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm reading this article by Francis Romero, who is part of the Baseball Writers Association of America. It's a very detailed article about this guy who's in Jordan's past.
Yeah.
And there's this picture of him, which I think he posted on Instagram, where he's by his pool, and he's wearing long pants with flip-flops and a polo, and he's got what looks to be some sort of sparkling white wine to his right in a glass. But he looks rather menacing in this photo.
Yo.
I think he's trying to come across as somebody who you would not want to stiff 40% of your earnings from.
What are the odds that Jordan had back spasms because his head was on a swivel?
I would keep it on the swivel.
Because he was just watching his back.
Yeah.
Lifting weights or just watching your back because you won an arbitration hearing and got your money. I don't know. We'll see. But it was mostly good, right? Like, Jordan, you don't want to see him go down, but the best of news that you can possibly get if Buddy's having back spasms is that it ain't that bad or it's not so reoccurring and all that kind of thing. And then the Christian Walker thing that you mentioned, right? 2 home run game followed by another home run game. I mean, it says here this is straight from the Astros that he currently ranks 4th in the American League in RBIs, or RBI, excuse me, baseball purists, RBI.
I'll say RBIs. They make the baseball purists mad.
Right, yeah, especially on a day like this, man. If the baseball purists, if y'all are up, I'm going to make y'all mad. 6th in total bases, tied for 6th in home runs.
That's surprising, all of this.
I mean, 7th in slugging. So Christian Walker's probably looking around the clubhouse like, I know this team suck, but it ain't me. It's the rest of y'all. Y'all need to get your weight up.
We'll see if they are able to keep this going. The rest of the week, they have a 4-game series against the Texas Rangers, which starts tonight at about 6 o'clock or so. And it's going to be the very, very trustworthy Tatsuya Imai on the hill. Let's go. I'm so excited. And this really feels like this streak is going to keep on going. The train, Bobby Dynamite, woo, woo. We are going to keep on going. Win number 4, here we come.
Yeah, I'm a lot higher on the way the weekend went than I am on Imai's prospects. Like, he's got even more to prove. He's got, like, the most to prove. Anytime you go out, like you're out of the lineup or you're out of the rotation because of fatigue and we're not at the end of the year, or you didn't just come off of some 18-inning game, or like you didn't just throw 150 pitches. Like, none of that happened. None of that was the reason why this guy was tired. He was just tired. So, like, I just it's rough. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence in a guy. You know, I'm obviously all Astros fans are rooting for Tatsuya Imai to succeed, and I would include myself in that. So I'm not making fun of him because I'm rooting against him. I'm just, like, thrown off by, like, an $18 million guy. Dude, I was sitting right here when the Astros signed him or when the news came out, and Patrick Creighton was sitting in the seat that you're sitting in, and I thought we were going to have to put a sock on the door. Honestly. I thought we were going to have to put something – I thought we were going to have to do something to, like, let people know, maybe to cover up the blinds or something. Like, Patrick Creighton was going to lose his mind. And I was like, oh, okay, that must mean we really upgraded here. And every time he goes out there and screws up, or every time I hear about him being tired, I think about that moment with Patrick Creighton here. I'm like, thought you told me this guy was good.
Sometimes you think it'll be a lot better than it ultimately ends up being, but my God, this guy's been a disaster to the point where, hey, the last time that we saw him out, we're giving him a pat on the back because, oh, well, I mean, he only gave up 2 home runs this time. Seriously, though, I mean, I saw people saying that afterwards. Oh, yeah, it seems like he took a step in the right direction. It's like, oh, because he didn't give up 6 runs?
Yeah, I mean, you got to crawl before you can walk, Paulie.
That game against the Mariners, where he allowed the grand slam and it was clear things were falling apart, there is a part of me, and I talked about this on my podcast, where I remember looking at Joe Espada going into that night's game, being asked about Tatsuya Imai, and there's a moment where he purses his lips while being asked about Imai, and I was like, oh, I don't think Espada likes Imai.
I mean, how would you feel if you were in a contract year and this was one of your most important acquisitions and additions to your team?
And he's extremely expensive, and he can't be out there on a night-to-night basis. Yeah, I would feel pretty bad about it as well. There's a part of me that wonders if, after he allowed that grand slam, if Espada left him in either as a middle finger towards Dana Brown and Jim Crane, or just because he wanted to see Imai suffer a little more. I don't know. I'm just speculating here. But big night for Tatsuya Imai tonight against the Texas Rangers, a team that is only, what is it? I forget how this works because they've, doing a little math here, they are 2 games ahead, but they haven't played the same amount of games, the Rangers and the Astros at this moment in time. The Rangers in 3rd place, the Astros in 4th.
Yeah, so they got one more. All the math is they got one more win and 3 fewer losses.
That's it.
So
okay.
they haven't played as many games, so they haven't had a chance to suck as much.
Oh.
So yeah, I mean, good for them.
There we go. Well, a sweep for the Astros. Do you buy the momentum going forward? That is on the table. 713-572-4610. That's how you call. That's how you text. You can join us on YouTube. You can join us on the Twitch as well. Texans OTAs. They kick off later this week, specifically on Wednesday. What is it that you're thinking about the most as we get in there? Plus, you're going to be so sick of this by the end of the offseason. Paul Gallant, Brandon Scott, we're sitting in for Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610.
Ready! The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries, big-time QB battles, and more are all officially on the calendar. How do we feel about how everything shook out, H-Town?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Kenyon City could be a rookie freak this fall with the Jets. The tight end runs a 4.39 40-yard dash, owns an expansive route tree, and is a bruiser after the catch. Yes, Geno Smith, but the passer was top 10 at adjusted completion percentage last year. Give me the over, Sadiq. 475.5 receiving yards at -110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleep she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Hey, you know my sleep doctor who prevents that snoring noise from happening anymore is Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sinus and Snoring. I went to him back in February of 2018. I was a terrible snorer. I wasn't in great health, largely because I got bad sleep every night, and I had really bad sleep apnea, which I was unaware of. I didn't find that out till I did a sleep test, and Dr. Ben Salento educated me on everything I needed to know about why I had to fix my sleep. If I'm describing you that you snore, that you have sleep apnea, that maybe your significant other tells you stop breathing multiple times throughout the night, this is a really dangerous game you're playing by not getting it fixed right now. Go to Dr. Ben Salento. He's taking new patients. You call anytime between Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Say the word radio and get on that schedule. And he'll know that you're a listener of ours. He's going to take great care of you. He takes great care of everybody at Texas Sinus and Snoring. 346-413-6719. That's 346-413-6719 or online at texassinusandSnoring.com/radio.
This programming is sponsored by CertaPro Painters, offering residential and commercial painting services, from color consultations to full project management. Estimates and more at CertaPro.com.
Colorectal cancer is rising, especially in people under 50. At UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, we're transforming care to meet every patient's needs. Our new colorectal center brings together world-renowned experts in a healing environment, delivering innovative therapies designed to treat cancer and preserve quality of life. This is care that's only possible here. UTMD Anderson. We know cancer, inside and out. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Build your cybersecurity skills and prep for thousands of open positions employers are desperate to fill. Attend classes live online or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
This Memorial Day, Americans nationwide will pause to remember the brave men and women in uniform who gave their lives to defend our country's freedom and safety. If your weekend celebrations involve drinking, honor their sacrifice by making the safety of our community a priority. Anheuser-Busch, MAD, Uber, Silver Eagle Houston and Sports Radio 610 are encouraging everyone in Houston to decide to ride. Drunk driving is 100% preventable.
Spring is here, but if you're still feeling exhausted with no sex drive, it may be time to head to Low T Center. 1 in 4 men has low testosterone. Book a free testosterone test at Low T Center and see if you qualify for TRT customized for you. Head to lowtcenter.com and book your TRT appointment today.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Mostly sunny skies today, high 87.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents In for Payne and Pendergast. Here's Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott.
Shout out to the voice guy.
Yo.
Working the long hours.
I wasn't expecting that.
Giving us the recognition.
How about that, man?
I appreciate that, Mr. Voice Guy.
Yeah, man.
JP. That's our dude.
Yeah, we deserve flowers too, man.
Well, I don't need flowers. Don't need those.
Metaphorical flowers.
Metaphorical flowers?
You come in here with some actual flowers, I'm going to look at you crazy.
Well, see,
Who do you think I am?
No, this is just reminding me because it's my girlfriend and I's 1-year anniversary over the weekend, and
really?
I got to get some stuff in order.
Yeah.
I got to figure out a gift. This is the first time I've ever dated anyone this long, so I got to figure out what it is I'm doing, and also I am not going to be there for the anniversary.
Absentee anniversary,
for
huh?
legitimate reasons,
Yeah.
for very legitimate and kind of sad reasons, but I got to figure that out. So you saying flowers just reminded me.
Yeah.
I got to take care of that.
Yeah.
Especially before I get out of town over the weekend.
Got to figure out what flowers make sure you know what flowers she likes.
She loves hydrangeas. Is that how you say it? I don't know.
I don't know how to say it, but make sure you know how to identify them at least.
Yes.
At the very least, know what they look like and smell like.
We are very appreciative, though, that Voice Guy identified us. That's right. He is B. Scott. I am Paul Gallant. We are sitting in for Payne and Pendergast on this Memorial Day. Texans OTAs kick off on Wednesday. We will get to go for the first time on Thursday, Brandon. And you're going to actually be there, Mr. Intrepid. Is that how you say the word? Reporter B. Scott out there watching the Texans at OTAs. He's going to have his binoculars. He's going to have his notepads. He's going to have all of that. He's going to be keeping tabs on how C.J. Stroud's numbers are, right? Because you're one of those guys. You go to OTAs and you're going to check to make sure he's 20 for 20 on his throws, right?
Definitely not training camp OTA stat guy. I am attendance guy. I am attendance guy, but I'm not stat guy because what are we doing? What are we really doing here? It is important to know who's out there, who's not, who's maybe working out on the side field or in the training rooms or whatever. All of that is important because it informs health and availability and all that kind of stuff. But if C.J. Stroud goes 3 for 5 or 2 for 7 or whatever, I'm not going to sound the alarms. I do want to look at it, though. I do want to see it, but I don't like fanning the flames in that way of like, I'll tell you about a play, But I'm not about to give you no meaningless stats on a game that they're not, on something that's not being actual, there's no score actually being taken.
It's funny, the football junkies who live on the internet, we love them because they are the reason that we get to do this for a living.
Yes.
But some of them, my goodness, we get it. You're football starved. Don't get super excited or super angry about anything that's going on this time of year.
Take a breath.
Attendance is, I think, one of the most important things. But since you will be out there and you were on Channel 11, KHOU stands for Houston, last night.
Indeed.
You guys talked about this. So of all the things that you are looking forward to see at OTAs, since you will be there, what is number one for you?
So I'm going to take their answer, actually. My number one answer is actually just the new guy. Every year is the same for me. I just like to see the new with the old. So the guys that are returning with the new guys, every team is different, blah, blah, blah. We hear that every year. But this is when you actually get to see it, right? Get to see everybody together. Of course, we've had rookie mini camp already, so we saw the rookies by themselves. And I've actually been in the building a time or two and seen some of the vets around the building, but I haven't seen everybody together. So that's always the thing that I'm most looking forward to. But let's not bury the lead, even though I just did. It's C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Right, that is the offseason story, that is the offseason spectacle, and that is going to be the primary focus of OTA. Last year it was, C.J. Stroud's not throwing. Why is he not throwing?
What's going on?
What's wrong with his shoulder? Did he have surgery? Why didn't they say he didn't have surgery?
Why were they so cagey about it?
It was really weird, but it turns out it wasn't, a shoulder issue that held C.J. Stroud back. It ended up just being, I don't know, the New England Patriots defense, or not having Nico Collins at the end of the year. But that was the big storyline at the time. Now, it feels so long ago now, because that was rooted in, this is our quarterback. We're concerned about our quarterback, and we want our quarterback to be healthy. And what's the point of the season if C.J. Stroud's not going to be healthy? Now, this is the first one where he comes in with real scrutiny, and not just scrutiny, but skepticism and doubt. These are the key points when it comes to C.J. Stroud, and figuring out, how has he dealt with that? What does he have to say about it? How has he kind of internalized it, if at all? And what does his offseason look like? Of course, him cutting his hair was a viral moment, and everybody wants to talk about that. I mentioned on KHOU that I'm not going to hold the haircut against him, because I'm obviously not in favor of that. That's where your strength is, CJ. I feel like you're going to go the other way, honestly, cutting your hair. But that part of
Samson, the Bible story.
I'm just saying if he's in his word like he says he is, then he knows this. But anyway, CJ cut his hair. CJ turned over a new leaf over the offseason. So a lot of people want to think that he's going to come in here extra motivated. We've heard from Xavier Hutchinson, either on Texans All Access or maybe it was on a different podcast. Whatever it was, he was saying, hey, the old CJ Stroud is back. I'm curious on who was the new CJ. What was the difference? What's the delta here that we're really dealing with? So all of that to say, all eyes on the QB. More so this year than usual.
You're going to be checking out the new cut.
Yes.
You're going to be looking at the new bod.
The new bod.
B-O-D. Yeah. Check out that bod.
I felt bad because I was like, are we kind of body shaming CJ because he was a little frumpy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were. Well, listen, I'm not going to act like I'm the most in shape person, but that is something I pay attention to.
Yeah.
And as somebody who does take care of himself outside of the drinking, I do think to myself at times, did I look like I am more athletic? Minus the whole, look at this alarmingly pasty person who doesn't seem like he ever gets in the sun. But do I look more athletic than NFL quarterback Patrick Mahomes / NFL quarterback C.J. Stroud? There were a couple of days at the pool last year where I was like,
yeah.
Me.
And sure enough.
So to bring it back to him, you're right. It's all about him. And I've talked about this on my podcast. There is going to be a point this offseason where I think even some of Stroud's biggest supporters are going to be so sick of you, of me, talking about C.J. Stroud. They're going to start disliking C.J. Stroud because they have C.J. Stroud fatigue. And it stinks because until the end of this coming year, and as we talked about during a commercial break, until probably the second round of the playoffs, he can't really do anything to change the opinions of people who are on the fence about him now.
Yeah, I said it on my podcast, I think the day after, maybe the show after the first reaction show. It's like, there's nothing to really talk about with the guy until we get right back to this exact point, because every year it ends at this exact point, except this is the first year it ended like this, like in catastrophic fashion, where you would say, in past years, you would say, hey, he didn't do enough to elevate them. But you wouldn't say that he cost them the game, or he's literally the reason why they didn't go to the Super Bowl, right? Because I think everybody believes they would have beaten a Denver team that was starting Jarrett Stidham at that point, right? So, like, you cost potentially, he wasn't the only one at fault, but he was the one who has the ball the most. He's the quarterback. You effectively cost them a chance to go to the Super Bowl. So what is there to talk? And every year you've gotten to this, every year of your career, to your credit, you've gotten to this game. So, like, what is there to talk about at OTAs or in the preseason or during the regular season, for that matter, when we've seen you excel or thrive in all of those environments at some point before? We've seen you win the job as a rookie, right? And even though you're the number 2 overall pick, you're always going to have the job. But we've seen that happen. We've seen you have an incredible regular season because you were the rookie of the year, and that was a moment. We've seen you kind of get it through the mud, so to speak, or just tough it out is what I'm going for. We've seen you tough it out with the concussion and coming back from that and doing the ball security thing where we're not really throwing the ball downfield. We're just trying not to turn it over, and we're just going to get to the playoffs and and just kind of, at least from the offense's perspective, back our way in and let the defense carry us, right? We've seen all forms of this now. Can you elevate, right? And I think this is a big piece of the C.J. Stroud conversation. Not just do you trust him after how the year ended, which I think, look, we've probably overreacted a little bit, but how do you react to a performance like that, right? Do we trust you going forward? And then this point about the contract extension, right? Not getting it. The guy that was drafted the same year as you did get it, Will Anderson Jr., how do you feel about that? And what are you going to do about it? Whose opinion are you going to confirm? The people that are kind of standing around like, that ain't no $60 million a year quarterback. Or are you going to affirm the people who support you and have supported you the whole way through and actually want you to be the quarterback of the future? Which way is it going to go?
It's a good question. He's the only one that can answer that question, and it's with his actions, not with his words.
Yeah.
Something that I would like, truth serum. I want truth serum for all the guys who are saying that they have his back. I'm really curious as to what the players that are around C.J. Stroud really think about him. Let's be honest. These days, it is very rare that you see a teammate say anything about another teammate that could be construed as
negative.
Right.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
Critical.
That doesn't happen these days. It just doesn't. Occasionally, you will get it when things seem like they are heading for a divorce. I would say, hey, take a look at the Eagles and how awkward things are with Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and all of that. But this situation right now, all these guys who are talking about how they have C.J. Stroud's back, whether it's Kamari Lassiter or it's Will Anderson or some of the many people who we have seen publicly speak about how they feel about their quarterback this offseason, they've all said the right thing, but is the right thing that they're saying what they actually believe? And I doubt that every single one of those guys is 100% in when it comes to supporting that guy.
Yeah, and even if they are or want to be, I really want true serum about. I wish we could have gotten true serum like the day after that game, right? The morning after.
Yeah.
Of how, and even true serum on how they reflect on it, right? Because there's no guarantee. We talk about all the time, oh man, this defense is going to be just as good as it was last year, maybe better. I think so, but there's no guarantee in that, right? And how do you process the idea that perhaps your one shot at a Super Bowl was squandered essentially by a very specific performance, right? Like the defense could have played better. Woody Marks didn't have to fumble. You were injured, but it was the quarterback who gave the ball up a bunch of times in both the game that you won and the game that you lost, right? And so your quarterback didn't really give you much of a chance to win at any point in the postseason. How do you feel about that? And then how do you feel about it going forward in the future, right? Like, regular season is its own thing. But when we get back to this point, are you confident? Like, when they host the AFC Divisional Invitational that they do every year, I know they didn't do it last year. It was kind of like their thing, anticipating that they might do it again this year. How are they feeling? Or better yet, when they go on the road, right, and it's cold or it's rainy, or they go to one of y'all's East Coast cities. Yeah, they go up to New England or wherever it's at. How are you feeling? What's your confidence level that my man's going to be able to get it done? That's
a great question.
I want to know.
I do too.
I actually feel good about C.J. Stroud overall as a quarterback, but it's these key moments, right? Look, it goes way past just the 17-game season, right? It's the postseason, and that's when he's got to prove it now.
B. Scott, Paul Gallant sitting in for Sean and Seth on this Memorial Day. Up next in headlines, the Houston Rockets did make history this past season. No, seriously, they did. I'll tell you how on the other side. Stay put.
Somehow, some way, the Astros. and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott in for Sean and Seth. Happy Memorial Day to one and all. So, in a weekend where the Astros swept the Cubs before they start a 4-game series against the Rangers tonight, in a weekend where we are now less than a week away from the Texans kicking off OTAs, the Rockets also not only made headlines, they made history.
Yeah, snuck in there a little bit.
Kevin Durant, second-team All-NBA. And now the Rockets season will be remembered. And it's a reminder in a way, B. Scott, that you bring in a guy like Durant, you know what you're getting. You're getting one of the greatest scorers that's ever lived. And he played awesome.
Yeah.
And despite him playing awesome, last year was just so damn forgettable and disappointing. You brought this guy in. He gave you a second-team All-NBA season. What do you have to show for it? Nothing.
Not a thing. So it's kind of cruel because the thing that got me the most excited, or the thing that got me most excited about them trading for Kevin Durant was this false premise that I had, Paul, that Kevin Durant was going to get to come here and just sort of play a role, be a bucket getter, but they weren't going to have to overly rely on Kevin Durant. I literally said that. I'm sure I said it on these airwaves. I'm sure I said it on my podcast. I'm sure I said it in private to people like, hey, man, this is cool. Anybody that had a concern about giving something up for Kevin Durant, any part of the future for Kevin Durant, like, nah, you know what? He's not going to be overly used. They're going to rely on the young guys, and Kevin Durant's just going to get to come in and be Kevin Durant. He's not going to have to lead. He's not going to have to. There's not going to have to be like a locker room thing where he's got to be like the big bro or none of that. They're just going to watch Kevin Durant do his thing, and it's just going to be great. Turns out that wasn't the case. They needed Kevin Durant to score buckets. They needed Kevin Durant to dribble more than he normally has to. They needed Kevin Durant to pass more than he normally has to. They needed Kevin Durant's defense. They needed everything that Kevin Durant could possibly offer, and even the things that he's not that great at. And still, they had nothing to show for it. And it's because they asked too much of the guy. So credit to him for getting second team All-NBA, but shame on the Rockets for wasting an All-NBA age 37 Kevin Durant season in which he played 78 games.
Think about that last number that you just dropped. He played 78 games at this age. He played a lot of minutes well.
The second most minutes in basketball, only behind his teammate Amin Thompson. So that goes to show you how bad the Rockets' bench was.
Ask yourself this question. What are the odds that a guy who is that old, who has had injuries before, I wouldn't say he's an injury-prone player, what are the odds that you get that volume of contributions from Kevin Durant again?
I don't like the odds. I'll tell you that. I don't know what the odds are, but whatever they are, I don't like them. I can tell you that for sure. Don't like the odds. Now, is it impossible? It's not impossible odds. It's certainly possible. Do I think it's likely, probable, something that I would want to bet on, something I feel like the Rockets themselves should be betting on? Mm-hmm. Absolutely not. So, look, Kevin Durant could still – if you tell me Kevin Durant gives you similar numbers, but he plays 65 games and he's nowhere near that minutes total, like nowhere near – like he just – it cannot happen. You cannot run Kevin Durant into the ground yet again. That then I think makes it a bad investment. You're just not good enough around him to do that. And if you were, actually, you probably wouldn't do that, right? That would be ideal, is if the young guns could do a little bit more, if you had a little bit more depth on your team. But yeah, man, I don't feel great about those odds. I don't feel great about them at all, which is why I kind of look at this past season. When you say forgettable, that for me it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be like the season that got away. The one that got away, not that they were going to win the championship. You look at the conference finals right now and you feel like the best version of the Rockets team that they even imagined probably wasn't going to beat either one of these two teams that's in the Western Conference Finals right now. But you didn't even give yourself the best shot. Didn't even feel like it was the best effort, because by the time you get to the end of it, Kevin Durant's been running to the ground. He can only play one of the playoff games. Jayshawn Tate and Aaron Holiday are out there playing minutes together with Amin Thompson. It's just like, what? How did we even get here? What are we doing? It's gonna have to be way better than that next year, man.
It has to. Durant is the first second-team All-NBA Rocket since Dwight Howard, 2013, 2014.
Goodness, that feels like eons ago.
James Harden was only a third-team All-NBA player and then multiple times a first-team All-NBA player for the Rockets. 6 times a first-teamer. But there you go. Kevin Durant, All-NBA. Let's stick with the NBA. Huge win for the San Antonio Spurs last night. 103-82. It was a beautiful performance defensively by the Spurs. And good God, Wemby and the pull-up threes. The one that he had, what was it, right before halftime?
Yeah. It was a half-court shot that it was not a heave. It looked like a half-court pull-up jumper.
It's crazy that he has added this. So I was getting annoyed by him a couple of times this season, Wemby, when I watched him playing, specifically against the Rockets, because anyone who's played pickup basketball, when you play with a guy who's tall and has size, but he doesn't use his size and he just shoots threes, I hate that guy.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, use your back, use your body. If I had that, that's all I would try to do. I'd try to be Shaq on everybody out here. So when I would see Wemby occasionally, remember that one game he had against the Rockets where he missed just about every single shot early on in the year?
Yeah.
I remember seeing that game and thinking to myself, God, I hate it when guys do this. But there was a plan because he has actually become very good at this shot. Yeah. We saw him take a pull-up shot. I think it was in game 2 in that 1 minute where he had the incredible, I'm going to just throw the ball off the backboard and dunk it in because I can't get my own shot here.
Yeah.
/
he had
also
a couple of
ridiculous swat. Like he had, it was like a 1 minute though. Beast guy where I was like, oh my God, it sucks that the Rockets did not get him in the
Dude, he had the game 1 pull up to take him to double overtime. He had another play, Paul, where it's like when when you pass the ball to a guy in the post, he's supposed to at least have to dribble once, kind of drop step, and then do the layup or the dunk, whatever he's going to do. It was like one fell swoop. He gets the ball right outside the restricted area, and without dribbling or traveling, by the way, he dunks it.
Yeah.
It's like, because he's that tall and that good of an athlete. I remember the game that you're talking about, too, because Kevin Durant, who we just mentioned earlier, even talked after that game about, the defense that they had on Wemby. He had something like 14 points or something like that. They really kept him in check. But that was because, to your point, he was shooting a lot of jump shots, and KD talked about how they wanted him to do that because that makes life a lot easier. You take a guy that tall and move him further away from the basket, you're doing me a favor, right? But here's the thing now, Paul. Dude has become what they call a 3-level scorer. He can score in the paint. He can score in the mid-range. He can shoot the 3. And he's 7'5" or whatever he is. It's like, what? You're not supposed to. Honestly, guys who are that tall, I was just saying this over the weekend to my girlfriend, I think. Guys who are that tall usually actually suck. Mm-hmm. They're not good. They're just tall. They're usually not even good at basketball. They
don't even necessarily want to be there. Some of these tall guys in the NBA, they were just tall. And they were like, well, I can make a lot of money doing this, I guess.
They're really almost just too tall to do anything else.
Yeah.
It's like, you don't fit in society, honestly.
You don't even like this.
But there's no other place for you. There's no other place for you other than the basketball court. So, most guys that height aren't really that good. This guy can play. He can dribble, he can shoot, he can pass, 3-level score, best defensive player in the league.
It's the first thing that has made my jaw drop in basketball in like a decade since I first saw Steph Curry at this level. And I loved Steph in college. I was a big Steph Curry guy at Davidson, especially that run that he had in the tournament.
Yeah.
I didn't think he would become what he became. Yeah. But this is the first time we're seeing something that really just blows your mind to watch it. It's you actually feel like every single game is an event, which in the NBA, I think that's becoming a little bit fewer and far between these days. So those are your headlines. Kevin Durant, second-team All-NBA. The Astros got a sweep of the Chicago Cubs over the weekend, and the Spurs evened up their series with the Thunder at 2 games apiece. Meanwhile, you do have Game 4 between the Knicks and the Cavaliers in Cleveland tonight. Brooms for James Harden and the Cavs because he can't do a damn thing out of the second round of the playoffs.
Not at all.
Good riddance. He is B. Scott, Brandon Scott. I am Paul Gallant. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610.
Here at Sports Radio 610, we're taking this time to observe Memorial Day As we remember the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice, we pause and remember. Thank you. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In for Payne and Pendergast. Here's Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott.
Happy Memorial Day. We've got you till 10, sitting in for Sean and for Seth. So Texans OTAs kick off on Wednesday. We get to go to OTAs, we, the members of the liberal media, on Thursday. They don't get availabilities to every single one of their practices.
Fake news.
They're hiding things from us, you know? Like these really key plans that they can't possibly have us see. I do find the secrecy this time of year a little bit amusing.
Hey, man, it's intellectual property.
I guess so.
Hey, man, you gotta take care of your IP, man.
I thought, given that this is always the longest segment of the show, that we do a challenge for ourselves, because by the end of this offseason, even the most ardent CJ Stroud supporters, I think they're going to be so sick of hearing his name. What's he going to do this year? That they're going to start turning on him too. Even them. Because for us, and we're subs today, doing this every day is likely all roads come back to CJ Stroud at some point. Is he going to be good this year? So for the remainder of this segment, we're going to try to not talk about CJ Stroud. Shock collar for CJ Stroud. If you say his name once, you're going straight to. Actually, we don't really have anything to do.
No, we used to have a helmet in here where you had to put money in, like a
curse jar.
Yeah, like a curse jar. It's over there with Ben, but we could just put the money on the table if we need to.
All right,
and of course we don't have cash, but
we don't. I don't want homeless people to think I have anything on me. Yeah. I don't like to feel guilty when when you lock eyes with somebody at an overpass and they're coming out. I never carry change / cash on me entirely because I don't want to lie to this person. To say I don't have anything, I just don't want to make eye contact and feel guilty for not giving that person any of the cash in my pocket.
And you know what? I can actually deal with the homeless people or the drug addicts or whoever is clearly struggling. But my thing that's getting me now at the stores, if you go to the gas station or wherever it is now, Paul, the solicitors are like yesterday, I go to the gas station and some girl comes up to me. She's a young girl. She's a pretty girl, actually. But she's like, we're trying to fund a school. Young girl. So I'm like, I wanted to give her the riot act of, or read her the riot act of, hey, I already fund schools, right? I'm a taxpayer. See that neighborhood right over there? I own a house over there. My parents own a house right next to it. So between me and my parents, we're funding schools.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you're reading the news these days about private school vouchers and all that kind of stuff, but the public school system is under assault, is under attack already. They want to fund your little school that you're trying to fund outside of the 7-Eleven.
No.
And she needed $1,000 to fund. I'm like, to fund a school. You're just $1,000 short, huh?
Yeah.
Of funding a school.
Just got to get to 1,000.
I'm like, sweetheart, just ask me for $50 or $20 or whatever. What do you want? Just
$1,000. $1,000 he's got.
Man, come on now.
Sign the name on the check.
She's just $1,000 away from funding a school.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's all she needed.
I wanted to ask, what do you teach?
It's a good question.
What is your specialization?
Not economics, probably.
You know what I mean?
Not sales either. You got to earn this $1,000.
Or common sense, like how do you actually scam somebody? Oh, we're going to fund a school outside of the 7-Eleven. No, you're not.
We will fund a curse jar in the middle of this table that will only be added to if we say the quarterback of the Houston Texans name. Because, again, by the end of this offseason, you're going to have his name fatigue. Yes, we're treating him like he's Voldemort, okay?
The
rest of this segment. So with OTAs kicking off on Wednesday, I think this is easily the next most interesting thing that's not related to that guy about OTAs. Tank Dell. What does he look like?
Yeah.
How is he moving? Is he in a wheelchair? Does he have legs? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see Tank Dell out there. I don't think we're ever going to get the true feel for it. Is he game ready? Is he what he used to be, specifically his rookie season before the fractured tibia. Is he that guy again? Is he the guy that we saw against the Chiefs when he suffered that awful injury when Jared Wayne crashed into him? I wonder. I really do wonder about that. What is Tank Dell going to be this season? Is there anything left in the tank, or at this point, are we just hoping that he can maybe get 10 receptions this coming season?
Yeah, so like the way I've approached it, just to kind of be fair to Tank himself, is just to have zero expectations. Now, that doesn't mean he's not going to do anything at all, but I don't know how to have a reasonable and fair expectation of a guy whose legs have been, and knees and femurs or whatever else, fibulas and all of that have been through as much as Tank Dell's have at this point. So I can't have any expectations. But to the point, though, Paul, this is what, like, quiet is kept. This is what they're lacking. This is what they've needed over the last couple of years or however long Tank Dell's been out. They don't have speed. They don't have suddenness. They don't have take the top off of the defense.
Well, I think with Nico, they have that, right?
Yeah, but that's it. So, like, if it's just one guy, you really don't have it because they can just gear everything toward the one guy. See, the beauty of having Tank was that they've always had Nico since Tank got here, right? The beauty of having Tank was that you couldn't put too much attention on one guy or the other. Having both of them kept you honest for the most part. Ideally, would keep you honest. Now it's just like, you think about it. You think about this Texans roster, and you're trying to game plan for. Make yourself, any old defensive coordinator out there in the NFL, and you're like, this is what I need to stop. This is what the Texans do offensively. These are their weapons. This is what they have, and I want to stop this. Last year, and even going into the season this year until we figure out what Tank Dell is, it's pretty much just Nico Collins.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz is a nice player. Woody Marks is they got some nice players, but they're not coverage dictators. They're not game plan guys, right? You just go out there, play your defense, and do your thing. With Tank, I feel like it's a little different, or at the very least, it makes it to where you can't focus too much attention on one guy or the other. They don't have a guy like that, haven't had a guy like that. Is he going to be that guy again? I think it's unfair to expect that, but I can't say I'm not curious or watching, right? And we talk about this too, secondary playmakers, where is it going to come from?
It has to be either a Tank Dell or one of the other two guys who, in their rookie seasons, were fine. I thought Jaden Higgins had his moments. I really think Jalen Noel needed to play more. Christian Kirk got in the way. Oof, in retrospect.
Yeah.
And I don't care what he did against the Steelers in that playoff game. I don't. Sorry. I did not want to see him as much as I saw him last year. I wanted to see more Jalen Noel. Do one of those guys, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, take that big year one to year two jump that we sometimes see from wide receivers, because this is generally when they make that leap. If you're talking about a young receiver, doesn't usually happen right away. It usually takes a little bit of time. You get in an offense, you learn that offense. Will one of those guys just blow our socks off with what they do in OTAs and training camp? We'll see.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, because this was going to be one of mine. When you mentioned Jalen Noel, like my specific angle on it is, when do they start to trust him? Because I feel like that was a big part of the reason why he wasn't out there. And I'm not saying that they were right or wrong to not trust him. I have no idea.
Right. But I get what you're saying. I think a lot of people felt the same. Like, what was missing?
And something is clearly missing. We're not there all the time behind the scenes. Can't say. I'm not trying to criticize or co-sign. I have no idea who's right or wrong. I just want to see from an observational standpoint, when does that trust happen? What does he need to do if we're going to analyze it? What does he need to do to gain that trust? Is it the route running? Is it memorizing the play? Like, what is it? What is the thing that's keeping this guy who clearly has that element to his game that I was just talking about, that suddenness, that explosivity that they're lacking as a unit? This guy clearly has it. Why aren't you utilizing him more? So at what point, my specific Jalen Noel point that I would say is, not just is he going to be out there more, when do they start to trust him? Because I think that's the only thing that's holding them back, is that once we see that trust is there, I feel like we're going to see him have a lot more targets. And is the absence now of Christian Kirk, to your point of Christian Kirk getting in the way, I think they clearly trusted Christian Kirk more, which I understand, even though he wasn't like doing anything for you, but he's a veteran. Now that he's being removed from the situation, are you now forced to trust this other guy, since you don't have Christian Kirk?
Yeah, I think you have to put him in there, and we'll see what he's able to do. But I felt every single time he had the ball in his hands that there's something special there.
Yeah.
Is it Tank Dell special his rookie year? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I liked what I saw out of Jalen Noel. I felt like his just movement with the football in his hands was pretty damn unique.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty clear. It was so transparently. You don't have to have watched as much football as you and I have to be able to see that he moved a little bit different than the majority of the guys that they had at that position. And so, it's the whole reason why the thing that makes him such a good return specialist are the things that we want to see from him on offense. So for me, it's almost like, okay, let's say you don't trust him with the entire playbook or with the entire route tree or whatever the case may be. Can we just get a couple of Jalen Noel plays?
Yeah.
Like whatever plays he likes or whatever plays makes sense. So it's like, hey, you don't have to memorize these. These are for you. These are your plays. So, we're going to run them, you know what I mean? And formationally, you can just make them look like other plays. But, hey, we're going to get you the ball in the flat. We're going to run some screens for you. They don't run screens at all. It's not at all, but it's not a good screen team. Hasn't been for a long time.
No, I know. It's so awful.
We'll run that play that we ran for you against the Chargers, even though it was a busted coverage that allowed you to score that touchdown. But we're going to run that play anyway and force the other team to cover you. Because guess what? Speed kills. You can have the perfect coverage out there. But if I just run right by you, there's not really a coverage for that.
That's true.
You know what I mean? So let's lean into the strengths of the players, not just saying that, because they did a lot of talking about that last year. What's the Nick Caley offense? Oh, we're going to lean into the strengths of our players. Well, except the one, not that one. And I feel like that's somebody that could really help them, an offense that could use a lot of help, let's just say.
He is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. We're sitting in for Payne and Pendergast on this Memorial Day. And this segment, we're talking about all the big stories, the things that we're most intrigued by for Texans OTAs. With this disclaimer, there is a certain player that we are not allowing ourselves to mention.
I don't even know who he's talking about. I don't even know who Paul's talking about. He says a certain player. I've never heard of this guy.
He wears number 7.
Sure.
He is a quarterback. Because everyone's going to be talking about this guy so much. You're all going to be sick of it. So we're challenging ourselves, okay? Hell, we might even do a draft of topics that we would talk about, say the Astros continue to be largely underwhelming, and if maybe the Rockets don't do anything the rest of this offseason. Here's something else I want to see at OTAs. I know I won't see it, but I still want to, okay? This is wishful thinking.
All right.
I want to see the offensive line get in fights with the defensive line in OTAs. Now, I know that's not going to happen because it's not padded, but I want to see an offensive line with Cole Popovich clearly the belle of the ball when it comes to the offensive coaching staff. I want to see the offensive line make Will Anderson angry. Remember that one game that Will Anderson randomly didn't talk to the media afterwards? I think he got poked in the eye by someone on the Cardinals.
Yeah.
He was pissed after the game. And Will Anderson is one of the sweetest people that you will see, considering what a absolute terror he is as a pass rusher. It is surprising just how thoughtful, how kind he is when he speaks. A
nice young man. I honestly want my son to follow him around. And, don't follow dad. Just grow up, be like Will Anderson.
It's there's so much to like about him.
Yes.
And I want the Texans' offensive line to make him angry. I want them to get under his skin. Because I want to have an offensive line that, I'm not saying it's necessarily being like those weirdos at Northwestern wearing Shrek masks and stuff and doing all sorts of weird stuff behind the scenes. But I want an offensive line room that pisses other teams off.
So this is interesting to me because this is almost two-pronged for me. Just from, as a spectacle, angry Will Anderson. He's such a well-mannered young man.
He really is.
I really just want to see what that looks like. Because I don't doubt, he's a menace when he wants to be right on the football field. So I don't doubt that he could hold his own if he needed to.
Yeah.
But all the training camp fights that I've seen since he's been on the team, so, in this era of Texans football, he's always been like a peacemaker out there whenever there's been a fight. He's out there trying to break it up and trying to talk guys down, letting the cooler heads prevail and all that. I wouldn't mind seeing him just get what that looks like. To see him kind of go the extra mile, or take him to the edge, right, and maybe step a little bit off of it. I'd love to see it.
Will, you're a wonderful man. We want you to break bad because it would be fun for us.
Yes.
We're kind of sickos talking about it the more that I think about it.
Because it's not not that it'd be need for his game. He was second in Defensive Player of the Year voting. He's going to be a perennial All-Pro as long as he's healthy. So, like, he doesn't really need this for football reasons.
Yeah.
It would just be funny to watch.
Yeah.
It would be funny and cool to watch. So that's that side of it. But the other side that I do think there's a little bit of underlying, hey, this is important to the makeup or the fabric of the football team, is feeling like you got an offensive line that is nasty in that way.
Right.
And I don't know exactly who that guy would be, but I will give them credit. They've brought in some it's seemingly tougher, hard hat lunch pail type of guys,
Braden
right?
Smith,
Between
Wyatt
Braden
Teller.
Smith, Wyatt Teller. So any of those, if it's not a fight, I just want to see something that like imposes, that gives off badass, that gives off. We're not no pushovers over here. We're not divas. We're not fashionistas. We ain't none of. We don't care about the gram.
Titus Howard.
We don't care about our outfits.
You know what's funny?
None of that.
When they drafted Ariante Ursary, I remember finding a picture of Ariante Ursary online, and I was like, oh, he's a little Metro too. Now, there's anything wrong with it, but nope, he's come in. He's been a bit of a mauler.
Yeah.
I like that, yes, that there is a attitude adjustment, because the thing that frustrated me the most about the Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard days, it always felt like they were a little aloof. It felt like it didn't bother them. And, hey, maybe it did bother them. Maybe they were good at internalizing it as opposed to, like, wearing it on their face. But it always felt like they didn't care that much about it. And that they were a little annoyed that anyone would dare question what they're actually doing here when, I don't know, Laramie Tunsil's getting called for 2 false starts a game.
Well, I would say even more specifically with Tunsil, it felt like he was more bothered by the individual scrutiny on him. Or you remember the whole target on my back thing? Like when he was getting called for...
Oh, the Vikings game, where they were all such babies after the Vikings game. Oh, the refs are calling it differently. Just then.
And that was the thing. It seemed like he would get more riled up on the scrutiny of his individual performance, or if he just straight up didn't have a good individual performance, he would get more bothered by that, or get up for the one-on-one with Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or the head-to-head, I should say, with Myles Garrett. Stuff like that, as opposed to, what about the losing? Or what about the overall poor play of the line itself and the offense itself? Where's the pride taken within the team, within the unit? And so you like to think that they got more guys that are kind of like that, even though Laramie Tunsil was a really good player in a vacuum. It's like, but can you care? Can you care a little bit more, especially if you're going to get $20 million franchise left tackle? They don't have a guy like that now, but maybe that benefits them. Maybe they have more of a cohesiveness about them, and hopefully the prevailing sentiment or characteristic of that group is, hey, we're going to be badasses. We're not too cool for school. I think that's what it. Give me an offensive line that's ready to maul and is not too damn cool for school.
And that's what Laramie was. You can't spell Laramie without me, by the way.
Yes.
In case you didn't notice that. I mean, it's not spelled M-E. It's spelled M-Y, but you get what I'm hearing.
That's my.
It's
the same concept.
Yeah.
Can't spell it without me or mine. Yeah.
He's Brandon Scott and Paul Gallant. It's Payne and Pendergast. We're sitting in for Sean and Seth on this Memorial Day. It was quite the weekend for a couple of Houston Astros. Who was most impressive? It's time to play a little game that we like to call Acknowledge Me.
Let's do it.
So who do we start off with?
Oh, it's got to be Christian Walker, right?
He had 2 home runs on Saturday. He had another one yesterday, and he is top 10 in home runs in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Acknowledge me.
Got to acknowledge Christian Walker. I was reading this off before, but like you mentioned, 2 home run game on Saturday makes him one of the top hitting first basemen in the American League. Overall, 4th in the American League in RBI, 6th in total bases, tied for 6th in home runs, 7th in slugging. In an Astros season where there's not a lot of positivity, they don't have a whole lot of redeeming qualities. We can shout them out for their sweep of the Cubs at Wrigley Field, but specifically Christian Walker reversing the narrative, right? Flipping the narrative on free agent first baseman signings of the post-World Series Astros era, right? Flipping that narrative and actually giving you something to cheer for. Seawalk, as they call him, definitely deserves an acknowledgement.
He is not Jose Abreu 2.0. So it was surprising to see that he's up at the top in terms of home runs. He is technically tied for 8th with another first baseman with the Atlanta Braves, Matt Olson, for home runs in the majors. Jordan still with 15 home runs. Back spasms on Saturday saw him scratched from his third at-bat on Saturday, and he did not play on Sunday. We'll see if he plays in this series coming up against the Texas Rangers. Acknowledge me.
Hey, can I make that one? Let's go ahead and do that. Jordan Alvarez.
Acknowledge me.
Jordan Alvarez, for this time, not having a catastrophic injury, just a normal back spasm. By the end of the game, Paulie, he's out there laughing and joking in the dugout, making everybody feel pretty good about it. Like, I swear, every time I watch this guy run the bases, I get nervous about that. Y'all remember last year when his ankle just turned for no reason at home plate? And it's
sucked.
What is that? What is that? How can my man not just cross home plate like normal?
And that one's bad luck. I got to say, the smoke, getting pulled from a game for smoke is still one of the all-time what? And baseball is such a weird sport. We had to pull him from the game because of smoke.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a weird whole weird thing. And I always mention this, too, when we talk about the Jordan injuries. Dude's had COVID more times than anybody that you know. Dude's had COVID at least 3 or 4 times, like, you know, on the injury list.
He takes it seriously.
I'm like, bruh. Well, does he? Then why does he keep getting it?
Well, listen, you can't.
Does he take it seriously?
Whether or not you get it, but whenever he gets it, he's like, all right, I got to stay away from the team. I'm a good teammate.
My man's not wearing his mask and washing his hands clearly the way he needs to, or at least he wasn't during the height of the COVID era. But I acknowledge him, though, because the injury was not that catastrophic. Not catastrophic at all, I should say. Not even bad. And Jordan had not missed a game until yesterday. Says that was a scheduled day off, didn't have nothing to do with the back spasms. You take that, believe what you want. But either way,
can't really.
Jordan, Iron Man, dare I say?
Needs to be with all the injuries that they've dealt with this year. How about this? Nick Allen, acknowledge him.
Acknowledge me.
A home run for the first time since 2024. I did want to use this as an opportunity to say, I don't get why they traded Mauricio Dubon. You cheapos! He's doing really well in Atlanta. And Dubon is the best because it led to that one time during a broadcast where I think it was Todd Callis and Julia Morales, and there was no Jeff Blum. And for whatever reason, after a Mauricio Dubon home run, Julia said, Doobie, do it. And I don't know why, but I pulled that and we just would play it nonstop whenever we were talking about Mauricio Dubon. There's something about the way she said it. Julia's great.
She has a charm about her that is undeniable.
Doobie,
it's just hard
do it.
Deny.
But Nick Allen, shout out to him. He had a good day on Sunday with the home run. The first since 2024.
Yeah.
He's not a good hitter.
Yeah, so not to cross-reference shows here on Sports Radio 610. Y'all know the midday show in the Loop does confessions. I'm going to give y'all a little mini confession here.
Hit me.
I be forgetting Nick Allen's on the team sometimes, man. I be forgetting. I look, and to your point about Mauricio Dubon, never forgot Mauricio Dubon always knew Dubon was on the team. Nick Allen, every time he's out there, I either go, who is that? Or I say, oh, yeah, that's Nick Allen. Or if I don't know who it is, now I'm starting to, because I got the young guys memorized now, the Zacks and everybody. So now I'm the Shoemakes. So now I'm starting to, like, if I don't recognize a player, I just assume that it's Nick Allen. That must be Nick Allen because I don't know who that is.
There's a lot of guys on the team where I keep on having to double check, especially now that there are some guys on the team that I had not heard of until a couple of months ago, a couple of weeks ago, a couple of days ago. There are some where I constantly have to look up their name while talking about them on the radio to make sure that I actually remember their name correctly. And as we continue to do a little acknowledge me, how about this guy once again stepping up and delivering on the mound for the Houston Astros, Kai-Wei Tang.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, Kai-Wei Tang has been so good. He's been a revelation. He's been kind of a savior. Like, the whole reason why the Astros can call themselves competitive now is because they've had a handful of guys who have played above the baseball card or played above board, if you will. And Kai-Wei Tang is one of them. And you know what? An acknowledge me within an acknowledge me. Let me go Dana Brown here real quick.
Acknowledge me.
Because and look, and let me tell you why. Because this is a guy who more so needs to be acknowledged for like being on his way out, for how bad it's been throughout the era, and he doesn't have a whole lot of feathers in the cap, if you will. Kaiwei Tang is one of the few good things that Dana Brown did over the offseason was identify Kaiwei Tang, and he does this actually, where he'll see a reliever and go, hey, that guy could be a starter. He did it with Ronel Blanco. Now he's done it with Kaiwei Tang. It would be great if we could acknowledge Dana Brown for, I don't know, the Tatsuya Imai signing or the Mike Burrows signing, but guess what? We can't do that because those guys suck. But Kaiwei Tang, who you just acknowledged, has been good, has been a revelation, and Dana Brown did find that, hey, is that going to save his job? Is that going to save the Astros season? No, I don't think it's going to be enough, but you got to take your dubs where you can get them, man.
Kaiwei Tang, thank you very much for your service on Saturday. 6 innings pitched, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks, 2 hits, 0 earned runs allowed. One last acknowledgement from the Astros over the weekend. Spencer Eligeti.
He's that guy, man.
I mean, it blew me away when I saw his statistics. He's 6-1 and his ERA is 1.28. What? This guy wasn't on the opening day roster. How does he have 6 wins already for this team who's not winning that many games? What? How did his numbers get to this point?
Now, so I'm not going to do an acknowledgement here because this is going to be like an indictment in the other direction, right? I'm fair. I'm a fair guy.
Yeah.
So I just gave Dana Brown credit for finding Kaiwei Tang. I want to do the whole Astros brass thing. Dana Brown, Joe Espada, whoever is in charge of Spencer Eligeti not being on the opening day roster, I feel like you need to pay for your crimes. I feel like you need to answer for this somehow, some way. And again, this is not one of those, I think, season-saving type of moves. It's just perplexing. And then when you're in a lame duck year where it looks like you've probably already made the decision that you're not bringing these guys back, this almost feels like one of the things that could reaffirm, or confirm, however you want to look at it. It's like, how did they not realize that one of these guys? I mean, honestly, I'm a Lance McCullers guy, but this guy should have been out there over Lance McCullers at the very least, not to mention the other injured guys.
It felt like McCullers was continuously being thrown back in there because of what they're paying him, in the same way that Deshaun Watson is suddenly the starting quarterback again in Cleveland. And there's been all these op-eds about like how Deshaun Watson won his job back. Spoiler alert, $250 million.
Yes, that is what's going to give him his job back for sure. But you also know Deshaun Watson comes from a chatty camp. They like to talk.
Oh, they do.
They have their selects that they like to go to, but once they find you and they like to talk to you, they love to chat it up. So that shouldn't surprise you at all.
I want to bring it back to Dana Brown, and you mentioned chatting. Guys, buckle up for this, especially with all the injuries the Astros have suffered, okay? If you haven't listened to me that often, I'm telling you this right now. At some point before baseball's trade deadline, Dana Brown is going to talk about injured Astros players like they're trade deadline acquisitions. Mark my words,
yes.
It will happen.
We've seen this movie before.
He has done this every single year. And listen, from a what is he doing? Is he good at his job perspective? I don't know with Dana Brown. But from as Sean Pendergast always says, team content perspective, nobody gives you more than Dana Brown, because that man, he loves, in a way that Rex Ryan might, to shove feet all the way in his mouth.
Yeah. I mean, he's a talkative guy.
He is too talkative for his own good.
I'm telling you.
He is. Sometimes he needs to button up.
It's so funny now. So I've been able to cover the last few GMs that the Astros have had now, because, they went through James Click I don't know, whitey tidies or something. They just threw them away. It's like, oh, these gross. Yeah. and so it's like, yo,
why are you throwing them away?
Well, I mean, because
no one wears them anymore.
Well, because the whitey tidies tell you the truth. they tell you the truth that you don't really want to know. All right, okay. they kind of reveal things. All right. So yeah. So I mean, I've covered all the GMs now, or the last few GMs. and he's by far the most talkative one, and unfortunately has been the least successful. And I gotta admit this, guys. I be rooting for a brother as a GM, man. You get a brother in here, get to run the baseball team, and ain't a lot of us out there. I'm looking around. I'm like, come on, Dana. It's not working. Come on, Cam Smith. It's not working. Come on, Bryce Matthews. I'm looking around at all the brothers on the team and like, can one of y'all make us look good, man? Yeah. This is not it. This is not it. But, yeah, man, the guy likes to talk. I love your point about the whole offseason acquisition thing, or I'm sorry, trade deadline acquisition part. Because, look, I wish or would like to think that his self-eval or whoever's in his camp would have said, you know what? Do your job, do your thing, but next year, don't talk about them guys being trade deadline. It's just like, no, it's not, because these are guys that were already on the team. They were hurt. There's an injured list. You can't make the injured list into the trade wire or the waiver wire. They are on your team already. You do not get credit for that. And at the very least, James Click would make some, and Jeff Luhnow, of course, famously. They would make some midseason trades that would actually impact the team and help you win a World Series. I don't even know if the Astros, to be fair, are even in a position to do such a thing. Both from their record, because they're not all that close to contention. I understand the race is still close because nobody's good, but they're not really contenders right now. Nor do they have anybody that you really want to trade, that anybody really wants to trade for, that they would also be willing to trade. All the guys that are worthwhile are guys that the Astros, I'm sure, would want to keep. The Jordans, Hunter Browns, and Jeremy Peñas of the world. I don't know if you're another. See, Christian Walker would be another. And him and Isaac Paredes would probably be the best examples of guys that you would be willing to maybe part ways with, don't necessarily have an emotional attachment to. But if you're another team, you're another baseball team, and you look at the Astros roster, what do you want? What do you want that's not those top three guys that I mentioned? Hunter Brown, Jeremy Peña, Jordan Alvarez. Everybody else, I'm like, I'd just rather be whatever baseball team I am now. Right? You know, so we'll see. We'll see how they go.
We will see, and I mean, they've got still a road to getting back atop the American League West, even with what a frustrating start this has been. That division has just been so disappointing, the Mariners especially. Brandon Scott, Paul Gallant, we're in for Payne and Pendergast here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Memorial Day to one and to all. We didn't do this in Acknowledge Me, but I feel like we should. Victor Wembanyama.
Acknowledge me.
Holy smokes.
My goodness, man.
33 points last night. He had another pull-up three.
Dude, he had 33 in 31 minutes. Because, if you guys watch the game, OKC waved the white flag pretty early in this thing. It's not like this was a down. This was not game one. This was not a down to the wire overtime. This game was over pretty early. I want to say they got off to by the time I turned this game on, the Spurs were up like 23-8, like early in the game or something like that. And I said, hey, I've seen this movie before. They were up big in the last game, or maybe it was the game before that. But one of these games that the Thunder won, Spurs got up to a big lead early on, lost the game. I think this was actually Friday. So it's like, hey, that doesn't secure them a win. But you keep watching the game, and you keep watching how Victor Wembanyama is changing everything from end to end, from baseline to baseline. Dude is a force. Never seen anything like this guy.
And I love it because, look, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he wins the MVP, but the man is a terrorist. His style of basketball is terrorism. It is bad. It is, if James Harden actually stayed in shape, it is like the next evolution of that. And
James walks so this guy can run.
You mean fall? Fall on the ground.
Run and then fall. Yes.
James Harden flops so that this guy could flop even more like a fish. And this is, for me, to see Wemby in the series. I know some people are going to look at this and say, well, Paul, bro, it's the Spurs. Screw them. Fair point. But the Oklahoma City Thunder are everything that is wrong with basketball. Everything that's wrong with it. Their front office, they really love the smell of their own farts.
They do.
And then this guy in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who, I do not get me wrong, I think he's a great player. But this falling to the ground after every single shot stuff, someone needs to step in there and say something mean to him.
Well, what's even more offensive about it is not just the falling. He also does a lot of the fouling. So, we talk about the chicken wing that he does, right? He does the push off, and so he's fouling you and then baiting a foul call on you by fake falling. So it's like a double whammy. It's doubly offensive to me from that standpoint. So yeah, I'm right there with you. Like we've got to do something about, like, especially when it's your best players that do it. I mean, that part is infuriating.
They stole the Sonics.
They did.
There's a basketball team in Oklahoma City. Why? What? I'm sorry. I'm going to dump on Oklahoma City right now. Why would I ever go there? Why would I ever set foot in Oklahoma? Period. What's there?
I've never thought, hey, you know what? I want to build a business, or I want to do a thing. You know where I want to do it? Oklahoma City. Never thought that. Very, very random. I think it's the only southern state I haven't been to?
Perhaps.
I think it is.
Is it even a southern state, or is it literally just dust? Is it just dust?
I'm honestly taking your word for it that it exists.
It does. Some people think Dallas is in Oklahoma. It probably is. I don't know.
I'm just taking your word for it because I don't like calling you a liar.
I don't know geography. And look, like, nothing against the fine people of Oklahoma City, but, like, I only know that city exists because of what happened in 1995, Like, that's legitimately how I've heard about them, and I haven't heard really anything from them until this basketball team with this guy who is a grifter, and I hate it. There's no honor in this. How is this acceptable? How have we let this happen? And there are people here who like James Harden. My God, I can't respect you at all. Someone who does that, if that was one of your friends, you're playing basketball against somebody like that, you know what you're saying to that person. There are choice words that cannot be said on the air that are being thrown at that person for doing that. And we have really gone all in letting this guy get away with falling to the ground after every shot. It is a sin.
My favorite thing from last night, one of my favorite things at least, aside from Wemby's play, you see the little girl sitting courtside who brought like a mini Oscar trophy?
No, I didn't see that.
She brought like a fake Oscars trophy to hand to SGA every time he did one of those horrible acting jobs.
That's a good fan.
And it was a child. I was like, oh, that somebody's raising that little girl right.
Yeah.
Because that's funny, thoughtful, smart. I'm with it.
God, I hate the Thunder. It's funny. I mean, it's nice to have things in life, and specifically in sports, that give you energy, because I've been having a tough time with the NBA, especially over the last calendar year. I think it's largely due to the Rockets. But, God, they make my blood boil.
I saw somebody mention, like, I don't know how a Rockets fan could be rooting for the Spurs right now. I'm not rooting for the Spurs. I'm not rooting for anybody. But I could get rooting against the Thunder. Yeah. We've reached that point.
For sure.
Like, forget whether it's the Spurs or whoever else it is, anybody but the Thunder.
I've been rooting against Harden, and along the way, accidentally rooting for New York. Ugh, gross. And on top of that, I've been rooting for the Spurs against the Thunder. He is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. We're sitting in for Sean and Seth on this Memorial Day. 713-572-4610 is how you call. It's how you text as well. Lots of things on the table on this morning. Is there anything worse than what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is doing? Is there anything in the world that's worse? Anything? Well, I've got something for you. This is how low this sport has stooped. This used to be an honorable thing. It's not anymore. It's a joke. You'll find out on the flip side.
This Memorial Day, we take a moment to recognize that freedom isn't free. For the men and women who gave their all, we give our thanks and remember. Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May.
presents In for Payne and Pendergast. Here's Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott.
Brandon, you into boxing?
Yeah, of course.
Are you into MMA?
I'm struggling to get into MMA these days because it's even more of a sideshow than boxing. So,
well, I'm glad you said that.
I mean, I like MMA, mixed martial arts, or the places in which they are run, right? Because you got MMA, you got UFC, you got MMA, and you got Jake Paul or the Paul brothers or whoever else that's actually running and sponsoring and funding these events. The sport themselves, I like. The spectacle around them, I can kind of do without, unless I'm in a crowd. I need alcohol and friends, and I can pretty much do anything at that point.
This is definitely background entertainment at a bar. For this, not bad. This is a pretty good level of that. But I talked about how I believe the world of fighting continues to debase itself more and more. And if you take a look at a fight that streamer Aiden Ross, a series of fights that this man held over the weekend, my God, guys. So, believe it or not.
Oh, is this, I'm not to cut you, is this where I saw the Michael Beasley, Lance Stevenson stuff? Because I was trying to figure that out, too.
So we saw
oh my God,
Lance Stevenson and Michael Beasley, Rockets legend Michael Beasley, fighting against one another. It felt like they were laughing as the fight took place. Beasley's getting hit, and there were moments where you saw him on the canvas getting grappled with. And I don't know, was he laughing at Lance?
What are we doing?
Eventually, Lance got him into a submission hold, and that was that. So that was one fight. Then there was another fight. And this fight was just depressing because it featured two men taking their shirts off who doesn't seem like are doing their best to stay in the best possible shape they can be in. One of the people in this fight is a person who has a voice. His name is Bob Menery. He used to be a bigger deal than he is. I'll be honest, I'm rather unfamiliar with his work. This man fought the one and only Heisman Trophy winner from Texas A&M, Johnny Manziel. It was Johnny Manziel versus this Bob Menery guy, and Manziel mollywopped this random online jabroni. But it was just, Brandon, watching it, the highlights. I didn't go out of my way to watch this on Saturday night. Depressing to see, like, oh, wow, so now this is what people want to watch. You want to watch these carnival acts featuring washed-up people fighting each other, and they're not good at fighting. Like, they're not skilled. So it just looks like a drunken bar fight, essentially, between two dads.
It reminds me, and I think Jake Paul was actually in this fight, but didn't it feel like, you tell me, and maybe I don't know if we follow it enough, but it felt like it started going downhill when Jake Paul knocked out Nate. Do you remember when Nate Robinson tried to fight?
Yes.
This was like 6 years ago, around COVID time.
Okay.
And it's like ever since then, it's gotten weirder, and because it was like, well, what's Nate Robinson doing out there to begin with? What is that even about? What does this mean?
Yeah.
Is he trying to I thought maybe he's trying to start a career in fighting or something. That wasn't it. No, I don't know if he's broke or bored or maybe both, but that's what this seemed to be about. And now it's gotten even weirder and weirder to where we're talking about Johnny Manziel, Lance Stevenson, and Michael Beasley. What are we even doing? What is that? What are we talking? Because look, I understand.
It's the undercard.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about that undercard. I actually can make sense of that, which is part of the problem. Okay. That's all about Michael Beasley and Lance Stevenson having this like viral, this online beef back and forth from the Big Three tournament thing. Like them playing going head to head, one-on-one. Like they had their own basketball beef going on. It was like a friendly beef, but their own basketball beef that took on a life of its own online, right? And somehow, I guess Aiden Ross saw that and thought, well, we should just get you guys in a ring and let you fight. And it's like, that's like a funny joke, or it's like, getting stoned with your friends. Oh, you guys should do MMA and fight, and then it should just end there. But they actually, it's like they're living out their stoned ideas, the things that they come up with when they're passing the blunt around, and then they just actually do it.
They actually do it.
Like, what are we doing?
Well, that is, I think, a way to look at it where you don't look at them as completely clowns. You look at them as just a couple of people who are goofing off. I guess that does make them clowns ultimately.
A little bit.
The Manziel side of this is what really staggers me. And I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about Johnny Manziel these days, but I would ask the average Aggie, how do you feel about your Lord and Savior? How do you feel about your champion? How do you feel about the guy who brought A&M to a relevance that they had never had? I mean, Johnny football, wow, what a time it was. And, hey, he was a pretty damn good college football quarterback.
Yeah.
A great college football quarterback.
Yeah, I was there. I got to be there. Sam Houston State's only 45 minutes away, and that was a time.
Nice.
It was a time, man.
I saw his first game on the sidelines against Florida, and I was like, he's pretty good. I did not think he was going to turn into what he turned into.
Yeah.
But this is what he is now.
Yeah.
He's like a kind of not looking too great dude, taking his shirt off, fighting random comedian voiceover guys. And why? This person is not in your stratosphere when it comes to name brand recognition. Why do you feel the need to do this? Are you that broke?
Money Manziel.
It could be that. It simply could be that. But to see him actually going out there and just beating the hell out of a guy who he's bigger than, like, it was a mismatch from size perspective. Like, to see Manziel, who's not that big of a guy, not like he's small. I think he's, 6'2"?
He's about to see. So I saw Manziel at a Rockets game a little while ago. He's not that much taller. He's got to be maybe 6'1", maybe.
6'1", 6'2". He's definitely north of 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
But he's fighting a guy he's way bigger than, who's out of shape and, per Dana White, might have been on some sort of drugs in this fight. And, I mean, like, that's what he is stooping to doing now.
So I mentioned seeing Manziel at Toyota Center. This is how sad it's gotten. We did one of those, like, the pregame shot, like a Texans player will come out there and shoot the pregame free throw for charity or whatever. I think Woody Marks did one. And so it's after that, but right as tip-off is starting, and we're doing our little interview with Woody Marks right there next to the locker room, next to the Rockets locker room, that is. But it's right by the tunnel. And kid you not, Johnny Manziel walks up. Nobody recognized him but me. Like, nobody even, I had to tell her, hey, y'all see Johnny Manziel is, and I think he's friends with Patrick Fertitta, if I'm not mistaken, because he's at a lot of Rockets games. But the fact that this guy could be a Heisman Trophy winner, a local guy, a Texas A&M guy, and somebody who was uber famous, everybody is old enough to remember 2011, 2012, whatever year that was, remembers how big of a deal this guy was. And he was able to just walk through the tunnel. None of the media recognized him. For whatever reason, I did. But nobody else in the media recognized him. And then he walks by a bunch of fans who are there, to be fair, for Rockets, not for Johnny Manziel. But I don't think they recognized him either. He's just a nondescript, like, kind of, I don't want to call him a has-been, but that's kind of what he is. A has-been, sort of forgotten. And it's just really sad because you're like, all right, well, he's still hanging around the Rockets games, but he's doing this type of stuff for money. It's like the documentary that they did on Netflix a couple of years ago, probably a money grab. It's like, man, it went all the way south for this guy, all the way south. It's real sad, actually.
It's sad, and then you realize that he's the reason he's there.
Oh yeah, it's self-inflicted.
If he had given a crap at all at the NFL level, if he had tried, which he clearly didn't, then maybe this story is a completely different one. But,
dude, if he had given a crap about life, like, forget just even being a football player, how about just being a professional of any kind? Because the reality is, when you're a Heisman Trophy winner and you just get drafted to the NFL, forget if you're a bust, forget if you don't do anything, he could have had a media career of some sort, Literally, and he probably still could, to be fair, if he gets gets everything together.
I don't think anyone trusts him, man. I mean, he doesn't show up for stuff.
Well, he would have to overcome a lot, so he couldn't just like do it today or tomorrow. But if he went on the right path and proved himself and all that, like he still has the name recognition, and he's a legit Heisman Trophy winner. He could do that, but he could have been doing that, right? We're talking about we're well past a decade from when he won the Heisman. He could have been making millions by now at one of these networks as either a play-by-play or a studio analyst, or if he wanted to do new media, he could do anything. He's famous, and it's like, how can you not parlay that into something better than beating up some voice actor or whoever this guy is that he beat up yesterday, or over the weekend? It's like, dude, life should be better than this.
Brandon Scott, Paul Gallant, in for Sean and Seth. Payne and Pendergast here on Sports Radio 610. Astros have won. Not one, not two, but 3 games over the weekend. A 3-game winning streak going into this week's series against the Texas Rangers. Is the momentum back after 3 at Wrigley Field? We'll discuss. 713-572-4610. Stick around.
This Memorial Day. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In for Payne and Pendergast. Here's Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott.
Happy Memorial Day. We've got you till 10. Astros took 3 from the Chicago Cubs over the weekend. A sweep before they take on the Texas Rangers starting tonight. We'll see if they can continue to climb up the standings of the very, very, very disappointing American League West. Do they have momentum after these 3 wins in a row? Or are they just playing a team that's losing all of their games? The Cubs have lost, 8 in a row? Is this just taking advantage of getting the right team at the right time? Or do you, Brandon, come away from this weekend thinking that the Astros are actually perhaps back on the right track?
So I would say that they're back on the right track in the standpoint of they're playing better baseball, just like the sweep itself aside, which I guess you can't do that because they did actually win the games. But just that part, let's say they had only won 2 out of 3. I feel like they're playing better, just like they did the last time they played the Rangers. Playing better baseball, but momentum would suggest that like they're turning a corner or that there's some like vast improvement. And really all I see from this, Paul, if I'm just being real about it, I see the only 3 pitchers that they've been able to rely on, which are guys that they weren't necessarily supposed to be able to rely on going into the season, that have kind of bailed them out of this stretch, like the stretch of time when they go Arrighetti, Tang, Lambert, is like, it's like the new Verlander, Greinke, McCullers thing. Well, I'm just talking about like the 3 most reliable starts or consecutive starts of guys. Like, and this is how you say easy. This is how far we've fallen, right? We used to have Verlander Day. We used to have Greinke Day. Yeah, we used to have. Almost actually said Zach Cole because that's the Cole that's on the team. We used to have Garrett Cole Day.
Yep.
Even Lance McCullers at a time, before the injuries ruined him, watching him was like an event.
Fromber Day.
There you go. Now
Hunter Brown Day. Who's hurt? Well, but did have a nice rehab start, so it seems like he's going to be back sooner rather
Christian
than later.
Javier, Luis Garcia, like they had dudes. Now it's like, man, I'm so glad that Peter Lambert's on the mound today.
Yeah, right.
Man, I can't wait to see Kaiwei Tang go out there and give me 5. Spencer Arrighetti, Cy Young downloading, maybe? Question mark. Like that's where we are now. And, credit to those guys for pitching well. I don't want to take anything away from what they're doing, but just overall big picture of how it makes you feel about the Astros. And to your question about, is this momentum? Are they turning a corner? I do feel like it's something that they could build off of, but I can't say I feel that much better about their prospects long term, right? Big picture with the Astros just based off of sweeping the Cubs.
I don't feel like the season's over. And I've been going back and forth on whether that's how I feel, just given the way that things have started.
When you say that, you mean like the season's not over from the standpoint they could make the postseason and like make a run? Like what would the season not being over, like what constitutes that? Because like I always think about this, Paul. It's funny that you and I are sitting here together because the last time that I attended an Astros postseason game, I sat next to you at what was then called Minute Maid Park and is now Daikin. And you and I both remember they didn't win none of those games. Neither one of those games that they played against the Tigers. It was actually, like, if we're just being real, we could have spent our time better. We could have done anything else. Yes. We could have been anywhere in the world other than there.
Yeah.
And probably spent our time better than we did for those 3 hours a day that we did.
I'm just glad I had an El Tiempo margarita in my system.
There you go.
I had to get one because that's the only way sometimes I can watch a frustrating baseball team.
But I say that because that season wasn't over because they backed their way in the playoffs. They make a run at the end, and they end up getting in. But it felt pretty empty by the time – it was empty calories by the time we got to the end of it. And so I feel like the season's not over from the standpoint it could be that. Like they could win a bad division and then be a not so great playoff team that doesn't do anything in the postseason, but like
north of that,
WTF.
To me, saying the season's over is they have no chance of the playoffs.
Okay.
And I've been in a couple of spots to answer your question thinking, yeah, it's not happening. Do you know what would make me start believing that perhaps there is a little bit of momentum in the Astros' sails, some wind that's got them going in the right direction? It's all about what happens tonight. Because you got Tatsuya Imai on the mound, and you generally lose the games that this guy starts.
Yeah.
And he's also been generally a disaster in these starts. If I get a good Tatsuya Imai performance and a win in said game, I will feel like there's a little momentum because this is the anchor that's holding the Astros all the way down.
Yeah.
The sexiest thing they did this offseason was signing this guy. And I've made this joke several times. It felt like maybe Jim Crane went to an expensive sushi restaurant or he watched Shogun or The Last Samurai, which I love to rewatch over and over again, or Tokyo Vice, and all of a sudden he's in a Japan phase where he's going to buy a kimono and maybe he's going to buy a katana and all of a sudden he's watching anime. Japan Jim Crane sees this dude who he thinks maybe he could be my Shohei Ohtani in a way, and he brings him in and he pays a stupid amount of money for him. You know, this ridiculous purchase. He basically bought a boat, and all of a sudden he's regretting getting the boat immediately.
Yeah.
But if Imai actually gives the Astros a good start tonight and they win that start, I'll start to believe this is actually momentum. Sure, they got the sweep. Good job by you. I need a little bit more. That's more for me. A good start from Imai and a dub.
And to be fair to Imai, he was decent, I think, in his last start for like the first time, and decent was
so low.
How could it be high? How high can it get?
How much lower can it get?
Well, the ceiling is the floor. The ceiling is the floor right now.
Sinking like the city of Houston into these bayous we sit on.
So maybe that's the game within the game, and the win within a lot of losing is if we can just at least get to a point where it's not an expected disaster when Tatsuya Imai starts, or once the start is over, we're not saying, well, at least he only gave up blank amount of home runs instead of insert higher number blank amount of home runs, right? So I think this, between Tatsuya Imai and Mike Burrows, because that was the next sexiest, which wasn't a sexy move at all.
He was like, oh, he could be Garrett Cole 2.0, another random ex-Pittsburgh Pirate that you got.
I mean, that's what they did. They brought in two guys that were one of them was supposed to be like a bit of a project. We're gonna find what he does well and nix out what he doesn't do well. Have him. I mean, that's what the Astros do. Say, hey, throw this more, throw this less. Bam, you're a remade pitcher, right? So they do that with guys. They could do that with Mike Burrows, and then if Tatsuya Imai actually played to the level of what the hype was at the time when he got here, now you're kind of cooking with grease a little bit here because you got Mike Burrows, you got Tatsuya Imai, and I don't know what the timeline or what the expiration date is on what you're getting from the Peter Lamberts, Kaiwei Tangs, and Spencer Arrighettis of the world. But now we're doing math again here, guys. Now that's a 5. That's a 5-man rotation all of a sudden, and that's not to speak of Hunter Brown coming back. If they can all kind of like play on a string and start pitching well around the same time, there could be some momentum there.
Every Astros conversation, though, involves if.
Yeah.
It's the biggest 2-letter word.
It's a lot of ifs.
And,
all caps ifs.
The last time I was on the air, Brandon, I was with Sean Bijani, and Sean was talking about some of the things that could happen. And I'm like, man, this is tough. It's tough to be in this spot, and it was bound to happen sooner or later. You know, I mean, when you're that good for that long, you're going to have a down year. But now, I mean, we're really like trying to sell ourselves on hope with the if this happens, if that happens.
Well, let me be clear. Let me be a little bit clearer here, because I'm not trying to give off that I'm optimistic about these things or that I think think they're going to happen. This is more so of what needs to happen, trying to envision a world where they flip the script, change the narrative, if you will. And this is what needs to happen. Like, it's great. And I did this earlier in Acknowledge Me where I gave Dana Brown credit for something because he is not going to get credit for a lot of things because everything is a disaster for the most part. But like, and again, it's great to have those three guys pitching well, but it would be ideal if the marquee signings / acquisitions were playing up to the level, right? Like that is ideal. At the very least, give me what I'm expecting or what's to be expected. And anything on top of that is gravy. A Kaiwei Tang brilliant start is gravy. A guy who doesn't actually start all the time. He's been a reliever. He's been a starter. You know, a Peter Lambert, somebody that nobody really, a lot of folks, unless you're just deep into the weeds, didn't even know, right? And Spencer Arrighetti, who wasn't even on the opening day roster, anything that they give you is a plus. If I can get the guys that were supposed to be reliable, supposed to be the second and third starters behind Hunter Brown, or the third and fourth starters behind Hunter Brown and whoever else you want to throw out there, right? Like that to me would be the indication that something is starting to go right for them, right? And I think a side note, aside from the pitching, is like they got to get something from their outfield.
Cam Smith's been a big disappointment.
Well, Cam Smith has been a big disappointment.
And he was better this weekend, but still.
The outfield at large, though, is one of the – just talking about hitting right now because they're decent defensively. But hitting, it's one of the worst hitting outfields in baseball. I did a thing on my podcast last week of silver linings, Astros silver linings, and the silver linings were what we just talked about, those three pitchers that are starting to kind of give you something. And then the next episode that I did about the Astros was, hey, but let's get back down to let's come back down to earth here and acknowledge what's actually going on with this baseball team. And that's that, of course, they're incredibly injured, but also they're getting nothing from their outfield.
Nothing.
They strike out more than anybody, and strikeouts is not the end all be all that it used to be, but they don't hit. They don't hit at all.
And the whole priority they had this offseason, which they also had as a priority going into last year, was, hey, we're going to be more patient at the plate. And I think we've seen a little bit of that, but hey,
it's kind of waned though. We saw a little bit of it more so in the beginning of the year. Now it's like it's back to last year's Astros.
It's just like last year, where you see them attempting to do it early on, and then they kind of fall back on bad habits.
Jose Altuve landed himself on the injured list, swinging at a ball in the other batter's box. Yep. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And he was like the prime example of changing your ways and being more disciplined at the plate.
Right.
We're now old enough to remember when Jose Altuve was buying into this thing too. Now he's getting himself injured behind his poor plate discipline.
And Jordan's having a back spasm, and we'll see if he's back in the lineup tonight against the Texas Rangers. Brandon Scott, Paul Gallant, in for Payne and Pendergast here on Sports Radio 610. You want to jump in, 713-572-4610. On the other side, two hilarious moments that I'm not sure we can play the audio of on the radio. Live mic moments in the world of sports. These two are beautiful, but I don't know. We might get fired for playing them. You'll find out on the flip side. Is this the end of the road? Stick around.
What was PC's immediate reaction on Area 40? Sports Radio 610 presents In for Payne and Pendergast. Here's Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott.
While the Astros were sweeping the Cubs, we got a couple of fun moments in the world of sports.
We did.
And it's going to allow us to test the limits of the FCC.
I love it.
Because, listen, when these two moments happened on TV, we did not hear any censoring. We are adding a little censorship to this. Let's start off in the world of tennis.
You're welcome, FCC, by the way.
We did our homework here, okay, guys? We did our homework. In the world of tennis, has anyone heard of Arthur Guy? I have not. Gia? I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
I think it's Guy.
But I will remember him going forward. He was upset in the midst of a match and wanted to stop because it seems that he had to drop the kids off, if you will. Here is how that sounded on TV.
Hey, I'm going to You can see him after the game. No, but I can't. Just explain the situation, please. Who is the doctor? Hey, I'm going to I can't give much time.
Is that for a medical reason? Or?
Yeah, I'm sick.
Do we know anything about that?
No. He has some stomach problems.
I have diarrhea. You speak French? J'ai la chiasse et j'ai envie d'aller aux toilettes. Je peux plus bouger, je vais chier sur le plat.
It could be a medical timeout, Darren. Sorry, I don't know anything for sure. Look, you can sit here for now. Yes, if it's urgent, he can do that.
So there you go.
Dude.
There is...
I cannot imagine a worse feeling than, like...
having to poop your pants?
Well, while you're playing tennis, of all things.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing to be in, say, a studio doing radio and to have 4 and 5 minute breaks where you can, like, have a little discernment. But, like, when the lights cut on, you and I we're not volleying. We're not running back and forth and side to side. And, like, when you move, I'm not breaking news here. When you move around, it makes things a little more difficult, right?
For sure.
The intestines or whatever it is moving around and doing its thing.
That's why people do fart walks after they go out for dinner. You ever done that?
Of course.
Yeah, you walk around a little bit. You're passing gas, tooting in the wind, and it's because your body's just making some things happen, and it's expedited by you moving it.
Folks assume that I'm doing smoke breaks. Nah. I'm on these nicotine dips, Zen things. I'm not doing the smoking anymore. It's to make sure that the air that you breathe is breathable.
It's not noxious fumes.
Yeah, man. I don't want you calling the environmental agency on me because I'm messing up the environment.
The French Open match was paused so that Arthur could go to the bathroom in the middle because, as he said there, first in English and then eventually in French. What a beautiful language. Doesn't it sound beautiful? Even when you're saying, I'm about to crap myself.
That's how you know it's a badass language.
Je ne comprends pas que mon pantalon, c'est beaucoup de poo.
Diarrhea.
They paused the match for him to go, and that microphone caught him saying, yeah, I'm going to crap myself. Listen, sometimes you accidentally go, right? Like you think you're passing wind and you pass a little bit more.
Yeah.
That happened to me once, and I was in 8th grade, and it was basically at the end of this summer camp I was a part of. It was like an acting summer camp. And the girl that I really liked, Amanda Wilson, was sitting next to me, and I went to the bathroom, and while I'm, draining the sea monster, if you will, I thought I could pass some wind, and no, I passed a little more than wind.
Yeah.
And so and I was wearing pants where definitely a little bit of it made it to the pants.
Yeah, evidence.
I was wearing a Troy Brown Patriots jersey.
Oh, that's appropriate.
And I just
Troy Brown, huh?
Yes.
You don't say.
And I tried to make sure the jersey was as low on my pants as possible. And I thought the entire time, oh, she knows. She knows.
Yeah.
My crush knows that I pooped myself. But listen, that did not happen to Arthur G in that spot in the French Open.
Well, I'm just glad to hear that it happened to you in the 8th grade and not, like it did with me and I was 33 years old.
Oh.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It did not happen. But it would be funny if it did.
When it happens, like there's no getting past it. If you accidentally go, like there was a poor girl in my high school who was wearing white pants one day, and people think that she might have accidentally,
Yeah.
And her name was, oh God, I feel bad sharing the nickname, but someone came up with this name. First name
Troy
was,
Brown?
No, her first name was Jill, and they called her Jill Spill after that, which is just absolutely a horrible name, but it's so creative,
terribly convenient or inconvenient, I guess, for her. But would somebody get my man an Imodium? Because look,
Frank G,
I mean, seriously,
Arthur G.
if it's diarrhea, let's just be real here. If he's got to go, that's one thing. But if it's diarrhea, that means he's got to go, and then he's gonna have to go again.
Yeah, there's no stopping that.
So get him an Imodium, and G, if you're listening, and hopefully you are, man, take you a Imodium before you match.
Yeah, you got to.
You know what I mean?
You got to.
I know I'll do it before something that I know can't be interrupted, and I feel fine now, right? So, not the radio show.
Yeah.
But, if I'm going somewhere, an event, and look, it's going to be one of those where getting up to go to the bathroom is rude or something like that. I know that I'm not going to be able to afford to have this happen to me. A tennis match feels like one of those.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, I can't catch diarrhea during the tennis match. It's just a non-negotiable. Get this man an Imodium.
We need to get that man an Imodium. So that is one of the fun hot mic moments over the weekend in the world of sports. The other came from the world of softball. This was in the midst of a Texas softball game. I guess there weren't many people in the stands because this person in the crowd, you could hear what he said for sure.
Wonderful relationship, those two. And she said when you come to Austin, they tell you you're going to compete for national championships as an assistant.
That's quite the language to be using at a softball game.
That's the clearest I've ever heard a hot mic pick up somebody in a crowd. To the point where I almost wonder if somebody got into the booth, picked up the headset right next to this play-by-play broadcaster who, to his credit, seemed to keep it together there.
Yeah.
I would
Stoneface.
I would not have, as this absolute savage walks by and says, "Hey, lick this body." Oh my God!
It's almost like you want to say, "Come again."
What did you say?
You want to repeat that? I mean, I don't want you to repeat that for FCC purposes. But did I hear you correctly? You're what?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. Out of all things to say, and out of all places to say them, a televised softball game?
Women's softball game.
What?
Have you no class?
Come on, man.
This is, sir, you are not a distinguished gentleman.
This is I like to say, read the room or read the diamond or whatever they call it out there.
Save this for golf, right?
Come on, man.
Softball, no. Golf, though. Huh? I'm kidding. Don't do that, guys.
The specific choice of words, too. I mean, my God. I mean, there's women and children out here, dude.
You would assume so, right?
Come on, my guy.
I mean, this isn't the Aiden Ross, Johnny Manziel versus Bob Menry fight. That's where that truly belongs.
Yeah, even though he should probably hit up Aiden Ross and see if maybe he might have a future somewhere out there. But this is wild. Like you said, the clarity.
So
right?
Clear.
Normally you hear it, I hear it a lot of times. I'll just say this, man. The most common hot mic thing that I hear is at basketball games. You'll hear a lot of cussing. You'll hear a lot of N-words. You'll hear that's what I usually hear on the hot mic, and I'm like, oh, they don't realize that we're in front of company here. Not supposed to be talking like that. Not supposed to be picking that up. But it kind of just goes by. It's never this clear, though.
No, never this clear.
Yeah, this is about as clear as it gets.
So I wonder what happened to that guy. Did he get kicked out? What do you do when that happens? I mean, how would you find that person? Would you actually want to find that person?
Nah, he's not. If he's not a part of the broadcast,
right.
or if he didn't somehow sabotage the broadcast, right? By either knocking out one of the announcers and taking their mic, or did he hack the system?
Good question. A texter says that they were there. It was packed at the softball game, and he was right below the announcers. Okay, so there were a lot. It did sound pretty lively there, hearing the clip. Sounded like there were a lot of people there potentially.
Which adds to the theory, to the conspiracy theory of this guy. This is not a hot mic. This is a stolen mic. This is a hack. This is not a hot mic. It's a hacked mic.
Was he saying that to try to get under someone's skin? Was he saying that to be an attention seeker? Was it a little bit of both?
Was it a legitimate request?
I hope not.
I mean, was it an actual cry out for help?
But what kind of help were like that?
I mean,
that act?
You know what kind of help I'm talking about.
So this man, you're saying the man might be down bad.
He might be down bad.
He just sees all these women playing softball, and he's like, okay.
Just saying. It could be. Who knows how long it's been?
It could have been a while, yes.
If ever.
We've gone through, it doesn't seem like it's been ever, to be perfectly honest. Does seem like more incel commentary, just saying. I am curious, though. If we could get this guy to do this in another place. Call me crass, call me a savage, but there is actually a place where I would love to see this happen again. In the midst of a Rory McIlroy backswing.
Oh,
can we get that with that Northern Irish, prim and proper, super obnoxious, super unlikable guy? Can we have somebody do it in the midst of his backswing? Plus, it would just further throw a little salt of the earth on top of golf. Make golf a little bit more Happy Gilmore, okay? It's so hoity-toity, cake eater, this country club stuff. I hate it. Let's save that, not for a women's softball game. Let's save it for the golf.
But see, if it's golf, though, it can't just be audio. I know this is primarily an audio medium. Make sure y'all check us out on YouTube, Sports Radio 610. But this would need a visual. Like, I need to see the looks on their faces, on those stuck-up, hoity-toity faces, on how they react. Like, I need to hear it, and then I need to see it, right? It needs the AV component to it.
Rory would have the guy kicked out immediately.
Oh,
He did that last guy
he would definitely
who said
tell
USA.
Yeah.
I can't believe that he had that guy kicked out.
I can't believe anybody would have someone kicked out. What's wrong with you? What's with your hall monitor energy?
Yeah.
Get that hall monitor energy up out of here, man.
Russell Westbrook was bad about that. LeBron James has been bad about that.
Yeah, let's get this guy kicked out. Come on.
Freedom of speech.
Grow a pair. Freedom of speech. How about having a pair?
Be careful about having a pair, though.
Right.
That guy might ask.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He's going to ask you to lick his pair.
Right.
We don't want that. We don't want that here. He is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-78. Wait, that's not it. 713-572-4610. There's so many phone numbers, and you get stuck and you forget which one's which. I almost gave out the old phone number. I've done that on the other station, too. The last station I was working at, I gave out the wrong. I was like 713-5724.
I think that's hilarious, though, because the other state, us getting their complaints and them getting ours, I think it's funny. It's like, what is this you're talking about? We never had this discussion at all.
Astros swept the Cubs over the weekend. Texans OTAs kick off on Wednesday. So all of those are on the table. Plus, an interesting controversy that maybe has the pin put back in the grenade in the National Football League that involves politics. Ooh. Let's enter some more dicey waters. Next, stay put.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. H-Town's Astros 610 presents In for Payne and Pendergast. Here's Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott.
Happy Memorial Day. We're sitting in for Sean and Seth. So the Astros got a sweep over the weekend against the Cubs. You want to talk about if you're feeling like the Astros have more momentum, have at it, 713-572-4610. And we've also got Texans OTAs kicking off on Wednesday. We've talked about some of the things that we would like to see, but it almost always comes back to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, that one guy.
It'll be interesting to see what Tank Dell does. It'll be interesting to see what some of the other young players do.
It is fair to say that C.J. Stroud, it almost goes without saying, but it's fair to say, C.J. Stroud, better with Tank Dell.
Yeah.
The best of C.J. Stroud that we've seen has been with Tank Dell, and I would argue the worst of C.J. Stroud that we've seen has been without Tank Dell. That's not me saying that C.J. Stroud's success or failure is Tank Dell dependent per se. Could be correlation without causation type of thing, but I do think that that's the facts. Best of C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell's been included. Worst of C.J. Stroud, no Tank Dell. So,
tangibly, the biggest thing we can take away, too, from these OTAs where it's not real football is if there's anything that the Texans do that involves receivers, will we get to see Tank Dell running at full speed, seeming like he's running at full speed? It's going to be impossible to determine, hey, does he still have all that same wiggle? What's he going to be like when he's running around defenders, all that jazz, trying to run by defenders when he's fully padded? But if we're looking for anything that you can take away from OTAs where there's very little to have hard, strong opinions about, that is something that's very intriguing.
Well, and it's also been a long time since we watched Tank Dell in an OTA, right? Because we had it his rookie year. And I can tell you, like, Tank Dell in practice, he does move different. Or, you know, the Tank Dell, the root of no. I don't know about what version of Tank Dell we're going to get in the future. But in the past, let's just go rookie year, Tank Dell moving out there, the suddenness that I talked about earlier in the show, you could see that from him on the practice field. Now, we didn't get a chance to do that last year because he was coming in injured. And I don't think we're going to get a chance. Well, at least he had dealt with stuff in the offseason, right? I don't know if we're going to get a chance to do it. I say last year. I meant the year before. I don't know how much of it we're going to be able to see, whether it's like a pitch count, load management, whatever you want to call it. Like, is he how full go is he going to be at practice, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like, are they going to kind of temper it a little bit? Hey, don't try too hard here. You know, the monitoring that they do on guys, right? And the physical, not GPS, but whatever the physical monitoring that they do to determine the tracking that they do to determine how fast a guy is moving in a given practice. Are they going to purposefully have him go less than just to sort of be cautious with him?
Good question.
Or will we get to see that if Tank Dell is back like right away? You know, that's going to be, and maybe that's something that is going to take further into training camp, right, when they put the pads on and they're actually really playing football. But, I mean, I think all eyes are going to be on Tank Dell and all ears are going to be on C.J. Stroud because you're going to want to hear what C.J. Stroud has to say, but you kind of don't really take much of what you see from him until you get to that point in the season, whereas Tank Dell we just have not seen in over a year, haven't seen him play football. So I'm intrigued. I'm definitely intrigued. I think it could change their season if he's even remotely close to what he used to be. Never mind if he just like somehow just gets right back to it, which I think is unlikely and an unfair expectation. But, you know, we were doing this earlier with the Astros, the ifs. Throw that if word out there.
Yeah.
If all caps IF, he's able to do it, it'd be something. It'd be something really, really good for the Texans.
I one time heard Joe Namath, who, while answering this question, sounded a little sauced. I don't think he was. If is a really big word for just two letters. And I was like, damn, that's deep.
Yeah. He's
stuck with me.
Hey, he's typically sauced.
Yeah.
Like, I guess I just can't unsee the kissing Culver.
I kiss you.
Yeah. I just want to kiss you. I just want to kiss you.
I could care less about the team struggling.
Which, to be fair, if you're sauced and a pretty girl walks up to you and starts talking, you don't care about what your team's doing. Trying to see what she's talking about.
Well, now I look straight ahead and I think only about the love of my life.
Oh, well, yes.
That's what I do.
Me too, babe.
Shout out to the texter who gave flower recommendations.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
1 year anniversary coming up.
Yeah, just for the record. Yeah, I feel the exact same way about you that Paul feels about his lady.
A while of when we first started dating, I had no idea she was listening to my shows all the time, and there were a couple of times where my stupid ass had said like, "Oh yeah, I went on a date with somebody else," and she wasn't thrilled about it, but she didn't want to tell me that she was listening to me all the time.
Hey, that's just showmanship, babe. Yeah. We don't be telling the truth on there.
Yeah.
That's not real. No. That's entertainment.
It's just entertainment,
Come on now. You don't believe that?
Speaking of entertainment, now this isn't really a good transition. We're just gonna rip the Band-Aid off. Speaking of entertainment, it was entertaining to see the fallout and the civil war online after a quarterback dared to introduce the president of the United States at a rally.
Oh, no, that was entertaining. All of that was entertaining. Except the actual introduction itself. But everything after it was entertaining.
In case you didn't know about this, on Saturday, Jackson Dart, Giants' second-year starting quarterback, introduced President Donald Trump at a pep rally. This was Friday, check that. At Rockland,
you are fake news.
Rockland Community College in Suffern, New York. While there, Jackson Dart said, "Look, Big Blue Nation, it's a pleasure to be here. I've got to start this off with a go Big Blue. I would love if you would all follow with me," before eventually saying, "What an honor, what a privilege it is to be here. And without further ado, I'm grateful, I'm honored, I'm pleasured to introduce the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump." So this led to a lot of hullabaloo on social media, specifically from second-year outside linebacker Abdul Carter, who posted, quote, "Thought this bleep was AI. What we doing, man?" Now, there's been damage control done by Abdul Carter since then. He said, "Me and JD6 are good. We spoke earlier as men," which he capitalized. "Y'all can keep y'all narratives." Some other folks are getting a little bit defensive when being asked if the Giants locker room is now divided by Jackson Dart.
So, first of all, on Abdul Carter, well, I'll say this. I don't care what Jackson Dart's politics are. I mean, how old is Jackson Dart, for one thing? I'm also reaching that point to where, once you're in your late 30s.
23.
You don't care about what some 23-year-old thinks about politics.
You shouldn't.
I mean, honestly, who cares? But aside from that, Abdul Carter, I got to kind of call this out. It's like, we spoke as men. Why didn't you just do that from the beginning?
Great question.
You did the quote tweet to kind of start the fanning of the flames, and now you're doing the tweet to completely put out the fire. It's like you never had to do any of it. You could have just seen the video, thought to yourself that maybe this is AI. Is this real? Let me go talk to my teammate who you presumably have some kind of line of contact with, and just go from there. It never had, at least from the Abdul Carter perspective, because look, Trump, politics, you bring sports into politics. Jackson Dart plays for a New York franchise, so there's going to be attention there. I think it was always going to get attention, but he never had to bring the locker room into it without the tweet. He quote tweeted that like he was just one of us, like he was any one of the rest of us in the general population, which he did not have to do. So, keep y'all narratives, bruh. You the narrative.
Yeah.
You
created this.
You're the narrator.
You're the reason this entire thing happened. And I don't exactly think Carter has the best judgment, and perhaps I'm making too much of the fact that he had the balls, without having played a down in the NFL, to ask Lawrence Taylor if he could wear Lawrence Taylor's number with the Giants, which is just so mind-numbingly dumb. I can't believe he did that.
Yeah.
But whatever.
We're talking about what we doing, man.
Yeah, that is worse than Jackson Dart endorsing the president of the United States.
It's pretty absurd,
my opinion, because it's like, just dude, you haven't played it down yet. You should have to earn that.
Yikes.
But this is an interesting conversation these days because, we were talking about this during a commercial break, Brandon. It does feel like people who are our age and younger really take it personally based off of what your political allegiances are. Now, when I was growing up, my mom always, and I still don't know what my mom leans, but my mom always said you keep it to yourself. You don't tell anybody else. I've tried to, in a way.
Yeah, it's almost impossible.
Feel that way, but I'm a blabber by trade, and I like to dip my toe in talking about those things from time to time. But this is something that I feel like if you're an NFL player, it's good advice. Like, what does this do for Jackson Dart? What would this do? Is this going to ingratiate you to the fan base? No, it's going to give the people who maybe are potentially out on you something else to potentially point at and say, well, this is why I don't like him. It's going to give teammates another example of that as well. Like, I'm wondering what Jackson Dart was thinking on this run. I'm not saying don't do it. Hey, if you have the stones to go do it and stand in the pocket in real life and like, hey, this is how I feel about politics, sure, go ahead and do it. I guess I just wonder, like, why? How does this really benefit you?
Maybe he's on the Tommy Tuberville train, on the Tommy Tuberville track.
God.
Maybe he's on the Bruce Pearl, wavelength, if you will. Maybe
Herschel Walker?
Yeah, maybe he's on the Herschel Walker type of trajectory. Maybe that's what he's going for. Already thinking about life after football, life and politics after football. Honestly, man, it's what's wild about where we are politically, not to get too political on the radio, but it's wild because there was a point where you could just, I think, you could introduce a sitting president without it even seeming like an endorsement or a political statement. But I think we're so past that, probably honestly starting with President Obama. I think it's like when things really got polarized for a number of reasons, which we can all kind of glean and understand what that's about. And this, if we're being honest, is the direct reversal and reaction to that. I think what we've seen over the last decade now, right? So it's wild that we've reached a point where the presidency, not just the president, but the presidency itself is so damn controversial and such a lightning rod that even as like Americans, we can't all just agree to respect or feel any kind of way about the president or the presidency, because that office and that position itself is such a lightning rod. It's so controversial, and it's been made that way by the people or the person in that office, right? Mm-hmm. But that's where we are now. It's like, hey, man, he didn't say nothing about politics. He didn't make a statement about immigration, about abortion, about the economy, jobs, race, none of the things that are hot button, the situation with Iran, like none of that. He didn't talk about none of the issues. He just went up there, gave a big blue speech or chant, and then introduced the president. But it's like, so that's your man's? That's your guy? Like we have to
that's
take
enough now.
We got to take it that extra step. You can't even be with the office anymore because the office itself is such a lightning rod.
Whether or not you go to the White House to meet the president after a championship is now a story.
Yeah.
And I think specifically with this president, it has been a lot more hot buttony than it ever has been before. And, the people like us that are in the content game, the clicks game, this is a layup. Yeah. This is fantastic. If you're someone who's covering the Giants, this is great for you. This is going to give you content for weeks when OTAs are probably not going to give you all that much.
Yeah.
So we add to this problem. We totally add to this problem.
Yeah.
I do just wonder what's the win for Dart here. And
there is no payoff.
Yeah.
There's no at least immediate payoff, it seems like.
Because even if they did have this conversation privately, and what happens?
Yeah, how does it go?
Because you can have had the conversation, but if you felt the need to have a conversation with somebody because of what they believe politically, like, all of a sudden this one conversation is going to put your mind at ease. No, you're probably always going to be thinking about what this person really thinks of me. And it's interesting that these days, to what you were saying, merely standing next to a politician, left or right is basically an endorsement. All those people that have the insufferable thing on their profile online, a retweet is not an endorsement. But like, now is it going to be being seen in the same room as somebody is not an endorsement? Because it is kind of getting crazy on that front. Now, Dart's clearly endorsing Trump here in a way, like he's introducing him.
Yeah.
But man, this feels like it's something that shouldn't be that big of a deal, and yet here it is on this May 25th.
Yeah, not only is it a big deal, but it's also one of those where, like, I'm pretty sure we'll hear it from some of the audience. It's like, oh, don't talk politics. Keep politics out of my sports. I go to sports for an escape. I don't want to talk about this. If I wanted to hear about this, I'd go to whichever one of my partisan cable news outlets that I like to, or podcasts these days, or whatever it is. But we're also, like that horse has left the barn as well, right? There's no putting that toothpaste back in the tube either. I mean, Trump himself, the president himself, has dipped his toe into the sports world, right? Yep. Like, nobody tells the politicians to stay out of sports,
no, they
right?
don't. They don't.
So Trump has done this, and has done it since really the beginning, like going all the way back,
USFL.
all the way back to the USFL. But I was even going to go to just the Kaepernick kneeling days, and calling the NFL players son of a bitches for doing it, right? And then even just this year, they had a competing halftime concert because the guy who was performing, never mind that he was the biggest music star in the world, because he dares speak Spanish in his music.
Hey, I want him to speak American. I want this bad bunny, this bad kitty cat, whatever his name is, I want him to sing in American.
And so they found Kid Rock's grave and dug him up and had him come out there and perform. It's like, and that was politics weaving into sports, when literally no one asked them for that. So that's just kind of where we are.
He's Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant, sitting in for Payne and Pendergast here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Memorial Day. You want to weigh in on that? You can. 713-572-4610. The Astros got a sweep. Did they get their momentum back? Texans OTAs kick off this week. Is there anything C.J. Stroud can do to make us feel better about him between now and the start of the year? Stick around.
Ready. The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries, big-time QB battles, and more are all officially on the calendar. How do we feel about how everything shook out, H-Town?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Some giant issues in New York after this weekend, right? Your figurehead GM somehow gets an extension. Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter are arguing politics like they're at the Christmas dinner table in an episode of The Bear. But those issues won't actually affect football this fall. The Malik Neighbors news, though, with reports that he might not be ready for Week 1 against the Cowboys, that is a legit problem. That is a giant issue. I'm Chris Mack.
In phony TV ads, Mays Middleton says he's mega, but he's got no experience in a courtroom. Just a family trust fund and a new red hat. Mays isn't mega. He's the guy who sponsored a bill allowing mosques to build their own housing developments. Middleton admitted his bill, quotes, empowers mosques to use their land for housing development, paving the way for Sharia cities in Texas. To Islamic radicals, Mays is Mecca, not MAGA. The real Trump conservative?
Chip Roy running for office. You're doing a good job, Chip.
Senator Cruz agrees.
No one, and I mean no one, has fought harder to help President Trump make America great again. Texans deserve a fearless, proven conservative for Attorney General. That's why I'm supporting Chip Roy.
Take it from Ted. Chip Roy is the conservative choice for Attorney General. Proven MAGA warrior, experienced, and qualified to serve. Political advertising paid for by Texans for Chip Roy.
Texas isn't just a place. It's a feeling. A kind wave from a neighbor. Sharing a plate of barbecue. Or celebrating a big win on the football field. It's the way we treat each other. On and off the road. So every time you drive like a Texan. Kind, courteous, and safe. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
Spring is here, but if you're still feeling exhausted with no sex drive, it may be time to head to Low T Center. 1 in 4 men has low testosterone. Book a free testosterone test at Low T Center and see if you qualify for TRT customized for you. Head to lowtcenter.com and book your TRT appointment today.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the
Sports Radio 610 presents In for Payne and Pendergast. Here's Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott.
It's Memorial Day, the day we remember all those who have given their lives in defense of our great country. He is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. We're sitting in for Sean and Seth. We hope that you're having a great day doing whatever you are doing today. We hope that you have the day off, and we appreciate you taking the time to hang out with us today. Astros got a sweep over the weekend. I really want to get excited. I want to feel something.
Get excited then, damn it.
Well, I can't force it. I can't be a fraud here.
Fair enough.
You know? Now, slide me couple $100 or something like that. Oh, yeah. Like, my voice can be bought, and I want everyone to know that. Like, I can be bought off.
Yeah.
Someone try to buy me off.
Which is not fraudulent. That's a legitimate purchase.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, if you pay me, I will sing your praises.
Yes.
I will sing ballads. I will be a bard, you know, like moving around with a lute and talking about the glory of the Houston Astros.
Selling my soul is not the same as being fake.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly. No, it's. I mean, you're selling your soul.
Yeah.
Like that's as authentic as it gets.
Legitimate transaction.
Right. It is transactional in nature, sure, but like, listen, sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
I want to get excited about 3 wins in a row against the Chicago Cubs. Nothing is going to get me excited though. Like what could happen tonight, and I guess this is a real question: can a Tatsuya Imai have a good start? What's good, Paul? Great question. Less than 2 home runs allowed? Making it through the end of an entire 5 innings? Not walking more guys than striking them out? Not throwing more balls than strikes? These are all things that I would like to potentially see. Can Tatsuya Imai go up on the mound and look like somebody who is anything close to worth what he is being paid? Because he is not delivering.
Yeah, the dude's ERA, and this is after graded on a curve, decent start. Dude's ERA is north of 8. You know what I mean?
And from the start that he had before his last start, it went down because it was 9.
Yeah.
It's a very low bar for Tatsuya tonight. And, I mean, he doesn't make things any easier after the fact, Brandon, with what he says through his translator.
Oh, they need to stop talking. They need, and far be it from me as a media guy and a First Amendment advocate and all of those kind of transparency, openness, color commentary. We play audio here. Like I'm a pro talking guy, clearly, as I'm sitting here on a radio show. That being said, they should not talk as much. They should talk less.
They should lie.
Dude, I was there in that media scrum when he talked about being tired and all of that.
So soft.
Oh, and the part about dinner being at the wrong time.
Yes.
I was there for that.
Yeah.
And I just looked around afterward and just tried to kind of poll the audience here, like the media audience. It was like, I don't come to all of these, right? I try to go as many as I can, but I'm not at every Astros availability or cover baseball at large. Certainly not the way I used to in the past. Y'all ever heard anything like this before? Like, no. I was like, man, because I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. I was like, you know what? I hadn't considered that dinner being at the wrong time might be inconvenient for the guy. And they're like, yo, they're making excuses. They need to be quiet. I'm like, okay, yeah, maybe you're probably right. This is ridiculous. But to the pitching point, it's like, hey, man, if they can find anything from him, that would be a silver lining. That would be something that I feel like they could view as momentum or view as like a positive trait or trend that they can cling to. It's like, hey, the guys that are supposed to be showing up are showing up, namely Tatsuya Imai, and now we're working with something. We've got bats that are touch and go here and there, but their overall numbers this year would indicate that the Astros offense is not completely terrible. It's not ass per se. It's just not great, but it's not terrible. They've been good at times. It's just the pitching. And the pitching, a big part of it is both the health and then the guys that are healthy that are supposed to be reliable are not, namely Tatsuya Imai. So if you can just start there, start with Tatsuya Imai, work your way down to Mike Burrows, and maybe between the two of them, if you can get one good pitcher, that'd be great. That'd be worth celebrating.
We're not asking for that much. We're really not asking for that much.
I don't feel like we are.
We're asking for so little from this guy who's getting paid a very handsome amount of money to pitch in a league that he, to be frank, does not belong in yet.
Yeah. Ooh. They've got a handful of those now. Right? You look up and look, Astros baseball there used to be baseball supremacy here, right? This used to be like, the good times used to roll around here. Now you got a handful of guys on the team that you question whether they should even be in the major leagues at all. And not only are
Brian Abreu, another one.
Brian Abreu, not only are they on the team, Cam Smith, they have key roles on the team, right? Cam Smith, your starting right fielder. I asked
Yonder Diaz.
I asked Dana Brown himself, or maybe it was Joe Espada. I'm like, hey, you guys don't really have a left fielder. You talk about wanting everybody to get some playing time. Do you prefer it that way, or would you actually like a guy to be your left fielder? Just like, well, yeah, we would like for somebody to take the job. What I hadn't really considered at that point, and this was opening day, I'm pretty sure. What I hadn't considered at that point was that they didn't have a right fielder either. We knew center field has been a turnstile for a while, but at least Jake Myers is the guy that they believe in. Oh, he gets hurt. Jake Myers gets hurt. Cam Smith, ineffective. Left field, the turnstile that it was always supposed to be to begin with. And now, between those three spots, you don't feel like you've got, certainly not at the plate, a reliable one, much less a group, right? I was telling you earlier, they strike out. The Astros outfield strikes out more than any outfield by percentage.
That's crazy.
Strikes out more than any outfield in all of baseball.
Really
they lead the league in that category, which is crazy to think. Yeah. And that's not even speaking to, again, the Tatsuya Imai point that you brought up. Their marquee signing, their crowning achievement of the offseason, this shiny new toy ain't all that shiny. That's just the reality of it. And it needs to become shiny. It needs to get shiny if we're supposed to, at any point, get excited about the prospect of this season.
Yeah, just put some sprinkles on it.
Come on now.
Right? Or glitter.
A cherry on top.
The cherry would work as well.
Give me something.
Comment from Rob on YouTube. Win 3 games and have their best player get injured, that's not momentum. That's stromentum.
I see what you did there.
Jordan's back spasms, not to be concerned about, in my opinion, but we'll see.
Yeah.
You can't. I was really hoping this year, Brandon, that like they move on from Jeremiah Randall, the head trainer, who had some good years. I think he was the trainer of the year in the past decade, but clearly something wasn't working this past year, the return to play. I was hoping, hey, they move on from this guy, that things are better on the injury front this year. It's not to say that he's the reason that some of these players are getting hurt. Now, maybe some of these guys who were coming back in and we didn't know that they had a broken bone in their hand. Like maybe that could have been taken care of a little bit differently last year with Jordan Alvarez. That was insane. But I was hoping it would be a little bit different this year, and it feels worse. And
if I had known it was going to go this way, I would have tried to figure out a way to keep in contact with Jeremiah Randall. Let's just get a camera on him to see if he takes a shot or a puff every time one of these guys goes down. Like, see, told you it wasn't just me.
Yeah.
It's the mojo. It's the something about this organization. I don't know, maybe something about the building. Who knows what it is exactly, but clearly the return to play policy, whether it was good or bad or indifferent, it wasn't the singular problem. And I, to be fair, have not been able to pinpoint what it is myself, but we're going on 2 years in the making of like just really 3, because 2 years ago they had the 2 starters that had Tommy John surgery in back-to-back days. Yeah. I want to say that was Javier and Luis Garcia. That was 2 seasons ago when a random week in June, you had 2 of your starters have back-to-back Tommy John surgeries twice in 1 week. So you got that, then you got, and that was also the same year where Kyle Tucker almost shattered his shin, and they didn't know it was broken or whatever that case was. And then the next year is when the Jordan stuff happens.
Yeah.
With him with the broken hand and then messing up his ankle just crossing home plate. They had pitcher injuries then too. And now here we are dealing with what we're dealing with now. So, like, return to play, head athletic trainer, I don't know what it is, but they clearly have, like, the worst injury luck that you could possibly have, to where it makes you wonder, how much bad luck do you have to have before it's not luck anymore, to where it's just, this is just who you are?
It's a good question.
And I don't know the answer. I don't have the right or perfect answer to it, but I have thought about it throughout the season when I watch a different guy go down every week, it seems like, or when a new guy comes back, an injured guy returns and then a healthy guy replaces him on the injured list. Like we've been doing that thing. Oh, Jeremy Pena is back. Cool. Bye, Jose Altuve. It's like that's the, bye, Carlos Correa. Oh, Jake Myers is back. Bye. That's their MO this year.
Whenever it feels like things are getting better, they get a little bit worse at the same time.
Yes.
Text from the 409, former baseball player here. Problem is Dana Brown and Joe's process of getting these guys ready to play. They load manage so much, they aren't in baseball shape. Interesting theory from this former pro baseball player on the text line.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to reject any theory at this point. Like, I tend to think that load management, especially – we hear it all the time from the baseball purists, especially when we start talking about an apocalyptic Astros season in May, they're like, it's a long season. Don't you know they play 162 games? As if we don't know that. Yeah, we know. But, dude, like
the wear and tear is not. I think it's sometimes overstated.
It probably is. It probably is. So like
outside of throwing throwing a baseball, that's the most strenuous thing that most fielders are doing on a day-to-day basis.
Well, we're trying to give grace to the idea that it's a long season, but at the same time, it's like, but you got to go out there and play. You're a baseball player,
yeah,
and baseball is played. Last time I checked, pretty much every day.
Yep.
So that's just should be a part of your regimen. It should be a part of the way you work out, the way you train, the way your body is conditioned. Like you should be conditioned to play, if it's 162 games, you should be conditioned to play 150 games. You just should. So, yeah, I mean, I can't completely reject that, even though I'd like to think that load management is smart and a good idea. You're probably right, man. It probably is a little bit overstated.
He is Brandon Scott. I'm Paul Gallant. We're sitting in for Sean and Seth. Payne and Pendergast here on Sports Radio 610. We've got you till 10 before we turn things over to In the Loop on this Memorial Day. Up next, we all know how awesome Wemby is. If you haven't seen him by now, you're missing out. Yes, he's a Spur. Yeah, you don't necessarily want to see him succeed there, but it's incredible. He makes your jaw drop. And it had me wondering, and you guys can participate in this, 713-572-4610. What specific traits about current Houston athletes makes your jaw drop? What was that? We'll talk about that on the other side. Stay there.
Somehow, someway, the Astros' injury woes just keep getting worse. Sports Radio 610 presents In for Payne and Pendergast. Here's Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott.
The Astros got a sweep if you want to weigh in on that, and we've got Texans OTAs kicking off on Wednesday. But if you've been paying attention to these basketball playoffs, they have been awesome on the Western Conference side of things, and the Spurs and Thunder are tied at 2 games apiece after last night the Spurs, B. Scott, truck-sticked the Thunder, 103-82 the final score. In that game, I mean, Victor Wembanyama, holy crap, the things that he's able to do, that he has seemingly added a confident pull-up 3 to his arsenal of weapons, which, by the way, he's 7'7" and is a freak.
Yeah, man.
He can handle and do just about everything.
He's beyond the imagination at this point.
It's crazy. It's like somebody has come from another planet and started playing amongst us. The amount of times that I find myself jaw on the ground like I'm one of those comic wolves in Looney Tunes back in the day. You know, like my eyes are bugging out.
Yes.
But this isn't because I'm sexually aroused like that wolf is. No, this is just like, I can't believe what Wemby is doing. It's physically impossible to believe that this giant, awkward-looking human being is as skilled at this game as he is. And it had me thinking, do we have anything close to that in town right now?
Oof.
Among Houston athletes, like they have specific traits that blow your mind. I'm struggling to think of it. I mean, everything that Nico Collins brings to the table when he's healthy, the speed, the size, the strength, like that's impressive. But I don't know. Do I find myself regularly looking at Nico Collins' jaws on the floor? I would say from time to time when he runs just a straight route, just a go route.
Yeah,
it looks impressive. Problem has been CJ Stroud's been underthrowing him when he's been running those recently.
Yeah, it's kind of not the recipe for success. But to Nico Collins' credit, like he also does this thing where when he does get the ball in space, you know, sometimes you might expect a receiver to avoid the contact or try to get out of bounds.
He runs like a tight end.
Dude, exactly. He runs like a tight end or a running back or something. He secures the ball, then he just starts absorbing all of these hits, taking all the, and then he won't even be shy about delivering one or two if he gets an opportunity, right? And so you're like, yo, that's a football player right there. That's a dude that means business. So I'll give you that. Another Texans-related one that I was thinking about when we were kind of going through this earlier, Derek Stingley's ball skills are like elite, especially for a cornerback. A lot of times you figure a guy plays corner because he couldn't catch.
Oh, not him.
He seems like if you gave him enough time to like train and prepare, it seems like he probably could do anything on the football field if he wanted to. Like if he had enough time, and look, he's great enough at corner. I'm not trying to move him or have him do anything more than what he's already doing, but he just seems to be a natural at it. At least the ball skills part of it, right? He could have played, obviously plays all pro level corner, but could have just as easily been a receiver. And most cornerbacks don't look like that around the football.
He should be on the field for Hail Marys.
Yes.
Period. I don't think that's too much to ask.
Yeah, he should be the you remember all-time quarterback back when we played back in the day, like you have one guy that plays quarterback. He should be the all-time Hail Mary guy because he should be there if the Texans are on defense, obviously, and he should be out there if the Texans are on offense because of the ball skills.
He's 6'3" also. Like he's huge. He's a big dude, and he likes physicality as well. So Stingley's up there. On the basketball side of things, Kevin Durant's ability to shoot at this age.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason and if you didn't hear, over the weekend, he was named second-team All-NBA.
Yeah.
His ability to shoot because of that size he has is incredible. Now, like, Wemby's just ruining it because Durant was the tall guy that could shoot. Now Wemby's the freak who can shoot. No offense to Wemby. He's just a very tall guy.
Yeah. Kevin Durant. So Wemby is basically Kevin Durant fully imagined.
Theoretically. I mean, we'll see what Wemby's game ultimately is and what he's most comfortable with over the course of his career. Like, I don't imagine we're going to be thinking of Wemby as three-point shooter first in the same way that we think of Durant as a shooter first. But some of the stuff Wemby's doing, it's possible. But that's crazy.
That's also, though, where the height comes into play because
how do you defend that?
Well, and he also just doesn't have to do all of that. He doesn't have to shoot all of these threes. It's the reason why a lot of traditional basketball people who are older than Wemby look at it or can remember basketball before 2015 and grew up thinking, hey, a guy who is a certain height belongs in a certain space on the floor. Well, he can do all of it. Like I said earlier, 3-level scorer, scores around the basket, scores mid-range, can shoot threes, is a threat in transition, is the best defensive player in the world. Like, he's pretty much checking all the boxes to where, like, Kevin Durant's patented the signature part of his game is that mid-range, the fact that he can get to his spots and that he's pretty much automatic from the mid-range. Well, that's cool and all. This guy seems like he can be just as effective no matter where it is on the floor. It's crazy. It feels like he's bailing the defense out by shooting threes, but then when he hits them, it's demoralizing because the bailout is now worth more points than the harder thing, than the more difficult thing to guard.
Because you're already thinking about, like, okay, if this guy drives on me, what am I supposed to do
What
here?
exactly am I supposed to do?
And then he just pulls up in your face, and you're like, oh, well, now I look like an idiot.
Yeah, it's like I got to chop the tree down just to keep it from falling on me, right?
It's interesting you say that, and if you've got ideas as far as Houston athletes who make your jaw drop in the way that Wemby does, please bring them to the table, 713-572-4610. I do wonder if that's what happens. As this series with the Thunder, who are a physical team defensively, continues, we're going to see a couple of Bill Laimbeer kind of moments. For those who don't know, Bill Laimbeer, the white guy goon of the Detroit Pistons of the 1980s. Are we going to see a little Bill Laimbeer action on Wemby? Because, honestly, if I were the Thunder, yeah, that's what I'm doing now.
Well, that is another example of just the difference between the game today and the game before. Aside from all of the three-point shooting, which I actually don't mind as much. I understand the math game, and I actually like when I hate to watch guys just miss a bunch of threes. But when they're hitting them, I think it is pretty entertaining. But one of the biggest differences between old school basketball and today's game is how soft it is. How everything is either actually a flagrant or we at least got to go review and see if it's a flagrant. Oh, I swatted at the ball, but I made contact with your eyebrow. Yeah. So now we got to go see if I did it on purpose or not.
What was the one that happened a couple of weeks ago? Maybe it was last week.
There was one with Luke Cornett.
The elbow. There was was it Luke Cornett?
There was one with Luke Cornett where I don't think he did get for one, but they ended up. Like Isaiah Hartenstein, got in his face and was, wanting to fight or whatever. And it's like, man, he was just swiping at the ball. But there's one every game.
The one Wemby got tossed for, I was, and I know Mike Tirico brought up in the rule book, like, this is by letter of the law. This is a flagrant foul. But when Wemby, was it?
He elbowed Naz Reid.
Naz Reid, that's it. Thank you. When he elbowed Naz Reid, I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't think it was flagrant. I mean, hey, cool. You don't want people swinging elbows around, fine. But I was like, really? We're tossing Wemby from Wemby of all people. We're tossing him from that game for that.
Well, I get it by the letter of the law, but you know what really stuck with me?
What?
Later that night, I can't even remember who it was playing. It was, but I was kind of had hockey on in the background as I'm trying to fall asleep, and they end the game with no less than, I am not BSing you, no less than 5 fights. And I don't understand the games are different. One is acceptable, one's not. But I'm like, man, this guy gave one elbow to a guy's chin. Meanwhile, I'm watching 5 or 6 guys throw haymakers. Yeah. And no one's going to call for anything, again, because it's a part of the game. But it's like, how did we go from, hey, you could give a little Karl Malone elbow here or there, or a little clothesline here or there and still stay in the game, and from that to now, not only are you ejected, but there was legitimate conversation about whether he should play the next game.
Yeah,
I was like, okay, I'm actually cool with the ejection. If they had suspended him, I would have been like, hey, I get it, but we're soft.
Yeah,
just acknowledge that you're soft and that the game just ain't what it used to be.
It's a shame. I just think that for a guy like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who, I see he's a great player, but he 100% is gaming the system. I mean, someone put a montage together of all the times he falls down after a shot. Someone put together a statistical table of all the times that he falls after he takes a shot. And to me, I'm like, how can you, as a man, look at yourself in the mirror after this shameful feminine thing you are doing? and sorry to be toxically masculine, but you know what? Let's bring toxic masculinity back.
This is where it would do us some good.
Right, because we're going to be stuck watching a bunch of Italians flop during the World Cup. Did Italy make it? I don't know. But Italy flops the worst of all the teams that are there. Paul, you're racist. Whatever. Ask the Italians. They'd be like, Mamma mia, I do it myself too. Like, I really get frustrated by that. I know we've drifted way away from talking about Wemby, but it is very frustrating that we are now in a spot where it's not called out as being soft, unmanly, or other words that we would say amongst friends.
Dare I point this out? I watched a little bit of WNBA yesterday. It just happened to be on at the bar I was at.
They fight. WNBA is the most violent basketball I've ever seen.
And I'll tell you what they don't do. Flop.
They don't flop.
I ain't seen no girls flop yet.
The first thing that I ever had go viral on Instagram of posts that I've done from shows was where I was like, what if women's basketball is the Big East basketball that we've all wanted? Because it is. I remember there was a foul in this game that everyone was talking about. But earlier in this game, I was going back and I was trying to find the actual clip. Earlier in the game, some person, while going through a screen, decided, I'm just going to do a somersault and kick the girl in the face. And I was like, and They got broken up after 5 minutes. It was fine. It was wild to me. It was absolutely wild to me that they just keep playing and they don't. It's just right off of their shoulders. I can get behind that for the Houston Comets.
I don't know if this is just Adam Silver's NBA or the wussification of society. I don't know what it is, but we've gotten to a point where the NBA. And this is the thing that keeps my dad from watching it. My dad, who grew up from the state of Indiana, grew up a basketball guy his whole life, loves the game, but just can't stand to watch him out there flopping.
No, it's tough.
Crying and whining about every call, going to the monitor to see if it's a flagrant or not.
Yeah.
It's everything about it just gives off. It's not even, I don't even know if it's a lack of masculine. It's like pride was lost.
Yeah. Pride, masculinity, it's something.
Where is your pride? Where is your stand up with
shame?
Your shame. There we go. Bring back shame. You should be ashamed of yourself to have to go to the monitor to see if a hard foul was a flagrant foul. I'm sorry. Every hard foul is a flagrant foul. Well, we just got to check just to see. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Do we?
It's just wasting 3 minutes.
Do we? Is anybody hurt? Is anybody upset? Is any what is the issue?
Usually you can tell when there's intent behind something.
Right.
And you shouldn't need to review it for 4 minutes. But anyway, bringing it back to Wemby and things that make our jaws drop.
I'll give you one.
Hit me.
Amin Thompson and his straightaways, his speed with the ball. Amin Thompson with the basketball in his hand. I understand he can't shoot. He's got to figure that out, or at the very least figure out where he can shoot from. He ain't got to be a three, but he needs to figure out a spot where he can consistently go to that isn't just at the rim, where he can shoot shots. I get it. But when this guy gets the ball in his hands, he is a blur in transition. He is a blur in the half court. He's just a blur whenever he has the basketball in his hands. And just some of the things he can do, the speed in which he can jump, right? He can get up and get down as quickly as most people can just go up the one time, which I think is the reason why he's such an elite rebounder. And just the athleticism, you got to be quite an athlete and quite a ball player to be able to be as successful as he is in the NBA with no credible jump shot whatsoever. And you're not 7 feet. You're not Wemby size. You're a relatively regular size guy in the NBA, and you're this good, and you can't shoot at all. Him and his brother, for that matter, the Thompson twins. And since we got one here in Houston, I'll just use them in as the example. Their athleticism and specifically the speed with the basketball, jaw-dropping for me.
Yeah, it's crazy. I will say Thompson would be so interesting to watch as a football player. And I know that football players get a little bit territorial with all the basketball players that are saying, hey, if we focus on this, we could do what you do. But we're talking about somebody who's 6'8", who has that kind of speed. You thought Randy Moss was scary.
Yeah.
Imagine if Amin Thompson, who has the mentality, I think, to be a football player.
Yeah, not soft.
He is one of the few players in the NBA who seems to pride himself on his physical toughness. God, that would be something else to watch.
Man,
that
I
guy's
would
a
watch
receiver. Oh, my God.
I would watch it. And I mean, now that you mention it, the Texans could use some help in this area. I mean, and Amin Thompson's up for a contract extension. Hey, if the Rockets don't want to give it to you, see what the Texans talking about, man.
Yeah.
So you can go out there and do a little double duty.
Yeah, maybe Nick Casario's listening. He's like, I'm going to use this to leverage against Nico Collins.
I could see him rubbing his chin right now.
He's Brandon Scott and Paul Gallant. We're sitting in for Sean and Seth, Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're going to turn it over to the show. Who's up next? I saw Luke Morrow. I don't know who he's working with today, but it seems like the In the Loop guys are also on vacation today.
Luke's good, though. Luke's good.
Love
so
Luke.
Y'all will be in for a treat.
We did a show together once in that very time slot. I forget when. So we've got that on the table, and there's some other things that we will get to before we hit the road. This is me basically admitting I had a tease in front of me, and I don't know where it went. My computer screwed up.
Y'all, just come back.
If you leave me, I'll be devastated emotionally, and I'll start flopping outside of the station.
It's been a good show so far, so I mean, there's no need to doubt us.
Yeah,
don't doubt us. Come back,
please, stick around.
Here with Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents In for Payne and Pendergast. Here's Paul Gallant and Brandon Scott.
I have a dilemma. So I am a property owner, Flex.
How about that?
It's a condo. Oh, want to come back to my condo, babe?
Yeah, it's even cooler.
Yeah. But this property has asked me multiple times, hey, man, can you join our HOA because you seem to care about the community? And every single time that I'm asked this, I just think about something that would make sure that I never, ever, ever, ever join the HOA in a leadership kind of role, even though I actually believe in the purposes of some HOAs. There is a battle on the group chat that we have for the property I live at, because apparently somebody has been stealing peaches from the peach tree.
Of all things.
I didn't even know there was a peach tree on our property. Apparently there's a peach tree on our property, and someone's been stealing it. And there is one man who keeps on writing paragraphs about it. And he's very, very, like Captain Ahab, focused on this peach tree in the same way that Captain Ahab was focused on old Moby Dick, the white whale. So I'm wondering if I need to get involved here, because people are very concerned about the peaches being stolen, not concerned about cars being broken into, not being concerned about packages being stolen. They're concerned about someone stealing peaches, and this guy thinks it might be an inside job.
So without knowing this guy and without knowing whether it's an inside job or not, am I unfair for asking why? Because he might be doing this. That's why I asked if it's unfair. Why he's not spending as much energy on monitoring the tree and making sure somebody doesn't steal from it as he is complaining about it in the thread?
That might be the next step.
Because it seems like he's just, it's the misappropriation of energy and attention.
Yeah.
Get off the text thread and go out there and stand by the peach tree like you mean business and let folks know ain't going to be no stealing from this peach tree around here. I ain't going to the hall monitor HOA thread, property owner thread to go complain about it. I'm standing right here in front of you, daring you, waiting on you to come steal one of these peaches. That's what needs to happen if this man is really about it. If he's really about that life, though, he'll stand out there in front of the tree and make sure that nobody steals from him.
I'm just going to read a selection from this man and his ramblings. Hopefully he does not harm me because of this. Listen, I'm not sharing anyone's names.
Well, you didn't steal no peaches, so you should be
That's
good.
true. I have not stolen any peaches.
There you go.
If we are to survive in this world as it is, he wrote this, we will have to depend on each other's integrity in all situations that we are challenged with. I don't mean to offend. By no means am I perfect. Not long ago, it was mentioned that the peaches were not quite ready yet, but people are still picking them. My 8 years of military service have taught me to be accountable for my actions and a number of other things, as well as others. The orders were, they are not quite ready yet, but sometime in another month or more. Anyway, God bless you. Have a great week. But he wasn't done, because he goes like, criminals don't go to prison to pay their debts to society anymore, but to be better criminals, and modern technology helps them the same as it helps non-criminals, you have to pay attention to people while talking to them. This is all one sentence. I don't mean become a nut case, but people have a certain body language that speaks without saying anything. Like I say, don't become a nutcase, but make it a second nature. Even when you are out in public, you can detect certain energy vibes that are not quite right. Have a great night and week. God bless you.
Oh, man. I thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you for your service.
Hey, especially on a day like this. I appreciate your service. But what?
This is crazy.
What is happening?
This group change funny. Every now and then, like, there will be two older women who start snapping at each other, too. And part of me wants to throw gasoline on the flames.
Yeah.
You know, like it was back in the day. My dad's, like, extremely conservative, and my sister's liberal. And we would, at Thanksgiving, every now and then, they'd have debates. And they would be seasoned, and I'd just throw gasoline on it. Like, I didn't know anything about anything, but I was like, oh, that's a good point.
Perfect. It's perfect. Nah, this guy, like, run-on sentence guy, long paragraph run-on sentence guy always worries me. And then this guy's got a military background.
Oh, yeah.
Look.
Someone's going to get got because of the peaches.
Look, man.
I hope not.
I appreciate everybody in their military service, but somebody that has military training and a little bit of the unhingedness that's being shown in that text thread there worries me. Worries me quite a bit. Guy could do some damage if he wanted to.
Yeah, I think he could, too.
Yeah.
I'm also worried about the state of mind of Cavaliers coach Kenny Atkinson. And I don't know how.
He's just trying to rationalize, man. He's trying to make sense of the world, Paul.
Game 4 for the Cavs and the Knicks is tonight, as is the Astros as they look to make it 4 in a row against the Texas Rangers with Tatsuya Imai on the mound. Kenny Atkinson is trying to make sense of his Cavs being down 3-0 to the New York Knicks. And get this, guys. They might be down 0-3, but actually, they're up 2-1.
Analytically, I think we won the I said 3 out of 3. We're 2 out of 3 in the expected. I don't know if you guys follow that. There's an expected score, and we won 2 out of 3. And I know you're looking confused, but I'm not. There is really, if you believe in process and all that, like, man, so, take that later. I know I don't throw that on them. I see it for myself. We have this feeling, I have this feeling, then I can go to our analytical table and be like, man, we are, and last night it was, the expected score was like 1 point or 2. Us shooting way below expected, them shooting way over. I know no one wants to hear that. I think you guys like hearing it. I know, general public, no one wants to hear that. Everyone's outcome based. And, sure, I get that too.
Analytically, we're up 2-1. My God, that guy was doing as much rambling as Mr. Peaches, Brandon.
Dude, this is a bad series for Kenny Atkinson. It starts with him not calling the timeout to avoid the collapse that they had in Game 1. Like, he was the story. The Knicks weren't the story of Game 1.
Right.
It was Kenny Atkinson not calling timeouts.
Yep.
James Harden being a choke artist.
Yep.
And this being kind of like his thing in the playoffs.
Yep.
Even Donovan Mitchell to a degree, even though he's had some moments in these playoffs. It was all about how the Cavs couldn't get out of their own way and basically collapsed in Game 1, starting with Kenny Atkinson not calling any timeouts. And then you go from there to fast forward to now, and he's talking about how they won the analytics game. It's like if I overdrafted and I went to the bank and be like, you know what, I actually analytically, if you look at my expected bank account, I know right now my actual bank account, it says it's a negative 40 in there, but what I expect to have is actual $40. So really, you should put that money back in the bank. It's like, no, it does not work that way. It doesn't work that way. Hey, you failed the class? Oh, but my expected, I know I got an F, but I got an expected C. So really, I passed, and I should be eligible to play. It's like, no, go sit your ass down. And I like analytics. I like the expected numbers in different sports, baseball and basketball. But, bruh, time and a place, read the room. Come on.
Analytically, I think you're crazy. Analytically, this guy's nuts. I'll give him credit. You got to try to spin it in some way, shape, or form. But, I mean, is he trying to expedite his removal?
Yeah.
Would Cleveland move on from him after this series? You make it this far in the playoffs. It's one of those years where
they do have existential issues to look at. But they made the conference finals. they had them before they made the conference finals, and now it's like, okay, so does this constitute a success? Does this mean we're bringing Donovan Mitchell back and signing him to an extension? What happens with James Harden? Kenny Atkinson now is a question. Like, their whole get down, I think, is up for debate of what the Cavs' future would look like. But you got a dude talking about how he won the analytic battle. It's like you go to a girl and be like, hey, look, baby, I know you think I'm a 6, but I'm an expected 8. So really, I'm way more attractive than what meets the eye. You got to peel back that layer a little bit to see how fine I really am.
This is an overthinker just vocalizing all of his inner thoughts, and you should never do that.
Don't do it.
As someone who overthinks everything, like that is just word salad, and you're gonna come off like, remember that famous meme of that dude wearing the sunglasses who's talking to this blonde girl at an Astros game? He's got his arm over his shoulder, and he's just rambling on and on about something. Maybe he's talking about the Elder Scrolls or something that guys would get, but a woman wouldn't get. That's kind of what Kenny Atkinson was doing there, except along the way, you could tell he was catching himself. He's like, oh, my God, what am I saying?
Yeah.
What am I saying?
This is literally a conversation we only needed to have behind closed doors.
I love how he's like, I mean, it is results-oriented. Oh, it is? I didn't know that. I didn't know that, Kenny. I didn't know that sports were results-oriented, but thank you for finding the analytics about how you're actually up in this series 2-1.
And what about focusing on or keying in on process matches up with what's the process of blowing a 20-plus point lead? Like, what was that process that you're going to try to defend? Like, losing, like, if you lose 3 games in a row to the same team, to hell with your process, dog. Like, you need to, like, rethink it. Rethink the said process that has you winning the analytical battle, but not the actual game. My goodness.
Analytically.
Man, the Knicks are going to be so disappointed when they get to the finals and they look back and they're like, but you know what? We ain't had nothing for them analytics. We had nothing for the analytical battle. I really wish we had won it.
Analytically, we would have beaten the Spurs or Thunder if they didn't have Victor Wembanyama. Analytically, we had a good chance, as good of a chance as the Spurs to get the number 1 pick in that draft. I don't know.
You think it's keeping Mike Brown and Jalen Brunson and OG Anunoby and Karl Anthony Towns, you think it's keeping them up at night that they're not winning the analytical battle?
Yeah, I think it is. You know, I got to say that there was a rough moment in Houston Rockets history that involves a similar, hey, let's do a cleanup aisle me using numbers. And it was, of course, when Daryl Morey put together that report that they traded into the league offices about, like, how actually, like, we would have won this game if not for. And there are some Rockets fans who still, like, double down on that. Like, you guys, they missed 27 straight threes. Oh, well, a couple of good callbacks. It's 27 missed. Yeah, 27 in a row.
Look, during the Morey era, and I feel like there's still some of it hung over or left over, the analytic part of things, there became a cult.
It did. Daryl Morey started it.
A section of Rockets fandom and the community became somewhat cultish in the Daryl Morey cult, for sure.
Excuse me, sir. Here is a pamphlet of data that shows that I'm actually winning in this series.
Man.
I bet you're ashamed of yourself right now. You lost to me analytically.
Cringe-worthy type of layman. Daryl Morey is a guy, not to put too much stock into this, but he's like tall. He seems like he should be.
I played against him in basketball once. The Rockets used to have a tournament where it was like a 3-on-3 thing, and the media would go up against.
I vaguely remember this, yeah.
And I think it was me. I want to say former Texans tight end Matt Murphy was on my team, and I forget who else was there. But I remember I dove for a loose ball by Daryl Morey's legs, and I like to think in that moment right there he respected me.
He might have did.
He followed me on X after that, and I was like, damn, you know what? That's like, I feel so cool being followed on Twitter because I dove for a loose ball in front of a basketball general manager.
Yeah, even because as I say, even the analytics guys appreciate hustle plays.
Yeah,
right. There's probably an analytic hustle stat out there somewhere.
Oh, I would have gotten all the hustle stats because I'm god awful at anything basketball other than just getting under the skin of people who don't like physicality.
Dude, just lesson learned here: don't talk about winning any kind of analytical battle unless you're winning the actual battle, or at the very least not down 3-0. I mean, seriously.
Analytically, we're winning. I love it.
I could see if you were down 2-1 and you pointed out a specific thing, like, hey, if we just had done this one differently, it could have swung the series,
Could have been
right?
so much different.
You know, like in the Rocket series when they blew their game 3 and went down 3-0. And then they started to win games after that. It was like, oh, man, it feels like this series should be tied 2-2.
Right.
That was a reasonable thing to say because they literally should have won game 3. But, dude, it wasn't a, hey, we win in the analytical battle. We really in this thing. No, you choked. Come on, man.
Analytically, it would be in the loop with Reggie, with John on Sports Radio 610, but a little different. Because it's Memorial Day.
Yeah.
We got a Luke Morrow.
This is going to be the actual in the loop, not the analytical in the loop.
We got a Chris Partee as well.
That's right.
And I love Luke Morrow's American flag shirt.
Right. Happy Memorial Day. Oh, this one?
That microphone.
Yeah.
But it's on, and we can hear you.
Me? Happy Memorial Day. It's good to be here.
Yeah. They need to just get rid of that one because there's no mic over there. It happens to me every time. I'm sorry, Luke.
That's okay.
There's a switch there, and I guess analytically it should work.
Analytically, the light is on.
Analytically.
But actually, ain't no mic right there.
That's what we doing today, analytically, huh?
Well, we're talking about, I don't know if you guys saw that Kenny Atkinson, the head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers, before Game 4, which is tonight, was talking about how analytically the Cavs have actually won 2 of the 3 games in this series.
Yeah, he needs to cut the crap.
You don't buy him?
He needs to cut the crap.
You're not buying what he's selling?
I don't care about analytics. I care about what's on the board. 3-0 is what's on the board.
That's true.
You guys are done. You're finished. You're finished.
But not analytically speaking.
Not analytically. That's fine. Hey, that's all fine and well.
And also not technically. You know, they can come back, right? James Harden, Donovan Mitchell coming back.
You're placing your hopes for your franchise to come back from down 3-0 on James freaking Harden.
Yeah.
Really?
How many games would they have to
Stop. Come on, Paul.
How many games would they have to lose for him to concede the analytical battle? Like, at what point is it over? It's like, hey, man, we lost all 4 games, but you know what? We still in it because of these analytics.
God. It's also just the verbiage for me of, like, if he said, if he downplayed it a little bit and was like, it feels like we've won or we should have won 2 out of 3 analytically. But to claim that they've actually won 2 out of 3 is such a lame excuse.
Yeah. Say we've done some really good things that we feel like we can build off of, and we don't feel like we're out of it yet because of these things. We still got at least 1 game left, and so we're going to lean into these good things that we've done, and we're going to go from there. Not like analytically we won the game.
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
We've won 2 out of 3. I know.
And I'm sure the players don't want to hear none of that. They're on the court. They know they've lost. All right, they're out there. They lost that big lead in game 1. They know what's going on. Right? They're out there.
It's like one of my annoying college roommates used to always look at the box score after we play like Madden or any video game. He'd be like, well, you know, I had a better field goal percentage than you. It's like, okay, but you still, like, who cares? You lost.
Better field goal percentage.
Yeah, or, you know, like, well, I had a better completion percent, whatever the stat was that he'd try to cling to.
That's what we're doing.
I've obviously never been in a series, so, like, I can't identify, but I wonder, does it feel better when you're down 3-0?
There's no more pressure.
Is the analytical ass whooping not as bad? You know what I mean? Like, does it feel less of like an ass whooping when you're winning the analytical battle? I don't feel like it does. I feel like it would feel the exact same.
Especially with what Especially with what happened in game 1.
It may be worse.
That happened. Like, you can't come back from that. No. And you can't. You can try all you want to, like, rationalize what's happened since then. But game 1 still happened, and analytically, kiss my ass with analytics.
I just thought about it, actually. That's worse. If you're analytically, quote unquote, winning the series and you're still losing,
it's true.
That's pretty bad.
Worse.
That is really bad.
That's worse.
That is really bad.
Whose fault would that be? Maybe the coach?
Coaching.
Ooh.
That's where I'm going, coaching.
I just thought about it. That's worse.
Yeah, so he's telling on himself.
Exactly.
Don't do that.
It's the coach's fault.
Don't do that.
Oh, man. My goodness. Sorry, Kenny.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
Thank you for the content. We appreciate you giving us so much with that word salad answer about
keep bringing the stupidity. We love it.
Who otherwise I think is a good coach.
He is a good coach.
At least, you know, I've always felt that way, but maybe that was just me analytically speaking. Maybe he's an analytically good coach and not an actual good one. Sorry, Kenny. I couldn't help myself.
I guess from this perspective, like, he has made things a little bit easier for his team because now he is the target of everyone's ire.
Yes.
As opposed to James Harden being the easy layup. He's always been in the playoffs.
Always.
And the same thing with Donovan Mitchell, who has also had that same problem.
Yeah, and by the way, Kenny, I'm sure you guys brought it up or we've talked about it before. I mean, no one's more to blame than him from the whole Game 1 collapse. He never took a timeout. He made no adjustments.
No.
So, yeah.
Let it ride.
It really is on him. He's done a poor job this whole series with what he said and with what he's done.
All of his actions.
Yeah.
Analytically, he screwed it up. So
before you guys start, we should mention that D&M Auto Leasing brings us Crosstalk, so we're appreciative of that. And that also, you're listening to KIOT-AM, KIOT-FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Thank you.
Yeah, we should do that.
I didn't know what we were doing this.
Yes, we should do
analytically. Where are we? I don't even know who I am anymore.
I got so caught up in the analytics, I forgot that analytically speaking, we're supposed to do the station.
We got to get those things in. Like, we have to get those in.
I'm going to continue to just kill this and beat it to death, this dead horse. But analytically, what's coming up on the show today, guys?
What are you guys going to analyze?
Yeah. Well, before we let you get out of here, because it typically is tradition to go over the question of the day here in the Crosstalk.
Oh, yeah.
Our question of the day is, what sports opinion would get you kicked out of the barbecue today?
Woo!
What's like the hottest take you guys have in sports, or the most, obscure take that most people wouldn't agree with that would get you thrown out?
Spygate wasn't a big deal. It wasn't. It wasn't. There's a bunch of jealous losers. It wasn't a big deal. How was the sign?
Pats fan.
How was the sign stealing affecting what was taking place in those games during the age of VHS? It wasn't.
VHS.
Marshall Faulk, cry more about a game that you guys lost because you couldn't stop fumbling and throwing interceptions. My God, the crybabies about the Patriots of the early 2000s leads to this paranoia 20 years later. It's insane to me. Spygate was not as big of a deal as it's made out to be. It was about where the cameras were located. It wasn't even about the legality of recording the signs. It was because they did it from this spot on the field, which you can't do. And by the way, every other team in the league was doing that. The Cowboys admitted to doing it back in the day. The Broncos admitted to doing it back in the day, but the Patriots don't. Oh!
You see what you started, Luke?
Well, I'm actually more in that camp, but I do think that would be an opinion that many would disagree with.
It's cheating, and that's it. And I know a lot of Astros fans now deal with that.
Yeah,
it's cheating, and they won't let you explain the nuance of the cheating, of the breaking the rules.
You're teeing me up. Look, I'm not going to say that the sign stealing wasn't cheating. I'll say this, though. Banging on trash cans, that was freaking funny. We took that way too seriously, got way too upset, and wanted to come out with pitchforks and have people suspended and lose their jobs and wanted to cry about it and act like it was the biggest crime against humanity without taking the time to appreciate the hilarity. How funny it is that such a sophisticated outfit, right? An analytically driven front office would resort to banging on trash cans to relay the sign stealing. It was creative, also kind of silly and funny. Like, we should have appreciated it for how funny and ridiculous and creative, honestly, that it was. Because, look, I think everybody was stealing signs. I think the Astros were the only ones that were banging on trash cans relay, which I think was objectively funny.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Hey, it worked for Doug in the 90s. It was a hit song on that cartoon, Banging on the Trash.
Doug.
Yeah.
Nickelodeon.
That's right.
Yeah.
Nickelodeon.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you just took me back, man.
I take us all back.
The beats.
Yeah, exactly.
Purple-colored tofu.
Yeah. That's another great one.
Go home to my patty mayonnaise right now. I'll see y'all later.
All right, we'll let you run. Enjoy the rest of your Memorial Day.
Peace.
Paul Gallant, Brandon Scott taking care of the morning shift for the fellas. And I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Happy to be in for the guys here on In the Loop. You can join the conversation throughout the next 4 hours. 713-572-4610. Join the conversation on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. So we got a lot to get to. That question of the day coming up in about 35 minutes. And by the way, Ben, Gary, Glenn Ross on the steel wheels, at least for the first half. We'll have a line shift here in between. But happy to have Ben hang around for an extra 2 hours on Memorial Day. Boy. Yeah, good to see you. Appreciate you. Chris, so it's funny. Later on this afternoon, you and I worked together this very same shift. We filled in for In the Loop on Memorial Day last year.
Yes, we did.
And as I always say around here, it's a holiday when Luke and Chris are working together on the airwaves.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, we're always together on all the holidays.
It's party time, brother.
That's right. Says the name. But it's funny because the last Memorial Day, and we're going to do this later in Figgy's Mixtape, we're going to go back and look at what we were talking about this time a year ago.
Ooh, I like that.
And how those topics and takes
how they
progressed over the last,
yeah,
over the last 365 days. But what I found fascinating was we started that show talking about an Astros victory against the Seattle Mariners, where people were calling it the biggest win of the season. And the hero of that victory was Christian Walker. Now fast forward a year, and I'm going to ask you something similar on this Memorial Day of after this past weekend with the Astros, where that was the biggest series, I would say, of their season to this point. And Christian Walker pretty much was the hero once again, funny enough. Are we back in on the Houston Astros? Is this Al Pacino and Godfather 3, where just when you thought you were out, they're pulling you back in here on Memorial Day?
For a fan base who has been looking for and just waiting for some type of positivity from this team, I mean, this is the first 3-game winning streak this team has had since they had a 5-game winning streak, I think, at the end of March going into April. I think they beat the Angels and I forget, it was Angels and Red Sox.
Yeah.
5-game winning streak there.
Yeah, which isn't saying much.
Yeah. But I mean, that was a couple months ago.
Right.
It's been a while. They've barely been able to string together 2 wins in a row, let alone 3. So, I mean, right now, yes, I think we would say this is the biggest series of the season so far, seeing how the first half of this season has unfolded since that 5-game winning streak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all with you. And it is ironic. It's funny that Christian Walker is the hero once again. In the same vein.
Time.
In the same vein, same exact time, same exact vein.
Big time win. In fact, in this case, big time wins. They sweep the series in Chicago. Now, look, part of it, I think these next couple of days are going to be a big test against the Rangers starting tonight, because part of it is you might have caught the Cubs at the right time. They've lost 8 in a row now.
It was 5 in a row coming into it. Yeah, so and I talked about that with Sean last week on Area 45. Yeah, they were catching the Cubs at the right time, but sometimes you need a little luck.
Yeah, for sure.
You need another team to be struggling as well sometimes.
And as Bill Parcells would say, you create your own luck. So maybe for the Astros, they've gotten to a point where they can take advantage of that situation. They got some good pitching performances. The bats did enough, especially Christian Walker. Scored some runs yesterday, and they sweep the series against the Cubs on the road. And now the Astros, coming off these victories, they get a little bit closer to a playoff spot. So I'm generally curious, because I'll be honest, this is really the first time, and I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment, and I still want to, let me say it this way, I'll set it up this way. The way I still view the Astros, and I was saying this a lot last week, that even if they were to make the playoffs this year in what is the worst American league in more than 2 decades, even if they were to make the playoffs, I don't know how big of an accomplishment that is. So the line I keep using is, it's like being the smartest kid in summer school. Like, congratulations, you made the playoffs, but you're still not very good. So it depends what the ultimate goal for this Astros team is. Is it just enough to make the playoffs in a bad American league this year? Are you pleased with that? Or should you see this team for what it is, or what it potentially might be, and do one of those soft sells where you kind of you throw in the towel on this year, but it sets you up to have even greater success next year or the year following? You punt on this season. That's where I've been with this Astros team all along, that regardless of how well they might play between now and the deadline, I still haven't seen enough to think that they're serious contenders. However, I will admit, for the first time today, I woke up with some feelings of, you know what, they just swept the Cubs. We saw 3 good starting pitchers this weekend, 3 solid. Lambert wasn't as strong, but he's pitched well this year. You're getting Hunter Brown back in the next couple of weeks. You're getting Hader back in the next couple of weeks. They just got Pena back. Altuve will come back, we hope, in the near future. And now it's like, well, if they do start playing better and they start getting some of these reinforcements, and the AL is so wide open, today was the first time I started to allow some, I guess, hope come back in of thinking, if they get healthy, maybe this team could still do something this year.
If they can keep this momentum going from this 3-game winning streak and continue to, I'm not saying they got to sweep the Rangers coming up, but get 2 out of 3, right? Get 2 out of 3. That's 5, and that'll be 5-1 in the last 6. They need something like that. They got to keep this momentum going. You can't go right back to, okay, we're going to win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1.
Yeah.
You can't go right back to that after this big weekend, Memorial Day weekend that you had.
Right. You got to win the series.
That would be, to me, that would be devastating because you get the fans' hopes up again. Everybody gets their hopes up. Like, okay, they've turned the corner 3 in a row. They beat the Cubs, who outside of this 8-game losing streak, though, Cubs have been pretty good this year.
Yeah,
they're very good. They haven't been any slouches. So, they got to keep this momentum going for sure.
And I think it was earlier this year that the Cubs won 15 straight at home, something like that.
Something crazy.
So, I believe. So, kind of a regression to the mean. But let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610. How do you currently feel about the Astros? Because I don't want to overreact to just a 3-game sample in what is a 162-game season. That would be ridiculous. And I'm usually not a rash prisoner of the moment type of fan.
You're not.
I am one of those classic that on this show they mock, but I am the classic like it's a long season. We can't get out in front of our skis in April or after just 3 games or even a homestand. It's a long year and so much can change. But just after what they did this weekend to a good team in the Cubs on the road nonetheless, and then you factor in, you're getting some reinforcements. This is a team that in the offseason, their win total in Vegas was like mid to high 80s. So on paper, it's a roster that's good enough to win almost 90 games. Yeah. If they get those guys back, how good can they still be?
But that's the sticker right there. When they get these guys back, if they get these guys back, that's the issue. There's too many guys that we're saying that about with the Astros, just like the last 2 years.
Right.
When we get these guys back. Let's get these guys back, but you hope they can get them back before it's too late. That's the issue.
Yeah, so we should say if they get these guys back, not when.
But it feels like it's always if someone's coming back or when they're coming back. Is there going to be enough time left when we get this guy back? Mm-hmm. There's too much of that.
Yeah, I said it last week that we can clamor about like changing the manager, the GM, this, that, whatever. This has been the most injured team statistically. This is not me saying this from a fan perspective. Yeah. Statistically, they were the most injured team in the league last year. They've been the most injured team in the league this year. So you can change all the other parts, but they have to figure that part out first and foremost.
Those would be Band-Aids.
The injuries. Right. You can swap out managers, but if the guys are all going to be injured anyways, it doesn't matter who's managing the team.
You could put one of us out there. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah, which is why I've always defended Joe Espada. Yeah, it'd be like, what was it, Little Big League, right?
Yes.
Billy Haywood, was that his name? Minnesota Twins? I would love to manage the Astros. I would love to manage.
Would you?
I would sign up in a heartbeat.
How do you think you would do as the Astros manager? How would Luke Morrow do as the Astros manager? What would be the first thing you would change?
Ooh.
What would you do? What would your first move be as Astros manager?
That is a great question. Because I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I don't know how much there is to change. Espada is working with what he has. I'll tell you the one thing that drives me nuts that the Astros still do, and maybe not as much this year, but they put Yordan in the number 3 hole far too often, and this is one of these new school, like, analytical thoughts. You do not put your best hitter in the 3 hole because that is the position that comes up to the plate more than any other spot in the lineup with 2 outs and nobody on base. So you don't put your guy in the 3 spot because then he doesn't have the opportunity of driving in runs.
So where do you want him, in the 4 hole?
Maybe 2. Yeah,
2?
4 is better. 4 would be better as well, but probably 2. You hope your leadoff guy gets on base, and then, Yordan has somebody on base to try to drive in. Obviously, every time he's at the plate, there's runners in scoring position because he's such a home run threat. That would be a small tweak, but that's my point. And a lot of the stuff nowadays, and I can't speak to the Astros, but a lot of it is the front office is making the lineups anyways. And then they also tell you, like,
which is wild.
You go over your pitching plan before the game of, like, okay, here's the guys that are available, and if we're leading in the 6, we're going to go to this guy. If we're leading in the so a lot of the stuff's already kind of done for you, unfortunately. Yeah. So that's why this is going to sound like one of those lame. I always hate when people are like, oh, yeah, I could get I could score on Serena Williams or something. I could make a 3 in an NBA game. Like, no, you can't. But
I know you can't.
I do think some of us could actually manage a baseball team because nowadays so much of it is done for you before the game even starts, and you're just trying to follow a script.
It's kind of like playing, MLB The Show or Madden, and you just kind of simulate everything until you get to the playoffs or something like that.
I'll tell you what, I've won a few World Series in MLB The Show.
Oh, yeah. Back in the day, I did. Back in the day, yeah.
That's right. Check the resume.
You can do it.
Yeah. But Astro fans, how are you legitimately feeling about this Astros team today? 713-572-4610. Because on the one hand, they're 23-31. But on the other hand, they're only 3.5 games out of a playoff spot.
Not bad. They're only 4.5 out of the division, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so that's kind of the conundrum. It's like, okay, on one hand, you got people out there that want the Astros to basically just sell the farm and and clean house. But it's like they're only, and I understand, you laid it out, the American League, not great this year as a whole. American League, I get it. But they're still in it.
Mm-hmm.
As bad as they've been, leading up to this 3-game winning streak, they're still in it, whether it's wild card or division. You're 4.5 out, and we're not even in June. You still got a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 years ago, they were 10 games out in June.
Yes.
And still made the playoffs.
Yes. So, it's just, it's wild right now with the Astros. There's so many questions, mainly because, like you said, all the injuries.
Mm-hmm. They're hoping Hunter Brown comes back mid-June. Josh Hader's around the corner.
All those names.
Loperfito's rehabbing right now.
Yeah.
We'll see when Altuve finally gets back out there.
Yeah.
Obviously they got Jake Myers back. He homered over the weekend. You get Jeremy Pena, who's been back in the lineup, so they are getting a little healthier. Even guys like Taylor Trammell is rehabbing right now, my buddy.
They need all the help they can get. Let's just be honest. The Astros need all the help they can get right now. So whoever is due and ready to come back, get out there.
Yeah.
Get them out there.
Well, they head to Arlington to start a series with the Rangers tonight, which is big because you always have to win the games against the teams that are right in front of you.
Yes.
And the Rangers have, I think, a 2-game lead over the Astros.
Yeah.
So if you do well enough this week, you can leapfrog the Rangers. I liked the comment that came in from our friend Rob on the YouTube chat earlier, where he said, a 3-game winning streak, but your best player gets injured, Yordan Alvarez with the back spasms. He said that's not momentum, that's stromentum, which speaks to your point of these injuries of one step forward, 2 steps back.
Oh, man.
They have a good series, but then it's like, now we got to watch Yordan and see if this is a legitimate injury.
It's like the Astros are just snake bitten. They just cannot get out of their own way, but not to really any fault of their own, because you can't help injuries. Guys aren't getting hurt on purpose. Right, guys want to be out there.
Yeah,
right.
You think, yeah.
But some guys will play hurt. But sometimes you got to save players from themselves.
Right.
You got to sit a guy down sometimes to hopefully get them back and not prolong whatever the injury may be.
Mm-hmm.
Something like back spasms, you probably got to sit down a couple days.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
At least
we'll see. We'll see if we get the lineup. Probably not before we're off the air today, but we'll see if Yordan's back in there tonight or how long of an issue this might be. For the first time, it seems really all year. I know they had that longer winning streak early in the season, but that was the first week of the year.
It was a long time ago.
They beat 2 of the worst teams in the league right now. Red Sox and the Angels have 2 of the very worst records in baseball. So this was legitimate of going into Chicago and beating a good Cubs team 3 games. And just not only the wins, but the way it looked as well. Seems like Astros have the momentum for the first time this year. And the good thing is, as they say in baseball, your momentum's only as good as the next day's pitcher. And so tonight, the Astros get to throw Hunter Brown. Oh, wait, no?
No.
Hunter?
No.
No? Okay, they get to throw Lambert. Oh, no. Lambert's not pitching tonight?
Keep going.
No, not Tang?
No.
Not even Mike Burrows? It's Ime tonight?
Yes.
Yeah, so the Astros have no momentum.
Oh, come on.
This is not.
Come on, Luke.
No. Ime on the mound in Arlington against the Rangers tonight. 6:05 first pitch.
Uphill
this
battle.
Is the real test. See if we should take you seriously or not. If Ime pitches well tonight and the Astros win, then the parade is back on. Until then, let's not get out in front of our skis. But great weekend series for the Astros. Let us know on the text line, how do you feel about this team this morning? 713-572-4610. Coming up, an injury to the Texans defense over the weekend. How concerned should we be with this news for the Texans as we get ready to start OTAs this week? We'll do that next in The Loop.
This Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
And see your way out of
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
What's the concern level for the Texans defense as we start OTAs? It's in the loop here on Memorial Day. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee as we're in for the fellas. Ben's hanging around on the board for a little while, hanging with us. It's nice, by the way. Usually, anytime I look through the glass and I see Ben over there, it's all like dark in here. The lights are off because it's first thing in the morning. We're all waking up still. So it's nice to actually be, a little bit later on in the day. Normal time of day. We have
Some
normal
sunshine.
lighting. Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
It's good to see you out with the sun. It's good. It's good to be here, too. Appreciate everyone hanging with us. 713-572-4610 to text the show. And happy Memorial Day. We say it every year. Chris and I worked this shift last year.
Wild. Just wild.
We would be remiss if we didn't, say thank you to those.
Yes.
To what today is all about. In remembering and thanking those who made the ultimate sacrifice so that we can sit here and talk about sports for a living.
For 4 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. So thank you to all of those and the family and friends who are remembering loved ones today as well. And those who we've lost in the line of battle over all the years to keep this country safe and free and allow us to do the things that we love. And then as I always throw in as well, it doesn't have to be just for those folks, for anybody that is protecting our country or anyone who will choose to do so in the future. Thank you so much because you allow us, like I said, to be able to sit here and talk sports. We can't do this anywhere else, and we might not have been able to do this if things went a different way. Who knows?
No, we appreciate your service.
For sure. So thank you. And we're thinking of all those who have been lost over the years and, of course, families, friends, loved ones. As we all remember those on Memorial Day. So as you're having your cookouts and you're having your fun today, and appreciate you hanging with us, let's just spend one moment to say thank you here today. Appreciate everyone who's fought for this country. So happy Memorial Day. Back to sports, though, and providing some levity. EJ Speed was injured over the weekend. I believe the news broke. So it broke Friday after we had gotten off the air on In the Loop. You guys, I believe, talked about it on
Area 45.
But EJ Speed with the injury and is expected to be out for 4 to 6 months, I believe is the timeline.
And see, that was the thing. On Friday night, we didn't know the timeline yet because it had just happened, a couple hours earlier, really.
Right.
Before we came on. So we did talk about it. And, of course, we speculated on, what it could be or how long the time frame could be. But now we know he said 6 months, 4 to 6 months.
Yeah. Did I say weeks? And months. Yeah.
Is it months, right? Yeah.
It's months.
I think you said months. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Yeah, good. Every once in a while you get that like anxiety of wait a minute.
Hey,
I feel like I just said the wrong thing.
These things happen.
Yeah.
4
to 6 months.
You're usually on point, Luke.
Oh, I appreciate it. So 4 months isn't too bad. That puts you at it'd be June, July, August, September. A month into the season.
Yeah.
Season this year starts, it seems a little later. It's around that September, I think September 13th, maybe is that first Sunday. So anyways, you might miss 3 games, 4 games. Not the end of the world. No. 6 months, a little tougher. You're talking the end of November, heading into December. That's almost the entire season. You only have maybe 6 games left at that point. And look, EJ Speed isn't the most important part of the defense. But the only concern I think you can have with this defense is the depth.
Yeah.
It's very good. On the high-end talent is impeccable. Maybe tops in the league. But it's that next tier. And that's the whole point of a salary cap in the NFL is that you can't be Alabama where you have Pro Bowlers
got everybody
3 deep at every position.
You just stack them up.
Yeah. So we were having the conversation here on this show on Friday where we were having the conversation about the D-line and the depth on the defensive line for the Texans based off of the comments from Rod Wright, who was saying he wants to shuffle guys in at the defensive end position. And we were worried if they have the depth to truly be able to do that.
Do that, yeah.
Behind Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, they have 5 players on the depth chart who currently have a combined 11 years of NFL service and only 5 career sacks. So it's obviously a pretty big drop-off for those guys. Mm-hmm. But my concern has always been, throughout this offseason, I talked about it with Reggie previously, is kind of the linebacker depth, not only for this season, but beyond. Long-term plans at the linebacker position, and now you lose one of those guys in EJ Speed. So this is almost like the worst-case scenario. We can bring up this conversation for every team in the NFL. Like, well, what happens if they lose their quarterback? It's the classic Tom Moore line of with the Colts, where they're like, how come the backup quarterback doesn't get a lot of practice reps? And he said, like, what, if Peyton Manning gets injured, we're effed, and there's no plan
screwed.
for
It doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah, there's no plan for being
it
effed.
just doesn't matter.
And so you can say that for anything. Well, what happens if you lose 4 defensive starters? We saw it with the Ravens last year. It tanks your season. But for the Texans,
yeah, it does. I mean, there's really no if, and, or but about it. They can't lose. Hopefully they don't. Knock on wood, do whatever superstitious thing you got to do, but you're hoping that the Texans can be primarily healthy this year, like they mostly were last year as far as defensively goes, because that's who carried this team.
Yeah. And if you have a few injuries, even just a couple of injuries, that's where the depth is tested. And it's my concern, but it is admittedly like a champagne problem. Like I said, you can't have everything. You have to pick and choose where you spend your money and where you bring in talent. They have some younger guys at the linebacking position. But my concern, really my only concern with this defense, is that depth. And God forbid somebody goes down with an injury like we saw EJ Speed over the weekend, then the depth gets called into question, and that's where this top defense in the league could take even just maybe a slight step back.
Luke, I'm going to ask you a question that I asked Sean Bijani last week on one night on Air 45. Looking at how they don't have the depth that they quite had last season, this Texans defense. We talk about, we don't know what's going to happen. We're still 4 months away from the season even, we're 3 months away from even, training camp getting going, right? A couple months away from training camp even getting going. But is it possible that, based on how this defense looks right now as far as depth goes, is it possible that, or do you fear that this defense may have peaked last season?
Well, I think it's possible.
Being they were number one for most of the year in points scored. They were number one in yards allowed, total yards allowed. They were number one across the board in a lot of different categories. Is it possible, or do you fear that this defense may have peaked?
I'm going to answer kind of out of both sides of my mouth. I certainly think it's possible. Because, for one, anything's possible. But but it's hard to get any better than that, and it's hard to maintain that. Like, even the Legion, if you go back and look at some of the legendary defenses in the salary cap era, it's just hard to maintain. Like, the Legion of Boom had I think it was a 5-year run.
4 to 5.
Yeah, 4 to 5
ish. Yeah.
So for the Texans,
and that was good for that. Yeah. For the salary cap era?
Right.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, even go back to the Ravens early 2000s or the Buccaneers. It was a couple years. And the Texans, I wouldn't count the first year of DeMeco Ryans. It's been the last 2 years of this defense.
Definitely.
We expect the defense to be the same this year, so that's now 3 years. And then you have to make some of these tough choices. And so it's certainly a possibility, but I wouldn't bank on it. I do expect this defense to be one of the best, if not the best, defenses in the league this year. My only concern, like I said, is the depth, which isn't a big. It's not a huge concern because you hope it's almost like insurance. It's great to have, but you hope you never have to worry about it. It's great to have talented backups, but you hope you never have to play them for have them make 10 starts in a season.
Yeah.
So for the Texans, I still believe this will be a top defense in the league this year. But in terms of you use that word peak, I don't know how much better or how much higher you can get from last year. It's almost like it's only down from here because they were so good. They might maintain that level. They might maintain the peak.
But going above that,
it's going to be hard because it was such a good defense last year.
I mean, they carried them to 12 wins last year. Let's just be honest. Yeah, the offense was there, but let's be honest. The defense carried them to 12 wins.
Absolutely.
There's no if, ands, buts, questions about that.
They scored fewer than 21 points in half their games last year on offense. And that's
come on.
That's not asking too much. That's below league average.
And that's asking a lot of your defense. Mm-hmm. When your offense can't give you more than 21 points in that many games, that's asking a lot of your defense to be on point pretty much every week of an 18-week, 17-game season. You're putting so much pressure, and now the question of this lack of depth, can they do? My question is can they do it again? can they be relied upon without getting close to nothing from the offense for, half a season?
Well, hopefully the offense is better this year.
Well, didn't we say that last year going into last season?
Yeah.
Hopefully the offense is
We've
better.
been saying that the last 3 seasons.
We've been saying that for a while now.
Yep. So EJ Speed injured Friday night. It's not the hugest of news. I like EJ Speed. I think he's a good player.
I think everybody does for the most part, yeah.
So it's not a deal breaker. It's not like, oh, man, there goes the defense. There goes the season. Especially with how often they play nickel. He'll not be on the field as often as the other linebackers. But you let Christian Harris walk this offseason. And look, I get it. The last 2 years were very vexing, and he wasn't healthy. And watch him now go have like a Pro Bowl season and healthy, now that he has left. Because that's typically how it goes.
That's how it works usually, doesn't it? It feels like it does.
Yeah, very frustrating. But the questions with this defense is just that lack of depth. And now suddenly, even if it's just a little bit, the linebacking depth might get tested a little bit here with EJ Speed potentially missing up towards 2/3 of the season.
Man.
The good news, if there was such a thing, is that it happened now. So now you have OTAs starting this week. Then you have training camp. You have enough time to work these other young guys, knowing that they're going to have to they might have to fill a bigger role.
I think that's the only bright spot. Now, of anyone getting injured, that is the only bright spot. There is no bright spot really of someone getting injured. But if you have to look at it from a time frame in terms of the season, yes, the fact that it happened so early in the off season, as far as the regimen and all the OTAs and different training camps and everything, it happened so early, is that he most likely will be able to play part of the season. It's just a matter of if he comes back in September or November, or maybe October.
Somewhere
between those times. Yeah,
right. Yep. Does he come back before Halloween or before Christmas? We'll see. By the way, on the text line, texter said, just scored my Texans and Chargers tickets in L.A. for $44 each. Ready for the season to start.
Wow.
That's pretty good. $44.
Where y'all sitting at?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
that's a good price.
Well, that's a good question because it might be the last row of the stadium, so it's not as impressive.
Especially at SoFi.
But that's the case with those teams out there. It's transient. They don't really care about the Chargers. It's all the visiting teams anyways. You can score some cheap tickets.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's pretty sweet.
But you got to jump on it early, though.
Yeah, this time of year,
to get
right?
to get it that cheap.
Yeah.
You got to jump on it.
Extremely late. You wait till
right before the game, basically. Yeah.
If you're in the LA area, you can pull it off.
Yeah.
If you're in Houston, you'd have to catch a last minute
Or you just take a chance.
Fly out
and see what happens.
And wait. It's not a bad move. That's the classic. That's what our family always did growing up, and now I do that too.
Yeah.
Of make plans to go even without the tickets, and then just buy the tickets last minute.
And see, here's the thing: if you're going to do that in LA, just fly out from Houston to LA and take a chance. If you don't get the tickets, there's a lot to do in LA.
It's true.
You can still have a good time. You may not see the game in person, but
go watch it at a sports bar.
You can do some stuff.
It's true. That's a good point too. Well, good on him for getting 40. Sitting on top of the roof, he follows up.
That's fine.
Oh no, actually, sorry, that's a different texter. Just joking. Sitting on top of the roof, yeah, maybe for $44.
That would be funny.
But that's a good price. So congrats to you. Hey, we're ready for the season to start as well. Also on the text line, someone said speed got slowed down. SMH.
Come on, stop it. Stop it.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it. I'm corny, but I mean, just stop it. Let EJ Speed do his rehab and get back as quick as possible.
Suffered a partial quad tear. And if you're a skeptical Texans fan or a skeptical sports fan in general, the surgery was done or is being done by the Cowboys team doctor. Some people might be like, no, don't like that.
I do remember hearing that.
Yeah. That recovery time might be a little bit longer. What do you mean they left a sponge in him? What are you talking about? So we hope for a speedy recovery, no pun intended, for EJ Speed. But that's the only concern I think you can have with this defense is the depth. And if there are some injuries and that depth gets tested, that could be a little concerning.
Yeah.
Hey, time for our question of the day. What sports opinion would get you kicked out of the barbecue today? Let us know, 713-572-4610. Which sports opinion would get you kicked out of the barbecue? Send those messages, your answers in. We'll get to them next in the loop.
This Memorial Day, we pause to remember. follow the loop, here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee.
Wow, even got the imaging with our names in there. Happy Memorial Day. Today's question of the day. What sports opinion would get you kicked out of the barbecue today as you're celebrating? Send those in 713-572-4610, and we'll read the best answers. By the way, we did get a follow-up. The person who did actually buy those $44 tickets said they're halfway up the upper deck on the Texans sideline near the end zone. Not terrible.
Okay, yeah.
Not the best seats, but not terrible.
But
You're
I mean,
in the
for
building.
$44, you're in the building.
Oh, I'll take it for $44. Well, the trick...
I mean, $44 each ticket,
Yeah, each.
but,
Yeah.
that ain't bad, man.
No.
Congrats on that.
The move we always did, too, is the classic just move down. My dad would buy tickets in the upper deck. And
Yeah,
we'd
people
sneak
do
down.
that, too, yeah.
And I don't do that very much as an adult because just the anxiety of, like, waiting to get kicked out.
Yeah.
You can't even enjoy... I couldn't even enjoy the game. I'm sitting there waiting. Like, every time someone comes down the aisle, I'm thinking, like, no. I'm in their seats.
But
They're
it's
coming to get me.
It's a lot tougher now. The ushers and, people watching now, they're watching, especially at football games, a lot more now.
Yeah.
So it's tougher to do that.
It is tougher.
It's a lot tougher.
But here's the trick. If you can sneak down there the first time, once you're down there, this is my father's thing because he's 6'7", so he's very noticeable. So he would go up to like go to the bathroom or get us something at the concession stand, and he would intentionally say something to the person guarding the section because he's very rememberable.
Oh, yeah.
So then next time they won't ask for a ticket or anything because like, oh, yeah, he just left from this section. So that was always his move of making sure they saw him leaving. So whenever he would come back to that section that we weren't supposed to be sitting in, they'd just be like, right this way, sir. Yeah. We just saw you walk out of here.
See, that doesn't work too well for us 5'10" guys.
Well, just say you got to drop a funny joke or something. So when you come back, though, oh, yeah, this is that funny guy who just told me that
this funny bald guy.
Yeah, go right this way, sir. Back
right
to your nice
way.
seats.
Yeah.
Hey,
have a good time.
That's right. What sports opinion would get you kicked out of the barbecue today? Let us know on the YouTube, Twitch chats, 713-572-4610. Chris, I'll let you start it off. Do you have a hot take? Do you have an unpopular opinion that if you're at the barbecue today, friends and family at Memorial Day, sports related, I'm not getting into other stuff. There's plenty of answers there.
There's a lot of stuff that can go on.
Yeah, but sports related. Do you have a strong opinion that would get you thrown out?
Since we're in Houston, I'm going to keep it local for mine. And if you're at a barbecue, a cookout here in Houston, this one with a bunch of sports fans, bunch of Rockets fans, this one probably could get you kicked out of the barbecue. The Rockets are cooked for the next 5 years. I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah, please.
Western Conference Finals going on right now. Spurs-Thunder. Two very young teams with very young stars, superstars even, with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Victor Wembanyama. You can go down the list on both teams. They're going to own the West for the next at least 5 years.
Yeah, you would think.
I think it's going to be similar to what we saw in the early 2000s with the Lakers and the Spurs, where from what was it, like 99 to around 2005, they were both in the finals every year.
Mm-hmm.
They switched back and forth. The Lakers did win 3 in a row, and then the Spurs jumped in there a little bit. But from 99 to 05, I believe, somebody can double check that, but I believe no one else from the West made the NBA Finals.
Right.
Yeah. So I think the Rockets, I think you're cooked for the next 5 years. Yeah. Unless you can just do something that no one sees coming, and I just don't see that on the horizon.
I don't hate it. Yeah. Or like Wemby goes to play tennis or something.
Yeah.
You get Jordan out of the league somehow.
With the money he's going to make here pretty soon, with the once he's due for an extension coming up or another extension, a big max deal, he ain't going to play no tennis.
No.
Not anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't hate it. The NBA's always been built on these dynasties.
Yeah.
This is actually funny enough. We're coming out of the era that has had the most parity in the league since like the 70s.
Right.
Where we didn't have a repeat champion for the last, 7 years, but that might change with the Thunder this year. We'll see.
Good.
So I get it, and I'm with you. For me, it depends. I don't know. I mean, I think the listeners could point to a lot of different things. I ticked off a lot of people last week when I was blaming D'Amico Ryan more than C.J. Stroud for the offense.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's
hot.
That might be one. I guess so.
That's a little hot. I think here in Houston, that's hot. That's a hot take, I would say.
Yeah, so if we went to a barbecue here in town,
You'd be out.
That might get me thrown out.
He's like, hey, bro, you got to go, man. You just got to go.
Still plenty of Stroud support out there. I like Stroud.
Yeah, no one's saying that you don't.
Yeah,
but, yeah.
Multiple things can be true at once. I like Stroud. Well, actually, I was sticking up for Stroud. I was saying it's more on the head coach and what D'Amico Ryans wants from that offense. That was one last week. Obviously, around here, I have the nickname or the reputation of being a hater.
Hating ass Luke.
That's what they call me. So I think there's plenty you can point to. Another one that was a bit hot the day I issued it a few months back. If I was in San Antonio specifically,
okay,
this would get me kicked out. And I got some pushback on the text line the day of as well. I think Greg Popovich should be removed from the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Wow. Luke, what are you doing?
Yeah, he's not a Hall of Famer. All the things that are wrong with the NBA today, all the things that people complain about in the NBA are Greg Popovich's fault.
So I know a load management jab is coming here.
Yeah.
I do it.
What are the biggest complaints about the NBA right now? Tanking and load management. Those are probably the top two.
Yeah.
And I know he didn't originate tanking. Tanking began before him.
It's been around a long time.
But they tanked for Tim Duncan, and then they tanked for Wemby, and they've done it better than maybe anybody, getting those two at the number one picks. And the load management has always been credited to, people blame Kawhi Leonard, but it was been credited to Greg Popovich as the decision maker.
Oh, yeah.
To sit Kawhi Leonard.
I do got to push back a little bit, though.
Yes.
On the tanking for Tim Duncan. Didn't David Robinson get hurt that year?
Yeah.
That year previous? So, I mean, that wasn't really
But no, that's still, it's like throwing in the towel.
That wasn't really planned.
It was once David Robinson got hurt, they said, okay, now we might as well just go get the number one pick. And then what I really dislike about Greg Popovich is he was the GM at the time.
He was, yeah.
And then inserted himself as the head coach once you had Duncan and Robinson.
Yeah, because he was the GM before he became the head. And people forget that. People seem to forget that. Yeah, he was.
That's really lame.
GM, yeah.
And I compared it to
That's really lame.
Yeah. It's not the best comparison, but I compared it to Bill Belichick, that if he was the GM, and then once Bledsoe got injured and he saw Brady's the greatest quarterback of all time, he's like, you know what? I'm going to make myself the head coach now and reap the benefits.
That's hilarious.
And Popovich, if you look at his winning percentage, it's great, of course, but without Tim Duncan, he had worse numbers than Bill Belichick, and we give Belichick without Tom Brady, that is, and we give Belichick such a hard time, and yet Popovich is Teflon. Nobody says a word about the fact that he was terrible for the last, whatever it was, decade of his career.
Close to it.
And then he was also a jerk. And, like, even now, I see the stories that he's getting the credit for their win because he gave like the pregame speech in the locker room.
Yeah.
Buzz off. This isn't your team anymore.
I did see that.
Oh yeah. Does he get the blame when they lose the games?
And
Enough for the Greg Popovich stuff.
De'Aaron Fox even gave him a shout out basically after the game. Yeah. I mean, people love Pop, man. I mean, you're gonna catch some heat over that
for sure.
I hope you don't have to go to San Antonio anytime soon. You're not gonna get any love there. I mean, you're treading on Charles Barkley waters here.
That's right.
The way he rags on San Antonio. Good Lord.
True. Yeah. And Galveston.
Yeah, he does.
How dare you put down our beaches?
He does.
On the text line, sports-related, Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl this year.
Stop it.
And also, James Harden will win a championship.
Stop it.
Those are the takes that will get him thrown out.
You do know he's down 3-0 right now.
Yeah, he's not winning a championship this year.
Not analytically, he's not.
Yes, thank you, Ben.
True. This one is a bit of a hot take.
Uh-oh.
This might be unpopular.
Give it to us.
The Love Ya Blue color does not belong to Houston. It belongs to the Titans because they are the Oilers. Then they say, I don't believe this, but this is something that would get you kicked out of a barbecue. All right, way to bury the lead. That is one that would be an unpopular take. Let's see. I'm scrolling through all these texts coming in. Rudy T was a better coach than Popovich with way less talent. That's right. There's a Houston take for you. Rudy T over Popovich.
That could be argued because he, outside of having the dream and, an older Clyde Drexler for, briefly, Rudy T did a lot with very little. I won't say very little, but not as much talent as Pop had over the years. I mean, you got to look at all the Hall of Famers that the Spurs
that's what I'm saying.
had, so Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with your take. I'm not going to go that far. I'm not going to go that far. But I do. I got peoples in San Antonio too. I'm not trying to get kicked out of every barbecue now. Come on.
Oh, don't pander. Tell it how it is.
Brother got to eat, man.
That's right.
I got to eat.
Still a Harden fan. It was a mutual letdown by the Rockets and Harden. It wasn't just him. That's an opinion that would get you kicked out of the barbecue.
He was a letdown.
Yeah, he was a letdown.
He was a huge letdown.
I would make the goals and nets bigger and worth 2. This is for soccer. With the World Cup coming up soon, I would make the goals, nets bigger and worth 2 if a shot was made from outside the penalty box. That's interesting, like a 3-pointer.
Yeah, wow.
In soccer. Do you think that would be an opinion that would get someone thrown out of a barbecue?
If you're at a soccer, a soccer-laden, fan-laden barbecue, then it might, yeah. I'm not sure about widening how much bigger you're going to make the goal.
I know.
You want 25 to 17 games? I mean, yeah.
Everyone loves offense.
I guess so, but come on, it needs to be a little bit of a challenge.
It sure is. Yeah, nothing like watching 120 minutes of soccer and not seeing a single score. That gets me going.
I like a little defense.
Yeah. Talking
maybe
about
not that much.
Yeah, right. Talking about the Spurs will get you kicked out of the barbecue, period.
Damn.
In this area.
In this city, yes. In this city, it might. So.
What if I'm telling you, though, that Popovich shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame? That would probably, you'd welcome me into your barbecue.
It might still get you kicked
It's
out.
Negative.
They just don't want to hear the word Spurs.
That's right. From the 713, I agree with Luke on all fronts. I've been blaming D'Amico for making CJ scared. And Popovich is why we have the biggest issues in the NBA. Thank you.
Wait,
Smart man there.
The first one for making CJ scared? Is that what they said?
Scared to death to throw the ball.
Oh,
yeah. I didn't go that far.
He is a little timid sometimes, but
yeah. My whole thing is just that as a defensive head coach, I think he pulled back the reins, put the training wheels on. We saw what C.J. Stroud was his rookie year.
Yeah.
And it was a comment Ron made last week that he said you had what could have been a Joe Burrow, and instead you were like, I don't want him to be a Joe Burrow. I want him to be whatever, Brad Johnson, a Rich Gannon. Not a Rich Gannon. Rich Gannon was
Rich
MVP.
Gannon won MVP.
Yeah. No, a Brad Johnson.
Brad Johnson, yeah.
A Trent Dilfer. Somebody that just has that great defense.
Yeah.
And is a game manager.
Yeah.
And so that was why I was saying it's that defensive head coach that doesn't want you to throw the ball all 35 times and take deep shots. They want you to run the ball, check it down, take care of it, play good defense. And if you look, the pass attempts for C.J. Stroud have gone down each of his seasons in the league by a decent amount to the point where it's the 11th fewest last year. And there was 11 defensive head coaches in the NFL last year. 10 of the 11 were in the bottom half of the league in pass attempts. The only exception was the Cardinals, who were 3-14 and had to throw the ball a lot. And I think you're not leaning into your talented quarterback. Instead, it's like making a fastball pitcher, try to be a breaking ball pitcher. Like you're not leaning, like just let him be him instead of turning him into something that might not fit him best.
But I think you also know when you bring in a defensive coach, usually a defensive coach and wanting to run the ball, establish the run are synonymous, right? That kind of usually comes with the package of bringing in a defensive coach, a guy that played in the league, played defense, good linebacker. He's probably going to run the ball.
For sure.
Want to run the ball. It just kind of comes with it. I'm not saying this right or wrong. I'm just saying that usually comes with that territory.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a big part of the issue.
Yeah.
What sports opinion would get you kicked out of the barbecue? Couple last texts to get to before we have to run here. Better sports city, Houston or Dallas? I guess they would be saying that they must be claiming Dallas, and that would get you in trouble in this part of town?
Yeah, of course it would.
Yeah.
Especially Dallas. You start talking about Dallas down here, people just get all, ooh.
For Dallas, it's how many of the teams actually play in Dallas? Yeah, you got to take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
They're not even in Dallas.
It's the DFW.
Yeah. All right, fine. Then say
Dallas,
DFW.
Dallas-Fort Worth area. Come on.
That, then.
Come on, Luke. You know what it's worth.
I'm not impressed with Dallas.
Not with it, huh?
Take away the 3-point line and make half-court 3-point shots to add more. Now, this text gets hard to read. But anyways, take away the 3-point line.
I can picture that right now. That would just be miserable because guys are already shooting from half court. Mm-hmm. Imagine if it's worth.
It's true.
That would just be so ridiculous.
They're already shooting enough threes. Imagine if they start pulling up from half court instead.
Half the game. Like half the game, you got guys pulling up from 40 feet, 45 feet. That would be too ridiculous.
Right.
No, please don't do that.
For soccer, get rid of offsides and allow substitutions like hockey.
Huh.
I don't think you can get rid of offsides, but I do kind of like the substitutions like hockey.
Yeah.
That could be fun. And then the last text I'll read for the time being, you can keep sending in your answers, 713-572-4610. D'Amico does not encourage CJ to test the windows or throw interceptions to get the passing game timing down in preseason. I'll say this. Phil Simms would always tell the story that when he would come to the sideline, Bill Parcells would yell at him for throwing the ball away and not taking more chances. And Parcells was a defensive guy, but he said, if you don't have 2 interceptions, you're not taking enough chances, or something along those lines, was the story that Simms would tell. And he would have enough faith in his defense being good enough to take advantage, to defend any short fields that might come from it. So that is an outlier for a defensive head coach, but there is that idea of but
it's also Bill Parcells.
You're not taking enough chances. Yeah.
Bill Parcells was different.
One of the greats.
He was different. Yeah, definitely great.
Coming up, we got to go, speaking of football, we got to go around the NFL, and we'll do it next in the Loop.
What was PC's immediate reaction on Area 4? to Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. Time to go around the NFL. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this Memorial Day. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. Also can get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well.
Hit us up.
That's right. Ben's hung around since the morning show, hanging with us for the first half of In the Loop. And let's go around the NFL. It's kind of NFL adjacent. It's another sport, but a former NFL player.
Yeah.
Had a shining debut over the weekend. Johnny Manziel won his MMA debut. I have to be honest, I did not know that this was even a thing or that this was happening until after the fact, and I saw the headlines. But apparently he fought some social media, quote-unquote, influencer or social media personality.
Something like that.
And from what I saw in the story, he had I think a knockout or just dominated. He
put the beats on that boy.
Yeah, won in the first round, I think.
I've only seen clips. I didn't go out of my way to watch this.
I didn't even see clips. But Manziel, I think afterwards said that's it. He's done. He did his one fight. He's not going to get in the octagon again.
I mean, he's 1-0.
Go out on top.
Celebrity or not, doesn't matter. Exhibition doesn't matter. 1-0. What more do you have to prove?
It's true.
You beat a loudmouth social media influencer. And I'm just guessing. I don't even know who the guy is. But
I think that's redundant anyways. I think they're all loudmouths.
He kicked his butt. What more do you have to prove? Shout out Johnny Football.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah, it was a first-round TKO against Bob Menery. I don't know who that is. I just saw a photo, though, of Manziel standing in the ring.
Uh-huh.
Oh, boy.
What does that mean?
It's not a flattering
It's
photo.
not a good look, huh?
He's looking
He's gained a few pounds.
flabby.
He's gained a few pounds.
Yeah.
He's gained a few pounds, you know. But Johnny Football has been through some things, though. He's been through real life. You know what I mean? Like, he's had to, I'm saying just since he's not been in the NFL the past, almost a decade now? He only lasted a few years.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's been through some things.
It's also funny, like, he's listed at 6 foot. These athletes usually bolster their height. So, yeah, he's probably maybe more like 5'10", 5'11".
Yeah. Probably a little bit taller than me.
He was always seen as such like a small quarterback, which for quarterbacks that is, like a Russell Wilson, a Drew Brees.
Yeah, that's how he was looked at, like a Russell Wilson almost. Yeah, at the time.
It's always funny with these athletes that when you watch them on TV with other athletes, they look tiny, and then you see them in person, it's like, oh my gosh, this guy's huge.
It's a different, different ball game.
I think that's part of it too. At this fight of Manziel, he was always thought of as like this little tiny guy running around. Then he gets into the ring, and he's 6 feet is above average. And he knocked this guy out in the first round. So, yeah, good for him.
And, I mean, looking at him, he probably weighs about 230 now.
Yeah, well, so that's the thing. He was listed during his playing days at 207.
Yeah. Oh, he's bigger than that.
Yeah, he is. I saw the photo. But good for him. He'd probably knock me out in the first round, too. I'm not gonna lie. What would be if this was not celebrity death match because of the negative connotations there. You're talking about someone dying in the ring. But if you could put together like a celebrity fight, boxing, MMA, whatever it is there any particular celebrity, athlete, or otherwise that you would love to see get into the ring?
Well, there was actually another fight on this same card.
Oh, yeah?
And it was two former NBA guys.
Really?
Lance Stevenson.
Okay.
And Ben, do you know who the other
Michael
guy?
Beasley.
Michael Beasley.
Oh, wow.
And Beasley got choked out. He tapped out, right? I think Beasley tapped out.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, Stevenson won. I believe he tapped him out.
I would bet on Lance Stevenson.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that happened as well.
I wonder how that fight was.
That happened. I saw clips, but that happened as well. If I could choose two pro athletes, any sport, or did you say NFL? I'm sorry.
Any sport.
Any sport. Ooh. Damn, that's tough on the spot. There's so many. There's so many. Ben, do you have anyone like just offhand?
Nah.
That's a tough one. There's so many guys I want to see get punched in the face.
Yeah? Who's one of them?
I'd put LeBron in.
Oh yeah,
I'd put LeBron in there.
I would love to see LeBron there because
LeBron in there.
The
LeBron's huge, dude.
Right, but the knock on LeBron is because of how big he is. No one ever wants to test him. Like he's never had to fight before.
Well,
and we all remember when the guy in the Pistons tried to go after him, and LeBron was running away.
Blanking on his name right now, but he was young at the time.
Yeah, he was crazy. He had didn't he have an issue earlier this year too?
He's had a few. He's had a few of those run-ins.
Yeah. And so that was where everyone was pointing to, like, oh, look at LeBron in the back of the group, keeping everybody in front of him. So, yeah, it would be funny to see him in the ring to see how well he could hold up at his stature.
How about LeBron and Jordan? We see who the real GOAT is, actually.
Oh, well, come on. LeBron's got like 25 years on him.
I know. I'm joking.
20 years.
If we could go back,
that would be great.
If we could go back and get a prime Jordan, say 30-year-old Jordan.
Against a prime LeBron? Jordan didn't have the body of a LeBron, though.
No.
LeBron would probably knock him out, too.
But Jordan got more of that dog in him, though.
It's true.
Just in general, he got more of that dog in him.
It's true.
I don't know.
Be like Muhammad Ali. Take the beating and then
rope-a-dope.
Yeah, exactly. Knock you out late. Tire you out first.
Yeah, last week on Area 45, I'll get through this real quick. So Sean and Colin were trying to talk me into being the representative for the station in like a celebrity boxing match.
Oh, wow. That would be good.
They're like, yeah, you can do it.
Yeah.
You're big. You're in shape.
Yeah.
I'm like, why you want to put me in there?
It's true.
I can't mess up the moneymaker, y'all. Come on now.
True. Yeah.
But I would do it for the station.
You'd be a good one. I mean, you'd be top 3. The other 2 would be the former NFL players, Clint and Seth.
They would have to be ahead of me.
Yeah. Clint, you said moneymaker. That's why I think Clint would be out. And then Seth I would put in there because, he's a defensive lineman, and I think there still is some of that. I mean this in the best way, Seth. I think there still is some of that like craziness, that tenacity, that dog. Like
he got that dog in him.
You put him in a ring.
He got that dog in him. I'm definitely putting them ahead of me. That's for sure.
Yeah, I would get in a ring with any 3 of you guys. No thanks. On the text line, 2 separate people at the same time said Dylan Brooks versus Draymond Green. That's a good one.
Okay, that would be the one.
Sign me up for that.
Who you got, though, in that?
Dylan Brooks.
I messed with Draymond Green, followed him for a long time, but I think Dylan Brooks is a little more real crazy, real crazy.
Exactly, yeah.
If you look at his eyes,
yeah,
there's something not there. Like, it's something going on with Dylan Brooks.
Meanwhile, I'm watching Draymond Green crack jokes at Kevin Hart's roast. So.
Yeah, but I'm pumped.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I would take Dylan Brooks. Someone also said DJ Metcalf against A.J. Brown. How about Andre Johnson against Cortland Finnegan if we backed it up like 20 years?
Oh, God. I'm taking Dre.
Yeah.
I'm taking Andre
He won
Johnson.
that day, too.
Yes, he did. We already saw a sample of that.
It's true. Going around the NFL, Florida signed the Teddy Bridgewater Act. If you're unfamiliar, Teddy Bridgewater lost his job as a high school football coach, or he got punished at least. I think he might have gotten fired as well. He helped out kids like financially, giving them money for I think just like food and stuff, or maybe it was for the equipment and everything.
Yeah.
Anyways, he provided financial support. It's not allowed for a coach to do that, and so it cost him like his job, or he got in trouble, suspended, whatever it might have been. He ended up going back to the NFL anyways. He's still in the NFL now as a backup. But they signed this new law into place in the state of Florida where this occurred, where now it's okay for coaches to provide financial help to some of their athletes or their players. I would say this is the greatest accomplishment of Teddy Bridgewater's football career. He never did much in the NFL.
You know what? I'm with you.
Now he has a law named after him. That's pretty cool.
Named after him. Now, on the flip side of this, most coaches are not going to be in the situation that he came from.
Yeah.
Where he was already a former NFL player at that time.
Yeah.
And had made a substantial amount of money. But even just, a lot of these students come from really rough backgrounds and don't have a lot. Sometimes they do need a little help. A lunch here and there, whatever it may be, a ride to school, or whatever the case may be. So no, I'm all for this, and yes, I think I'm with you. Biggest accomplishment of Teddy Bridgewater's football career.
Yeah.
For sure. Because this is going to go on for decades, long after he's, long and gone from the sport.
Yeah, this law now helps coaches use their own money to help their players with expenses such as food, transportation, physical therapy, and rehab. Yeah. Why not? This should be.
Yeah, I mean,
why Teddy Bridgewater got in trouble in the first place is silly.
It's just like with all the NCAA stuff from back in the day when if a kid got a lunch from someone. I mean, Des Bryant got in trouble for that. Deion Sanders took him to lunch years ago,
really?
And he missed the rest of his, I think, junior season. with Oklahoma State, something to that effect.
I would get it if it was for private schools because you can recruit for private schools.
Yeah.
But I believe this was a public high school. I don't see the downside for public.
If it's public,
because there is no concern of that unfair. Hey, come to our school, and we got this rich NFL player who's going to pay for
we got your back.
You have to be in that school district anyways. Now, obviously, people can move, but if they want to go through the trouble of moving, which is the biggest pain in life, you want to go through the trouble of moving just to get your kid in a certain school, then good on you. He can go to that school and play for the former NFL player.
Use a friend's or family member's address.
Yeah, sure. But
people did that all the time back in the day. People do it.
Right, people do it. But that's still not legal, so that's fine with me.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to break the rules, go ahead, but you still risk getting caught and getting in trouble.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I'm glad they put this into effect because it made no sense. He got suspended was his punishment. He got suspended for a whole year. It makes no sense.
Good move by the state of Florida.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, and good on Teddy for trying
right?
to... Yeah, Florida.
Yeah, okay.
Good on Teddy for trying to help his players. He has the money, and he was paying for meals and transportation and whatnot for these kids. Good for him.
I've always heard he's a good dude, just in general.
Yes.
Just a down-to-earth guy, willing to give back. So
He's always been very well liked.
Love it.
Continuing around the NFL, Bears quarterback coach J.T. Barrett says he wants Caleb Williams to do less this year. I put this in here just because this reminds me of kind of the whole C.J. Stroud conversation we keep having, of asking him to do less. And it was also something that they said was Trevor Lawrence's big turnaround this year, that Trevor Lawrence, with the eye test, seemed to have the best year of his career because the team was most successful. If you look at the numbers, he had a career low pass attempts, Trevor Lawrence did. His numbers were down across the board, but because he wasn't taking as many chances and he wasn't turning over the football, you watch Trevor Lawrence and think wow, he's playing better football than ever. Yeah. It's because they're requiring less from him.
They cleaned some things up.
And it seems like this is the new trend of the NFL where you want your quarterbacks to do less, which seems counterintuitive. It used to be it was all on the quarterback. Peyton Manning's running the offense at the line of scrimmage, and now it's hey, follow our system, go through your reads and progressions. Don't, as they said in this article, they were telling Caleb, don't run around and try to make plays, just follow the plays and get rid of the football. And it just seems like we're making it so simple on these quarterbacks to the point that we're almost taking away some of their smarts or their ability and trying to turn them almost into robots of we trying to make it so basic, simple, easy, taking the football out of their hands where the quarterback's supposed to be like the Patrick Mahomes running around making things happen.
So is it essentially that analytics are dumbing down the quarterback position? Are we getting to that point where it's becoming so easy and you're asking so little, I won't say so little, but much less of quarterbacks? And you just gave a couple pretty good examples there. Is it dumbing down the quarterback position in the NFL?
It's a good question. I think we're moving in that direction. I don't want to be so harsh and say that we are dumbing them down. But that's also, they've been saying that this may be part of the influence of college football they always point to, because in college football, you're not calling the plays in the huddle. You're looking to the sideline, and they're holding up those posters, and they're calling. So that's always a concern when these college quarterbacks come into the NFL of can they command a huddle and can they actually get the play calls out and all that sort of stuff and make their reads instead of just looking over to the sideline and having the answers to the test right there on the sideline. The other part is so many teams use no huddle offense in college that makes it a lot easier on the quarterback. So, yeah, I think in general, and look, we could say this for all walks of life, that we're always trying to make it easier for the next generation, even outside of sports. And I think we're doing the same with quarterbacks where whether it's that college influence or not, we are, I think, trying to make it a lot easier. I won't say they're that the quarterbacks today are dumber than ever before, but I think they are making it.
Well, I'm not
saying
they're dumb.
I know, dumbing it down.
I'm not saying they're dumb. If the coaching is dumbing, dumbing down the position, making it to where they don't have to, almost don't have to think as much.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what they want.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely. On the text line, someone said Texans OC ain't those two guys, LOL. I think they're acting the same way, though. I think this has been the strategy of the Texans. I referenced it last hour. The pass attempts have gone down each year. They're asking C.J. Stroud to do less.
Yeah.
And I think that's what a lot of teams across the board are doing with their young quarterbacks. Honestly, it's what ticked me off so much with J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings, because I think Kevin O'Connell did not do that. I think he tried to make it really hard on his young quarterback who needed it to be. If there was ever a quarterback who needed some training wheels and needed it to be easier, it was J.J. McCarthy, and yet Kevin O'Connell refused to use screens and play action, was doing 7-step drops and everything. I was like, my gosh, you're not making it easy.
That did not work out last season.
No, it did not. And now Kyler Murray is there.
Oh, my goodness.
As we head around the NFL, Brian Schottenheimer sold his $4 million home so that he could move closer to the Cowboys' practice facility. Talk about dedication, huh?
Yeah, he's in there for the long haul, he thinks.
This seems like, I don't know. Look, I always say that people think about their commutes when they find a place to live, and that's a big thing.
That's true.
You don't want to spend an hour, like, oh, great house, great neighborhood. Yeah, but then you're going to be in the car an hour in the morning driving to work and an hour home, and that might not be worth it. So I get that. And Schottenheimer, previously, his commute was only like 20 to 30 minutes. I say only.
Only.
But
it's not that bad, though.
Yeah, not as bad as some people here in Houston.
Ooh.
But it just seems like one of those things of like, you know, the famous move politicians will always do is they'll say they're going on vacation for a week when really the vacation's only 3 days anyways. And then they'll come back after 3 days and they'll be like, I came back from my vacation early. And it's like, well, it was really planned that way. This is just a ploy to try to appease people that you're working harder.
It's an illusion.
Yeah, and I feel like this is kind of similar. Is it really that big? Is Schottenheimer going to be that much better of a coach this year because he moved 15 minutes closer to the facility?
Probably not.
Right?
Probably not.
Is it going to make that huge of an impact on him in his life, his personal life?
I mean, it may make him feel a little better about what he's doing there. But I mean, these coaches, they're at these facilities for, 14, 16 hours a day anyway.
Right. I know a lot of them sleep there.
Some of them are sleeping there, so it just depends on what type of routine and regimen he has going. If he's sleeping there 3 nights a week, then might not really mean much.
Yeah, I know. I watched. I don't know what it was for, but they followed Sean McVay around. I don't know who did it. This was a couple years ago too, but they followed McVay around throughout the day to see what a day was like in the life of an NFL coach. Yeah, and it was similar for him where, like, he was there all day. He would leave at 5 in the morning. He wouldn't get home till, like, 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock, whatever. And his commute was like an hour. And I was like, oh, my gosh, this is terrible. So I think for these coaches that do spend so much time at their facility, they should live as close as they possibly can. I don't know. It's an interesting story. Like, he's already been the head coach. He was there previously before that as well. He's been there for a little while.
He was OC, yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about Schottenheimer, right?
Schottenheimer.
He was OC for a year before he became head coach.
So it's just funny that, I don't know, he's moving like 10. He's sold his $4 million home, and is moving 10 minutes closer.
Now you're going to move. Okay.
Right. Not when he first got the job or anything. But hey, good for him. Maybe it'll help the Cowboys.
I guess it looks good on paper.
That's what I'm saying. That's like the whole thing. This is just like, it's eyewash,
it makes Jerry Jones think, you're really dedicating yourself to the position.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. We'll see if it helps him. There's high expectations for the Cowboys, like every year.
It won't. It won't help them. Trust me. It won't.
That's around the NFL here on this Memorial Day. Coming up, is the Texans' culture already set? We'll talk about that next in The Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Sports Radio 610 presents In for the Loop. Here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee.
Happy Memorial Day. Is the Texans' culture already set? As you heard, Luke Morrow, Chris Partee in for the fellas today. Ben on the steel wheels. Made the trek to the bathroom and back in time. Bathrooms here have been closed. We've passed the 5-week mark. We have to run upstairs to the other floor, come back down. But I got to tell you.
It's a trek, man.
Yeah, it is. And especially for a producer like that, or a host, even for us too, I guess. But, man, like, you got to get in and out. You got to get back during that commercial break.
Got to handle your business.
I hope we're not back already.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
Timing yourself, running up the stairs.
And got to handle your business real fast.
I've been training for it, yeah. But I got to be honest, the bigger issue, and this is all going to look great when all the construction's finished around here. It's already looking cool. The bigger issue, though, is for some reason the water filter doesn't do cold water anymore, even when you press the cold button.
Oh, so they got everything jacked up.
It's all room temperature water.
So everything's jacked up.
And I'm a guy, I need screaming cold water. I do not like warm. I do not like room temperature water.
You want that teeth chattering.
I pour it out.
Cold.
Yeah, at home. Once it's been sitting out too long, it's no longer cold.
Really?
If there's any water left in the cup, I pour it out. I fill it up with more cold water. It needs to be cold.
So you're not a room temperature water guy
no,
at all.
Very rarely.
See, I can go either way. I prefer cold to be, at least chilled. Yeah. But cold is great, at least chilled. But, if it's, a warm bottle of water, I'm fine with that. Not like hot, but you know what I mean, like room temperature.
Right. Yeah.
I can do it.
I don't love it. And I was lucky the missus didn't even she didn't know all this, but she put ice cubes in my water bottle today. So still not cold enough for me, but better
still not cold. Oh, come on.
But better than nothing.
Look, now you're just being ridiculous.
Better than nothing. I need really cold. Yeah, it's got to be cold. I'm going to go stick this in the freezer for a bit.
He's just being unreasonable now.
Mm-hmm. Need cold water.
She goes out of her way to get you ice cubes.
Oh, no. I'm not, like yeah, no. Thank you. That was a big help.
Come on, Luke.
She didn't even know that there's no cold water. I need more cubes, though, to make it even colder. Hey, the Texans, is the culture set for the Texans? Because, this is a question that you had, Chris, because D'Amico Ryans was talking about feeling good about the outlook heading into the OTAs and the offseason schedule here because the culture has been set for the Texans. But you pondered if that truly is the case, if this culture is where it needs to be for the Texans heading into the season.
I do question that. And the biggest reason I question that is the offense, but, the offense as a whole, but also if there's still so many question marks surrounding C.J. Stroud. I mean, hell, if they were 100% on, wouldn't he have an extension by now? The Bengals didn't really wait for Joe Burrow to give him an extension. When he was, once he was ready, or eligible, I should say, he got an extension. Am I wrong about that? Like, there's still questions out there. Even with, not just with fans, but the Texans still have questions, obviously, about C.J. Stroud and whether or not they want to have to pay him $60 million a year. Because that's probably what it's going to be around, especially if he has a, pretty good season coming up in 2026. $60 million a year, however much guaranteed. Yeah. So, I mean, can the culture, in my opinion, or what I'm asking is, can the culture really be set if you're not 100% on board with your quarterback? Like, come on.
Interesting question.
I think that's part of culture, of the as far as football goes, the team culture.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that franchise guy? Is he in place? Are you rocking with him 100% no matter what for the future?
It might speak more to the strength of the culture that even with that big question.
I like that, Luke. I like how you turn that around.
That's right. It's something the Texans can handle because of that great culture that D'Amico has built, that they still have the faith and believe and they still have each other's backs. To me, culture, though, and I've always felt this way, it's one of those buzzwords. And people always say, oh, they got a great coach. We got a great coach. I've always said culture is tied. It's just tied into winning. When you say that team has a great culture, what you're really saying is that team's successful.
Yeah.
If the Texans went 3-14 2 years ago and 5-12 last year, would we be saying like, oh yeah, but they have a great culture?
It'd be a bad culture.
Yeah, because they're just not winning and people are unhappy, and vice versa. I mean, you can have a bad culture and a team can still be good. But you don't often hear about a last place team, but everyone's like, yeah, but that culture there is great. Props to the head coach. He's built a great culture for the Cleveland Browns.
I mean, unless it's just like a 1 year, like one off year. for
Right.
like the Chiefs last year. They had an off year,
Yeah.
a down year. But you would still say the Chiefs had a pretty good team culture.
You could say that,
around what Andy Reid has built over the past decade plus.
Right.
I would think so.
But I think even just that 1 year, and immediately people will start to, it brings questions.
Yeah.
That's how, finicky we are with all this.
It definitely is. I won't even say season to season, it's game to game.
Yeah,
week to
absolutely.
week. It's a week to week league.
It is.
You could be number one week, and the next week, if you lose by 30, you're the worst. You're the worst thing that's happened in that city since whatever.
It's true. So the question you raise is: Can the culture be as good as it needs to be if you still have questions on the quarterback?
Yeah.
Which is the most important part of the team, of course.
Yeah.
713-572-4610 to weigh in on that as well, even just in general, away from the Texans. I think both things can be true. Like, obviously, they are not sold on C.J. Stroud, to your point. Not sold enough.
Doesn't feel
Otherwise,
like
you'd give him the contract.
Give him the money, yeah. It doesn't
Why
feel
not?
like it, yeah.
Jerry Jones has run into that problem many times where he waits too long and it ends up costing him more money.
And then you have to pay a guy like Dak Prescott $60 million.
So if the Texans were truly sold on Stroud, you lock him up long term. And with the way the season ended last year, I think that's another reason or another way you could try to question things after just how negative the ending was for the Texans in the playoffs. But again, going back to what I said, maybe that's a compliment to the culture that they were able to handle that crushing, heartbreaking loss and performance from Stroud and still rally around their guy and bounce back and be ready to go for this season.
That is another perspective, and that's one way to look at it. So, I like how you spun that around on me because you're right though that it could work that way as to say, yeah, well, even though they don't really or they haven't really shown that they're 100% in on CJ, and the way you show you're 100% in is give the guy his money. That's how you really show it. Words are one thing, you can say a lot of things, but okay, well, if you really believe in me, pay me, right? That's in any profession, any walk of life.
Yeah.
You really believe in me, well then show me the money.
Show me the money. Tom Cruise.
Wise man once said.
Yeah. I think it's a credit to C.J. Stroud in that he's always appeared to have the locker room and have his teammates, even with some of the poor plays like in the playoffs where it would be easy for guys to throw him under the bus, or we start getting some of the stories, even this offseason reports trickling out of this guy unhappy or this guy says something like on a YouTube stream or something. And to my knowledge, really none of that, they've always had his back. None of that has happened.
They respect him, it feels like.
And that could speak to, that could complement the culture as well, that even if Stroud, even on his worst days or even when he's not playing his best, that he still has the command of the, of the locker room, that he is still that leader. D'Amico Ryan said, quote, "Our culture here is set. I don't have to say much on it, but I still have to make sure I teach our rookies what that looks like." A lot of guys are coming from a lot of different places all over the country, a lot of different schools that do things different ways. We're just going to have to let them know how we do it here in Houston. Maybe a little bit different, but we believe in what we do here. We think it works. We build it around the people. They have had success doing it their way, obviously. D'Amico, as soon as he's come in, he's turned around the team, and they've had double-digit victories.
Yeah.
Double-digit wins each season along the way.
But here's the thing. Talk about double-digit wins each season. That's great, and it's a huge accomplishment, especially when you go back to what was happening here in Houston in terms of the Texans before D'Amico got here and CJ got here. That stretch of just not good football.
Yeah.
But eventually, you got to get over the hump in the playoffs, or those 10, 11, 12 wins every season is not going to be enough anymore. You got to get over that hump which has been the divisional round for them. And you just talked about how fit we are. I mean, 12 wins is amazing, but they lost in the divisional round again, right? So eventually, you got to get over that hump, or it's like, okay, well, we're just stagnant now. Right. Yeah, we're winning 11 games, we're winning 12 games, but we can't even make it to the AFC title game. Eventually, you have to get over that hump.
Well, that's for sure.
Because franchises are fickle.
Right.
You're only going to be able to do that for so long.
And regardless of the culture, you got to get over that hump. The culture can only get you so far.
Only get you so far.
Still got to go out there and win. On the text line, one texter said, yes, great culture. They always have CJ's back. And there is something to be said for that.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I mean, we're getting stories out of Philadelphia despite how successful they've been
Which is
guys
crazy.
talking trash about Jalen Hurts, and A.J. Brown's not happy. And
yeah, he's been unhappy for a while.
Jalen Hurts isn't very popular, and that none of them like him, and yada, 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 this and that. And that's while winning. Usually you get those stories from losing teams that can't stand each other. As they say, winning cures all. So there is something to be said that even when Stroud struggles, I mean, as I mentioned a moment ago, with how bad he played in the playoffs, it would be so simple for a frustrated teammate to be frustrated and say into a microphone anywhere.
Say something crazy.
Yeah, after the game or just on a podcast in the offseason, or they're playing video games on a stream, as guys tend to do, or whatever, an Instagram Live.
And it gets recorded.
And, say something, and call them a bum or something. Or, man, this would be us in the Super Bowl if it wasn't for number 7. But no, it's all positive. Xavier Hutchinson was praising Stroud on, I think it was Texans All Access within the last couple of weeks. And so I think there is something to be said for that, and that culture that's been built in the organization, or simply just by the quarterback, that through the ups or downs, almost like a marriage or your wedding vows, like the best of times and the worst of times, sickness and in health, that through the ups and downs, they do always seem to have his back. It's a tight-knit, it's like the Patriots way, which is fitting. That nothing ever got out from the Patriots. They never had that in-house fighting. And we see that here in Houston, and it is a credit to that word that I think is very overused, but culture.
Culture.
Yeah.
I think it also helps that CJ is a very cool guy.
He is.
He's not one of these jerk D-bag that we've seen in the past or even in the present,
Yeah, it's something I brought up, I think, during the season when I was with Seth one morning, I think. And I said, do you think CJ is getting more opportunities because of the nice guy? If he was Aaron Rodgers, the personality of Aaron Rodgers, but playing
I wasn't going to say names.
CJ Stroud. Yeah, I'll say names.
I wasn't going to say names.
I'll name names. If he's Aaron Rodgers, but with some of the performances of a CJ Stroud, do you give him as many opportunities? Because it's like, well, he's not good enough on or off the field.
He's just a jerk.
Yeah. Nice guys in all walks of life can get greater opportunities. If someone's bad at their job, in an office job, and they're also a jerk, it's like, well, then what are we keeping this guy around for? People don't like him, and he's not good enough. But if you're good at your job, you can be a jerk, and they'll keep you.
Yeah, if you're a jerk, but you're bringing in money, basically,
right?
They'll keep you around forever.
And if you're a nice guy and you're not quite good enough at your job, it's not going to keep you forever, but they might keep you around longer than somebody else who's not good enough at their job. Because they're like, oh, everybody likes him, and he's a really nice guy. Yeah, maybe he'll turn it around.
Give you time to find something else before they get rid of you.
Or that. Let's try him over here. He's a really nice guy. He's good for the office. Let's try to find him another spot.
Good for morale.
Yeah, good for morale.
Good for morale.
Tim Tebow. Let's try to turn him into a tight end. It's good to just have him in the locker room.
Tebow was not going for that tight end stuff.
No.
He wasn't going for it.
Yeah.
I'm a quarterback, damn it.
Hey, coming up, we got to get to what's popping here on this Memorial Day, including, I ask you, what was the most awkward bathroom break you've ever had to make? Where is the worst spot you've ever been where suddenly you had to go to the bathroom really bad? Let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610, and we'll get to that sports story and why it relates when we come back. It's In the Loop.
Ready? presents In for the Loop. Here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
That's right. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. And we're here to tell you what's popping on this Memorial Day. Appreciate you hanging with us. Happy Memorial Day. Hopefully you have some fun plans today. The weather's held out so far. And hopefully you're able to get together, be outside, have fun. And let's remember the reason for the day off and the celebrations today, and be thankful for those who made the ultimate sacrifice to allow us to do the things that we get to do, such as sit here and talk sports. So happy Memorial Day to everyone out there, and thanks for spending part of it with us. What's poppin'? The NBA announced their postseason awards, or their awards for the season here. Kevin Durant was named an All-NBA player and becomes the first to do so across 5 different franchises as now a member of the Rockets. So congratulations to Kevin Durant. He had a good year. But I think what's interesting in this is that the idea when they brought Durant in was like, he doesn't have to be classic Kevin Durant. Like, they have enough pieces around him. He doesn't have to be the hero. He just needs to step up in the fourth quarter and close games, but, they can require less from him. And then fast forward, and he had a season that was good enough to be an All-NBA player, but still wasn't good enough for the Rockets to reach their ultimate goals. So even though he even exceeded expectations, still didn't seem to be enough for this Rockets team.
Yeah, I mean, that is funny that you say that was supposed to be the situation where, bringing him in, you thought, okay, we're going to ask him, he can do less because we have this young core here and they're improving. Coming off of, they were coming off of what, a 52-win season the previous year, 50 or 52 wins, whatever it was. And and then you get here this year, and first, I think the biggest thing was Fred VanVleet not being able to play all season. That was the big blow early on, and it was before the season even began. And I was really looking forward to seeing him and Kevin Durant get on the court together, just to see what that would look like, but that's just me. But yeah, that's just, and I mean, it is a, huge accomplishment. Congratulations to Kevin Durant. I think this was number 11, I believe. Wow. Yeah. 11 or 12, for as far as all NBA, which is just amazing. And what's he been in the league? 17 years now, 16 years, whatever it is. I mean, he's been in the league a long time, very long time. Very long time.
Hasn't been a first teamer since 2018. He was named second team this year.
Yeah, that's still a good, that's top 10 in the league.
Yeah, right.
Five on each team. So that's top 10.
And like I said, first player in NBA history to be named an All-NBA team with 5 different franchises. Does that mean anything to you?
I was gonna ask you the same thing. Is that really the big accomplishment? Is that it's 5 different teams? I mean, he would have probably done the same on one team.
Yeah, I think it just means that he's moved around more than most stars.
He has moved around.
Him and LeBron. This is the new era where guys, these stars do move around more frequently. But back in the day, obviously Bird, Magic, Jordan, guys typically stuck to just one team, so they didn't have the opportunity like a Durant. If you put those guys on 5 different teams throughout their careers, they would have done it too.
But I mean, even more recent, when is the last time we had a big star like on their level really move like that? I mean, I guess you can, if you want to count like Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving, but I mean.
Yeah. My first thought was I was going to say, how many teams has Kawhi been on? But it's only 3? Spurs, Raptors, Clippers. Was there anyone else?
No, that's it.
Yeah, it's only 3 for him.
Yeah.
Like we felt like a guy that was moving.
It feels like we've seen it a lot more with the big stars, but it hasn't really been that. I mean, because for all the talk about Giannis leaving Milwaukee, where is he still at? He's still in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And that's been talked about for 3 years now. It could happen this summer, but we thought it might happen a couple summers ago. So, I mean, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah.
It hasn't really happened as much as we think it has.
No, it's really only Durant and then, and LeBron a little bit, yeah.
Luka moved. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Luka was moved.
Only 2 now.
Yeah.
And then to your point, like Kyrie's kind of adding them up. James Harden has been on a bunch of teams now.
Harden.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's not a ton of guys, which is why, like I said, to me, it's a cool little footnote in Durant's career, but it doesn't really mean a whole lot.
It's not going to mean a lot for his legacy.
No. It shouldn't, at least.
His is set. I mean, his legacy's set. Let's just be honest.
Amen Thompson did not make the all-defensive team this year.
Yeah.
And I think it just kind of correlates with, I guess, my issue, for lack of a better phrase, my issue with a men's season this year that I think it was just kind of it was a step back. We were expecting him to take a big step forward to the point where, like,
I really was.
Yeah, he might have been on the All-NBA team, because of what he can do. And I don't think it was all his fault. It was forcing him into this point guard position that I did not think played to his strengths. And I think it impacted him on both ends of the floor and was not named to the All-Defensive team, which at least in the eyes of the league means, that they didn't see him as highly this year defensively. So that was I don't know if I'd say surprise, maybe a little bit of a disappointment. And I think, like I said, it just speaks to we did not get the growth this year that I think most people were hoping or expecting from him.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would look at, okay, well, yeah, his points per game went up by over 4 points this year.
Yeah.
But when you look at the grand scheme of things, defense, that's where he really excels for this team is defensively. And should be. Not the offense is great. Don't get me wrong. You need scoring, obviously. But, last year he finished top 5, finished 5th in Defensive Player of the Year. He was 8th this year. He was all defensive, first team all defense last season, and now no team all defense this year. So it does feel like he may have taken a bit of a step back. I won't say a huge step. I'll say he's taken a bit of a step back. But let's be honest, didn't it feel like this team took a bit of a step back in general this year?
Yeah, I know.
Even with the addition of Kevin Durant. This didn't feel like the same team it did the year before.
No. And look, his points were up, but like his rebounding was down, his blocks were down, his shooting was down. Yeah. So it was like it almost tipped the scales of like focusing maybe too much on trying to be a scorer and not doing all the other things.
And you're right. He's not a point guard.
No.
That is not his strength. Just to try to throw him in there, and I get it because maybe they weren't confident in Reed Shepherd playing that role all season.
No, they clearly were not.
But Amin Thompson was not the guy.
No. And it kind of goes back to what we heard Mike Brown say the other night about when James Harden was on the Rockets. They would count how many dribbles he would take because it would tire him out.
Yes.
And it's somewhat similar of when you're the point guard and you're bringing the ball up the floor and you're facing the full court press and they're pressuring you even in the half court. Like that tires you out a little bit more. Now you have to go try to play defense on the other end.
It's different.
Yeah, I don't know if that had played a role at all, but he had to work a lot harder this year offensively than years prior, and so that might have bled into the defensive end.
And it's also different when you're now the guy getting others set up as opposed to being the guy being set up by someone else.
Absolutely.
Or waiting for it, to be set up by someone else. So.
Speaking of the NBA, we'll spend more time on this in about 10 minutes, so I just want to give you the scores in case you were unfamiliar. Spurs blew out the Thunder last night, 103-82, tying up that series at 2 apiece.
Good day ever.
And the Knicks-Cavs Game 4 tonight as the Knicks try to bust out the brooms. So that's the NBA playoffs update in case you've been out of the loop. But, like I said, we'll spend more time on that coming up. Not 10 minutes, but about an hour from now. We'll talk more about the NBA playoffs later on this afternoon. Elsewhere here on What's Poppin', Hunter Brown had a rehab start. He struck out 5 of 7 batters he faced, so that was good. Threw majority strikes. My question, though, and I guess it's better that they're being safer now than maybe years past. We talk so much about the injuries and the return to play protocol for the Astros, and maybe that's where the issues lied. But Hunter Brown struck out 5 of 7 batters yesterday, and Dana Brown said on the flagship that they're still targeting middle of June, which could be like another 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Josh Hader, they said, after his rehab appearance, he's going to make 5 more rehab appearances. So maybe this is me being unable to be pleased. I'm going to complain either way because maybe they've brought people back too soon before, and that's why everyone keeps getting injured again.
They've been accused of that.
So maybe this is the better approach, but I don't know. Does Hunter Brown still need another 3 weeks? Does Josh Hader still need another 5 appearances? Your season's kind of on the brink, and I know you don't want to rush them back too soon and jeopardize their future. But can it be a little quicker than, does Hunter Brown need the full month of pitching in the minors before he can pitch in the majors? It just seems like they're being very careful now compared to maybe other teams.
I get where you're going with that, Luke, but I always try to keep this in mind as well. We're not there every day. We're not. I know what we may see on TV or in clips from these minor league games. I get that. But we're not there in the building. We don't know what the coaching staff and what the manager, we don't know what they may be seeing or not seeing while he's out there. Even though he's striking out 5 out of 7 batters, I get that, but we don't know what other decisions are going into this. What else is going into these decisions. And it could just be we want to be extremely cautious because we don't want a relapse, basically. It could just be as simple as that. So I understand we all have our issues with the Astros and their training staff and how they deal with injuries and how they have dealt with injuries for a few years now. I understand that, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt on this one because you don't want to rush either one of these guys back, whether it's Hader or Brown. You don't want to rush them back.
No.
So if it takes an extra 2 weeks, you know what? I'm fine with that. Because, like we mentioned at the top of the show, what did we say? The Astros are still in it.
Yeah.
They're not out of it yet. Let's not rush guys back and have relapses.
I agree with that. And I wouldn't rush him back. It was just, I guess maybe it was my own issue that I was surprised to hear Dana Brown say, like, we're still targeting middle of June.
Yeah.
So I was surprised, like, he's still like 3 weeks away. I thought maybe 1 or 2 more starts in the minors, and then he's back in the big leagues, in the next week or two. It just seems a little further out.
Yeah, and I take that as targeting, just that. It could be sooner.
Could be. Also could be longer knowing the Astros.
Yeah, that's all
and Dana Brown's optimism. He always seems to put his foot in his mouth. Here, on What's Poppin', I guess we could call it, pardon the pun, we could call it What's Poopin'. Arthur Guy, is that how he pronounces his name? He had an emergency bathroom break during the French Open yesterday. I know they played the audio earlier this morning. Here's how it sounded as, I guess he was pleading to try to use the baño.
Hey, I'm going to after the game. No, but I can't. Just explain the situation, please. Who is the doctor? Hey, I'm going to I can't give much time.
Is that for a medical reason? Or?
Yeah, I'm sick.
Do we know anything about that?
No. He has some stomach problems.
I have diarrhea. You speak French? J'ai la chiasse et j'ai envie d'aller aux toilettes. Je peux plus bouger, je vais chier sur le plat.
It could be a medical timeout, Darren. Sorry, I don't know anything to do. Look, you can sit here for now. Yes, if it's urgent, he can do that.
Poor guy. As he said, he was sick. He was having stomach problems. He wasn't feeling well. He needed the emergency bathroom break. He was going to S his pants.
My man sounded like he was genuinely in distress.
As you are in that scenario.
It's great. I've been there before.
Yeah. Well, I'll ask you about that in a moment.
Ain't nothing fun about it.
Yeah, and they're very strict in tennis, because they don't want you to sneak in the back and get some sort of unfair advantage or take a break or whatever it is.
Hey, man, I got to crap.
Yeah.
Got to crap my pants out.
You got to go. So let us know, 713-572-4610. What's the worst story you have of the most awkward or the toughest place you were where you really had to go to the bathroom? Because it happens to all of us. I could tell you mine. We went to see LeBron against the Celtics. It was the playoffs. I think it was 2012, my family, and we were lucky enough to be in the skybox. And so I went all out on the free food in there, and I was eating everything. And I don't know what it was. Something that did not sit right with me that night.
Obviously.
I wasn't 21 yet, so I wasn't drinking. It was all food. And I just overstuffed myself. And when we got in the car to go home, we were dropping my brother off at his place. He lived in Boston at the time.
That's a rough
drive. And he
drive.
came to the game with us, so we were going to go bring him to his place. And it hit me in the car, and I knew it was an emergency. We had to get to a toilet quick. And as anybody knows, when you're driving in a city, it's tough. You're stuck, especially here in Houston. It's tough. You're stuck in traffic. You can't move. It's hard to find a gas station. It takes forever to go 2 miles to get to that gas station. Whatever. We had to get to my brother's house in time. And my dad, credit to him, he was flying through the streets of Boston and maneuvering through all these cars. And thank goodness we got there in time. But my God, that was going to be...
That was going to be bad.
It was going to be bad. It was a real emergency. My dad saved me with his fancy race car driving in Beantown. What about you? What's your closest call? What's the worst scenario? Where's the worst place you were?
Luckily,
I really got to go.
Luckily, I was alone. I was in the car, though, and I was heading home. And I was on the phone with a buddy. And he said something, it just made me bust out laughing. And I think I had been sick previously, like the previous couple days, still kind of lingering. And I was like, oh, man, I think I just crapped myself. Like a little bit. I think I just crapped myself a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was already heading home, so I had to rush home, and I had crapped myself a little bit. It
happens.
No. Maybe that should have been my lunchtime confession.
That's true. That's true. Hey, let us know. 713-572-4610, because we all have that story. Where is the worst spot you were caught where you had to use the bathroom, or the biggest bathroom emergency you've ever had in your life? Maybe it's like an Along Came Polly situation with Ben Stiller really having to use the bathroom on his date with Jennifer Aniston. Let us know. 713-572-4610. Coming up, OTAs begin in 2 days. What are we most interested in seeing from the Texans this time around? We'll get to that next in The Loop.
Somehow, some way, the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In for the Loop. Here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee.
OTAs begin in 2 days. What are we most looking forward to seeing from this Texan squad as they get out on the field this week? Let us know, 713-572-4610. It's In the Loop, but the fellas are out today. Happy Memorial Day. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, and we've had the line change on the other side of the glass as Colin Neal is now on the steel wheels.
The game.
Appreciate Ben Gary sticking around for the extra 2 hours to cover the first half of this show, and now Colin will have the rest of the day. So appreciate you being here.
Welcome in, Colin.
Yeah, good to have you. By the way, this is the crew that we had last year on Memorial Day,
which is wild.
Reference that you and I worked together, the same shift in the Loop, and Colin was the producer last year as well. So we're just running it back here a year later.
Groundhog's Day.
Yeah,
that's right. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah,
happy to be here.
Good to have you.
How y'all been doing?
Good.
Good.
Yeah,
we're hanging, man.
Y'all having a great show so far. I was listening on the way in.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. What's the worst bathroom emergency you've ever had?
I was listening. I was enjoying it. I mean, really, just when you're stuck in traffic, and then you really had to go like that. That's just desperate. But if you take the exit to go to a gas station, it's just going to take 15 minutes off of your. It's going to add 15, 20 more minutes on your drive.
So you're not stopping, is what you're saying?
Oh, I'm not stopping. I'm going.
You never been like at the point to where you're just what do they call it when it's like right there?
Yeah,
like turtling.
Turtling.
Is that what it's called? Okay, yeah. I couldn't think of it. Yeah. I wasn't sure if that was it. You never been at that point. Huh?
No, I mean,
so I'm the only one. All right.
It's just will.
No, you're far from the only one.
It's just it's all about willpower. You just got to go.
Willpower.
This guy sounds like Tom Brady with concussions.
Listen, man, you just can't worry about it. You just gotta go.
You just power through it. Power through that concussion.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's tough. I have to go get the 4-year-old from school each day, and we have about 30-minute drive home, and being stuck in traffic with him having to go to the bathroom, and it's like, I'm trying to find a gas station as soon as I can.
Oh my goodness.
And they don't have the same restraint as us adults.
They do not.
Please hold, be patient. Hold it.
Y'all ever been in one of those gas stations where you had to buy something?
Oh yeah, that like, dude, I'll buy it after I get out. I gotta go.
Just give me a few minutes.
Yeah, these gas stations
need
now
about 15 minutes.
They have the key. They lock the bathroom, and then to your point, I always have to ask for the key, and then I'm like, are they gonna make me buy something?
Well, you know why they lock the bathrooms, right? Because people go in there and do drugs.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So that's why they're locking them.
Which is fair. Hey, on the text line, more people reached out. Someone said they were coming home from a great night of booze in Houston around 2:30 in the morning and realized they were not going to make it all the way home. So they pulled under the underpass in their 76 drop-top Cadillac.
Holla.
I see you flexing.
Yeah.
And had to kneel by the front tire and get the job done and then get home. Somebody else said they were cleaning a pool for a customer. They own a pool company. And the breakfast burrito hit them very wrong.
Ooh.
And it was either go in their pants or go behind the customer's garage. And so they chose option number 2. What? No pun intended. What? And did their business behind the person's garage. They said they still feel bad till this day.
I just hope they had something to wipe with.
And someone else said, I work in landscaping, had an upset stomach while servicing a half-day group of homes with no bathroom around. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, had to dig a hole.
Oh, God.
To take care of things. That is tough. That's a tough day.
A lot of hole digging.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty rough.
It sure is. Hopefully things will be a little bit smoother for the Texans at OTAs this week, which begin on Wednesday. What would you like to see? What do you need to see from this Texans group? Let us know on the text line along with your emergency bathroom stories. Keep sending those in. 713-572-4610. For the Texans, though, what do you need to see? Now, what is it, Jonathan Alexander? I put Jason Alexander just because I'm a big Seinfeld fan. But I think his real name's Jonathan Alexander, right? Of the Houston Chronicle, covers the Texans. Thank you very much. Very quick on the draw there. He had an article with the top 5 things for OTAs. Number 1 being, can Stroud find his groove again? 2 being, can the defense replicate their success from 2025, which is something that Chris asked in similar fashion earlier. Number 3 was, how will the offensive line shake out? Number 4, where does Tank Dell fit in? And number 5, will Nick Caley take the next step? Now, I think those are 5 big-time questions for this team for the whole course of the season. I think those are the questions we're asking for the upcoming year, and we have to wait till we get to the season to actually get answers to those questions. I don't know how many of those we're going to figure out this week at OTAs or over the next couple of weeks.
I do think the offensive line is something that people want to see, at least what that's going to look like, that first group of 5. Like, I think we know who it's going to be, but I think people will actually want to see what that looks like, even if it's just OTAs. I get it's OTAs. I understand they're not in pads or whatever. I get it. But I think people want to see what that looks like. And me personally, I also want to see what is Tank Dell looking like just running.
For sure.
What's he looking like out there after that horrific injury?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with both of those. I have 4 that I would say for this week. And I guess most of them are fairly similar to Jonathan Alexander.
Oh.
With the first on his list would be, the first one I would mention is C.J. Stroud. How do you bounce back? But again, I don't know how much of that we're going to see in OTAs. But the difference is he didn't participate last year in OTAs because he was still coming back from the injury, from the shoulder thing. Yeah. So at least we'll see him out there this time. And get to see him with the new haircut and, some new pieces, whatever, new offensive line. So we'll see him out there, but we're not going to get an answer. To me, I guess the only thing for Stroud is kind of seeing how he carries himself, maybe what he says to the media and media availability, because this will be the first time he's out there with the team since the disaster of the playoffs. And he has since changed his hair since then. And we have his teammates saying this is a different guy and he's going to be different this year. So I guess from that perspective, that's what we might be able to get at OTAs is like, okay, well, how does he at least look? What's the body language? What is he saying to the media? How's he feeling mentally? But obviously we're not going to get a lot or all of the answers on Stroud and his performance over the next week or 2 of practices.
No.
That will have to wait till the regular season. Of course. That's number 1, and this is in no particular order, but that's number 1 on my list. Number 2, as you said, is offensive line, and I think that's actually something that we can find out in OTAs, and it's more so just the grouping, like who's actually out, well, who's the 5 that's out there, all that sort of stuff, how well do they work together. Again, we're not going to get all the answers. You're going to have to wait till preseason and the regular season to see how this offensive line gels, but I do want to see how they're handling it, what's the role of some of the backups, how are they using those guys, how are they mixing and matching, and we'll get our first glimpse of that at the OTAs at least.
Yeah. It's a slow burn, right?
Is.
We got OTAs, and then you got mini camps, and then you get, the actual training camp at the end of July, early August. Then you get the preseason. So it's definitely a slow burn. But obviously, everyone is ready for the NFL to come back. Everyone's ready for the Texans to get going to see if they can build off of, they got to the divisional round again last year and lost. But they did win 12 games. Now, while that wasn't good enough to win the division, a lot of years that is. Yep. They win 12 games this year, they might win the division. So
I think so.
See if they can build off of that, 10-10, then 12 last year. Maybe they get, maybe they can get to 12 again or 13. Who knows? The offense is probably going to have to improve at least a little bit to help out that defense.
You hope.
That would be great. That would be great if the offense could actually pull, even if it's not a 50-50 split, at least, 60-40.
Right.
It was like 85-15 last year. Come on.
At times, yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Someone in a similar vein in the text line said, I need to see the offensive line for OTAs, but I'm not going to because the pads are not on. But again, that is true, but it's more about the alignment, the 5 of them, which I think we all know how it's going to shake out, but still we want to see it in practice, no pun intended, here this week at OTAs. Number 3 on my list, and this is probably my biggest question of the list, and you alluded to it, but it is Tank Dell. Is he going to be out there? How much is he going to be doing? What does he look like? Because I've been beating this horse to death in recent weeks, but everybody talks as if Tank Dell is just a given that he's going to play 17 games this year, and people assume he's just going to be his normal self, and it seems like the expectation, people are counting on him to be like that number 2 or at worst number 3 receiver, and maybe I'm the outlier, maybe I'm the crazy one. I think it's ridiculous to have those expectations, and as I've said since the day the injury occurred, anything you get from Tank Dell moving forward to me is gravy, and you cannot count on him in any of your plans. But it seems like especially fans, but maybe even the organization are hoping to rely on him a little bit this year. And I don't know if that's a good strategy.
I can understand the organization, especially fans too, but especially the organization wanting to be able to place, so much expectation on Tank Dell. I understand because he's been there. He's been in this system, a few years now. I get that. But to automatically expect that from him, nothing is given. Nothing is given for anybody as far as when it comes to playing all 17 games, especially a guy that's coming off a bad injury like that. You don't know what's going to happen. And yes, OTAs, I get it. We won't know more until, training camp, see him in training camp, see him, especially in the preseason. Then you really get to see him out there, even if it's just a little bit. But it will be good to see him out there and just see how he looks, how he's running, how he's feeling getting back on the field. Even without pads, that's fine.
Yeah.
But back to what you said, it's not a given. I don't think it's a given for him to come out there and just produce.
Yeah, I don't even know how involved he's going to be this week at OTAs.
Yeah, we don't know that either.
Skeptical of where he is, his progress, and his involvement. To me, that's the biggest question, is not only Tank Dell, but just the wide receiver room as a whole. And which one of these young wide receivers is ready to take that next step? Because you have Nico Collins, one of the best receivers in the league.
Yeah, he's the man.
But then you don't have a whole lot behind him that I feel good about offensively. And so my biggest question still for this team as a whole is the pass catchers and the weapons for C.J. Stroud. We talk about this offense trying to take the next step, but I don't know if the pass catchers are there or that explosiveness offensively. So I want to see, obviously Tank Dell's a big part of that, but also like Higgins and Knoll and these other guys.
Both of them.
Yeah.
In their second year, there's going to be expectation on those guys to take the next step.
Right.
It definitely, I'm not saying they both, are going to catch, 50, 60 balls. That probably just doesn't make sense for both of them to do that, but maybe one of them can in that number 2 role catch 60 balls. If you play most of the games,
right, that would be nice.
16, 17 games.
Yeah.
That would be nice. That would be an improvement.
3.5 catches a game. That's not asking a whole lot.
It's not. But at the same time, it doesn't mean it's a given.
Right. No, it's certainly not. And then the last thing on my list, which I'll just add to the list based off of the EJ Speed injury that we were talking earlier, but it's now keeping just a little extra eye on the linebacking core and how things shake up there. And who will be that guy that at OTAs or, in the offseason here will step in for EJ Speed with that injury? Because you look at the backups, the top linebackers on the depth chart, the 3 backups, one's a rookie, one's going into his 3rd year, one's going into his 4th year, but his first with the Texans. There's just, there's a lot of questions with that next unit. And if EJ Speed's going to be out for potentially 4 to 6 plus months, who's going to be the guy that can fill in? And we'll get our first look at OTAs this week.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Those are at least my big questions. And Chris, you had mentioned yours earlier in the segment as well of what you're looking to see most. But it's exciting because this is kind of the start, the ramp-up of football season. It begins on Wednesday.
It's a slow burn. Like I said, we're ramping up now. Got OTAs, and before you know it, it'll be August. We'll be at training camp. It'll go fast. It'll go by fast.
It will go fast. On the text line, our buddy Ocho said, I want to see Caden McDonald in bubble wrap until the regular season.
Ocho. What's up,
protect
Ocho?
him. So that's what he's looking for from the OTAs.
Bubble wrap. All right.
Here this year. Let us know what you're looking for in OTAs this season, which begin, like I said, on Wednesday, 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. Also can get to us on YouTube and Twitch as well. But we've reached that part of the show where we have to get to our confessions.
Ooh.
Got to get some stuff off our chest. And we'll do that next here on In the Loop.
Here at Sports Radio 610, we're taking this time. around anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents In for the Loop. Here's Luke Morrow and Chris Party. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Party. Colin Neal on the steel wheels as well. You can join the conversation, 713-572-4610. Just because the regular guys are not here doesn't mean we don't have confessions, too.
All right.
I usually use this opportunity. The confessions are really kind of more like a rant for me or like something to complain about, you know? And so that's kind of this confession as well. I'm not impressed. Here's my confession. I'm not impressed by you not writing down the order. Waitresses and waiters. When they come over and they try to memorize your order, we've almost gone so far in the other way that it's become a pet peeve when they don't. Because, I say this because I've had too many cases recently of them screwing something up.
Getting it wrong.
And I'd rather you take out your little notepad and write down our order to make sure the food's right than to try to impress me with your memorization skills and screw up the order. That's the most important part of the dining experience. And the last 2 times, I think it was, that we went out to eat, they screwed up the order, and neither waitress wrote things down. So much so that when we went out on Mother's Day, our table was fine. She didn't write anything down, our waitress, but she nailed it. She was fine. But the 2 tables next to us on both sides, same waitress, she screwed something up for both of them. She came out to the table on our right and apologized. Was like, I'm sorry, I forgot what drinks your kids wanted. Write it down. What are you doing? She came out to the table out to the left of us later on, and I forget what the issue was, but she had to apologize to them too and get reminded. I'm like, that's embarrassing. I don't know if this is like an edict from this specific restaurant we were at. Just write down the order. My tip, here's another part of the confession, I guess. 2 confessions in one. I am not going to tip you any differently because you memorized the order. I'm not impressed. Write it down.
Luke is going off.
Yeah.
He's very aggravated
He's going
right now.
off.
Because it's so annoying when you get the wrong order. Just write it down. I'm not impressed by you memorizing our order. I'm not going to tip you anymore for that. I couldn't care less. Write it down, get it right. That's the most important part. Hold on, I'm not done yet.
He's not done.
Yeah. So I was going to say, I think it all dates back to, you ever see the movie Waiting with Ryan Reynolds?
Oh, that's a fantastic movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie. 20 years ago, I think Dane Cook at the height of his
Actually, it was
career.
on TV the other day.
Oh, really?
It was somewhere. I forget where I was watching.
Years.
Yeah, it was on TV.
Anyways, I blame this movie. It's like when Cocktail came out in the 80s and everybody wanted to be a bartender because Tom Cruise made it look cool.
Okay.
And he wanted to like pour booze into Gina Gershon's mouth.
And look cool doing it.
Yeah. Same thing. This movie came out and it was all about like the hip and cool wait staff and everything. And I think that was the thing. In the last 20 years now, people always use like terms, your waiters and waitresses, try to be cool with you. Like, what can I get you, boss? Like, yeah, all this sort of stuff. Sure thing, pal. And then that's, I think, when it started the trend of they're like, you know what? Also, I can memorize this whole, watch me, magic trick. I can memorize this whole table's order. And then when I come out, I'm going to have to ask who ordered what. That's what really drives me crazy. You go to a restaurant, the waitress or waiter doesn't write down the order, and then when they all bring out all the food, they're asking, oh, who got the steak? That's why you write it down. What are we doing here? All right, I'm done.
These are my confessions.
Are you sure you're done?
For now.
We got time.
For now. All right, I'm going to stick with food here. And I'm actually going to steal one of your suggestions from earlier for question of the day.
Okay, yeah.
So, you know, when we're setting up the show, question of the day. We usually have a few different selections for question of the day. Well, one that Luke came up with was, what is the most overrated cookout food? And I think I told you what mine was earlier.
Yes, yeah.
I cannot stand, nor do I understand the infatuation with potato salad. I am not a potato. I don't understand mayonnaise either, to be honest with you. There's too much mayonnaise in potato. I just don't get the infatuation with potato salad. Now, you told me you're also not a potato salad person.
Yeah, I get it. I eat potato salad, but I'm not crazy about it. I understand the take. I'm not going to push back.
No, not a fan. Colin's not a fan.
No, I'm shaking my head at you.
Oh, so you don't agree with me, sir?
Yeah.
Is that what you're? Okay.
I like.
All right. I don't understand what is so good about it. I don't get it.
It's just good.
I don't understand it.
It's an acquired, preference, taste, whatever the right phrase is, for lack of a better term. I just like it.
When I was a kid growing up, my grandmother made potato salad for like all the family gatherings. Everyone loved it. Even hers. It doesn't matter who makes it. I've never understood the infatuation with potato salad. I don't get it. And I'm going to give you one more thing that I learned earlier today. And it's about my co-host here.
Uh-oh.
I'm putting you on the spot, Luke.
Yeah.
It's about some of your team affiliations.
Oh, yeah.
So Colin understands how I feel about the Knicks and this run that they're on right now.
Yeah, it's your favorite team.
Yeah, not really. I did not know that my main man, Luke, right here, his entire family are Knicks fans. Mm-hmm. He was telling me.
Yeah, that's
he
right.
was telling me about that. Now, I still mess with Luke. That's my guy. I wasn't too happy about hearing that, though. I wasn't. I'm not even going to lie. I was a little, because you know how I feel about the Knicks and the fans, mostly the ones that are actually from New York. They can just be, they're just insufferable. I'll be honest. The ones that are actually from New York, they can be insufferable sometimes. But yeah, I learned that about my boy Luke today. But I can let it slide because it's Luke. I still love Luke. It's all good. But I just wasn't really happy about that. It just not happy, but it just hit me a certain way. I didn't know he was a Knicks fan for some reason. I don't know why I never knew that.
Yeah. Oh, I don't blame you.
I don't know why I didn't know that.
I don't have a problem with the take either, because I can acknowledge how obnoxious Knicks fans can be, especially just like when they win a first-round playoff series.
Well, now they're going to be in the finals.
Yeah. I actually said this last week, though. For me, it's the celebrities that annoy me. That, the games at MSG, especially in the playoffs, and all the celebrities come out of the woodwork, and then they show them. They're the ones that they show on TV, and they're the ones sitting courtside. It's like, where were you all regular season? You're just here because it's a big event.
And I think it's kind of like Lakers fans, too, when all the celebrities are out.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of in the same vein. I think it is mostly a lot of the celebrities they're basically bandwagon fans.
Right, exactly.
They're bandwagon
Which is what annoys me.
They're And I have a buddy back at home in California who's not even from New York, but he's been a Knicks fan for a long time. And I have to hear his crap now, too. So I'm also not very happy about that. I'm just not happy about the Knicks. I'm just not happy about the Knicks all around.
Yeah.
If the Knicks win it all, I'm going to go find a cave with Aaron Rodgers and hide out for a while.
Well, they're going to be heavy underdogs. So
yes, they are. I don't think they're going to win it. But
no.
They're going to be in it.
Yeah.
They got to be in it.
I am with you on the first part of the confession. Like, I'll eat potato salad. It's probably the only one. I don't love any of the quote-unquote salads that you add mayonnaise to. I don't like chicken salad. I don't like tuna salad.
Yeah.
It's got to have, there's got to be greens to it for a salad. Like, the only exception I'll give is I do love pasta salad.
Okay, I like pasta. I can do pasta salad
if you
sometimes.
Want to count fruit salad, if that's really like a fruit cocktail. But yeah, all the other stuff. Even a seafood salad.
I guess it's the amount of mayonnaise for me.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's just like nothing but mayonnaise. It feels like, and I can't. I can't do it.
On the text line, someone said potato salad is a perfect blend with Bush's baked beans. That was going to be my answer when you were talking about like most overrated cookout foods.
Would be
beans.
Oh, just
baked
beans of any type.
Yeah, really beans of any type. I don't like if you go to a Mexican restaurant. Yeah, like I don't get the refried beans or anything. I don't like beans. I'll put them in my burrito. That's about it. That's the only beans I eat. I don't like
refried
beans.
Or something else.
Yeah, refried.
Okay. I prefer black beans.
Actually,
I prefer black beans.
I typically do black beans, but that's it. No baked beans, none of that sort of stuff.
No, I like baked beans.
Oh, when you go to the cookout and the beans are just sitting there like in the tray. And
that's the best. That's the best to me. I love it.
It's as bad as the mayonnaised potatoes. And there's a great episode of The Office where he brings, I think, potato salad. Michael Scott to the to his boss's house, but it was sitting in the
car
in his car
all afternoon.
And he was worried about food poisoning. He's
guy.
like, keep that covered. don't take the top off of that. It was one of the salads. I think it was potato salad. But yeah. Anyways, there you go. I got another confession for you.
These are my confessions.
I got a few different things.
Get it off your chest.
Yeah, I got plenty to complain about.
This is the right time to do it.
It's true.
Pretty much.
It's true. I have a conspiracy theory with Apple.
Oh, wow.
If I remember correctly, Apple TV had the Beatles documentary, the Get Back documentary, which I still haven't gotten around to watch, and I've wanted to. I've seen parts of it. It looks really good. Anyways, I have Apple Music. I'm not a Spotify guy. I use Apple Music. And it was just a few months ago that Apple Music introduced the same thing Spotify has of like that AI DJ of like you pick a song you want to listen to, but then it's going to start a playlist playing songs similar to what you like. And so I've been using that lately, or it just happens on its own now. But it always pushes me to Beatles songs. Like I'll play a song, and then the very next song Apple Music suggests is usually a Beatles song. And it's usually one of like three. And I love the Beatles, don't get me wrong, but it's always these songs that are overplayed and I don't like. It's always Help or what's the other one? Oh man, I can't think of it now. There's like 2 or 3 songs that every time I'm in the car, and
it's always those three out of those three.
Again. Yeah, and I skip it every time. I don't want to listen to Help or whatever the other ones are.
Don't Let Me Down.
No, I wish. That's one of my favorites. I wish
it is a great song.
But anyways, my point is, I think this is all a big conspiracy theory that Apple Music keeps trying to push the Beatles onto people like myself, people that use Apple Music, so that you'll then go and watch the documentary on Apple TV. Or you're like, oh, I like the Beatles. And then you Google it. Oh, there's a documentary on Apple TV. I don't have Apple TV. Let me get it. And then you give more money.
Give them more money
to Apple. I think it's all conspiracy theory because really that and the other one is Fleetwood Mac. I don't know if they have any correlation to Fleetwood Mac, but if I have to hear Landslide come up one more time, I'm going to drive off the bridge. That song.
Don't do that.
Every time on the shuffle, Apple Music is pushing Beatles and Landslide by Fleetwood Mac. And I'm so tired of ever hearing that, so I never have to hear that song again.
Luke, you got a theory there. That's a pretty good theory.
Yeah, I think there's something to it. And I do want to watch that documentary on Apple.
But exactly.
Well, I wanted to.
That's by design.
Anyways, but now they're pushing me away. Now I don't want to watch it.
So contrary.
Yeah. Exactly. That's right.
Now I don't want to watch it.
Yeah.
Because you want me to watch it.
Yeah, exactly. You're making me dislike the Beatles now.
Hilarious.
Mix it up, Apple Music, with, give me some deep cuts and give me a variety of songs. It's the same songs every time.
Yeah, why are they not mixing it up? That's my question.
I know.
Like, why is it not? And it's AI, right? It's supposed to
I assume, yeah. Based off of like your lights.
Everything else is now.
And Free Falling's the other one. Tom Petty's my favorite musician. But give me a deep free. They come up with Free Fallin' every time. It's not good. And yet
all the hits.
I still pay for it every month. Coming up, winners and losers of the weekend. Those are our confessions. Now we get to the winners and losers. They do it this time every Monday on the show. We'll do it next here on In the Loop.
This Memorial.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents In for the Loop. Here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee.
Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Now, this is a great song. Apple Music pushed this my way. I love it. One of my favorites. And there's a newer band, Lake Street Dive, that reenacted the whole rooftop concert. And they have a great version. It's a female singer.
Okay.
They have a great version of this song, too. But yeah, from their final album as a band.
Get it together, Apple Music.
Yeah, seriously. That dates back to our Confessions last segment, which actually, I'm going to assume this is actually PC. Texting, I would have to double check the number in my phone, but he said, just found out Partee hates me because of your Knicks take.
I love you, PC. I'm excluding you from that.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
Yes, exactly. I love Of course I love PC. But sometimes he knows. Sometimes y'all can be a little much. You know,
I admit it.
You know that, PC.
Yeah.
You know that.
Oh, but that also reminds me, I meant to bring this up earlier. I was listening to Area 45 last week. I think it was Thursday night. And so it was the two of you guys and then Sean Bijani. And you guys read a text that was supposed from me. It wasn't from me.
No. It's another Luke, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's
All right,
another
good.
Luke. It wasn't
I was
from
going
you.
to say. They signed my name. They said their name, my name as well. Shared name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stolen identity.
Yeah, because I've never had it. There's certain texters like our guy Ocho that will sign
Shout
their
out
text.
Ocho.
They'll sign their text and so you know who it is. But
Yeah.
I've never seen a text from a Luke, so that's why I was like, is that supposed to be me?
I don't know.
Okay, good.
It was
All
a
right.
different Luke.
I just wanted to put that out there because they were
That's funny.
trashing Laramie
That's
Tunsil,
funny.
and I was sitting
They
there listening
were.
like, wait a minute.
Luke was going off.
I don't want people to think that's me trashing him. Glad we cleared that up.
No, you,
And
you did not.
On the text line, some props for that music choice coming on a break. So good job there, Colin, on the ones and twos. Winners and losers from the weekend. They do it at this time every Monday. We have a series of both. Actually, I'm going to do it a little different because I think a lot of winners are tied to a direct, quote-unquote, loser.
Some losers.
Yeah. So, for example, winner from the weekend, Christian Walker for the Astros with the series against the Cubs. Astros get that sweep in Chicago against the Cubs. We're feeling good. They have probably the most momentum since the worst first week of the season. Christian Walker has moved himself into the top 10 of the league in homers, which is an interesting spot for him because, last year everyone was so tired of this guy, ready to move on from him. And now, ironically, the Astros might move on from him at the deadline because his stock is higher. And maybe, while that would have excited Astro fans a year ago, maybe it would disappoint you if they traded him at this point.
Christian Skywalker.
Yeah, Christian Skywalker's been playing pretty well this year, and he had a good series and a big series for the Astros as they got 3 big wins against the Cubs. So, Christian Walker, one of the winners of the weekend.
Most definitely one of the winners of the weekend. Maybe the biggest winner of the weekend.
Yeah, he might have been.
Individually,
And what was interesting with Christian Walker was last year he was struggling with fastballs, catching up to fastballs. And I thought, maybe he's just getting old. Like it happens, His bat speed is slower. Can't catch up to the fastballs. And so that was a real concern. And this year it hasn't been an issue. So I know there was questions like he was dealing with some injuries.
Yeah.
A year ago, maybe that played a big role. But this is the Christian Walker that the Astros thought they were getting. And look, he was not hitting as well here in the month of May as he was in April. And so already I thought it was just a fun start to the season. Now he's back to normal. But he had a big weekend at Wrigley Field, and that was obviously a big series.
This is the Christian Walker the Astros need, not just want, but need.
Yeah, they do need him.
Need him right now.
Especially with what I'm about to say. Quote-unquote loser. I use that term loosely here in this case. But Jordan for this latest injury.
Yeah.
Or maybe the loser's the Astros themselves.
The lineup. Yeah.
Right. But back spasms.
Was that?
Yeah, because of back spasms, he was out of the game. He did not play on Saturday. Didn't play yesterday, and they said it was not related to the back spasms. It was just like a day off, I guess.
Okay.
So we'll see if he's back in the lineup tonight. But this is a concern when you talk about, obviously, the best hitter on the team, but now this track record of last year, he injures himself, stepping on home,
He had that whole hand injury.
Yeah, the hand thing. Oh, God.
And it was a problem. He further injured it by swinging a bat. Now just random back spasms, which I get happen. But, he's not even playing the field. He just woke up with back spasms. It's just like, man, this guy, it's these random little injuries, and he's such an important part of this team. You need him in the lineup every day, especially right now, the way this team's going. And so if he's going to miss any amount of time, that's a huge loss for the Astros.
I mean, hopefully it's just, he had a couple back spasms, and it's nothing more than that. And I would think hopefully he wouldn't miss too much time with too much more time.
Yeah, I hope not.
With back spasms. But, I mean, again, like we talked about earlier, with the Astros, you just never know how long a guy's going to be out.
That's right.
No matter how small we may think the injury is, you just never know with them.
And when it's Jordan, he's one of those guys, like when Hunter Brown got injured, even Altuve, I would say at this point, when those guys get injured, it's amplified because, like you said, you don't know how long they're going to be out for, but you just can't risk. If it was just a 10-day thing, like Hunter Brown goes on the IL and it truly is going to be 10 days, no problem. But when you lose your star players for who knows how long, obviously it's just such a big loss. So that's where you have the win of Christian Walker in the great weekend, and you're feeling good about the lineup, but then, now Jordan's out with back spasms. Who knows? The next winner, and again, this is going to be combined with a quote-unquote loser, but the next winner is Tang and the pitching performance he had for the Astros over the weekend in that start against the Cubs, and looking like, as he's made the move to the starting rotation, looking like a legitimate starting option. 6 shutout innings against the Cubs, allowed only 2 hits, had 6 strikeouts, and on the season now, his ERA is down to 2.19.
Okay.
He's been really good. And you look at this weekend series, you have Arrighetti. If Tang can keep pitching like this, if Lambert can keep pitching like that, that's a solid 3 starters. With Hunter Brown coming back.
On the way
and
back.
It's like, okay, maybe we're building something here.
Now you're looking like a big league rotation. now you're looking pretty good. Yeah. So hopefully he can keep that going.
Yeah, and Tang is he's one of those guys that just nobody thought anything of him in the offseason, start of the season. He's developed into a nice starter for the time being, and hopefully that continues. With that said, it takes me to a loser, and that's going to continue to be Dana Brown. And you might say, well, why, relating to Tang? But it's because Dana Brown had admitted in an interview previously that one of his guys brought Tang to him, one of his scouts or one of the people in the personnel department. And look, I'm not an idiot. I think we all know that it's not just like the GM's making all the decisions when they run a baseball team. They have a staff and they bring different players. Yeah. But my point here is, the best compliment we could give Dana Brown, because his other moves haven't worked out, and he's the head honcho, so he signs off on these things. Ime hasn't worked. Burrows to this point hasn't worked. Even as I said, the Christian Walker trade until last year, or I should say signing, that did not look good last year. A lot of these moves haven't really worked out so far. Getting rid of Dubon for Nick Allen hasn't really moved the needle. But the one thing people have been pointing to in recent weeks is like, well, at least he found Tang. But then he admitted in an interview of like, oh, no.
He didn't find him.
Yeah, no, he was brought to me, and I had nothing to do with that.
He's giving credit.
So the best thing we can say about Dana Brown's offseason to this point, it's still early in the year, but we can't even, it wasn't Dana Brown. So I got no compliments for you, Dana. I'm sorry. You've done a poor job, and the one player I thought I could compliment you on wasn't even you. So nothing.
So it's like, what move has he actually made?
Yeah, that's worked out.
That's worked out. Yeah. In the last, I guess, year and a half now, or almost year and a half. Yeah.
I know. I'd have to think about it.
I'm with you.
Lambert would be one, I guess, but also I'm
But did he find him, actually?
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know that now.
But I am very tough on Dana Brown, I admit. And for Lambert, he was a former first-round pick who was with the Rockies. And a lot of pitchers don't look as good at Coors Field.
That's very true.
And then now that he's in Houston, the talent was there. He's a first-round pick. And now look at him pitching pretty well. And the other aspect, too, is also he wasn't on the opening day roster. So you must not have thought that highly of him.
No.
And look at the way he's pitched. Continuing on, winners and losers. By the way, the other Luke, I guess, just texted the show. He said, yeah, the person that texted that text was me, Luke.
What's up, Luke?
Yeah, so nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I don't get to meet a lot of other Lukes.
Got that all cleared up now?
Yeah. Which I'm glad.
Confusion.
Yeah. Just make sure the people know it's you as the Luke and not this Luke, for whatever hot takes you're putting out there. Shifting over to the NBA winners and losers. I mean, obviously, Wemby, the longer this goes, the bigger of a winner he continues to be. Just every time you get a chance to watch him, he's knocking down threes from midcourt. He's going for double-doubles. He's doing things that just seem unfair and no one else can do. And now a big-time win last night.
Yeah.
And they've evened up this series. This might, be I said last week, I thought the Thunder were going to kind of take control and win it in 6 games. But now you get a blowout win at home last night. Maybe this does go the distance. Maybe the Spurs actually win this thing, but Wemby obviously is looking good.
Well, now we're looking at basically a 3-game series.
Mm-hmm.
Got to win 2 now. And I picked the Spurs coming in. I think it's going to go 7. I think we're going to get – now, I'm just hoping if it does actually go 7, we get something similar to game 1.
Yeah.
Because I don't have a dog. I don't have a dog in this fight. So I want to see something similar because game 1 was a hell of a game. That double OT, that was a hell of a game. So I hope we get something similar to that if it does go the distance. But last night was a blowout.
It was. That surprised me.
The Spurs handled them.
That surprised me. Now, the Spurs were favored by, I think, like 2.5, and I bet on the Spurs.
They were at home. Yeah.
Yeah, because
they were at home.
I said this last week on the air. There's a trend. You bet home teams coming off of losses in the NBA playoffs, and they cover the spread something like 65% of the time. So I was expecting the Spurs to win, but I never would have predicted a 30-point win. How much? 20 points? Whatever
Something
they
like
won
that. Jalen Williams was also out for the
that hurts.
Jalen Williams, right? I believe it was. They have a couple Williams in there, but I think it was Jalen Williams. He was out, and he's a heavy portion of their scoring. For the OKC.
Yeah, so, they only scored 82 points.
Yeah.
The Spurs this year were excellent when they've held teams under 100 points. They were something like 16-1.
They're pretty damn good when they do that.
Yeah, and it's hard to do that to the Thunder, but they did last night. Meanwhile, on the loser list from the NBA playoffs, James Harden, his team's facing a 3-0 deficit. We'll see if they stay alive tonight. But Harden went 1 of 7 from beyond the arc in Game 3, which obviously you're down 2-0 at home. That's a huge game. And Harden was 1 of 7 from downtown. He had 6 turnovers in that game. And the Cavs lost by 13. And the stat, I think, floating around last week was Harden now has the most career playoff games shooting under 35%. I think that's what it is. So, look, it's just, as Houston sports fans, we all like to dunk on James Harden, but he hasn't done his part in this series. 1 of 8 in Game 1 from beyond the arc. Just hasn't played well enough.
Is it not usually justified?
No, it pretty much always is.
Is anyone in this city surprised that James Harden has that record or that he was 1 of 7 last night in a game that the Cavs, they had to win to have any shot? Any shot.
Right.
You're now down 3-0. No NBA team has ever come back from down 3-0.
Nope.
It's happened in baseball. It's never happened in the NBA. Down 3-0, you may win a game, but you're not coming back to win that series.
Yeah, they might win tonight. The whole gentleman's sweep.
And honestly,
the Knicks will finish it at home.
And I'll be honest, they won't. The Knicks have dominated this series. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
It hurts me to even say that, but they just have.
Not according to Kenny Atkinson.
Oh, God.
Who's been added to the loser list.
Here we go.
Cavs head coach Kenny Atkinson, who said they've won. Analytically, they've won 2 out of 3 games.
Oh, my goodness. Analytically, and we talked about this in Crosstalk today.
Yes.
Analytically, you've won 2 out of 3. So you're told. So in his mind, they're up 2-1 tonight, going into Game 4.
Yeah, that's right.
They're up 2-1.
They're sitting good. 2-1 at home.
Just stop it. Yeah, he needed to be added to this list.
Yeah, for
Kenny
sure.
Atkinson, please.
And then the last group of winners and losers, and again, these tie together. Winners, Knicks fans, contrary to what Chris said last segment. Losers, Cavs fans. And the reason why is because they found 41% of tickets bought for Game 3 2 nights ago in Cleveland. 41% of tickets bought were by Knicks fans in New York and New Jersey. And so props to the Knicks fans for traveling and going to Cleveland.
They will do that.
But like I said, the losers being Cavs fans that I know you're down 2-0. I know you blew Game 1, but this is the playoffs with a trip to the finals on the line. And that arena, what was supposed to be a home game, was legitimately 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's embarrassing for Cleveland Cavs fans that in a playoff game with the season on the line, there was as many Knicks fans in there essentially as Cavs fans. You couldn't support your own team at home. That's a bad showing by the Cavs fan base.
Yeah. I can admit when I'm wrong. I will give the Knicks and their fans, I will give them their props. But they have shown that they are willing to travel, especially for big games like this, Eastern Conference Finals. And now, I mean, let's just go ahead and stamp their ticket to the NBA Finals. They're not losing this series. Whether they end it tonight or I guess they would play again on Wednesday, right? I believe it would be Wednesday.
Yep.
Yeah. Whether they win tonight or Wednesday,
I believe so. Yeah.
This series is over. It just is. The Cavs have not shown any fight, really. They haven't put up much of a fight.
Not since they were up.
Not since they gave
22, yeah.
They gave up that lead in game one. They haven't put up any fight. So, they're
able
done.
to bounce back.
They are finished.
And then I do just want to mention it here. It's not fair to assign winner or loser in this, but I figured we needed to mention it at some point in the show, and that's everything that happened yesterday in NASCAR with the race to honor Kyle Busch. And I thought especially there's a real touching moment. The video has been going viral where Kyle Larson's son just went over without anyone telling him or anything. Organically went over to comfort Kyle Busch's son and gave him a hug. And it was a really nice moment in what is a terrible story. And we talked about it. I was on the air when the news broke with B. Scott last Thursday, the Kyle Busch's passing. So obviously there's no winners or losers there. It's a terrible story, but it was a touching tribute from NASCAR and I guess a nice moment in remembering Kyle Busch over the weekend with the race and everything yesterday. So as I've been saying throughout this whole thing, of course, thoughts and prayers to Kyle Busch, to his family, his friends, that whole community, and at least they were able to honor him in a nice way yesterday. Coming up, trying to shift gears here, let's talk about the NBA playoffs. Looks like the Knicks are on their way to the finals. We got the Spurs-Thunder tied up at 2 in what has been a fun series. We'll get Chris's take on these series, but also what could they mean for the Rockets? And we'll talk about that next here in The Loop.
This Memorial Day, we pause to remember those who made the ultimate
tax professional.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In for the Loop. Here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee.
What can we take away from these playoff series for our Houston Rockets? It's In the Loop. Fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, Colin Neal on the ones and twos. And you as well on this Memorial Day. Appreciate you hanging with us. You can join the conversation at any time, 713-572-4610. Hope you're having a great Memorial Day. You know, they said they issued the flood warnings until 7 p.m. tonight. They did so on Friday. So from Friday to Monday night, flood warnings. And it did rain, at least where I lived, Friday for parts of Saturday as well. But yesterday was really nice. Today was really nice.
Yeah.
And I know people cancel plans, and we didn't make any plans. It's it's just going to be a washout this weekend. No rain yesterday. No rain today. Beautiful.
Pretty nice.
Yeah. Man.
It was more in the south, really. I think it was Friday. It was either Friday. Yeah, it was Friday night. The power went out at our place.
Oh, really?
Three separate times, 4 separate times rather, maybe even more than that. It was a pretty bad storm, at least in the south. I don't know where y'all reside, but
I'm up north.
I couldn't tell you where on a map, but I'm right around the corner.
Then there you go, around the corner.
That's a problem there, man.
Oh yeah. No, my sense of direction.
I couldn't tell you where on a map.
I don't know. I don't know which part of the city I'm in. I don't know. Well, I'm in West U.
So
I don't know if that's northwest, southeast. I don't know.
So are you? Are you outside the loop or in the loop?
I'm in West U.
Well, hey, we're in the loop right now.
Yeah, we are in the loop right now.
Yeah.
Paul Gallant calls it I think he calls it the wall.
Yeah.
The wall.
Yeah.
Why does he call it the wall?
I don't.
Oh, okay. I thought we knew why he did that. I don't know.
I forget the reason. He explained himself.
Yeah. At one point or another.
I forget. Because I think the idea was kind of it doesn't really mix. If you're outside the loop, you kind of stay outside the loop, I think.
Okay.
Inside the loop, you stay inside the loop. I forget what it was. Maybe I'm just making that up. I don't know. Sorry, Paul. I forget.
I wouldn't know any difference.
Yeah. No, we got hit on Friday.
Yo, Friday, it came down. Yeah, it came down Friday. Yeah.
And like I said, Saturday, I think it was around lunchtime. Got hit pretty good, too, for a while.
Yeah.
But then Saturday night was nice, and yesterday was a beautiful day. And today I'm looking out the window here. It still looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Come on. People, I talked to Lopez before he headed out on Friday, and he's like, usually I go fishing, but, with the weather, I think we're just going to hang out this weekend. It's nice. Nice
could have definitely gone fishing
today. The best time to go is after it rains.
What, go fishing?
Yeah. Or when it's raining. If it's sprinkling a little bit, yeah. I mean, I've done that before where I go out there and fish.
After a rainstorm?
Yeah.
Or during a rainstorm?
I mean, I've done it during a rainstorm.
Yeah, we always loved just being in the pool during rainstorms. Or
really?
Being in the water. Yeah, it was just cool. Rain's coming down, you're in the water.
Just like a sprinkle, not nothing heavy, obviously.
It could be a little bit, not like a torrential downpour.
Not a monsoon.
A little bit more than a, but then once the lightning comes, you
got to get out of there.
We're getting inside.
Get out of there.
Yeah.
Let's get in the house.
Yeah. The NBA playoffs, as we talked about last segment. Thunder, Spurs, now tied up at 2 after the Spurs blew out the Thunder last night. Knicks are looking to finish off the Cavs tonight. They're up 3-0 in that series. When you look at these teams, Chris, because I've been on this for the last week or two, what do you see from these teams that can be applied to the Rockets, both good and bad? Is there anything you see from these teams and think, man, it's too bad the Rockets aren't like this, or man, the Rockets have to go do that? Because we see a lot of times in these leagues is teams will look at the most successful teams, who's there in the end.
Copycat.
Yeah, and try to base their team around that. So based off of the Knicks, the Cavs, the Thunder, the Spurs, what are your takeaways when it comes to specifically the Houston Rockets when you look at this remaining 4 of the NBA?
Well, in one way, I would say more so with the 2 in the West as opposed to, and I'm not, honestly, after Kenny Atkinson's comments, I'm not even counting the Cavs. It's 3 teams for me now. I'm not even worried about the Cavs anymore after what he had to say about the analytics thing. But in terms of the teams in the West, because those teams more affect the Rockets.
Yeah.
Because those are teams they may have to go through in the playoffs next season, right? If they even get that far. I love how both of these teams have pretty much built from the ground up as far as homegrown talent. Now, yes, you do have a De'Aaron Fox that the Spurs went out and got, but he's not the guy. Wemby's the guy, right? He's a nice complimentary piece. If you want to say he's the number 2 or number 3 option, whatever he is, he's a nice complimentary piece to Wemby and building around Wemby there. On the other side with OKC, yes, they went out and now they went out and got Shea when he was young earlier years ago. So that team has pretty much, for the most part, been built from the ground up as well, homegrown. The Rockets started down that route. They went out and got Kevin Durant. So it's kind of hard for them to just say it's completely homegrown, especially because Kevin Durant, he's come in and he's the guy now with Houston, right? He's the guy there. But I would love to see the Rockets, for one, and it feels like we've been talking about this for a couple years now, go out and get more shooting.
Right.
Get more shooters to put around. I understand Kevin Durant is a scorer and he can shoot, but you need more than just 1 or 2 guys that can hit open jump shots. Sometimes guys aren't even hitting open jump shots, right? Go out, get more to put around Kevin Durant. I understand there are drawbacks with, what he makes contractually. I understand salary cap and all that, but I would like to see I think the Rockets can maybe model a little bit more after what we're seeing in the West in terms of, and they're already, again, like I said, they have some guys that have been lottery picks. Now they did get rid of Jalen Green. Jalen Green is gone. He's in Phoenix now?
Yeah.
Traded him to Phoenix. Dylan Brooks is gone too, but you can continue to build like the Spurs and OKC have. Now the thing with the Thunder, they have a ton of first round draft picks, and they have for it seems like a decade now. They've just had so many draft picks. So the Rockets obviously don't have quite as many draft picks when it comes to first round, especially lottery picks. But if you can find a way to continue building like you have been and not have to rely so much on a guy that's 37, 38 years old, and Kevin Durant, I think you're in good shape. But I said it earlier when we talked about the sports take that would get you kicked out of the cookout.
Yep.
That might be almost true that the Rockets could be cooked for the next 5 years if the Spurs and Thunder continue at this pace over the next 3, 4, 5 years. The whole West could be cooked, honestly, because these teams are young. These teams are young, and if they can keep this together, especially like I said with the Thunder, with all the draft picks they have, they just keep drafting guys that keep panning out. It's really crazy. They just keep drafting guys. They bring a guy in, they trade for a guy here and there, but they just keep drafting guys that continue to pan out. It's really absurd almost how good they've been.
Yeah, they've done a great job. That person.
we're watching lacrosse.
Yeah, well,
if you're wondering,
it drew my attention away because it looked like a kid, but he had both ears pierced. He looked too young to have his ears pierced. He's giving the thumbs down.
Yeah,
Notre Dame fan. Anyways,
could have been worse.
Back on topic.
Yeah, they've done a great job. The Thunder have, obviously. I compared it last week to like Jordan of the 90s, where Reggie Miller had to wait until Jordan retired to finally get to the finals.
Unfortunately.
And the Knicks, right, had to wait until Jordan was gone to get back to the finals.
Yeah.
And I know this will probably get me kicked out of a barbecue around here, but to bring up
don't go there.
The Rockets only won because, Jordan went to go play baseball. So
Luke, don't do it.
It might be similar here with these teams, but the problem is what makes it even worse is, at least for Jordan, he was in his 30s. It took him a decade to get to that point where, as you said, these teams are both so young.
They're very young.
That this is now their 20. You're going to have to deal with Wemby. Theoretically, if he stays with the Spurs for his whole career, you might have to deal with him for 20 years. And SGA, if he stays with the Thunder, you might have to deal with him for still another 15 to 18 years. Who knows how long these guys play.
He's 27 right now. Well, Shea's going to be 28 soon.
Wow, he is that old, huh?
Yeah.
Well, still.
Well, he was with the Clippers early in his career, so.
You got another...
briefly.
You got another decade plus.
Yeah, he
10
might
years
play
from
another
now,
10
he'll be
years. Yeah.
Durant's age.
Exactly.
And Durant just was all NBA.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it could be even longer than just that, 5-year window because the stars are still young enough, younger than typically. For LeBron, for Jordan, for Steph Curry, it was typically they started winning championships, late 20s, heading into their 30s.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it certainly is a reason for concern for the Rockets. When I look at these teams, what you laid out is of similar thought. For the Thunder and the Spurs, they built up through these young players and through the draft, and so – the Rockets went out and got Durant, and now there's talks about, should they go get a Giannis? But it is fascinating that these other teams in the conference did not make those big splashes and just built through the draft. And granted, they were able to do it through tanking, and the Spurs tanked a little bit better than the Rockets did. They were just ahead of the Rockets to be able to get a Wemby and to be able to get this or that. Yeah. Rockets, people wish they took Castle instead of Reed Shepherd. There's some things they could have done differently. But then when I look at the Eastern Conference, both teams, and I've mentioned this before on air, but to get your opinion on things, both teams made aggressive coaching changes to further elevate themselves. For the Cavs, they moved on from Bickerstaff, got Kenny Atkinson, and now in year 2, after last year they won, 54 games or something. This year they're in the conference finals. And then the Knicks, I think, is the even better example because you had a defensive head coach, Tom Thibodeau, who I really liked, and I didn't like the firing, but I have since admitted that maybe I was wrong because they brought in an offensive coach in Mike Brown, and this team statistically, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but statistically just put together the best 10-game offensive stretch of any playoff team in NBA history.
Yeah.
And that was always their problem, was the offense always came up a little bit short for the Knicks. So then I look at the Rockets and I think, well, they're a good team with a defensive coach who I like in Ime, but maybe they can upgrade and take that next step by swapping him out for an offensive coach like the Knicks did with Mike Brown.
But my question is always, when you talk about a coaching change or even, a player change or like we talk in the NFL quarterback change, who's available that's better, that's going to get you further? Like who's available that you can go get, that or that you feel, okay, this guy is a little bit better. He's done a little more. Or maybe he just, maybe it's a younger candidate and we feel his style, maybe he's more of an offensive mind, like the Knicks did with Mike Brown.
Yeah, it's a good question because I don't know if there is like an obvious answer. You could go get, is he still available? Is he still out there? Like Taylor Jenkins? I don't know if that moves the needle. Oh, or did the Bucks actually just hire him as their head coach? Right. And Bucks just hired him, so never mind. He's not available.
And Mike Malone went to UNC.
Yeah.
Went to college.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah. But he would be the guy I would think of, is Mike Malone, as a guy that, might be able to switch things up a little bit. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? But he's not on the board anymore. So, I mean, that's always my question. Like, all right, we're going to replace this guy, but who we getting?
I know. You got to have a good a good replacement.
Or someone you feel can be a good replacement.
Yeah.
And he's going to do something a little bit different. Because the Rockets do still, even with having Kevin Durant out there, they do still struggle offensively sometimes.
Oh, 100%.
Even with Durant out there.
It was still a tough watch at times. And I think people point to, I think like Sam Cassell, who hasn't been a head coach before, but is an offensive
still amazing. Yeah, that still it kind of boggles my mind that he's been an assistant coach for over a decade, I believe. He's been an assistant coach for quite a while.
I think he's been around, yeah.
And he has still not had his opportunity.
Yeah.
Maybe as an interim, I can't remember exactly, but not as the head coach. So I don't know what it is or isn't about him that these teams do. He's interviewed.
Right. He interviewed with the Rockets, actually.
I don't know what it is about him. And he was a solid player.
Yeah.
Sam Cassell was really good.
Maybe he just doesn't interview well. Like
I
Eric
get that.
Bieniemy all those years.
Yeah. I mean, that could be part of it. But does he know his stuff? Does he know basketball?
Right.
Does he know what's going on the court? That's what, interviewing is one thing. A lot of people can, talk a good game, but can you coach?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's put in the work as an assistant, just like Ime came up through the ranks as an assistant. Spent a decade or maybe 11 years or so as an assistant before becoming a head coach in Boston.
Yeah.
So,
worthy of a shot.
Definitely where I think Sam Cassell is too.
Yeah, he's been an assistant coach for 18 years.
Wow, so almost 2 decades.
Yeah, how about that? With the Wizards, the Clippers, the Sixers, and then the Celtics the last 3 years.
That's just amazing that he hasn't got not one opportunity as a head coach. That is amazing.
I know, former NBA player, 18-year assistant.
Champion.
Right.
NBA champion.
Yep.
That's wild.
He spent 15 years as a player. He's already spent 18 years as a coach.
Yeah.
He's had a longer career as a coach than a player.
He's literally a lifer, like a basketball lifer.
Yeah. Somebody asked, what about Jason Kidd? I've just never been a big Jason Kidd guy.
But again,
that would be a name, yeah, sure.
Is he the better option than Ime? I don't think he is. And I love me some Jason Kidd. He's from the Bay Area. I grew up there. So I love Jason Kidd, but I don't think he's a better option right now. I just don't. I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a better option. He'd obviously be a different option. He'd be what you'd be looking for.
Yeah, it's different.
And seeing if that could make the difference just by making that move there.
Different and better aren't always the same.
Yeah. And on the text line, of course, somebody said, get out of here. The Bulls didn't stop the Rockets from getting into the finals. Different league, and Rockets dominated the Bulls in those years. All right, sorry.
Luke, you knew that was coming, right?
Of course.
You knew that was coming.
Sorry if that's how I phrased it, of getting to the finals. The reason why they were able to then win was because they didn't have to worry about Michael Jordan in the finals. Semantics.
He's doubling down.
Yeah, forgive me if I didn't make that clear. I know that they were in different conferences.
Oh, man.
Anyways, coming up, time for Figgy's mixtape. Figgy's not here, but that's no problem. We got you covered. Let's go back in the time machine and see what we were talking about on this day a year ago. Plus, I'll help you solve your anxiety problems. And I'm also curious, what makes you feel most like a man? Let us know. 713-572-4610. Send in those answers. We'll get to them next in the loop.
What was PC's immediate reaction on Area 45 when the Texans scheduled? Soccer Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents In for the Loop. Here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Figgy's out today, but we still got you covered. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee and Colin Neal on the steel wheels. It is Figgy's Mixtape here on In the Loop. Let me know, what makes you feel most like a man? Send those answers in on the text line, 713-572-4610. We'll get to that coming up here in just a little bit. But we've referenced this a few times today. This is the same crew that was together for this time slot last Memorial Day, essentially a year ago to the day. And I figured, let's look back and see what that show was like and how things have gone since those conversations a year ago. Now, it'd be too much work to pull the audio and actually play the clips, so I just jotted down the different topics and things that we were talking about. And it really is funny. I mentioned this in our opening segment when we were talking about the Astros, but if you listen to the open of our show a year ago, somewhat similar to the opening conversation today. Because at the time, if you go back a year ago, the Astros beat the Mariners on that Sunday before Memorial Day, and people were calling it the biggest win of the season to that point. And Christian Walker was the hero. It was a walk-off. Christian Walker had the game-winning hit. And so we came in the next day saying, hey, was that the biggest win of the season for the Astros? And boy, what a big game for Christian Walker. And we came in today saying, hey, this was the biggest weekend of the year for the Astros so far, and what a weekend for Christian Walker. So the more things change, as you'll find out in a lot of this, the more they kind of stay the same. A year later, we're having almost the same conversation with the Astros.
History repeats itself.
Yeah, it's true. Which furthermore, I think you heard the clip when I was skimming. I did this during the commercial breaks of the show. Yeah. And at one point we asked, like, when's Jordan going to return? He was injured at the time, and we were wondering, how much longer until he gets back? And look at that. He was out this weekend with the back spasms. We're still sitting here a year later, different injury, but wondering, hey, when's Jordan going to be back? Similar. And then the third thing was Alex Bregman had just went on the IL. Of course, he was playing for the Red Sox at the time last year. But he had just gone on the IL, and we were talking about, from an Astros perspective, okay, well, now Bregman's on the IL. Well, they just faced Bregman in Chicago. They just swept him and the Cubs, who have now lost 8 in a row. Bregman's not playing all that well this year. So different reason. But this time last year, we were talking about Bregman's struggles, in that case, health. This time now, it's almost like, well, Bregman's on the Cubs that just lost 8 in a row, and he's not playing very well.
He's declining.
Yeah, so still similar conversations in the baseball world when it relates to the Astros a year later. Which is funny.
That's hilarious.
The question of the day that day, on Memorial Day last year, we asked, which athlete would you want at your barbecue?
Oh.
And today we asked, which sports opinion would get you thrown out of the barbecue? So still both sports-related, barbecue.
Still barbecue.
Related.
We still barbecuing.
And I think the most common answer a year ago was Charles Barkley. You'd want Charles Barkley at your...
Barbecue chicken. I know Shaq says that, but yeah.
There were some people saying Vernon Maxwell. Which
that would
be interesting.
Mad Max.
Yeah,
Mad Max.
People referencing some of the Astros Correa, bringing. Was he the one that had the salsa or the queso, whatever it was? That was the question of the day. And then we got to the Texans on this time last year, and we made predictions for the Texans season.
Did we?
Mm-hmm. And neither of us embarrassed ourselves.
Okay, that's good.
You did really good. You said 11-6 for the Texans regular season last year.
Okay.
I said 10-7.
Okay. So I was close.
You were one off. You were right there.
I was close.
So not bad. But the conversation we had then about the Texans would be similar to what we've had today in that we were saying if they win 10 games again and only get to the divisional round, and they do that 3 straight years, have we seen enough progress in 3 years that they're actually growing and developing, or we're just spinning our tires? And you've kind of referenced this a few times today, that if they only can get to the divisional round again this year, then still we're stuck in this purgatory where the regular seasons have been good. The team has seemed to improve. They've been successful under D'Amico Ryans, but if you can never get past that divisional round, like, what good is it? We need to see that growth. We were talking about that a year ago. We could still have that conversation a year later here today about the Texans.
Was it Marty Schottenheimer one year with the Chargers? He got fired after going 14-2?
Yep.
Yeah. So, believe me, eventually you got to get over that hump. 14 wins, 13 wins, 12 wins, yeah, that's all fine and well, but at a certain point, that's not enough anymore. And that was back in like 2002 or 3 or 4 or something like that. That was years ago. So even more true today. Even more true today.
Mm-hmm. We talked about the Rockets. We did a similar segment. What I found by doing this is like, I guess we're not as creative as we think.
Yes, we think we are.
Because it's a lot of the same topics and ideas. Because this time a year ago,
a lot of the same stuff going on.
It's true. That's right. That's the bailout. You're right.
Yeah.
That's all it is. But this time last year, we were looking at the 4 teams that were remaining in the NBA playoffs and saying, okay, what does this tell us about the Rockets? And at the time, the conversation was, because of the 4 teams that were left, do the Rockets really need to go get a star? Because none of those 4 teams had that. They didn't go out and get that big-time star. And we know how things have gone in the year since. They did go out and get Kevin Durant, and we know how this year went. And now there's talks about Giannis this offseason. So I just found it interesting that we were having that conversation. And I'm not going to take a victory lap. But they did go out and buck that trend or that idea that we were talking about, and they did get Durant, and it didn't work out this year. We discussed this earlier. He made All-NBA team. He had a great year.
That was fine.
It still wasn't good enough for the Rockets, even with Durant at his best.
It's a team game. You got to win. You got to win it as a team. He had a great year, but it got you knocked out in the first round.
Mm-hmm. I would have the same rant today, but last year, one of my confessions, I think it was, it's not really a confession. Like I say, I usually use the confessions as rants. Major League Baseball, I think, does a poor job with Memorial Day, and it would be my same complaint this year. The Astros did not play on Memorial Day last year, so we were talking about that at the time. They are playing tonight against the Rangers, but not everybody's playing today. No. I think there's 2 dates specifically, really 4 dates for baseball. There's Mother's Day, Father's Day, July 4th, and Memorial Day that you should own. You're not competing with other sports for the most part, especially July 4th and Memorial Day during the day today. Yeah. People are home. They're at cookouts. Have a game on in the background. And for whatever reason, the fact that not everyone's playing today, I think, is silly. They had a July 4th 2 years ago where not everybody played. I mean, what are we doing? And today, there's no game at Fenway. There's no game at Wrigley. There's no game at Yankee Stadium. I think the 3 biggest stadiums in the league where this is a chance to really show your product. And we have random games. Like the Mets play at home, but half the Mets play the Phillies. Like the Yankees are playing the Royals today. Who cares? The Astros-Rangers is actually a fun game. That's good for Memorial Day. People want to watch baseball today. You get a nice divisional game instead of some of these other random matchups. I think baseball always does a poor job marketing their product, and this is another example of why do teams have Memorial Day off? People want to go to a baseball game on Memorial Day.
I wonder,
a day game.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, do they think people won't show up to games? I mean, because that's just ridiculous.
No.
You have all these teams play on Memorial Day. Yes, people will show up. Trust me.
Yeah.
People will show up. I just don't understand it, don't get it. It's like not a lot of thought is going into the marketing, for one, for the MLB, which kind of always been a knock on MLB, right? That they aren't forward thinking when it comes to stuff like that. Yeah. They just haven't ever been.
Yeah, they haven't done a good job. A couple last things from our show a year ago today. We were talking about the Texans. We were talking about improvements we needed to see in OTAs in the offseason. You said Juice Scruggs. I said Blake Fisher. And Juice Scruggs is now off the team. Didn't do enough. And Blake Fisher, he worked pretty well as like the 6th offensive lineman, but he still did not do enough last year.
Yeah.
And so I would say those are fairly good answers, and we still didn't get the answers that we needed from those guys. One's gone, and the other's still a backup.
Hanging on.
We picked gimme games that are gimme wins on the Texans' schedule. We said the Raiders and the Cardinals. That worked out pretty well. They were 2 of the worst teams in the league.
Easy.
Scheduled losses. We said the Chiefs and the Ravens. funny enough,
right?
The Ravens were a shell of themselves.
Atrocious.
When the Texans faced them last year. And then they did beat the Chiefs. And but that was a game that they did go into Kansas City and win. And, yeah, Mahomes played terrible in that game.
Yeah.
So it was not a scheduled loss. That was a nice win for him. But both those teams, Ravens and the Chiefs, had down years compared to what we were thinking in the offseason.
They did.
Which I guess I would say is a reminder that we never know how things are going to go in the NFL.
You don't. I said it earlier, week to week.
Yeah.
It's a week-to-week league.
So we can sit here and say, like, oh, man, Texans got to face this team in Week 12. You have no idea what they're going to be in Week 12. And then the last thing to mention from the show, a year ago, we tested Colin's college mascot knowledge.
I do remember that.
And he went, I think, 5-1. He got 5 out of 6.
That was fun. And Colin's pretty good, man. He's on it. He's on the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, especially at this time of year with the college baseball postseason starting up. We were watching a little bit of the selection show earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty excited about that. This is a low key great time of year. If you don't watch any postseason college baseball, I highly recommend it. It is very fun.
All right, there you go.
Plus, you might see a future Astro. Who knows?
Hey, you might.
That's better marketing than Major League Baseball does.
Yeah, pretty much.
So there you go.
Be working for them.
No, Luke, you don't understand. It's all about Shohei. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Dodgers, they are playing tonight.
Stop hating.
I think they're playing in Colorado, though. Like, that's enough.
Oh, my
Have
goodness.
a home game in L.A. Why are you putting them in Colorado? So anyways, that's a look back on this day a year ago, what we were talking about. The more things change, kind of the more they stay the same.
A little bit.
I'll help solve anxiety for you if you deal with anxiety in just a moment. But what makes you feel most like a man? We've been doing a bunch of home improvement projects. I had to go back to Home Depot yesterday. I am not handy whatsoever. My father is incredibly handy. He took care of everything around the house. I, unfortunately, did not get that trait passed down. My oldest brother is pretty handy. Me and my other brother, not handy whatsoever. And it stinks. It's kind of emasculating and kind of embarrassing. We're trying to do things around the house, and I don't know what I'm doing. But I tell you, every time I walk into Home Depot, I had to go yesterday and get some lumber, and they had to have them saw it for shelving and everything. And I was like, oh, yeah. Every time I go in there, that's where I feel machismo. I feel like a man. Little do they know, I don't know what. Once I get home, like I'm clueless. But walking around Home Depot, picking up some lumber, yeah, that felt good yesterday, let me tell you. What makes you feel most like a man? 713-572-4610 to let us know. Are you handy at all?
Like home improvement type stuff?
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm not. Like small things, but yeah, nothing. Yeah. So I'd probably be right. It doesn't make me feel bad, though, honestly. I'm just like, it's not my strong suit.
No,
it's not.
Certainly not. Not my strong suit.
I go to the gym and lift very heavy weights. That makes me feel like a man. When I'm lifting more than the next guy, I'm like, all right, I feel pretty good about myself today. That's my ego right there.
That's right.
So I don't feel bad about the other stuff.
I figured that. I was going to ask you what it would be, and I was going to guess your weightlifting.
Oh, just by looking at me.
Yeah.
It's like,
Makes you feel like a man. That's right. Putting up that weight. Colin, what about you? What do you got?
Yeah. Colin's like, don't come to me.
Yeah.
I'm still stuck on the lumber shopping part. Honestly.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean I'm you were meant about handiness. I mean I'm pretty handy like in some things. Like I know a thing or two because I was a plumber for a few months.
Oh man.
So you learn a thing or two on that front. I guess it's mowing the lawn.
Okay.
I love mowing. I love doing some garden work. To be honest, I mean I do cuss a little more than I probably should, but hey,
language, young man.
I always say, hey, man, if you aren't complaining, you aren't enjoying it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, I just somehow find a way to get through it.
Hey, that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
But you like gardening though, like working in the yard. You like that stuff.
It's satisfying.
Okay.
I like going out for walks and stuff, enjoying outside.
Mm-hmm.
Another instance would be just changing the damn headlight on my truck.
There you go. That's a good one right there.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It is so hard. Like for my truck, I don't know about y'all listening right now, but it can be hard to change just like the bulb in the headlight.
Yeah, it depends on the car, obviously. Some cars are, a little easier just to get to it. than others.
I think just working on anything in your vehicle makes you feel like a man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I don't do any of that stuff either. So
Because I'm not doing none of that.
yeah, no, I'm not good with cars.
You just go to your local chop shop, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Just like I usually hire people to do the work around the house too, so I don't have to try to build something. Put a shelf up. And I hire a handyman.
Hey, instead of hating ass Luke, bougie ass Luke.
Yeah. Avoiding manual labor.
That's a new one.
That's a new one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So Luke, you were
kind of more laziness, really, than bouginess.
Luke, you were saying, how can you help us all with anxiety?
Yeah, that's right. On the text line, someone said, I'm married. Nothing makes me feel like a man. That's fair, too.
Hey, there you go. I like that answer.
Yeah.
Fair.
Hit me with that record skip one more time. There we go. Anxiety. Yeah, so look, I'm fortunate that I don't really deal with anxiety myself, but I know so many people that do. So they came out with a study. I saw this over the weekend. They came out with a new study where people that had generalized anxiety disorder, they had them kind of like write down what they were anxious about, what made them anxious.
Yeah.
And then they waited a certain amount of time and saw if those things actually happened and if your anxiety was warranted, for lack of a better phrase. Mm-hmm. And the results, they found that only 8% of recorded worries actually happened. So of all the things you're worried about, only 8% will actually come true, which is, 1 out of every 12. So for every 12 worries you have, only one of those things will actually happen. 8% of the worries in this study that people were getting anxious over actually occurred. And it always reminds me of, I referenced earlier, Tom Petty is my all-time favorite musician. And he had a lyric in a song, most things I worry about never happen anyway. And his drummer, after Tom Petty passed away, his drummer got that tattooed on himself. And I always loved that line. And it relates to this as well. So for all, it's easier said than done. I was tongue-in-cheek when I said I'll cure your anxiety. But I did find this data interesting because most people are worried about, if you're in a relationship.
Everything.
Your significant other always has all these concerns. What about this, that? And I'm one of those. We'll cross that bridge I'll worry about it when it happens.
That's how I am.
Fortunately, yeah. But obviously a lot of people don't have that same train of thought. But they did this study. Only 8% of things that people with anxiety worried about ever actually happen.
That's really low.
Really low.
Numbers don't lie.
That's right. Unless you're Kenny Atkinson. But numbers typically don't lie. So
analytically,
if you are dealing with anxiety, you could try to hang your hat on the idea of I don't need to worry about, again, easier said than done. But I don't need to worry about this because it's something that's never going to actually happen. I'm worried about things that I never have to worry about. So there you go.
Amazing.
Figgy's mixtape.
Amazing.
Yep. Giving out medical advice here too, helping with the mental health crisis.
Yeah, we are not medical advisors.
We are not.
We're not medical. We're not financial advisors.
We're not even medical professionals.
Yeah, no, we're not financial advisors either. Because I'm telling you to just hire a handyman to come put a shelf up instead of doing it yourself.
If you can do it, go ahead.
Yeah, and if you can do it, shoot a text on the text line right now. Let me know, and I'll lowball you to come over and put my shelves up.
Oh, come on, man.
Now he's lowballing people. Goodness gracious.
Bougie ass Luke.
Yeah, please. Coming up, it is Memorial Day. Historically, this was always the day that you would say in baseball, can't check the standings until Memorial Day. So now that we are at Memorial Day, is this season bad news for the future of the Astros? Is it bad news actually for the future of Major League Baseball as well? Where do we stand in Major League Baseball here on Memorial Day? We'll talk about it next. It's In the Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, H-Town's go-to for Sports Radio 610 presents In for the Loop. Here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee.
It is Memorial Day. What does this mean in the baseball world as we check in on things? Is this season bad news for the future of the Astros and bad for the future of Major League Baseball? Or good for the future of Major League Baseball, actually? We'll talk about that. I'll explain what I mean coming up here on In the Loop. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee as we wrap things up on this Monday. Colin Neal on the steel wheels. maybe pandering to me a bit with that song, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to like me, actually.
Great choice there for the last one for our time here.
Oh,
It's a great song.
It is a great
Oh,
song.
yeah.
And we'll catch up with the fellas that will be in for the drive coming up here in just a few minutes. But it is Memorial Day today. Hopefully everyone out there is having a great day for Memorial Day. And as I've referenced a few times today, we remember the reason for the day and the holiday and say thank you to all those who made the ultimate sacrifice so that we can sit here and talk about the times you crapped your pants and sports and whatnot. It allows us to have this wonderful job in this country. So,
Gee, thanks, Luke.
Thank you.
I really did that image in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Probably didn't.
You know, it was always like the old cliche was to wait till Memorial Day before you start looking at the different standings and everything. It is funny, though, with the timing of the Astros coming off this weekend series where, as we discussed earlier, it feels like they have the most momentum since maybe that first week of the season. 23-31, not great, but 3.5 games out of a playoff spot. So, Chris, as we head towards June, I mean, where are you now after what we just saw this weekend? And, by the way, let me mention, Hunter Brown, theoretically on his way back. Josh Hader as well, a couple other guys. Where are you on this Astros team as we hit Memorial Day here in 2026?
I mean, there's obviously still hope. It's not time to throw in the towel yet. Talking to fans there, really.
Mm-hmm.
It's not time to throw in the towel. They obviously just had the 3-game winning streak. It's their longest winning streak of the season, the second longest of the season, but longest since early in the season.
Yeah.
Like early April. So, there's still hope. Don't throw in the towel yet. But they got to string together some more, they got to be able to continue string together more than 1 or 2 wins here and there. After going on that 3-game winning streak over the weekend here, you don't want to see them go back, okay, they lose 1 or 2, and then keep going back and forth like we've seen most of the last, month and a half, really? Couple months almost? Yeah, so there's still a lot of hope. It's not time for them to start, selling off pieces of the puzzle. Right yet, especially since you got some guys like you just named that are going to be coming back here soon, or we expect to be back on the field here within hopefully the next month, 3 weeks, somewhere in there.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully.
You never know with the Astros.
With the Astros, you don't know.
But that's what makes this week a big week with the Rangers on the road against the Rangers, 4-game series. And so this is another team that's like right in front of you there in the division. And to your point, if you sweep the Cubs, then you come out and you lose 3 out of 4 to the Rangers.
Yeah.
There go the good vibes. Who cares
right
about
out the window
what happened at Wrigley Field? But if you can continue this and you ideally win the series, even splitting I don't think is enough.
Yeah.
I mean, you won't feel terrible about a road split against a divisional team, but you'd love to obviously win it.
Of course.
But yeah, you have to continue this momentum.
Yeah.
And as we joked about earlier, as they say, your momentum's only as good as the next day starting pitcher.
Yeah.
And, so it's a good
Very
thing
true.
they got, not Hunter Brown? No. Not Eric Eddy? Not even Lambert? Not Tang? But Ime. We'll see what he brings to the table tonight against the Rangers, against Rocker on the other end, who's pitched really well his last 2 starts. And we'll see how he fares tonight against the Astros. Here's the other baseball thing I wanted to get to before we run here on this Memorial Day that I find interesting. Because, again, going back to that cliche of you wait till Memorial Day to kind of take a look at everything going on in the baseball world. We're all expecting like some sort of lockout coming up after this year.
Yeah.
And when you look at the way the league currently shakes out, the teams that are in first place, the Brewers are 20th in payroll. The A's are 21st in payroll. The Guardians are 28th in payroll. The Rays are 29th in payroll. Those are first-place teams. You have even people are pointing to, like, the Marlins are 30th, and they just swept the Mets over the weekend. But on the flip side, the 6 teams that are spending the most money this year, 4 of those 6 are under 500.
Wow.
So it's kind of reverse here, that the teams that aren't spending the money are most successful. And I've been on this for now 2 years with this comparison when I look at the Houston Astros. And I hope I'm wrong, but they remind me a lot of the way the Boston Red Sox have operated in recent years, where I don't think they should be doing so. But the Red Sox, there was a documentary that came out on Netflix within the last year for the Red Sox, and the opening scene is like the ownership talking about, hey, we saw the Tampa Bay Rays spent the 3rd least amount of money and get to a World Series. Why are we spending so much money? And so as we're heading towards a potential lockout, and you look at these other teams in the league, and specifically as it applies to the Astros, I'm curious if this continues throughout the year, how much fuel this will be for certain owners or for Major League Baseball in their battle that, yes, of course, the Dodgers spend more money than anybody and they're having a great year.
Yeah, we know that.
But right now, nearly 2 months into the season, they're kind of the outlier. 4 of the top 6 spenders are having losing seasons, and 4 of the first-place teams are bottom 10 in spending. Seems like something Major League Baseball might try to use to their advantage.
Yeah, these owners might take that and just run with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, seriously, what you're talking about, they seriously could take that. Many of the owners could take that and just run with it and say, why should we continue to spend all this money? If these teams that we see here can be in first place, winning games without having to have an astronomical payroll.
Yeah.
Let's put a little more money in my pocket.
Always
Save
nice.
a few bucks, right?
Yeah.
Let's go on the cheap.
Yeah, for sure. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing as we welcome in today the fellas for the drive.
Hey.
Typically Area 45. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton are in studio with us.
How are
Happy
y'all?
Memorial Day to you guys. Good to see you.
What's
Happy
happening,
Memorial
fellas?
Day.
What's happening?
Luke with the T-shirt win already.
Appreciate
America,
it.
love it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, if ever there was a day. I busted out on July 4th and Memorial
There
Day.
you
That's
go.
it.
Hey, you got your day set.
Yeah, that's right.
But why no Hearts on Fire shorts?
Yeah.
He's got his NBA shorts
I don't have them.
Y'all ever seen that video of the guy who's the caption of the tweet was like most American thing to do ever, and it's a guy in like an American flag Speedo, and he's got the American flag tank top, backwards hat, and he's on like a boat, and he's got like firecrackers with Roman candles in both hands.
God.
He does a flip off the dock of a boat, lands on this other thing, and the Roman candles are just that's
up.
Luke right now.
The only thing that would have made that better if he landed ass first on a pike.
There's some great videos like that. A guy like on a boat, like lifting with fireworks going off,
Oh
and, like
my-
the American flags. Or
I've seen
whatever,
that one too, yeah.
And the other guy who's just out in like a hurricane or whatever, like head banging with the American flag. People always use those videos.
Love it.
What are you doing later?
We were gonna ask the question of the day to you guys, but then Sean, you popped in during the commercial break. It got us talking.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry I did.
Said he had a story.
Tremendous.
Right?
No,
And I'm always more intrigued instead by the bathroom emergency story. Instead, I know Colin wants to hear more about it.
Of course he does.
You're more
clamoring
intrigued
for
by
it.
that. Well, so are the people that we're doing the show for, Clint Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
true.
They have to talk about poop every single day. It's like mandated. It's going to be sponsored soon. Endorsement coming. No, I thought that was the question today when I was driving in. When I heard y'all talking about poop, I'm like, well, must be.
It was one of them.
So how did you phrase it? It was what's the worst situation in which you found yourself needing a bathroom emergency?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So I'm driving around one time with the wife. This is pre-kid, so it was just us two enjoying a Saturday. And I think I must have had something bad the night before, or it could have been for breakfast that morning, like some gnarly breakfast tacos somewhere. And we were just coming out of the bank, making a deposit or whatever. And I was like, hey, I gotta go.
It's go time.
It is go time. And there's a gas station right in front of the bank, and it's one of those gas station combo, like, horrible chicken places.
Okay, yeah.
So I was like, boom, let's bust in there right quick. Nope, bathroom out of service at the gas station.
Of course it is.
Chicken place is closed. So we are driving, and it's one of those where I am sweating profusely.
Mm-hmm.
It is bad. And so we happen upon a Starbucks, and it was a really busy Starbucks. So I go in, and I just hightail it to the restroom. Thankfully, nobody was in there. Boom. Do what you got to do, and then, you have to clean yourself up a little bit, right? No TP.
Oh.
There's no TP. There's a box there where TP is supposed to be,
but it ain't there,
and it was not coming out.
Expected.
So, mind you, I am desperate. I kick the absolute crap out of this thing, and I break it.
Holy smokes!
And I get the TP. I get the toilet paper out of there. Finish what I'm doing. I bust out of the restroom, and I'm like, we got to go. I had no idea how loud I was. She looked at me like, what went on in there?
Did not realize it
and
was
I was
gonna be a
like, get in the
vandal.
car. Get out. Let's go. And so that was the worst. I broke their aluminum toilet paper holder.
It turned into vandalism real fast there, sir.
Yeah.
I did not realize it was going that way.
We had to get out. That's the worst one I can think of. Yeah.
By the way, real quick, during Figgy's mixtape earlier, we were talking about what we were talking about on this day a year ago.
Yeah,
when we were in for Memorial Day. I forgot to mention, for your confession, you confessed that you forgot to get toilet paper at the grocery store.
Yeah.
And you had to.
I've had a couple of those.
That was your whole confession.
Little favor from HEB.
Yeah.
And then? and then?
I forgot.
What was the rest of it?
I think the story was you had to make your way out to the living room.
Oh, boy.
And grab, tissues or something.
Oh, no, I probably had to grab paper towels.
Paper
Probably
towels to finish the job, but I think you said, the blinds were open and you were
Yeah, my blinds are usually pretty open, yeah.
I was waiting for him to say, so I took off my socks.
Full moon.
Yeah.
It was a full moon that day.
That's fantastic.
When you live alone, if you do live alone, you could try to do certain things and then just throw the trash out. Nobody has to know any better. You can use your socks. If there's other people in the home that you're trying to save your dignity and hide certain things from.
You know what dignity?
All dignity is out the window.
I tell my wife all the time, who's on me for my appearance and things like that, and why I never go buy clothes or anything. I'm like, I'm married. I have a kid. I have nowhere else to go. My life is over.
I have nothing else
to
do.
You've accepted this, so I need to impress nobody. I don't care.
She's already bought in.
When you guys were younger, did you have a group of friends you'd go to whatever Six Flags or something like that at? Okay, so growing up, Brooklyn, Long Island, we used to go. You had to go down to Jackson, New Jersey, which was the nearest real Six Flags. Eventually, they'd put one up around the Albany area called the Great Escape, but it was called Storytown when I was a kid. It wasn't a Six Flags, so that didn't count. So you had to go to Jackson, New Jersey, which, if you don't get stuck on the Jersey Turnpike with an overturned tractor trailer, is about a 3-hour ride. It was always a 5-hour ride coming back. We used to keep footballs in the trunk specifically for knowing on the way back there would be an overturned tractor trailer and the road would be shut down. And we'd play football in the middle of the road. That's just
really?
Yeah.
All right.
All the time.
Get out, play catch. Let's go.
So there was a gas station when you get off right at the exit for Great Adventure, which was the Six Flags. There was a gas station. Everybody stopped to get gas, get drinks, fill up your coolers, and use the facilities before you then went down to get online for Six Flags. And one of my friends is a guy that we perpetually made fun of for not having done the deed. And at this point, we're 22, and he hasn't yet done the deed.
Oh, okay, that deed. All right.
So we're...
Yeah, I was like, number one or number two?
I was like, what deed? That deed.
Yeah.
So literally...
He wasn't backed up.
Yeah.
He wasn't looking for laxatives.
We would split up on the Buccaneer, the big boat that goes up and down.
Yeah.
And on one side, we'd yell up, "Riches!" And on the other side, they go, "Virgin!" And the whole boat would then get in on it, and it would drive him crazy. He would
that's
feel
awesome.
very, very...
that is mean.
Everything was on him.
That is mean.
So we're at the gas station, and there's another car, all girls, pulls up next to us.
Ooh.
And my buddy's, I'm going to go ask that chick out. All of a sudden, whatever happens, she catches his eye. He is completely in love with this girl already. First sight, he's looked at her for 5 seconds, and he's like,
he's ready.
That she's everything I've ever wanted in my entire life. And he starts walking towards her. And one of the other girls from the car comes out and says the line is 6 deep. So he's walking towards her. She gets behind the car, drops her skirt, and handles her number one right there behind
handles
the
business.
car. And he stopped dead in his tracks, turned around, walked back.
Wait, did he walk back because it was just simply a bad time, or did he walk back because he made the determination, yep, she ain't the one. I ain't taking that home to mama.
He made the determination he was not into squash.
She wanted no parts of that. She wasn't classy enough for him.
Oh, and look, he was okay with trashy, but not that kind of
not
trashy.
That trashy.
It would have been awesome if he would have just waited.
All right.
Let her finish and then hey,
okay, handle your business. I'll be here.
Yeah. Start the conversation while she's doing the business.
Hey, come here often.
And with that, we'll hand things off. You're in good hands. Chris, appreciate it as always.
Always.
Colin, appreciate you.
So hold on.
Ben earlier as well.
I say, before you guys leave,
yeah,
I learned today. Number one, Chris Barty hates me.
I do not hate.
Why?
He hates me.
I do not.
He hates all Knicks fans. He says that Knicks fans are like the most obnoxious people he's ever met. And I want to know where these fans are, because as somebody who grew up a diehard Knicks fan, like where are they? I can't see them. Holy crap. We are not obnoxious.
I didn't say it.
We're not obnoxious about our own team. In fact, we usually are waiting for the bottom to fall out, because for 53 years, the bottom has always fallen out. We also have one of the biggest jackasses in the world as an owner.
Well, I'll give you that.
So,
I'll give you that.
Every Knicks fan I know, they're not like, oh, we want a playoff round. Screw you guys, we're the best. We're always like,
I don't know.
yeah, we want a playoff round. We are getting our asses kicked in the second round.
When's Dolan going to screw this up? Yeah.
For the record, I do not PC. I love PC. It's just the fandom.
We all love PC.
It's just his fandom I don't agree with.
I also found out that there is a possibility that we may lose both Chris and Luke permanently in the next 3 weeks.
Why?
Because if the Knicks,
what are you planning?
If the Knicks win the title, and Luke has to hear landslide pop up on Apple one more time.
That's true.
They both said they're going to off themselves, and we're going to be down 2 people.
Great. So it'll be me, you, and Colin doing 8 hours of radio next holiday.
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Please no.
Duly noted.
Yep. That's right. So, yeah, enjoy this while you can.
Oh, man.
Hey, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Chris, appreciate it as always. We're out of here. Area 45 is in for the drive. So the drive 45 is now live.
Oh, I like that. That's pretty good. I haven't thought of that one yet. Appreciate you, Luke.
And today you can actually drive down 45.
Yes. Yeah, well.
Tomorrow, not so much.
Maybe like beyond the Beltway, like between Beltway and town. I don't know. That's always really, really sketchy. You got to wait till you get it to expand to like 5 lanes.
I was actually able to drive down the 610 today at 43 miles per hour.
Holy crap.
Which, when the sun is up, that's like doing 143 miles an hour.
It was pretty cool when I pulled up maps before I come. It said 32 minutes, and it usually says like
1 hour,
55
minutes.
1 hour, 2 minutes, something like that. Yeah, it was a cool feeling, man. Appreciate you guys staying the hell off the roadways and drinking beer and eating food at your wherever you're doing that at. I would imagine that's happening a lot of places.
This Memorial Day, so many people always want to tell you what not to do.
Mm-hmm.
And as somebody who has that inherent gene in their body, if you tell me not to do something, I am going to do it just because bleep you.
Mm-hmm.
I am not going to tell anybody what not to do today. What I am going to do is tell you what to do today. These are the things that you should do. Do.
Here's the list.
Drive sober. Do. Adhere to speed limits. Do. Adhere to traffic lights and signs. Do. Act like a responsible adult.
Subjective.
On a day where we honor the men and women who gave their lives for our freedom, honor them by keeping yours. This is a public service message from Area 45.
There we go. Well said. Yes, I agree with 99.5% of that. I don't think I like number 2.
What's the point? Yeah, what's the 0.5%?
The speed limit part.
Yeah, that's because it's Memorial Day, and therefore every cop in the universe is on the road with a radar gun waiting to bust you.
Yeah. No, these are facts.
Do not speed.
Do not cruise control. Most of you people have those doodads in your car.
Actually,
use it.
Let me rephrase that. I said I wasn't going to say do not. Do adhere to the speed limit. Do manage to avoid the eyes and the ire of law enforcement.
Yeah, that'll boy. I think we all co-sign that. Colin the Game, pulling double duty today. How are you, sir? You awake in there?
Doing the best I can.
You know, Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Hey, PC's got one here for you if you need it, man.
Maybe I just need a little. All right, never mind.
I need a little. Wait, I can't say that.
No, I know.
Maybe I just need a little.
Let's go.
Damn computer.
Time to play the game.
Trying to steal my thunder.
That a boy.
Probably the things you should do today. Turn us up on the radio while you are on the grill.
Yeah.
Flipping burgers and dogs and sausages and chicken and shrimp and veggies and steaks and anything else that you can put on the grill, which is everything, by the way.
Did you just give us your menu for later?
Simplified menu tonight.
Okay.
Where, I'm probably not going to get home until like 6:45.
Mm-hmm.
So simplified menu night: burgers, dogs, sausages. I made chicken yesterday. So burgers, dogs, sausages, corn on the cob will be on the grill. And then I've got a basket of mixed veggies, which will also be on the grill.
You know, you're not a crawfish guy, but I would imagine there's a fair share of people out there that are doing the crawfish boil today, too. I did mine. I did not do mine. I ate somebody else's yesterday. My cousins did 130 pounds of crawfish, and it was gone by 5 o'clock yesterday.
Please tell me they have like 4 toilets in their house. Because if not, there's going to be an emergency.
There was enough.
It's going to be more than an emergency.
There was enough. Here's the thing. There was 2 pools. They got like a compound going. So they're the shared fence. It's Pop on one and then the daughter on the other, and they got the door in between. So 2 pools. You got barbecue on one side. You got crawfish on the other side. It was a party. So you eat and you burn it off real quick by messing around in the pool and stuff. It was a fantastic day. So hopefully you guys are enjoying some of that. Today, the weather, pretty damn good, I would say. Might be a little toasty out there, but it's better than rain.
It's better than it's been with all the rain that we've been getting.
Yeah, just wait longer. I think it's supposed to suck again in terms of the precipitation starting tomorrow.
No!
Yeah, that sucks. I tell you what, PC, I cannot wait to talk about these guys because we got it on the replay here. And boy, what a great ballpark. What a great ballpark it was Wrigley for the Astros to go in and sweep the Cubs. What did they make them do now? Lose 8 straight?
8 straight.
That is fantastic.
Astros' second sweep of the season, first since they played the Red Sox second series of the season.
Yeah, against Boston. It was awesome. The pitching was great. I would say 99.5% of the pitching was great, and you ended up completing the sweep yesterday, 8-5, without Yordan Alvarez in the lineup. He had to leave on Saturday in the 6th inning because of back spasms, and my goodness, you can't sit here and tell me that you were not like, oh, of course, why not? He's played every single game this season. It's just his time. I mean, you've even lost Jose Altuve. You lost Jeremy Payne. You lost Carlos Correa. You've lost everybody that is, meaningful to this ball club this year at some point in time. Why not Yordan? Back spasms. Holy crap. What in the hell is going on around here?
Can we hope that this is... I mean, look, we're going to find out a little bit more later on, obviously. Today they play 6:05.
Mm-hmm. Lineup should be out here in a couple hours.
Up in Arlington, they play at 6:05. And I feel like we are kind of in a zero-sum game.
Mm-hmm.
Either Yordan will be in the lineup tonight, or the Astros will be really late in the game notes out because he's going on the 10-day IL.
Yeah.
It's one or the other, either in the lineup or on the IL. I feel like we kind of live in that zero-sum world right now. And of all the times dude, can you just not go on the IL?
Mm-hmm.
For the love of God, can you not go on the IL? I get it. You had back spasms. You come out of the game. You get the next day off. Then you got to get on a plane. Can you feel better today?
Yeah.
Can you please feel better today?
Did you see what Joe Espada said before the game yesterday, though? That his conversation with Yordan was that they'd planned since the back spasm thing, it sounded like to me, for him to get this day off. Like, hey, no pressure, big guy. And that he was feeling better. And at the time he was getting treatment. And then somebody asked a follow-up question to that in that, hey, well, will Yordan Alvarez be in the lineup against Texas on Monday? And Joe Espada was like, oh, oh, not so fast. Hold on. I don't want to say too much. And, we'll see. We'll see. Let's just not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Look, guys, I was given my marching orders. This is what I'm allowed to say. Please don't ask me to say anything else. Thanks. Have a great day.
Yeah. And then Jordan spoke afterwards, and I don't know what you gather from that, man. It's just, it really doesn't mean in. I just always side on the, glass half full. At least he was healthy enough and allowed to speak to the media. Check that box. That's the good thing. We'll see what happens today. But you just hope that, even if Jordan needs a second day off, which I would kind of recommend. It's back spasms. It sounded like when Jordan spoke the other day that it happened early in the morning, it went away, and then it came up when his at-bat was up in the 6th inning, and then that's when they decided, all right, we're done here. We've done enough. Let's not push the envelope. I wouldn't push the envelope today either because of what you just said that I hadn't thought about. You had to hop on a plane and go from Chicago to southern Oklahoma, get ready to face the Rangers. So, I would give him the day today, too, and not freak out about it, just so long as he does not go on the injured list. That would be fantastic if that did not happen. However, I would say if he needs to, and I only say that because of what transpired last season, with the hand. I was like, well, the hand, maybe he just needs a little time off, a little TLC, no IL stint necessary here, and then they brought him back, and I was like, oh, yeah, it's broke. Maybe we should have put you on the IL, big dog. Sorry about that one. They need to do what they need to do.
Yeah, and look, obviously, losing him for 10 days beats losing him for 3 months.
Yeah.
Which we've already seen them turn a 10-day injury into a 3-month injury.
With who? Which one?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which one?
Yeah, we've seen that before. We don't need to do it again. But shout out to the Astros, man. They've given us a little bit of a reason, I think some of us anyway, because you eternal pessimists out there just refuse to believe in anything that's good that's happening. I would say for a lot of us, giving us a little more reason for hope and excitement about watching the game today because the Astros do enter into a really interesting set of circumstances. It's not too different from what it's been now for weeks, but, they've won 7 of their last 11 and gotten their, second 3-game sweep of an opponent this season. They're 23-31 through a third of the way through the regular season, 4 games out of first in the West, 3.5 games out of the final wild card spot. I'm telling you that there is a chance and that they are getting healthier with different bodies while it seems like they're continuing to get unhealthier with other bodies. There were some really good updates aside from the Jordan Alvarez, which is going to keep us on the edge of our seats at least for the next couple of hours until the lineup comes out. We will share those with you when we come back, talk about this upcoming Time Rangers series that'll begin today, first of 4 against the a.k.a. Junk Grabbers of Southern Oklahoma.
Junk Grabbers.
I am Sean Bijani. He is Patrick Creighton. We are in for the knuckleheads that like to talk about poop. Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner. Colin the Game is here as well.
Ron Hughley.
An Area 45 takeover on Sports Radio 610. Hang with us.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out. Primetime games, division rivalries, big-time QB.
22.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. In for The Drive, here's Area 45 with Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani.
I've just been informed it's not going to have the damn it.
I mean, it might.
Okay.
We just be waiting too damn long.
Just wait longer. No, I will not wait. It will just happen when it happens. He's calling the game if it happens.
But will you do it?
I'll do it. I never know when to do it, though. There we go.
Caught napping.
He's Patrick Creighton. Sean Bijani calling the game, breathing heavily into a microphone.
Well, that's what he does.
Hey, you were correct. He does. It's, it happens. That is one of my favorite songs of all time. Disturbed. Love it. Love it. Hopefully you got the music cranked and then us like on the other side of the yard or something, and you're listening to us. And if you want to be a part of the show, you can hit us up to 713-572-4610. Tell us what the heck you got going on today. How are you and the fam and your friends celebrating Memorial Day? 713-572-4610, 572-4610. If you got us pulled up on the old YouTube or Twitch, you can hit us up that way as well. We were talking about the Astros coming off a huge series sweep of the Chicago Cubs over the weekend. Now winners of 7 of their last 11. The pitching was really cool. Christian Walker, really badass. 3 dingers in the series PC. I love that. And even Nick Allen was pretty nice yesterday. And it was funny, too, because Joe Espada was like, yeah, even Nick Allen got in on the act. He was 3 for 3 with a dinger and a couple of ribs.
And a stolen base.
And now PC wants us all to pretend like Mauricio Dubon has never existed.
No, we need him back.
Not true. However, I did say that, people were been like so up in arms about, oh my God, how could you trade Dubon for Nick Allen? This is like the worst deal in the history of the franchise. And it's like, okay, let's just slow the roll a little bit. Number one.
Mauricio
Dubon pitched how many games this year?
Mauricio Dubon has played in how many games? Is that what you're asking?
Pitched.
Pitched.
How many games has he pitched?
Mauricio Dubon?
Oh,
yes. How many games has he pitched?
I don't know where he's going. I'll say 0.
0, which means he would have done 0 to help this team, which needed pitching.
Yeah, well, you know what? Cesar Salazar's pitched in a couple of games because the pitching has sucked ass, and so did the offense here in the last month.
He may have been better than some of the pitchers, but
fair because he's Mauricio Dubon.
That being said, the biggest impact that the Astros needed for the first 6 weeks of the season was they needed pitching, and it is not a surprise that the Astros finally started to win baseball games, as we talked about a week and a half ago. The pitching started to normalize. It's not yet where it needs to be because Mike Burrows isn't yet where he needs to be. Tatsuya Imai is not yet where he needs to be. Jason Alexander is still a question mark. He had a good start last time out. He had some bad bullpen appearances previous to that. But the other guys in the rotation are all pitching fairly consistently. The bullpen has started to normalize where Steven Okert has been better. Angel Dos Santos has been better. Brian King has been the guy leaned on primarily to close out games, often going more than one inning to close out games. Nate Pearson made his first appearance as a closer for the Astros. It was his second appearance for the Astros. And
he's kind of good.
Throws 100 miles an hour sometimes. And he is a big boost to the bullpen. And Josh Hader threw another perfect inning with a pair of strikeouts yesterday for Corpus Christi. The bullpen is starting to normalize. Now, you still need Brian Abreu to be Brian Abreu again, And watching him throw 93-mile-an-hour fastballs still, as we are now at Memorial Day, having a hard time believing that this is a mechanical issue because the slider doesn't have any loss of velocity. Something's not right. And yesterday, he had thrown 4 fastballs, maximum velocity 93.9.
Mm-hmm.
Miller comes out to the mound after he had guys first and second, one out, and gave him the old pep talk, the pats on the back, the pat on the butt, and all that. And Abreu then ratcheted up 96.4 and 95.9, still well below what his average has been in the past.
Yeah.
But 2 miles an hour faster than what he was throwing to the other guys.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets the ground ball double play. Jeremy Pena behind the bag, steps on second, throw to first, double play out of the jam.
Yeah, that was nice. The pep talk probably went something like, hey, bro, trust your fastball at least a little bit more. You're good, man. You're good.
Yeah, to that point, he had thrown 12 pitches, 8 sliders.
Yeah.
And he is becoming overly reliant on the slider because the fastball velocity is down 4 to 5 miles per hour. And it's becoming predictable.
Yeah.
And when he can't land it, guys are just sitting there. They're waiting. They're sitting on pitches. Like, if you throw a slider and it's in my zone, I'm going to crush it. And if you throw a slider and it's not in my zone, well, it might not be in any part of the zone. I'll just take it and it might be a ball.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I don't know. I really don't think at this point in time, because you did say, hey, man, it's Memorial Day, and they clearly, they gave him about 10, 11 days off between outings at one point a few weeks back. If it was like injury related, or if they would have thought in the slightest this was injury related, I don't think that they would be doing what they are with him. It's just a lack of trust that they have in him because of his lack of confidence in himself, in his pitches, for whatever reason. We just do not know.
See, I'd like to agree with that, but I can't. And this is why.
Mm-hmm.
We watched this team continually throw JP France out in spring training 2 years ago, knowing he had a bad shoulder. But, hey, Verlander's also got a bad shoulder, so suck it up, Buttercup, and pitch. And next thing you know, he's got a torn shoulder capsule.
I mean, that's fair. Circumstances are, if you have to admit, a little bit different than they were 2 years ago.
We've seen them with Lance McCullers Jr. on multiple occasions, knowing that he's got pain in his elbow.
Yeah.
Just rehab it. Oh, you got bone spurs? Just rehab it. Can somebody explain to me in what medical journal can you rehab a bone spur? Oh, you can't. That's right. You cannot rehab a bone spur. You can either have a procedure to remove it, file it down, etc., or you can deal with the pain. And they basically told him, deal with the pain, which continued to rip up his flexor tendon, and he missed another year and a half as a result of that.
Here's what I think happened. I think Jeremiah Randall probably got a medical journal off of Temu and, looked at that situation and said, yeah, Lance, it'll be fine. Like, Dana, Jim, this is the plan now. And he didn't, of course, tell him where he got it. Maybe the budget at that point in time within the medical and training staff just wasn't there, so they were forced to use Temu a lot of the time. Quite possible, right? So I'd say the trainers have changed. Maybe the philosophy's changed. Maybe the budget's a little bit different now.
Jordan, I know you got a bad hand. We're not going to do an x-ray. Just swing this bat. Ow. Ow. What do you mean, ow? All right, fine. We'll do an x-ray. Oh, crap. You got a busted hand.
Hey, man.
Probably should have checked on that like 3 months ago, huh?
The x-ray machine is out of radiation this week. We've already had to x-ray a whole bunch of dudes. Like, you're just going to...
We've already met our monthly quota for x-rays. You'll have to wait until next quarter.
You're going to have to wait longer. Meanwhile, hey, Joe Espada had a lot of really good things to say about the Astros series sweep, the 8-5 win in and of itself, and Christian Aloysius Walker yesterday. Take a listen.
It was a lot of contributors in this game today during the series. Really good team effort the last 3 days. We came out of the off day with a purpose, with a goal. We came in here and we played really well against a good team. And I keep talking about consistency. We need to continue to carry this out now going into Arlington. Started with Peter on the mound. He fought through that 5 innings. After that second inning, got out with a big double play, but he kind of settled in, started making pitches, and gave us like really good 5 innings that we really needed as a team. Then Walker show, my goodness, he really stepped up, and Nick Allen even got into the action. Jake Myers with a big homer. We were down 3-1, but we kept fighting back. And that's what you had to do, right? You have to fight back to get back into this race. We're very much in it, and I continue to tell these guys that, hey, there's a lot of baseball left, but we got to continue to play good baseball the way we did this weekend.
Do you feel momentum picking up now with a sweep? I think you won 7 of 11. It seems like the ball's rolling in your favor a little bit.
Yeah, we're just playing good baseball, right? That's all I'm always asking these guys. Just play good ball, take care of the baseball. Defense today, Pena double play in the 8th to pick Abreu up. That's what we do as a team, right? We play together, and this is just a matter of time, and we're starting to see ourselves feeling good about ourselves, about the way we play, and it's exciting to watch our guys play.
And it's going to make it that much more exciting to watch these guys play starting today with a huge 4-game series coming up against the Rangers. You mentioned at PC, it's kind of started to get stabilized with the starting rotation. Let's see if it continues with Tatsuya Imai, Jason Alexander, Mike Burrows. You got Spencer Arrighetti for the series finale in a few days against, Nathan Eovaldi, who I feel like just owns the Astros. I don't know. I don't even know if the numbers back that up, but it definitely feels like it.
No, they do.
Yeah.
Don't the Astros usually get to him in the postseason though? Except for game 1 of the 2021 ALCS, it was like game 5 that
I want to say they got to him when he was in Boston.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah, in Boston. But these days, maybe they need to treat this like a post-game series, to be honest with you, because it kind of is.
So a couple of things. Number one, Joe kind of misspoke about the second inning.
Mm-hmm.
Lambert didn't get a double play in the second inning.
Did he get the innings confused?
Yeah, he confused that innings. Lambert struck out Conforto to end the second. And look, that inning was really weird because he gets the first out, and then he walks Ballesteros. And Ballesteros walked a lot in this series. That dude never walks, but he's walking in this series.
Well, Astros pitching.
Then, gives a single to Carson Kelly. Then Pedro Ramirez, I think, was making his second career start. Doubles past a diving Jake Myers. Myers dives the ball, gets by him, becomes a double. That drove in Ballesteros, so it's a 1-1 game. Then PCA sac fly to center field, 2-1. Then Nico Horner single to right, 3-1. Josh Miller comes out to the mound. The Cubs were getting hits on like the first or second pitch that Lambert was throwing. So, like, he has a long at bat with Ballesteros, with full count and all that. But then Kelly, Ramirez, PCA, like Horner, these guys were all hitting the first or second pitch of the bat. So they come out and like, okay, let's shift things up a little bit because something must be too predictable. And then he walks Michael Busch. And then he hits Alex Bregman to load the bases again before he got Conforto to strike out. And when he got Conforto to strike out, because he kind of lost the strike zone there for a bit after the Horner single, where he walks Busch and then just comes inside on Bregman and hits him inside on the arm. And it's just like, oh, man. He's all over the place on inside to right hand. He's just all over the place over there. But then he gets Conforto, who's a lefty, and he gets him to strike out, and he comes off the mound. He's pumped.
Yeah,
like you just gave up 3 runs, but he's pumped. He got out of it, and then over the next 3 innings, does not allow a run, does not allow a hit, strikes out 4, including 2 in the 5th, and like that strikeout almost rejuvenated Lambert to where it's like, okay, guys, I know we're down, but I'm going to hold the line here so you guys have a chance to get back in the game. And literally, top of the 3rd, Nick Allen solo homer, and they get a run right back.
Yeah, he figured it out. And then the offense, for the first time in a really long time, picked up the pitching. It's been a minute, man. The Astros, with the 8 runs yesterday, they scored more than 4 runs in a game for just the third time this month.
You want more crazy stats?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how I always talked about rule of 4?
Mm-hmm.
The Astros are 18-6 when they give up 4 runs or less. They just got their 5th win of the season against 25 losses when they allow 5 runs or more.
5-25.
5-25 when you give up more than 5, when you give 5 or more runs. And the number one thing there's 2 things that stand out. Number one, hey, if you give up 4 runs or less, you're winning 2/3 of your, you're winning 3/4 of your games. You're 18-6.
Yeah.
When you give up 5 or more runs, like you're the Cleveland Spiders.
Yeah, 5-25.
You're awful.
No, that is.
And then it's, okay, you've played 54 games and you've given up 5 or more runs 30 times.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that obviously has not come in the last 2 weeks where the pitching has normalized. And now they've won, 6 out of their last 9 games. And you're saying, okay, there's hope for this team. And you got Hunter Brown making his first rehab start last night for Corpus. 2 shutout innings.
Very nice.
Hitting 98 on the gun, which they don't promote. They don't tell you what that is, but 98 miles an hour.
The announcers knew, apparently.
Struck out 5 in 2 innings.
Yeah. 5 of the 7 guys he faced, he struck out. Hit 98.
Not ass.
Why does he need 5 more rehab outings?
You got to rebuild him. He threw 2 innings. So you got to rebuild him.
Why is this going to take forever? We can talk a little bit more about that. There are some other updates to get to. Coming up next is this small but recent resurgent sample size from the Astros changed your mind at all about burying these guys. We'll get to it next. It's Area 45.
Somehow, someway, the Astros' injury woes just keep getting worse. Lance McCullers. 45 with Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani.
Shout out to the guys that came before me. They did a great job all game, getting on base, giving us opportunities to produce, and that's when we're at our best, when we pass the baton to the next guy. Right now the energy is really good, the guys are showing up every single day and playing hard, and that's all we can expect from this team, and we're going to keep doing it.
Do you feel the momentum building a little bit with a sweep? You're only 4 back now, and you still got 2/3 of the season left.
Like I said, the energy feels great in this clubhouse. Even when we were going through that rough patch, everyone kept their head up, everyone kept their chest out. No one gave in, and that's why we are a great ball club. We play for each other, and that's what we're going to keep doing.
Jeremy Pena, after yesterday's 8-5 Astros win that completed the sweep of the Cubbies, you heard him say a couple of times the energy is good, and then the energy's great. You know why it's great? Did you happen to see why the energy might have been great yesterday for the Astros? Jeremy Pena was the one that penned the Starbucks order before the game and gave it to all of the Astros rookies who had to walk then across the street and probably order about 30 different cups of coffee for the Astros ball club.
All the way across the street. Or, maybe they just, put it in the app.
Yeah, put it in the... No, they showed video of them actually going through the order. Maybe at least confirming it, right?
I love how they were all in full uniform, too.
Full uniform, baby. So I thought about this, because one of you guys brought it up, I think it was last week, how they've kind of killed the stupid cowboy hat, the home run hat. And thank goodness that was dumb. They needed to find a different way to have fun, right? And it's hard to have fun, when you're not hitting home runs and you don't really get a chance to wear that stupid thing. But you need to find another way to manufacture it. When you're on the road and, you're starting to feel good about yourself, or you need to do something to feel good about yourself, maybe kind of distract from what's really going on the day-to-day and operationally and performance-wise on the field, let's send these knuckleheads across the street in full uniform and have them order coffee for the entire organization. That'll be fun. And it looked like it was. Jeremy Pena, I think, concocted the whole thing, and I don't think that should be lost on anybody, too. If not for Jeremy Pena doing it, probably would have been Carlos Correa if he's in and around the ball club, which I wouldn't suspect that he is right now, since he's going to be immobilized for a few more weeks, I would say, after surgery. Jeremy Pena has assumed the role again, the role that, according to Joe Espada, he'd wanted for a while now, but didn't feel comfortable doing it, or the necessity to do it, because the likes of Alex Bregman was here. And then he did last year when Bregman was not, and had one of his best seasons, in fact, had his best season ever as a major leaguer. And now that Correa's out and they need a spark, these are the kinds of things that if you got the right guys in the clubhouse, you can do it. And they've lauded Pena for being that guy. They've lauded Christian Vasquez for being that guy. You need this kind of stuff to, feel organic, feel right when times are tough. And times have been really, really tough. And now that maybe you're starting to kind of put the offense and the pitching together, albeit for a small sample size, now they go into another division rival, PC, with a little momentum. Just even a little momentum, that can do a world of good for a ball club that needs it in the worst way.
And look, we always have this old saying in baseball, momentum is the next day's starting pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's Tatsuya Imai.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at his overall numbers, you'd say, that's not momentum. But if you look at it in a shorter sample size and say, okay, recently it's been a lot better. The walks have been down. We can avoid the home runs.
Mm-hmm.
It's been better, and it's been on an upswing. So can he continue to build on what he's done? So if we take a look at Imai's start today, and we see it be continued improvement from where he's been, right? He went from, I'm only going to throw 2 pitches, to, okay, I'm going to work in the third pitch a little bit. All right, now let's see if we work in the third pitch a little more,
mm-hmm.
and get a little more timing off, keep the strikeouts up, keep the walks down, just keep it in the yard. Can we see a 6-inning start from Tatsuya Imai with 3 or less runs tonight? It's not a high bar. For him this year, it's been a high bar because he's only done that like twice.
Right.
But I feel like if we get 6 innings and 3 runs, which technically qualifies as a quality start, but if you get a quality start from Imai tonight, I think you feel better about the direction he's going in, and that the star pitcher that he was in Japan, it's in there, and they're working on getting it out of him, and this would be another step in the right direction.
Yeah.
We talked about that road trip of would you rather go 4-3, the bats crush, the pitching sucks, or go 3-4, the bats suck, but the pitching gets a lot better. Well, they went 3-4, and the pitching got a lot better.
Yeah.
And now you're starting to see the next part of that evolution, which is the pitching continues to normalize. The bats wake up and they're not just totally dead. And, oh, wow, look, they did this thing called winning.
Yeah. It has happened before. They've got that win streak for just the second time this season. They went 5 games between the Angels and the Red Sox earlier in the year,
they
literally
opened
the first
year
week.
6-3. I mean, they started 0-2. They were 6-0. They won 5 of 6. And then, the injury started hitting the pitching staff, and the wheels started coming off.
Here's the thing. You just don't want to have to win without Yordan Alvarez. Put another, kind of weight on your shoulders. They did that yesterday. And look, how long has Yordan really been dealing with, back spasms or something like that? You maybe really will never know. But clearly, Yordan had been struggling for a little while now. Just over his last 13 games, he was hitting .209 with a 731 OPS. The 2 home runs were the only 2 RBIs that he'd had, PC. That's 13 games. And we know what the Astros were as a ball club during those 13 games in particular. We know what they were before the 13 games when he was otherworldly and hitting .327 with 1,000-plus OPS and all of the dingers. Christian Walker stepped up. I want to see if that can kind of continue to be reciprocated. What Jeremy Pena just said, look, hats off to the guys that came before me. They got it started for us today. Guys stepped up. Joe Espada said the same thing. And you need that in a big series when maybe you've got the guys that are starting to give you a little bit more of a reason to believe, right? Tatsuya Imai, the first outing of the season for him amongst his 5, he didn't walk anybody the last time he pitched. You haven't seen that. And he pitched good enough to give you a chance to win. He hadn't gotten into the 6th inning but once all year. Yeah, I'd love to see that tonight. I'd love to see Jason Alexander build on that tremendous performance that he had last time out. Mike Burrows, he's got it in there. And Spencer Arrighetti's been the best thing going, not just on the Astros, but one of the best things going in the American League, pitching-wise, altogether. He's going to have a tall order against Eovaldi in the series finale against the Rangers. 713-572-4610. 572-4610 if you want to get involved. A few updates shared by Joe Espada yesterday, PC. Jose Altuve played catch yesterday, and he's going to be heading to Florida and begin swinging a bat once he is in Florida. That's what Joe Espada said. Taylor Trammell, who's been with Hunter Brown and Josh Hader in Corpus Christi, he had a dinger this weekend. That's good. The more depth that you can get in the mix.
Taylor Trammell hit 2 dingers.
Did he really?
In successive at-bats.
Oh, I did not know. I must have saw the first one.
He hit homer, and then he hit another homer in his next at-bat.
That's awesome.
Took the collar yesterday, but Saturday he hit 2 bombs. Joey Lopefito got in the lineup yesterday. So Lopefito and Trammell both got in the lineup yesterday at Corpus. Hunter Brown, Josh Hader both blew away the world on the mound in their 3 innings at Corpus yesterday. Yesterday was the first day that Josh Hader was eligible to come off the IL. Obviously has not yet come off the IL. It's probably about a week or so away. They wanted him to get a total of 5 rehab starts.
Yeah, and I think he's through 2.
I thought he had 2 more to go, rather.
Yeah, I think he has.
Then he might
2
be
more.
through. Then he would be through 3.
Yeah.
I remember 2, but I might have missed one amongst like a last Thursday or a Wednesday or something.
I could have swore he's pitched already 3, like way more than 3 times. I thought, but I thought
so he has. More. He's actually thrown 7 times.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What?
But it's from May 5th. He's been pitching an inning since May 5th.
Spring training build up.
But it was back around, I want to say, like the 19th, when they said they wanted him to get 5 more rehab appearances in before they activated him. Well, he's made 3. So 2 more appearances. Let's say he gets a day off today, pitches on Wednesday, gets a day off, pitches on Friday. You could see him back maybe on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And for Hunter Brown, who's not eligible to come off until June 5th, that's 10 days.
Yeah.
He just made his first start through 2 innings. Obviously, they'd like to get him up to 5-6 innings, 80 pitches. And that's probably 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Probably 3, maybe say 3-4 starts.
Yeah. How many pitches did he actually throw yesterday? 35 it was.
Yeah. He didn't throw a lot of pitches, but he was hitting 98 on a gun. And that's a big deal. His velo is, when you talk about these guys where they have the shoulder issues because of what are the slowdown muscles, we call them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his issue was not about throwing, it's the slowing down of the arm after you release. And that's what the injury actually is. Same thing with Christian Javier, who, look, Hunter Brown is way ahead of Christian Javier. It had like a week apart, but Brown is already making a rehab start. Javier's still throwing bullpens.
Yeah.
It might be a while before we see Christian Javier.
Yeah.
But Hunter Brown made his first start. You figure he's probably got to make 4 more starts, 3 more starts at a minimum. So he makes 3 more starts. That puts him back up here around mid-June.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and the Astros, other shots in the arm at various other places might have afforded themselves the opportunity to wait and make sure that there is 0 chance that they're trying to rush him back.
Yeah, you can't mess with Hunter Brown.
No, absolutely not. Even though you want to, you can't. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. We'll get back to some more Astros a little bit later on. Hour number 2, coming up next, is the NFL on the precipice of making a big mistake or not? We'll discuss coming up. Stay put.
Here at Sports Radio 610, we're taking this time to observe Memorial. Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. In for the drive, here's Area 45 with Patrick Quinn and Sean Bijani.
Happy Memorial Day, everyone. Hopefully you're enjoying your
thought T-Mill was off today.
He thought T-Mill was off?
This is T-Mill's 3 o'clock song.
It's an ode to T-Mill. And the fellas on the drive.
I honestly didn't know that, to be honest with you.
You just found it in the library there?
Oh, yeah. You know, you just get a little curious. You want to see what kind of music is already in there, and, you know.
That's what a day like today is for. You experiment, man.
High on speed.
There you go. That was interesting.
Well, that's how the song goes. Do you know this song?
I do know this song.
Okay.
I don't know that it to be sung like that necessarily.
That was a higher octave than usually is.
A higher octave that only some 24, 25-year-old individuals can reach.
Okay, so here's the real question. Is this the best song on the Dr. Feelgood LP?
Sir, that is not a question that I am qualified to answer because I have no idea what else is on said LP.
All right, well, I said it was the Dr. Feelgood LP, so you could probably make the assumption that Dr. Feelgood is on that LP.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to hear it. I don't know. I cannot associate the names of the songs.
Wait, you don't know Dr. Feelgood?
I don't know unless I hear it.
Colin, would you do us the honors of educating?
Could you do me the honor and stop expecting me to know the name of a song without hearing said song?
It's not like we're talking about a song that you shouldn't, like, as a purveyor of music that is a little bit of the harder persuasion, that you should not have known. I mean,
I'll know it when I hear it. If you say it's as good as it's supposed to be, then I'll know it when I hear it. When he plays it, I'll be like, oh, yeah, I know that one. Yeah. Now, did you just ask me if that first song was better than this one?
I asked you if the first song was the best song on this album.
I don't know. I don't think so. I like this one. I like the guitar in this one.
Yeah.
What do you think?
The songs that would be in the running here
on the same album
would be Dr. Feelgood, Kickstart My Heart, Same Old Situation, and Don't Go Away Mad.
Don't Go Away Mad.
Yeah, Just Go Away.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to hear them. I cannot speak to any of this.
Can't be that harsh right there, PC. My God.
No, that's the name of the song. Don't Go Away Mad, Just Go Away.
Are you any good at that? Like when you hear the name of a song, are you like, oh yeah, I know that song?
So I have this weird thing where I hear the start of a song and my ears like perked up like, oh.
Yeah. That's me. I'm asking you if you know the title of a song without hearing it.
I could like name stuff pretty quickly.
I'm terrible.
It depends on what kind of music it is, though.
Yeah.
See, you know what it is? I grew up in the MTV era of remote control.
Here we go again.
Did you guys ever? Well, for you, I'm not even going to ask you, Sean. Did
I
you
know what MTV is?
Ever see remote control on MTV?
No, I have no idea what that is.
So remote control was a game show where you sat in this awful looking recliner and they would have televisions all around you and the recliner would bang back in different directions to look at a certain TV. And that TV might be facing up or sideways or upside down or whatnot. And it would play a video and you had to guess the name of the song and video like ASAP and get through the whole thing and to win.
Okay.
I used to play that at home all the time.
Yeah.
Where I'd be like, I was almost always faster than all the contestants in naming the video right as it happened.
That sounds really cool. I cannot be honest with you and say that I've seen that before.
Some people watch Jeopardy. I watched Remote Control.
I watched Jeopardy with my grandmother.
You're so smart, PC. Smartest person in this room. Watch Jeopardy.
Well, I mean, I did that as I got older. It just, when I was younger, I wanted to watch remote control. It was more fun.
I wanted to watch that stuff too, if it still existed, but we did not have MTV. We had the 8 channels that you could get for free. So yeah, that was that. It was a lot of Jeopardy.
A lot
after
of PBS.
All the,
honestly, it was
PBS on the weekends. Lawrence Welk.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was Maury and Jeffrey Springer. To be honest with you, for me,
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I had a certain
by choice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's just funny.
Well, I will say when I got a little bit older, Jerry Springer was absolutely by choice because every single show it was you had some sort of stripper drama on there. So it was like, yeah, tune in and see what hotties are on the Jerry Springer show today.
Oh, you cheated on your boyfriend with all these guys and you just revealed to us on public television. Well, I got some for you. He's right here. Come on now.
Maury Povich, who's married to Connie Chung.
Still.
But Maury Povich used to host a show called A Current Affair, which was like a legitimate news show.
Yeah. And then his talk show happened.
And then he started that in 1986. And he held that until 1990. And then in 1991, they started the Maury Povich Show, which, like the first couple of episodes, was still kind of like a legitimate show. And then it very quickly devolved into what we all know, the Maury Povich Show. You are not the father.
Yeah. You know why? Because Jerry Springer happened and all those other silly talk. And if you watch that Jerry Springer documentary, you can see the evolution of that era of talk shows and how they were just like, oh, well, Springer's getting all the ratings. We've got to do whatever to compete with him. So we're going to turn to smut now, too.
That actually emanated out of another show. And I'm trying to remember the name of the host because he was actually part of a WrestleMania one time. And he gets hosed down with a fire extinguisher for blowing smoke, I think, in Pete Rose's face. Morton Downey Jr.
Morton Downey Jr.
So Morton Downey Jr.
Is that Robert's father?
No. Morton Downey Jr. used to have a show that was kind of off the rails and crazy, but it was like later on at night. And then Jerry Springer, former mayor of Cincinnati, starts, hey, yeah, just run out there and beat the snot out of each other. And why this developed into a cult following, but yeah, everywhere you'd go, every time Jerry.
Yeah, it took over, man. It was a wave. I remember that really, really well. All right, so kind of similar. I in the respect that things tend to kind of snowball and go from a one-off to everybody's doing it now, kind of a thing. The NFL, we're going to get our first Wednesday football game ever. And it's going to be a Super Bowl rematch in week 1 for just the third time ever when you get to watch Patriots and Seahawks, if you need that in your life, on the first Wednesday of the NFL season. Might as well call it week 0 like college football used to do. All right? So you've got now football on Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, Monday, and, of course, Saturdays as well during playoff time. And never mind international games, so you're going to have them at odd times where you wake up at 8:30 in the morning to watch football. You can get football during the season almost any time and every time you want it. And especially with all these different streaming platforms now involved on Thanksgiving and Christmas and whatnot. Well, I bring all that up because former NFL center Jason Kelce, brother of Travis, I feel like I have to qualify that.
Brother of the soon-to-be husband of the billion-dollar princess.
Yeah.
Are we going to have to call him Travis Swift?
We're going to have to call him Taylor Swift's brother-in-law, Jason, because his own NFL career is not good enough, mind you. Yeah, Jason Kelce recently said on their podcast with his brother, Travis, that the NFL, in his opinion, is just doing too much and getting away from what made it great.
I don't think we're there yet. Sunday is the day of football, right? Outside of going to church in the morning, if you're still religious and you do that, Sunday is like where so many games happen, and that's what you grow up in you gear your entire week around watching football on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's an institution at this point, the NFL playing games on Sunday. With every day that we keep adding in there, we're getting away from that just a little bit. And I worry that I think the game got big. One of the reasons it got so popular and big was because all of the game, it was an event. Sunday is the NFL. And everybody set their week apart to tune into their games that were happening on Sunday. And you're watching all of them now take place across Sunday Ticket, right? I worry that we're getting away from that just a little bit by building too many of this.
So too many of this is what I just described for you. The games in all portions of the week pretty much, and the international games, never mind what they're playing on, it's where they're playing and how many games there are. And he says, this is what made it great. We planned our Sundays around so many games. Well, so many games are still happening on Sunday, and we still plan our week around it, is how I see it. And it's not the only reason, but I think it's a major reason. You guys, I'd be interested to know if you agree or disagree, but gambling is also what kind of helped make it what it is today as well, in why so many people love to watch it. They want to watch and see if they're making money or if they're losing their money. I really do disagree with what he just said in relation to the NFL maybe doing too much and getting away from what helped make it great. If you guys can provide like an argument or context to Kelsey's claim, I'd be really interested to hear it, because he's not made an argument, he's made a claim, and it has yet to be supported. I would be interested in knowing if either one of you or anyone out there could support that.
Aside from the fact I'm a little distracted by the fact that you said a guy who was a 7-time Pro Bowler, 6-time All-Pro, and Super Bowl champion, his career wasn't good enough.
Didn't catch the sarcasm there?
The sar or the chasm.
Yeah. No, he's Taylor Swift's future brother-in-law.
Future brother-in-law,
yeah.
Yes. Future Bill.
Mm-hmm.
But I get what he's saying from the point of view of, we used to plan your whole week around Sunday, right? We'd have huge party every Sunday. There'd be like 10, 12 people over at the house, grills going all day long. In between games, there'd be a wiffle ball game going on. There's TV outside by the pool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, everything revolved around football.
Yeah.
But like you said, this thing called gambling being legalized absolutely changed the game. And, first it was just you had football on Sunday, and then you had football on Monday night. Then, hey, how about we have football on Sunday night and Monday night? How about we have football on Thursday night and Sunday night and Monday night? And the reality is, number one, America can't get enough football.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, it doesn't matter who's playing. America has demonstrated it will watch and it will wager.
Yep.
So while I get the emotional sentiment that, hey, we used to spend Sunday with every game, here is the other side of that coin. Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night gives people who don't spend money for the Sunday ticket the opportunity to see a lot more games.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't have Sunday ticket and everything's on Sunday, I mean, I remember growing up as a kid, I saw either the Jets or the Giants in the 1 o'clock window, and whoever didn't play in the 1 o'clock window was in the 4 o'clock window.
Yeah.
Those windows are 12 and 3 here, by the way. But that's how it was. You only got the two local teams. And if neither team was playing in one of those windows, you usually got either the Dallas Cowboys, the Washington then Redskins, the Oakland Raiders. Those are the teams that you got.
Mm-hmm. What you're talking about, though, and you mentioned Sunday ticket, like that's a premium package on a cable service, right? Like,
well, it's a satellite service.
Satellite service, and now you have like Red Zone and all that stuff. Where
now it's YouTube, so it's a digital service.
Yeah, here's where I'm at. Like, I feel like as I can, complain on one side of my mouth and say, like, man, they're trying to charge, $400, $500, $600 or whatever to be able to watch any football game you could ever want to watch at your disposal. Like, hey, if you got the money, you go ahead and pay that if you need that in your life. Whereas I kind of like this now in that where I'm going to try to make the argument for these things, Netflix, Amazon, whatever other, like Peacock that has rights to some of these games and things like that. Now, you're paying $10 for each of those, and if you want that, there's actually an affordable option for you to watch all of these games throughout the course of the week, no matter who's playing or where they're playing or what time they're playing. Most people, I think, now pay for some combination of all of those streaming services.
But that's not how those services work. So, for example, if you have Paramount Plus, which is CBS, and let's say the Texans are playing on CBS that week, it is not a guarantee.
Oh, that you're going to get that game.
The game that they're showing on the streaming subs is the Texans.
Sure. But if you're in Houston or in the area,
no,
chances,
even in Houston.
Well, it's on Channel 11. It's CBS.
Right, but if you're streaming.
Yeah, not if you're streaming.
It's not there.
Right.
So I had to buy a secondary package for another streaming service. That was like $30 a month. It wasn't a lot. But I had to buy another $30 streaming package so I could just get over-the-air channels during football season so I could watch Texans.
Yeah. Well, okay, yeah. That part sucks. Like, I've got the Hulu Plus Live TV.
I think I had to buy, I think it was Sling.
Mm-hmm.
I think I paid $30 a month for Sling so I could just get over-the-air television.
Yeah.
So I could watch when they're on, the Texans, doesn't matter what channel they're on locally over the air, I could watch a channel.
Exactly. Yeah, same thing that I do. Sounds like you got a little bit better of a deal initially than I got. But there is a way that is still more affordable than paying the $189, $220 cable fee for internet and all of the channels. You know what I'm saying? And look, everybody's got, that's one thing that nobody really has in common. Whether it be a cell phone provider, internet, cable, how we consume these things, what packages are available to us. You and I could call right now at the same time and give the same story to some slap over there at Schmick-Schminity, and we're going to get offered two different types of plans.
There we are.
And that's just what it is. But
like for example, when Sunday Ticket was on DirecTV,
mm-hmm.
all you had to do, and it's not on that, so you can. All you had to do was call up, threaten to cancel.
Yeah.
And they would offer you the Sunday Ticket for free.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, no, I don't want to do it. They go, no, look, we'll give you the Sunday Ticket for free. Yeah, no, I still don't want it. Okay, we'll give you HBO free for 3 months and Sunday Ticket. All right, let me think about it. We'll throw in Showtime. Okay, done.
Yeah.
And that was how it worked with DirecTV.
It still works with particular providers like that. And I got tired of doing that every 9 months or 10 months, whatever it was, to stay ahead of, getting bent over and paying an absorbent amount of money for whatever service it is. So I decided to stream, cut the cord, go that route. And a lot of people have made that decision. I still think, though, that the NFL wouldn't be doing this in making football available on all these different days, on all these different platforms, if it wasn't making buku dollars. It's more about that because people are so starved and desperate, rather. Not starved for a damn thing, but so desperate to be involved in sports, especially in football via gambling.
Would you like to know what organization made more money last year than it's ever made before?
Well, let me guess. It was probably the same. They stole a headline from 2025 and applied it to 2026. Football,
yes.
NFL. Yeah.
And believe it or not, NCAA football as well, but that's a topic for another segment.
Yeah. You just repeat that headline and change the numbers within the context.
College football is broken. We have to stop paying the athletes. We just made more money than we've ever made before, but it's broken.
Yep. Cry all the pores. 713-572-4610. 572-4610.
You want a little breaking news?
Breaking news coming up next.
This Memorial Day, we take a moment to recognize is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. In for the drive, here's Area 45 with Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani.
Breaking news.
Okay,
from
so
Sports Radio 610, and it's good.
You remember when we were talking earlier, the first segment said, either Jordan's going to be back in the lineup tonight or he's going to be on 10-day IL.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan is batting third tonight.
Let's go!
Holy smokes!
And it's not for Corpus Christi or Sugar Land. It's for the Houston Astros.
It is for the Houston
Yay.
Astros. Astros lineup is out. Jeremy Payne at short, Isak at third, Jordan DHs, Seawalk at first, Jake Myers in center, Cam in right, DeZenzo in left, Nick Allen at second, Christian Vasquez behind the plate.
Let's go Nick Allen. After a 3-for-3 night yesterday, dinger, a couple of ribs, a stolen bag, he gets rewarded with another start today.
Not ass.
Let's go, man. Tatsuya Imai. Is this Kamar Rocker on the mound for the Rangers?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Vandy kid.
Very familiar with the name. Like highly touted, guy coming up. I have no idea what the hell he's been doing.
It's his story is interesting because
it involves the Mets. And the Mets effing up. That's what it involves.
That's why it's interesting.
Why does it always, and how does it always come back to the Mets? I feel like the Mets have had their hand in literally everything that has been good or bad at some point in time over the course of the last 30 to 40 years.
Well, we got the expert right here.
Meet the mess. Meet the mess. Step right up and greet the mess. Hide your kitty, save your wife. Guaranteed that you'll want to end your life.
Dun, 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 dun,
Because the
dun,
Mets
dun.
are really bad at baseball. They'll drive you crazy, have you climbing the walls. East side, west side. Everybody wants to drown because the MESS Mets are freaking clowns.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, the butcher and the baker and the people on the street. Where do they go? To meet the mess. Yeah, it's ingrained in our. Like I was telling you guys earlier about being a Knicks fan, that it's more about, all right, when does the bottom fall out? As a Mets fan, when does the bottom fall out?
You got very offended with Chris earlier, or not offended? Not offended. You were just mad. You're kind of. I thought you were about to jump across the table.
For what?
When we on the crosstalk.
No, I'm just saying, like, Knicks fans, and I know a lot of Knicks fans, we're not the, hey, we won a first round, screw everybody. No, it's, we won the first round? Oh, my God, it's a miracle. We're about to get our asses kicked.
Have you met the Mets fans that were chanting, like, a week ago, we want Wemby?
Mets fans?
No, Knicks fans. What know what I'm saying? You just talked about the Knicks. We
Mets
want
fans?
Wemby. Like, you were already wanting that before.
Would be a very big strike zone.
Yeah. Before y'all even played a game against the Cavs. We want Wemby. That's the epitome of that, what you just described. That is who they are.
No,
Maybe not you.
I think that's just one drunken subset.
No, there's more than. Come on. You know who you guys are.
Every Knicks fan I know, and granted, we're all kind of diehard. Like, we're not like casuals.
Y'all ain't kind of nothing.
It's always just like
in or out.
All right, when is this falling apart? Because it always falls apart.
Come on, man, y'all looking pretty good.
Until it doesn't.
Until
Could this
it
be?
Doesn't. Keep in mind.
Could this be your year?
I'm going to be 53 years old.
Yeah, we
the
had this
Knicks have
conversation
not
before.
won a title since I have been born.
Hey, you're making Kenny Atkinson of the Cavs have to rely on hypothetical wins.
Yeah, we'll get to him in a second.
Well, I mean,
but
that's just because the Cavs did exactly what we said they shouldn't have done, which is they brought in James Harden, and it's the Eastern Conference Finals, which means Harden is ass. And what did Harden do in the last game? He was ass.
I think in or out. I think the Cavs are getting done and worked like this, to be honest with you.
Before this series started, I told you this was a bad matchup for the Cavs. That the Knicks, this is a good matchup for the Knicks. The Cavs don't have an answer for Jalen Brunson, and they really don't have an answer for the athleticism of Karl-Anthony Towns. And the two guys who have, and then you add in OG being back. The Knicks are running them roughshod because, well, James Harden doesn't play defense.
And
when James Harden doesn't play defense and doesn't hit any shots, and turns the ball over a lot.
Yeah. OG hadn't had to be even half of what he was before he'd gotten hurt. Before he got hurt, he was averaging 20-plus points per night, like 8 boards, a block, and he hadn't been that guy since he came back. It's been the Jalen Brunson show. It's been pretty wild, man. This guy is playing out of his mind, literally put his team on his shoulders and is just rolling. Now I wonder, because it is a foregone conclusion. I mean, they're up 3-0 over the Cavs, and what do they tip off tonight? 7 o'clock? 7 o'clock tip tonight, Game 4. Can you believe the Knicks are only 2.5-point favorites again? This is the second straight game in which they've been 2.5-point favorites going into tip. After, has anybody else watched this series?
Weren't the Cavs favored for Game 3?
No, they were not.
Okay.
We talked about this.
The Knicks have won by 11.
I don't think they've been favored in any game.
No,
by 16 and by
a lot.
13.
Yeah.
So they've won every game by double digits.
Yeah. But 2.5 tonight.
It's 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. They're going to get done. It's over. Now, if you're one of the crazy ones, desperate for a little sprinkle, hey, degenerate gamblers like we were just talking about last segment, you can get plus 20,000 odds on the Cavs to win the NBA title this year if you throw down right now. Go to win $20K. You doing it? Somebody's doing it out there.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? You know what they say, 90% of the gamblers quit before the big win.
Yeah. Somebody threw a Benjamin down.
A sucker's born every minute.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Meanwhile, so there's that one tonight. Knicks, Cavs, series over, just a formality. Last night, what are we thinking about that series? Oklahoma City, they've won 2 straight games in this series. And that's a really hard thing to do at any point in the postseason for anybody, no matter who your opponent is, unless you're, the Cavs going up against the Knicks. But, the Spurs seemingly stopped the bleeding thanks to Greg Popovich. If you don't know that story, I think it was De'Aaron Fox who told it last night in the postgame, said after their performance in Game 3, Popovich bust in the locker room and told them how big of pieces of crap they were, and they needed to pull their heads out of their posterior. And that apparently did the trick because the Spurs, they even the series up at 2 games apiece now. If the Spurs win Game 5, then they go up 3-2. And going up 3-2, numbers-wise, is damn near as intimidating as you going up 2-0 in a series. But especially in the conference finals, a team that goes up 3-2 in a conference finals all time is 54-13. That is an 80% success rate of winning the series because the opposition has to then win 2 straight games. That's why I say it is fair to mention the Thunder have done that already. They've won 2 straight against the Spurs. But it feels like the Spurs, after watching last night's game, took their game to a completely different level. They stopped the bleeding, albeit they got to do it in their house. And now they're going to go to Game 5 Tuesday in Oklahoma City, which is going to be really, really tough. But how do you guys feel how this series is going to shake out the rest of the way? Do those numbers do anything for you, or what do you think about it right now?
I think it's a 7-game series.
Mm-hmm.
I think you've kind of seen now the formula for San Antonio to win is Wemby plays like an alien.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he has to be just absolutely ridiculous.
Is it sustainable, you think, though, for that? Because
I think you can get one more game out of him like that. I think 2 will be hard,
Mm-hmm.
but you get at least one more game of him like that in your own building in Game 6. Ultimately, I think Oklahoma City is going to win this in 7 games. I think there's just more balance in Oklahoma City. They have more ways to win, whereas right now the only way the Spurs win is Wemby is an alien.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't play like an alien, they can't win. So I do think that Oklahoma City is still, going back to the finals, but it's going to be a 7-game fight.
I don't disagree with you at all.
Right.
And so Here's my conspiracy theory.
Series might be over in, at worst, 2 games.
Well, okay. Aha. You were willing to go at least one more.
Well, yeah, Scott Foster ref for the game tonight for the Knicks.
Maybe, maybe not. But never mind that. Good one.
The extender.
Maybe the NBA wants this and needs this to be extended by at least 1 game, right? Maybe 2. Who knows? Here's why. Because I 100% agree with you on Wemby needing to be that guy that he was last night and plenty other times earlier in the season. But at what point in time, even this postseason, is that guy going to start to get wore down? Now, it's not like the Thunder have been completely beating him up night in and night out, because that's not been the case. I do think there's times in which they do play him very physical. But I do still believe, for the most part, if you're watching the games, that it's not the case for a full 48, right? So I wonder if, in fact, let's just say the Spurs win tomorrow night. NBA, are they going to take the chance of them maybe not getting as close to a 100% like must-see TV Victor Wembanyama in the NBA Finals? Don't they want to ensure that this Eastern Conference series, goes a little bit longer? Hence the 2.5-point spread in tonight's game, Knicks-Cavs. Cavs win tonight. Okay, you bought yourself another couple of days. Spurs win tomorrow night, have an opportunity to close things out at their place, Game 6 back in San Antonio, and everybody believes this is going to go. And I think there's a chance in hell the Cavs can steal one back in Madison Square Garden in a Game 5.
I think what it is you're talking about a Cavs team that won 52 games, and you're like, okay, they're not just going to be roll over like dogs again, are they? Are they?
Yeah.
But it's an elimination game. And, do we not know who James Harden is in elimination games? You're asking Donovan Mitchell to go out there and drop 47 points in order to get a win.
Hell, you've been asking him to do that throughout the course of this series because Harden has been asked.
And that's why Donovan Mitchell needs to be a Rocket next season.
Oh, boy. Here we go. We already threw his name into the hat, or somebody did anyway. It's like every possible big name out there that's either on the market or could be on the market.
Or
via
Jaylen
trade.
Brown.
Or Jaylen Brown. He's another one. Yes.
Joel Embiid.
No.
He's out there too, according to some knucklehead. We'll see. 713-572-4610 if you want to get
process.
in. Coming up next, Colin mentioned the Cavs coach, Mr. Atkinson. I wonder how much longer he's going to be the Cavs coach after the Knicks stomp a mud hole in the Cavs tonight. What Atkinson said that has a lot of people talking and thinking that the ownership group might be having a pink slip waiting for him. That's next.
This Memorial Day, we pause to remember. For The Drive, here's Area 45 with Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani.
Analytically, I think we've won the I said 3 out of 3. We're 2 out of 3 in the expected. I don't know if you guys follow that. Is that an expected score? And we won 2 out of 3. And I know you're looking confused, but I'm not. There is really, if you believe in process and all that, like man, take that later. I know I don't throw that on them. I see it for myself. We have this feeling, I have this feeling, then I can go to our analytical table and be like, man, we are, and I think last night it was, the expected score was like 1 point or 2. Us shooting way below expected, them shooting way over. And I know no one wants to hear that. I think you guys like hearing it. I know, general public, no one wants to hear that. Everyone's outcome based. And, sure, I get that too.
That was actually a reporter blowing that horn right after Cavs coach Kenny Atkinson made those remarks. I honestly, guys, thought that was AI whenever he said all of that.
There's no way a coach could sit there seriously and say something like that.
It was so weird. That was Cavs coach Kenny Atkinson on his team still having a chance. And look, we know this from being Astro fans right now and covering this Astros team as media. What Joe Espada says on a daily, nightly basis is, it's a long season. We've got a chance.
Very encouraging to see.
A lot of things are happening for us. We've got this, fellas. What I know, basketball audio sucks because there's always bouncing balls in the background. You can't hear a damn thing. What Kenny Atkinson said was, quote, I think analytically, we've won I said 3 out of 3 games. We're 2 out of 3 in the expected wins. I don't know if you guys follow that. The expected score, we've won 2 out of the 3. I know you're looking confused. Last night, our expected score was like 1 point or 2. Us shooting way below expected, them shooting way over. I know no one wants to hear that. I think you guys like it. I know the general public, no one wants that. Everyone is outcome-based. Sure, I get that too. Yeah, outcome-based. As in the outcome of the first 3 games against the Knicks, you've lost your ass in each one of them. In the world is this guy talking about? I mean, this guy feels like, or at least sounds like, PC, he is hanging on by a thread for a guy who was literally up for Coach of the Year a couple of years running now. It feels like if he loses his ass tonight, which I think most believe that he and the Cavs will, pink slip could be waiting for him at the door. I think Stephen A. Smith, oddly enough, had a similar take this morning, and that's one of the few times where I don't know that the guy's necessarily wrong. What do you think?
The reality of what he's saying isn't false or out there. It's just that, again, this is a performance-based sport, and what he's saying is we've played well enough to win, but our performances in the key spots have failed, right? We should have scored X, but then we didn't shoot as well as we should have. They should have scored Y, but then they shot way better than they should have. And part of the reason they shot way better than they should have is because your defense was lacking. And part of the reason why you did not shoot as well as you did is because their defense was better and because you have one of the biggest chokers in playoff history on your team. So he's not like making stuff up. It's just that when you're the head coach, I mean, remember how we crushed Daryl Morey for doing this type of stuff?
Yes.
When the Rockets could never get past the Warriors. And it would be, we put together this like 45-page booklet of all the times that the referees screwed us or that this happened or that happened. And he'd just come off like a whiny little bee.
Yeah, but if he would have had the same sort of like commentary after your team misses 27 straight three-pointers and said, well, actually X% of those we should have made, but we did not. Like the numbers.
No, it just became, well, we should have made them, but the refs never gave us a call. Which, again, not factually inaccurate, but you can't say that stuff in public.
Exactly.
And what Kenny Atkinson said is something you could tell the general manager behind closed doors, but you can't tell the media in public. And that's why it's like, all right, they're going to take it and twist it into delusional coach thinks they should have won. Well, especially the first game where they dominated for 3 quarters, and then they, sat on pikes.
Yeah.
There's no other way to explain that. They just completely vomited all over themselves.
Analytically,
here's listen to these numbers.
And as usual, when you have a really big lead in a game 1 and you blow it,
that was
you're done.
Yeah,
you're done.
And what about that? Excuse that away, right? The Cavs have gone 12 of 41 from 3-point range.
Well, Harden was 1 of 7 in game 3. 1 of 7 from 3 with 6 turnovers.
That was on Saturday when they shot 50% otherwise. Now Cleveland missed 10 of 17 open 3-point shots in game 3, according to ESPN research, and is 12 for 65 at a 32% clip on those same shots wide open in the series. So on wide open shots, they're shooting 32%. Now, that sounds far less egregious than what I would expect it to look like after hearing what Kenny Atkinson had to say. He's making it sound like, the Knicks are shooting and making shots that they have no business making, and we're missing shots that we have no business missing. Like, that's 32%.
I think they are definitely missing shots they have no business missing.
But it ain't 23%. It's not 19%. It's 32%. 25 years ago, 32%. That would have been like, a couple of shots here and there, and it's a different ball game.
Yeah, but if you're
a couple shots here and there in this series, it ain't a different ball game.
If you're talking about, hey, we're missing shots that we should be making, so instead of hitting, say, 34% from 3, we're hitting 18% from 3.
Mm-hmm.
That's 12 to 14 points in a game.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not that way, is what I'm saying. In this series, I mean, you shot 50% from the floor, and you were a horrid 3-point shooting team that night on Saturday. Let's just take that and that alone, right? To me, he's did the no-no, the big no-no. Don't say anything that might be valid to your general manager, your ownership, or your assistant coaches behind closed doors to the media when you're in this massive hole and you've looked the way that you have looked outside of just your poor shooting, right? Never mind. They've shot the ball poorly from long range. And once upon a time, they took 55 threes in a game earlier this series, just could not stop shooting. I mean, ad nauseum. They must have been driving Cavs fans crazy, but they also haven't taken very good care of the basketball either. They also had a game in which they shot 69% from the free throw line, like missing 10 of those, which was critical at that point in time, and you took 55 threes, and you shot horrible from the field. Like, the Knicks have beaten you from an efficiency standpoint up and down the board when it comes to the offensive and defensive side of the basketball in this series. And why? Why? Well, we're just a victim of circumstance, a victim of it's just bad luck. We've missed some shots that we shouldn't have missed.
Yeah, this is like when we talk about,
get out of here.
Well, Mike Burrows is the most unluckiest pitcher in baseball with the soft contact hits. Yeah, but then after he gives up the soft contact, turns around and gives one up 436 feet at 114 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So, you can't be a victim of your own circumstance. If, I gave up, they got a cheapie. You can't let a cheapie turn into 3.
Yeah.
And, what the Cavs are doing is, they just hit a tough shot. Let's go down and turn it over and give them an easy one.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's turn it over and let them get a free transition dunk.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what's going on is every time the Knicks do something, the Cavs respond turnover.
Mm-hmm.
Or they respond with a ridiculous shot that becomes a fast break because it's a long rebound. The Knicks are out in numbers, and the Cavs aren't getting back. So they just like Mike Burrows adds on by doing something dumb after bad luck, the Cavs do something dumb after a bad luck.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you get housed.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, right? Just keeping with that Astros and the Mike Burrows thing. Did you watch Spencer Arrighetti the other day? I think it was, did he start game 1, I think, in Chicago? whatever it was. You remember the pickoff play that he'd made at first base, and he threw the ball wild and it sailed into right field or whatever. And that was right after he'd walked the guy. And it was just like, boy, this is not a good start for Spencer Arrighetti. This guy has shown time and time again, for whatever reason, like he could walk the ballpark, he could throw the ball around the field, and he's going to find some way somehow to get out of it.
That's called a bulldog.
It's called a bulldog. And, well, it can be easily explained away enough, and Dana Brown, I think, actually did it the other day, or maybe it was Joe Espada. I think it was Espada, actually. Who was, you know what? He can live with that. We can live with that. The 3-4 walks on a night because his strikeout stuff is so good, his swing and miss stuff is so good that he gets out of those pickles because of those types of things.
Because here's what's going on with
Mike
Spencer
Burrows
Arrighetti.
doesn't have that in his arsenal yet.
Spencer Arrighetti gives up a walk and then, wild pitch, and then maybe hits the next guy and is 2-on, and then he gets a strikeout and a double play.
Yeah.
Right? He doesn't give up a 3-run homer.
Yeah.
He strike a double play because that dude's a freaking bulldog.
Right.
You saw that in Peter Lambert yesterday where, he was fighting it in the second inning. And he very easily could have just, you know what? I don't have it today. I'm just going to throw BP until they get me the hell out of here. No. He wouldn't give in, walked a guy. Wouldn't give in to Breggy, hit him. And then came back and said, you know what? I've had no control for the last 2 batters. I'm getting this MFer out, and he strikes out Conforto.
Yeah, and the equivalent of that from the Cavs is like, okay, you don't hit a wide open shot. Well, you can't afford a 6-point turnaround and allow Jalen Brunson to work your ass on the other end. You've got to be able to stop the bleeding at some point in time. Now, Brunson's made some terrific shots, and other Knicks have as well. But at some point in time, you've got to sack up and play a little bit of defense, and that's really hard to do sometimes when you have the great defender with awesome hands, James Harden, on the floor with you as well.
You know what? Like the Knicks did this for a decade with the Riley and Van Gundy, Ewing, Aaron Nix, and Oakley and Mason. Guy's getting off and he's hitting shot after shot after shot. You put him on his ass.
Yeah,
he's getting to the hoop. Club him. And I understand when you club a guy like that, you might get a flagrant one, but he's also gonna. Wow, I got my head clocked the last time I went down the lane. It hurts a little bit. I don't know that I want to do this again. And if he goes back down the lane again, you club him again. All right, flagrant one from somebody else.
Sometimes it's worth it.
But he's going to learn. If I go, I'm going to get clubbed.
You're going to learn today.
And you know what happens after clubbed times? Those shots that were going in, they start rolling off.
Yeah, no, that's no lie. Coming up next, hot leads, day's top stories. We get you caught up on everything that has gone on today. It's next. It's Area 45.
What was PC's immediate reaction on Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. In for the drive, here's Area 45 with Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani.
These are the new leads.
Now look, I need the leads.
These are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight, 2 lead cards for tomorrow.
Why give him the good leads? He's got the leads. He's got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is the leads.
They stole the Glengarry leads.
Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
All right, time for Hot Leads, day's top stories on this Memorial Day. Do it Area 45 style. We'll start with a little Astros and Rangers. They kick off a first of a 4-game series between the two later on tonight. The Astros come in having now won 6 of their last 9, just sweeping the Chicago Cubs over the weekend for just the second sweep of the season and their first win streak since week 1 of the season. Astros 23-31, 4 games out of first place in the AL West, 3.5 out of the final wild card spot in the American League. Tonight they've got Tatsuya Imai on the mound against Kumar Rocker for the Rangers. Lineup is out, and the best news you possibly could have hoped for to this point on this day, Yordan Alvarez is back in the lineup after a day off yesterday, forced to leave Saturday's game in the 6th inning due to back spasms. Joe Espada said he got some treatment, was feeling better, and at least to this point, that's true. And so he's in the lineup tonight, DHing. Here's how it looks. Jeremy Pena leading off at shortstop, Isaac Paredes at third, Yordan batting third at DH, Christian Walker at first, Myers in center, Cam Smith in right, Zach DeCenzo batting 7th and left, Nick Allen, after a hell of a game yesterday from him, starting at second, batting 8th, and Christian Vasquez batting 9th and catching, again, with Tatsuya Imai on the mound against Kumar Rocker. Now, last time out, Imai against the Twinkies in a 6-3 Astros loss, PC, pitched into the 5th and pitched good enough to win. They ultimately did not. Astros lost 6-3 after Imai gave up 3 earned runs off of 5 hits, a couple of dingers, struck out 5, but the most important thing, no walks. And I would assume that's probably the number one thing you were looking for ultimately in tonight's ball game.
No walks, and how about no dingers? I mean, keep the ball in the yard, especially against a team that, to this point in the season, is not a very good hitting team.
Mm-hmm.
Keep the ball in the yard.
You know, funny thing, he's given up 2 home runs in each of his last 2 outings, Imai has. Prior to that, his first 3 outings of the season, no dingers, but he'd been walking the ballpark. It's been kind of feast or famine for him in that regard. Which one can you live with? Ultimately, for the Astros, they have survived a couple of the starts, but it took 9 and 11 runs each to do that. When Imai started this season for the Astros got those 2 victories. I also thought something else kind of funny for Imai. This will be his 6th outing this year. 5 times he's faced divisional opponents. I don't know if that's something, I don't know if that's nothing, but I know he needs a good outing tonight against another divisional opponent. First time he'll be seeing, and they'll be seeing him, the Southern Oklahoma Junk Grabbers. In the NBA, we just spoke a little bit about it. The Spurs, after a blowout of the Thunder last night, 103-82, have the series knotted up at 2 games apiece. They'll be headed back to OKC for Game 5 tomorrow. Tonight, though, Knicks and Cavs in Cleveland. Knicks 2.5-point favorites going in for the 2nd straight game. Why? I don't know. Money is weird, and where people throw it determine that. The Knicks do lead the Cavs 3-0. Will they complete the sweep tonight? What do you guys say? Yay or nay? Knicks win over the Cavs tonight?
I think the Knicks win over the Cavs.
Okay. Colin?
Oh, they're going to kick their ass.
All right, I got it too. There's no gentleman's sweep in order here, sir. Now, if there is, I think the fix is in, and they want to ensure that Victor Wembanyama gets a little rest, but that's a lot harder to predict, too. And How much rest is he going to get? Probably none. This series, Knicks-Cavs, going to be over far before the Spurs and Thunder series, I would imagine, which seems like it's destined for 7.
Do you think whoever wins Game 5 wins the series? For OKC and San Antonio?
Statistically, yes, I do believe that. I gave you the stats earlier.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious because this is just kind of a very evenly matched series. That's why I asked, even if the analytics say that whoever wins Game 5 goes on to win the series.
It is, but, in that game of runs the other night before Game 4, it looked like, okay, the Spurs just could not respond, and which prompted, again, like Popovich busted in there after the game saying, hey, this should have been our game. Get your heads out of your keisters, let's go. And then they show up and they blow the brakes off of the Thunder last night. I'll be interested to see if the Spurs can keep any of that momentum now going back to Oklahoma City. But I think if the Spurs win Game 5, I do think they ultimately win the series. I think if the Thunder win Game 5, I would kind of side against the historical statisticals. I still think the Spurs are the best team amongst the two. It'll be interesting to see. That's why we watch. More NBA news. PC, the Lakers are pulling out all the stops now. They hired a damn rocket scientist to work alongside general manager Rob Pelinka. Rohan Ramadas has been hired as an assistant GM. He last worked as a VP of strategy and operations for the Pelicans. According to reports, he's going to be focused on similar responsibilities with the Lakers. He's a grad from USC, spent more than a decade being a rocket scientist, literally. LA says it also plans to hire an additional assistant GM. I think that immediately is a slap in the face to Ramadas, who is a freaking rocket scientist. But a, quote, player draft and evaluation process person, according to Pelinka, is what is needed now. That will also entail pro scouting, draft scouting, and player development. One of the 6 star trade ideas compiled by NBA insiders via ESPN involved the Lakers and Luka Doncic getting familiar or refamiliarized with a person that Luka used to play with in Dallas. They got the Lakers sending Dalton Knecht and Jared Vanderbilt, along with a 26 first-round draft pick to Dallas for Daniel Gafford. So get this, when Doncic and Gafford were on the court together during the 23-24 season, Dallas was a plus 9.8 points per 100 possessions and allowed 105.2 points per possession in the regular season. Ass or not ass, you don't care. Ultimately, this thing ultimately through a SpaceX rocket and goes boom.
SpaceX rocket crashes hard.
Ass.
That would be not ass. Up next on Hot Leads, I'm guessing you knuckleheads did not watch the Indy 500.
Oh, what? That happened?
I watched Caitlin Clark, kick it off.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell she's from, her roots are there.
Yeah.
Because she is the most famous female athlete in the country. And she was nervous as hell.
Yeah, take a listen. We have the audio. Here was Caitlin Clark. I believe they call her the Grand Marshal of the Indy 500 yesterday. This was her kicking things off, so to speak.
Drivers, to your cars!
So that sounded far less awkward than it actually looked on TV.
It looked awkward. She was standing there stiff as a board, did like the kid from The Simpsons, Ralph, the one who's always getting picked on, pees himself.
Yeah.
Waves like him, like.
Well, you could tell. I thought, you could tell she's waiting for, the producers to say, go. The voice guy introduced her. But keep in mind.
If she was on a basketball court, she'd be, telling them to get loud and stuff like that. But she's standing there on this stage, and she's just like, hi, Mom.
Look.
It was so weird.
It's, the Indy 500. It's the largest, because it's impossible for it not to be. They can seat 350,000 people in that track. It's the single largest sporting event in the world. And here's Caitlin Clark used to playing in front of, 15, 20,000 people. and she has 350,000 people watching her on the big screen. So there is that. Maybe, a little nervous, and maybe she couldn't hear the damn producers say, hey, go. Talk, please, now.
I think part of it is, like, for you or me, I don't think even the crowd, like, to me, the crowd would not affect me in any bit because I don't have any kind of a history or love affair with the Indy 500. I mean, I like auto racing. I like racing cars. I like driving fast.
Mm-hmm.
But Caitlin Clark, who's from Des Moines and now plays at Indiana, you know, she's kind of in that land lover belt.
Yeah.
Where auto racing is massive.
Definitely.
And playing in Indiana where, look, it's the biggest thing there. It's like rodeo here.
Yeah.
That you could tell she was a little bit nervous. And I guess understandably so for somebody who maybe grew up and understands that whole, like, what that means.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas we don't have that same experience 'cause just we're not from that part of the country, didn't grow up, you know, like on a bottle in NASCAR.
Yeah, look, I certainly haven't either. Like, I used to make fun of NASCAR for the first, 20 some odd years of my life, maybe 30-ish. I'm 43 now because of my father-in-law and my boy, who has been brainwashed by my father-in-law to, like, love NASCAR and IndyCar, any kind of car racing. I've gotten into it. I can enjoy it.
You get him into funny cars?
When he gets older, I'm going to lobby for him to, go down to Houston Motor Speedway and drive them little doodads that go 25 miles per hour. I'd love to see it. If he loves it, I'm all about it. But we watched every single lap of that race yesterday, and it was fantastic. And thank God we did, because we got a chance to see a little bit of history. It was the closest finish in Indy 500 history. Felix Rosenqvist coming from, like, 11th place with, like, 11 laps remaining. And there was a number of cautions between then and the end of the race, but he edged out David Malukas by 0.023 seconds, which is basically half of an Indy car, to win Indy 500 for the first time. That was fantastic. The call was really, really well done, too. One last note on hot leads. The Teddy Bridgewater Act has been officially signed into law in Florida. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed the Teddy Bridgewater Act on Friday, meaning high school coaches in the state of Florida will now be able to use their own money to help their players with expenses like food, transportation, physical therapy, rehab services, things of that sort. I even think it expands into general maintenance due to, like, program on the field and weight equipment, stuff like that. Anything to make the program better and up to par. Bridgewater coached his alma mater, Miami Northwestern High, to a state championship in 24. I think then, and only weeks, maybe a month or so after that, he ended up joining an NFL team to be a backup quarterback. He was suspended for the 25 season after he'd revealed on social media that he'd personally paid for meals, rideshare services, and treatments for other players. Strict rules now in this new law are going to be put in place, but you can't spend more than $15,000 per team per year. Through social media posts at the time in 24, Bridgewater had said he'd spend about $6,000 sometimes a week on meals. What the hell is he feeding them boys?
Remember, there's like 50 of them.
Yeah, but $6,000, holy crap.
Do you know what it costs to feed 50 people?
It depends on what you're feeding them. I know certain players in certain programs did not eat $6,000 worth of food.
You can't go to a McDonald's and not spend $10, $12 a person for a basic meal.
That's fair, but you know what? Like now, and I know firsthand, like they get people to cook for these kiddos, like out of the goodness of their hearts. And so all you're out is whatever that
talking about
food costs. Yeah.
A poor
Throw it on
area.
the pit, baby. Yeah.
This was a poor area. They didn't have the kind of base where they could go like around to the parents and just pass out the hat.
I get it.
And everybody start dropping hundos
It just
in there.
sounds like a lot, doesn't it?
Well, again, if you're trying to feed 50, 60 kids
yeah.
every day, multiple meals.
Well, it's true, yeah.
Plus, all the Gatorade, the waters, all the snacks and stuff, because you're man, it hot as hell out there. You're doing, practice every day. Yeah, $6,000 a week, probably not that hard.
Might take a little bit more than $15,000 as a cap, though, to get that done in the future. He probably spent at least $30,000, and that's just based off of social media posts alone.
But I mean, think about the cost of meat right now. Think about just the cost of groceries overall right now.
Yeah, I know. I don't like to think about it.
And then think about the ride shares. If you had to ride share. Even if you had a ride share half the kids on your team and you put in 2 or 3 kids in a car at once, right? It's probably $100 every time.
Next thing you know,
both ways.
Bridgewater's going to have to be driving a bus like after hours, dropping all these kids off.
He's going to have, that big old Sprinter van like Cecil Shorts, putting 8 kids in there at a time, maybe 10 kids in there at a time. All right, round 1, here we come. Round 2, here we come.
He's going to have to buy 5 shuttle buses and have his assistant coaches. They're going to have to pay the stipends too. Coaches, we need to drive to 8 tonight. Drop these knuckleheads off.
If you're going to get a thing like that, man, you better get a diesel because the gasoline one's going to go off 12 miles a gallon.
I know. It's wild, man. Hey, coming up next, what was the bigger Travis Sham mockery over the weekend? Did it come in the ring or on the diamond? We'll discuss next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. H-Town's go-to for Texans. Something big is coming to H-Town. The Soccer Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. In for The Drive, here's Area 45 with Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani.
Yeah, in for the guys today, Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner. They're enjoying their Monday on Memorial Day. Hopefully you guys are too. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Colin the Game. Glad to be here. We've got you until 6 o'clock this evening. And then we'll be back to, I think, regularly scheduled slots tomorrow and throughout the course of the week, I would presume. At least I know I am.
Should be.
7 to 11 every single night. Area 45 with that other knucklehead you hear there, Colin the Game, usually, but he's got to pick up the slack for some other knuckleheads for the next couple of days.
Yeah.
So we'll survive.
Timo being lazy.
Yeah, vacation somewhere. I don't know what he's got going on.
Where he went. I think it's like a makeup for is it the makeup for when he and his wife were going to go to Mexico, but then the whole shootouts happened down there like that, gang violence.
Yeah, it was something like that. I don't know where they ended up going though. Hopefully not down there. It's and if they are, hopefully they're being safe. And you knuckleheads out there listening are too. 713-572-4610 if you want to join the show. Text in, be a part of it. YouTube, Twitch, you can join the chat as well. I asked the question, what was the biggest Travis mockery that occurred over the weekend?
What a word.
Was it in the ring or was it on the diamond? It's a great word. I think somebody else far smarter and more creative than me thought of that like 20 years ago in a commercial.
Don't sell yourself short like that, man.
I do all the time, and I deservedly so should. I am just me, just a slap.
You're not that bad.
No, I suck. Why this big leaguer thought he could escape from a life-changing deal? Would you have ended up taking the same odds? This is a question I think you can and should think about throughout the course of this segment. I'd be interested to know if you guys would have taken a deal similar to this as well. Like Fernando Tatis Jr. has. He lost his lawsuit against Big League Advance. Well, here's the details of it, right? So Tatis, when he was a kiddo, like 18 years old, was paid $2 million as a minor leaguer in exchange for 10% of his future earnings. Was not a loan. Paid $2 million in exchange for 10% of his future earnings. So if Tatis did not make it to the big leagues, he wouldn't have to repay the $2 million. But obviously Tatis did not just make it big leagues. He later signed a 14-year, $340 million contract with the Padres. This meant that Tatis would end up owing Big League Advance $34 million. That's the 10% of the $340 million. So Tatis had publicly praised Big League Advance, saying that, man, the $2 million allowed him to, do all of the things necessary to help get him to the big leagues, like hire a personal trainer, upgrade his living space, eat better food, so on and so forth, right? Thank you, Big League Advance. Who else is going to do that? Hey, we believe in you so much. We're going to give you $2 million to help you realize your dreams. All that we ask is 10% of your future earnings. But here's the deal. After realizing that he now owes Big League Advance the 10%, i.e. $34 million, in exchange for the $2 million they fronted him, Tatis sued the company, alleging that they used predatory tactics to lure him in to this investment deal that was really an illegal loan, according to Tatis. Well, the case has been heard and decided upon, and the judge says, nope, I disagree with you, Fernando Tatis. You, in fact, not only owe Big League Advance the $34 million, but you need to pay their legal fees off as well. This is a big deal because big league events has also signed deals with, get this, 700 plus athletes across sports, including Ellie De La Cruz in baseball, Nolan Smith in the NFL, and other athletes across baseball, football, and even college sports, like NIL deals.
Here's the crazy thing with this company and the other companies like them.
Mm-hmm.
You can be an investor.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy in to, quote, shares of an athlete so that when they make these advances, you get a piece of the pie.
They are stocks
in the
in
return.
turn,
Yeah. And the reality is the overwhelming majority of athletes that they give these advances to don't make big money.
Mm-hmm.
So when they do, that's your windfall. And for a guy like Ellie De La Cruz, right, who is born in the Dominican, and, you know, he's got 8 older siblings. Born in the Dominican in Sabana Grande de Boya, with 8 older brothers or brothers and sisters, probably wasn't a lot of money to go around.
Right.
Fernando Tatis is the son of a former all-star baseball player.
Mm-hmm.
And for his father, Fernando Tatis. When he was a kid, he used to practice with Robbie Cano.
Mm-hmm.
This is a kid who came from a lot of means.
Yeah. He had it at his disposal
Why the
already.
hell are you borrowing money at 10%? I mean, 10% of your future earnings is a monster repay on what you get, right? Like you said here, he's going to pay back
$34 million.
And that's just on that contract. That doesn't count the other contracts.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to wind up paying over $40 million for the $2 million that he got. I don't know about you, but that's a hell of a daily compound.
Mm-hmm.
For a kid who didn't need to borrow money. Parents are wealthy.
Yeah, but you never know the circumstances, right? In that maybe his dad was like, hey, you're going to do this on your own, and by whatever means necessary, you know, you figure it out. We believe in you, but you're not riding my coattails. Or maybe he was thinking the same thing, too. Who knows at what point in time maybe a decision like that or mindset like that was taken upon by Fernando Tatis Jr. At the end of the day, like that deal, it's a lot more palatable when you're making $345 million.
And he's not even a kid.
Versus $345,000 or something.
He's not even a kid that had to go through the draft.
Yeah.
He got to be an international free agent.
Mm-hmm.
So he got money right off the bat. Yeah, when you play in the minors, the minor league pay scale, especially back then, you might get, you know, $5,000 playing in A ball and $12,000 playing in Double A.
Yeah.
But you got signed, or if you were a top draft pick, you got a bonus that was millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
You took $2 million knowing, hey, you know what? I might make. You're a kid. You believe in yourself. I might make, you know, $12, $15, $20 million. You're going to give back the $2 million that you got, and then everything you get over that, we still got to pay.
Mm-hmm.
For Tatis Jr., it's a massive payback, but you took the money.
Yeah.
And it's not like, again, you are a kid who grew up in baseball.
And I wonder if he had an agent at this point in time or somebody advising him to do or not to do this. He makes it sound like when you say predatory tactics, like as in he had no representation, nobody to confide in whether or not this is a good or a bad deal from the impetus when you're 18 years old and you're confronted with this opportunity.
He signed at like 16 with the White Sox in the Dominican Prospect League. And if you signed in that league, you probably had an agent. Your dad's a major league player, probably had an agent.
Mm-hmm.
You're practicing with Robbie Cano, dude, you had an agent. Like, I get it if you are a kid who comes from nothing, and a lot of these kids, like from the Dominican, because, you know, he's from Dominican also.
Sure.
But, again, you come from a family where your dad was an all-star player.
Yeah.
Your dad is, the only person that ever hit a grand slam from both sides of the plate in the same inning?
Yep. Good stat.
And, like, that's you. You're that kid. Where you're hanging out with your dad, you're hanging out with Robbie Cano, who's another multi-time all-star.
All of the guys.
Would have been a Hall of Famer if he could have stayed off the juice.
Mm-hmm.
Juice. Here you go with the guy who had to get juice and suddenly can't hit a home run.
Hey, Junior might need some juice now.
He might need to juice up because he's off the juice and he's got 0 homers.
Goodness.
But just the idea of you had enough baseball experience and expertise and greatness around you to know not to compromise your future earnings like that. Mm-hmm. You did it because you were greedy.
Yeah. You
wanted it now. Mm-hmm. And you couldn't wait. Even though, like, your parents could have given you everything, their friends would have given you everything and probably did. You had to have it now. Well, congratulations, dumbass.
I'm fascinated by tracking this in the future with this company, Big League Advance. They have so many athletes, and I would imagine they're signing others left and right, maybe even as we speak, to chart this, because if Tatis is doing this, who's to say that maybe somebody else doesn't have a case in the future, or we hear more about things like this, where they think they've got a case after they get the big payday, and when they realize they've got to pay so many millions of dollars to this company back, that they do the same thing. Who those athletes end up being, that's going to kind of be fascinating. But it had me thinking ultimately about, like, what's the dumbest thing you've ever signed up for? What is the dumbest thing you've ever signed up for? I mean, we've all been, victimized by these solicitors that come knocking on our door trying to get us to sign up for this bug program or this service, whatever it may be. Or you go to a establishment, with your significant other you think you're going to enjoy, and they end up wrangling in you to sign up for, like, the next 6 months, whatever it may be. Whatever. What is the dumbest thing you've ever signed up for that you regretted, either immediately or like a year down the road?
Can we go past 6 o'clock?
So
a lot of those, huh? Good. Think of one.
On our honeymoon, 2001. I was young. We stayed at timeshare that my wife.
Say no more.
My wife's aunt and uncle had given us this timeshare as a honeymoon gift. So we got to go spend 10 days in Cancun at Moon Palace, which was, holy crap, phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so when I got married, I called in every favor. Dude, I called in every favor. And when we got this, I was checking off the list of things that I don't have to pay for because I was already laying out over $40,000 for a wedding.
Yeah.
So
that's love, baby. That's love.
It's a down payment, is what it is. And while you're there, one of the things you had to go through they had to go through the sales pitch, which took 30 minutes. And as they gave you the sales pitch, it's like, holy cow, this is really cheap.
Yeah.
And it goes through all these things, and they tell you all the great things about it. And my wife's like, we can do that. That's nothing. It's $100 a month. That's like, and we get, 3 weeks to spend down here. Like she's like, for $12, we wouldn't get that for $1,200.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, you're right. So we signed up for it. And then they sent us the contracts. And holy crap, the legalese in these contracts will turn you 6 ways to Sunday. And it's funny because you hear the commercials now about how, did you get trapped in a timeshare?
Yeah.
Where they can basically jack up the rates on you anytime they want. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, we got one of those. If you've been in a timeshare, you just need to call me. I'll get you out of the timeshare.
That is exactly what the contract said. It says, hey, this is your rate. We reserve the right to change the rate at any time, at any amount. We're not required to give you more than a month's notice.
Jeez.
And
nightmare.
As you're reading through the contract, there's no escape clause. There's no out. Right? So you all right, well, I have to hire a lawyer.
Yeah, you need Scott Boras on this crap, man.
So as I'm reading through this, and I turned around and I said, you know what? No. Give me back my money. It took like 6 months, but eventually they gave me back my money because I didn't execute the contract.
Did you call Chuck McDowell to get you out of the timeshare?
I did not. I just
not a sponsor.
I just refused to sign the contract, and they weren't legally allowed to continue to hold my money without an executed contract for 6 months.
Oh man!
So
Yeah, word to the wise, or maybe not so wise. Don't do a timeshare ever.
That is like one of the earliest financial lessons I ever learned. Mainly because timeshares were such a run joke in like TV shows when I was a kid.
Yeah, timeshare equals you're gonna give us all your money, and you'll never see a penny back. And you ain't never going to stay at the place nice as the one you stayed the first time to get us to take your money.
Yeah, that's another part of the contract is...
Why do you do it so good, man?
I don't know. Clint Stoerner's uncle.
You get told, hey, you're allowed X number of days at the property. But you are not guaranteed whatever part of the property you want. So, for example, if you wanted like a suite, you're not guaranteed to be able to get it. If you wanted a corner unit, if you wanted an ocean view, you're not guaranteed to get that for the days when, because somebody else may have already booked it.
Yeah.
And there are people who have had the timeshare for years who've booked out all their time in advance.
Yeah.
You're just getting there and like, all this is blacked out. Well, where do I?
Yeah, that's tough. You're literally planning your life. For those people that do that, you're planning your life around that stuff.
It's one thing if you are uncle, they were an elderly couple who were retired, and they actually had like 4 timeshares, and they just bounced around vacation, 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 because they were older and they were retired. They didn't have anything to do. They traveled, they vacation. They were living the life.
Yeah.
But
I almost fell victim to one thing like that before.
I would tell
it was recent too.
If you've got the kind of money where you can be in 4 different timeshares, go buy a vacation home.
Yeah, buy a vacation home. Don't give anybody your money that you ain't never gonna give, man.
At least if you buy the home, you number one get the tax credit and the depreciation and all that, the interest, you write off everything on it. But then when you sell it, or if your kids have to sell it for you when you pass, well, it's worth more.
Well, you know exactly where you can take a poop every single time. You know, you're not going to be having to worry about living with the pores, on this 2-week stay with this. You think you get in the honeymoon suite, but no, you're going to stay with the commoners over here. And
you thought you were getting the honeymoon suite, but you're on the first floor.
Yeah.
Of the busiest building, and all you hear all day long are the thump, the thump, the thump, the thump, up and down the stairs.
It's like
the thump on the roof, the thump, the thump, the thump, the thump. People
like
walking out the door.
My cousin Vinny, they get stay at the little shack, with the train and the whole damn house moves and stuff. And him sleeping in the car, and then the car gets stuck in the mud. Yeah. Oh, this place on the first floor, it may flood sometimes.
Dude, one of my first apartments.
As in, it will every time.
One of my first apartments was in Queens, and the Long Island Railroad ran behind the building, which at first wasn't a big deal because it would just run behind the building. But 6 months after I moved in, some nipplehead decided to dance with the train and lost.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
despite the fact that there are, big red flashing lights and gates that come down.
Yeah, yeah.
No, decided he was going to dance with the train and he lost. So they then required the train to blow the horn every time it approached the intersection. Well, that would start right behind my building.
Yeah, and never mind that. Now right behind your building, the place is haunted. You got to deal with that crap, too. It's like, come on, bro.
At 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, that will make you levitate out of your bed.
Jeez.
Yeah, moved out of there a month later.
All right, so coming up next.
If ever a lease was worth breaking, it was that one.
The other Travis Shamockery that occurred over the weekend, I didn't think it was actually going to happen, but it did. Johnny Manziel and Bob Menery. The fight was the real deal, only in that it actually happened.
Johnny Hammerfist.
We've got the whole thing, and it's not going to last very long at all. That's next.
Ready? The Texans' schedule is out. Prime time. in for the drive. Here's Area 45 with Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani.
With Johnny Manziel.
I keep waiting for him to jump.
What's happening? Oh! Put your hands up!
Oh my God! Johnny's kicking! Oh! Holy shit! Oh!
Minery there. He almost.
Oh my God!
He spit his mouthpiece out.
Is he gonna call it? Oh, hold on a second now. What the?
Look at Bob saying it's bullshit.
Right, why are you saying it's bullshit?
I need a cigarette. Johnny dominated me there.
Take that, and that's all yours, man.
That was a lot of fun. Johnny Manziel and Bob Menery. They had a match this weekend that I don't know that a lot of people actually believe or even knew that the thing was happening. You know Johnny Manziel. There's only one of those. Bob Menery, you may not be familiar with, but if you sports and you social media in your life, chances are you've run across the broadcasting parody guy where he will do fake play-by-play and analysis and, cuss a lot. It's really, really funny. The story with this whole thing is that Bob Menery had fallen on hard times, and he revealed as such in a podcast about 2.5 months ago that he was sitting around on a couch with one of his buddies and doing his podcast, and they were asking him about how he'd lost all his money, how he was broke and literally living on the guy's couch for, at that point in time, a couple of weeks. And Menery had said, well, in a couple months, won't be an issue. Money won't be an issue anymore, in that he would be making money from having fought, and in this case, gotten his ass kicked by Johnny Manziel, who got him on the ground probably 40 seconds into the fight. And so he was supposed to get paid, I think, Bob Menery $1 million, and Manziel was supposed to make out with a couple $1 million for doing this whole deal. And so that's what you just heard there. This was far more not the handshake agreement that the Ronda Rousey debacle last week appeared to be, when she, quote-unquote, beat the ass of her, end quote, friend to kind of like pass the buck.
When she put her in an armbar and tapped her out in 12 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. Jeez, 12? Was it more like, yes. Okay. So I thought it was 7.
17,
but,
yeah.
17 seconds. That was, it was fun to watch. And that wasn't the only bout that this, I guess, event held. It was like Ray J and somebody else.
Super Hot Fire.
Who the hell is that? Is that a DJ? Is that a rapper?
So I'm not entirely sure.
It's Super Hot Fire.
But trying to figure this out online, you know that the gif of the guy, like the oh my god, where he's wearing the hood and the glasses, and the one guy comes across the screen grabbing his face like oh, and the other guy just standing there in the hood. I think he's the guy in the hood.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's him?
I think that's him.
Oh, let's see.
I know exactly it's like one of the earliest like memes. It's like a roast off or whatever, and it's like oh
yeah, and then that's him as a kid in the hood who's just standing there like yep, that was me.
I can't believe there was so much money on the line for a very small event like this. Now Dana White, who you heard doing the kind of blow by blow there and just kind of laughing and enjoying this.
Yeah, because he didn't have to pay for it.
Debacle, yeah. He was just having fun. I mean, God knows how much even Dana White himself got paid to just be there and talk ish.
He was laughing.
It was great.
So much.
It was great. But where did this money come from? Like, it looked like there might have been, 100 people there in attendance.
It had to be like sponsored by like a big time company or whatever.
But again, the question is for me, why?
That's a very good question.
And if you're willing to pay and you're willing to do this to get paid, then hey, I'd like to do it too. I would get my brains beat in for 35 seconds, I think, for a shot at $1 million against Johnny Manziel. Absolutely.
I think you'd win, though.
I wouldn't try to win, I don't think.
You don't want to try to win?
I really don't know, because I'm already guaranteed. You're not guaranteed more money if you win. You got the money, whether you win or lose.
You kind of are in this regard. If you win, you get another fight with a bigger payday.
Well, fair. I don't know. Manziel kind of looked like he understood what he was doing. You know, when he got on top of the guy and just started pounding the head of Bob Menery.
He clearly trained a little bit.
He trained a little bit. And it might not have looked like it. He's got dad bod for days.
But see, that's an MMA fight. If you get him in a boxing ring, can't do a lot of that stuff. You can use your speed and your precision to your advantage.
Yeah, that's fair. He looked like he knew exactly what he was doing. He was kicking. He literally was kicking Bob Menery's ass, and just the sound of like his foot to ass. It was hilarious.
Johnny Fall became Johnny Hammerfist.
It honestly looked like your two drunk uncles going at it at a family reunion.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like some redneck with a freaking ring out the back. You know, it's like, all right, come on there, boy. You know, put your wolf killers down. Let's get in the ring right now. We'll settle this, sucker.
You think Clint would be involved in something like that?
Possibly. Absolutely. Possibly.
I don't think Mrs. Clint would be down with that.
Maybe not. But the night out with the boys,
Clint,
you never know.
Mrs. Clint is not letting him get in a ring or an octagon and mess up his face. Like, I didn't marry you to be ugly.
It was so good.
Mrs. Clint not having none of that.
So bigger Travis mockery over the weekend. I would say Fernando Tatis, only because I know Johnny Manziel and Bob Menery both made money. Fernando Tatis lost a lot of it, $34 million at least, in fact. So
yeah, but see, I don't see that as a Travis mockery. Like what Manziel and Menery put on was a total clown show.
It was, but
the same as like what Rhonda and Gina had done, because Gina's been hard up for money.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a cool meal, Gina. Tap out in 20 seconds. Okay, it didn't even last that long.
It'll be great, yeah.
And then they got up and they hugged and they kissed and they cried and they had a girl moment. Yeah, it was a big old scam. And if you were dumb enough to go buy a ticket for that or go pay to watch that, well, you deserve to be scammed.
The name is Dumas.
I would say, a dumbass and their money are soon parted. Well, if you go spend money on that, you're a dumbass and you earned it.
Yeah, or even wagered on it. Did you see another video that had put up like $4,000 and bet that I think Bob Menery was going to win?
Oh, idiot.
And his reaction when Manziel gets on top and is just pounding away.
I don't know what the odds were. But, I mean, look, if you wanted to make a large wager to make a little bit of money, you'd have put it all on Rhonda.
Let's see.
And you'd have put it all on Rhonda first-round stoppage.
Manziel and Menery odds. I think it was minus 625.
There's no way people were actually betting on that.
Didn't we do this?
Dude, people bet on everything.
That's a good point.
Manziel was favored at 66% on Kalshi, and Menery was at 34%. As of 2 days ago, right before the fight.
I mean, it's a pretty safe bet on Manziel. You're just not going to get much of a return.
Yeah. No return. You cannot get those 60 seconds back in your life if you wanted them.
I personally enjoyed it.
I mean, I did too. It was fun, but I spent zero money on it. I just wait for the clips on social media to come out later, and that's how I enjoy it. Coming up next, 5 o'clock hour, we stirred the pot. Now Tampa Bay Ray fans want what's in it. We'll discuss next.
Somehow, someway, the Astros' injury woes just keep getting worse. Lance McCullers Jr. is headed to the IL with a shoulder issue he's been pitching through for a while. Hey, baseball gods, can you cut us a break, please?
Houston's
Point at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. In for the drive, here's Area 45 with Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani.
Happy Memorial Day, everybody. 5 o'clock hour. Area 45 in for the drive. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner, I would presume, will be back tomorrow. Are you in for Tyler tomorrow?
Yeah, I am.
Are they back? Or are you doing...
I don't know.
You have no idea.
I'm just going with the flow, man.
All right, just wait longer. You'll figure it out.
Why is T-Mill not back?
Vacation.
Vacation.
Yeah.
Lazy.
Make up vacation for not wanting to go and possibly get shot up in Mexico a few months ago when that whole thing was going on.
Can't really call T-Mill lazy because usually he's here late at night doing our graphics on socials, but
He's
lazy!
the furthest person from being lazy.
Say, T-Mill works his ass off.
At least Monday through Friday. Now on the weekends, yeah, he's a big lazy ass. That's for sure.
He told me, this is what he told me, that if he was there, on Friday, if he was there inside that room past 10 o'clock, I could go in there and throat punch him. So that way he can go home.
And then?
He left at like 7:25?
Yeah.
There you go. You don't mess around on Fridays usually.
Shout out T-Mill.
Yep, shout out T-Mill.
T-Mill's good peeps.
Shout out to Just Ball. We love baseball. I don't know about this just baseball thing. It's a podcast on the BetMGM network, and it was these three knuckleheads.
It's proof that literally any bozos can get a podcast. And if you're a
self-starters, sir,
if you're
innovators,
if you know somebody, you might even get a podcast on a big platform.
Yeah. Well,
but you're still a bozo.
Hey, I'm not going to hate on them. If they're making some cash, they're making some cash. I think the real story here is like less them maybe being bozos and more about maybe we have to include ourselves in the conversation because we started it a few months back, I think, in a hypothetical talking about, man, could it ever get to a point where the Astros consider trading Yordan Alvarez? And now that's kind of been one of the talking points of a potential rebuild or overhaul of the Astros since they've been going through this stretch of crap to start the 2026 season. It's been brought up numerous times. And so I think given the fact that we've officially stirred the pot, now Tampa Ray fans and maybe other fan bases around the country kind of want to take a peek at what's in it. And if they see or think that Yordan could be in it, they would like that. Take a listen to Just Baseball talking about what their grand plan is to make things better in Tampa Bay.
I think the Rays go out and acquire a superstar. I think they make their big splash. And I could just throw names at you and, we play that game. But let me just go Yordan Alvarez. Just for one to put it on the radar here. I think the Rays could go get Yordan Alvarez. And I know people might be saying, well, why would the Astros do that? I can give you a million reasons why the Astros would do that. This is the guy that could actually help you rebuild. And I feel like Dana Brown's a lame duck right now in Houston. And I think from the top, it might be, hey, let's reset this thing. And in either way, like, I just feel like that's the best course at this point, especially with Correa hurt, with the way this team has struggled, with the farm system just not being very good. And you have a chance here where I don't know if we'll quite match that, but it'll be pretty close to it where I think you're going to be referencing the Soto package when you're shopping Yordan Alvarez around. And he's healthy. He's playing as well as ever. And I look at the Rays. It's an affordable contract. It's with 3 years, 80-something million. The Rays are in a unique spot. New ownership group that I think is going to want to make their big splash.
All right, so that was Just Baseball podcast on the BetMGM network.
Do we know who the knucklehead is coming up with this stupidity or...
Does not say the name. No, they don't give their names.
I want to hear.
It's three of them, and it was one guy making the point.
He said he could give us a million reasons why the Astros would trade Yordan.
No,
or the
well, it doesn't mean they're the right reasons, but I would imagine he feels like really confident that he could give a number of reasons. And I don't know, if we're being honest, there are similar reasons, whether you agree with them or not, that you could get there. Maybe not this year, but maybe next year, if in fact things aren't going great, you could trade on Alvarez. I mean, a prospect haul would be one. But have you seen what the damn Tampa Bay Rays have been doing lately? They've won 22 of 26 games. They're leading the American League East right now over the Yankees by 4 games. The Rays are 34-17. They're a plus 38. And the Yankees, Blue Jays, Orioles, Red Sox, all behind. Like, that division is effectively over.
No, it isn't.
Hold on, let me finish.
It is not over.
It is effectively over for the Orioles and Red Sox. Now, maybe the Jays...
closer to...
Well, if you let me finish, the Jays, who have been beat up injury-wise, kind of like the Astros, not near as bad, they're 10 games out. They're one of the teams that are ahead of the Astros in the wild card. So are the Yankees, obviously, because they're only 4 games behind the Rays in that division. But the last thing that I would want is for the Astros to, one, trade Yordan Alvarez. But now this is the second person in a matter of a week that forecasted possibly the Astros trading Yordan Alvarez to an American League East team. Some of the other knucklehead forecasted the Yankees the other day. I can't remember who that was.
Somebody who has their head squarely up their pooper.
I think it was. I thought it was DeRosa.
Mark DeRosa
on MLB Network.
It was Mark DeRosa.
Head up pooper.
Yeah.
We played that. I forgot on
Thursday or Friday. We played it.
It was
Dero apparently letting those bad decisions he made in WBC continue on television. television. There's a lot of reasons why that clip that you just heard is utter fanboy dog poop.
It's fanboy for sure.
It is fanboy dog poop. Number one, the idea of trading Jordan would mean a absolutely full rebuild by the Houston Astros and an owner that has shown you absolute zero interest in any kind of rebuild, let alone a full rebuild. Certainly at midseason when they're 4.5 games out of first place and three games out of a wild card spot. Trading Yordan Alvarez would mean you're trading Jordan, you're trading Hunter Brown, you're trading Payne, you're trading Walker, you're just trading everybody, and you're going to collect all the prospects that you can.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Creighton has never intimated anything even close to that. Number two, if you take a look at the Rays farm system right now, they've got 3 guys in the top 100. Only one of them is over 21 years old. Only one of them is above A ball. And that guy, who has phenomenal stuff, is walking 8.8 batters per 9 innings.
Jeez.
So if you think the Astros already walk a lot of guys, this guy basically is walking a batter an inning on average. And considering they usually only throw 5 innings,
I don't have
walking a lot of dudes.
I don't have the same confidence these days either. And hey, send us your bad picture, and the Astros will turn him into a bright and shiny toy.
Let's also look at it from this. If you're a team that is chasing a World Series, think about the Soto deal, right? Like guys on major league rosters were traded in that deal along with prospects.
Yeah.
If you are a team that is about to, trying to make a run for a World Series, why would you trade guys off your active roster?
Yeah.
So, and then let's go this route. We're talking about the Tampa Bay Rays, a low-revenue team that has made its success by being the best in the margins. They are well known for trading guys a year before they hit free agency, getting back prospect hauls, developing those guys, and then trading them when they're a year away from free agency and keeping the pot rolling almost like a college program where they just keep the young guys, they just keep turning it over. What in the history of the Tampa Bay Rays say they are about to go make a godfather offer for a highly paid, even though technically, if you want to compare Jordan's contract to what he should be making or would make on the open market, he is grossly underpaid. But to the Rays, he is a very highly paid player who essentially DHs and has 2 years left on his deal. Why would you give up the whole world for that guy, and you never in your franchise's history done anything resembling that ever?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. And as many points as you made for why the Rays would not do this, kind of what you'd said, Colin, bouncing off of this knucklehead on the BetMGM Network, Just Baseball podcast, the million reasons he could give for why the Astros would trade Jordan Alvarez. It's more about, like, what makes you think your team, the Tampa Bay Rays, would entertain this when they're, one, sitting in the position that they are right now, and then two, from a historical perspective, their history is a lot more prevalent in what they don't spend and haven't spent than what it is for the Astros, who could be entering into unfamiliar territory.
He also makes the point of, well, the Astros might be out of it, and, Dana Brown would have to sell guys off. Let's look at it from this point of view, right? If you own the Astros, and the window is always open according to the owner of the Astros, if you're going to have a lame duck GM, are you going to let that guy tear down your organization?
That's the question.
Because I'm pretty sure the answer is no chance in flipping hell. Now, you might let him go for broke to try to win. You might let him just stand pat and do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You may not let him do anything, hence the standing pat. You're definitely not letting him make deals that are going to shape your organization for the next 5 years if you don't intend to bring him back. So if the Astros are going to go into a full rebuild, which Jim Crane says they are not, it is certainly not going to be done by a guy who's not going to be here at the end of the year.
Right.
There are so many things about this podcast that are ass backwards stupid. I mean, we're 10 minutes into all the reasons why this is friggin' idiotic. What's it got, 3 million views?
I have no idea. I didn't look. Here's the thing, though, with your Dana Brown point in Jim Crane, if he would allow him to tear down, one, it would not be smart. But then two, what about the fact that Jordan is not on an expiring contract?
There's 2.5 years left, very under market.
Less about him, more about your other tradable commodities, too. Christian Walker, he's under contract for next season as well. Jeremy Pena, his deal runs through the 28th season. Carlos Correa, one, ain't going anywhere. But I bring him up for a reason. Do you think at some point in time, let's say at the end of the 28th season, when Jordan's contract expires with the Astros, he hits the open market, could you foresee a similar situation with Jordan that we saw with Carlos Correa a couple off seasons ago, before he'd got that deal from the Minnesota Twins, when he thought he had one with the San Francisco Giants, and then they retracted due to physicals. He thought he had one with another club, I can't remember. They retracted. Was it the Mets?
Giants and the Mets.
Giants and the Mets. Yeah, they retracted due to physicals. And then he gets a deal with Minnesota. Could Jordan Alvarez kind of face a similar hurdle, I wonder? Like where, because they're gonna get all the physicals from Jordan Alvarez when he's on the market as a free agent.
The issue for Jordan will be he's going to be a free agent at 32.
Mm-hmm.
So Jordan will probably get the big money short-term deal, but he's not going to get the long-term deal.
Do you eye him like as a candidate for a deal similar to the one Alex Bregman signed with the Boston Red Sox? Like
that is exactly the kind of 3 years, big-time AAV, opt-outs. I mean, look, Jordan, because of the amount of injuries he's had, and granted, it hasn't impacted him as a player, right? He's still one of the 5 best hitters in the whole game.
Sure.
But he doesn't project as somebody who's going to age particularly well, 35 plus.
Mm-hmm.
I could see him, like, you think about the end of the careers of guys like Darryl Strawberry, where they were kind of part-time players who gave you a lot of power but were part-time players. I could see Jordan being, the heavier side of a part-time type of player, strictly because his body won't hold out for more than 110 games when he gets 35, 36 years old. He might only be able to give you 110 games.
And you're talking about still as a DH, you know, and that's interesting.
And the thing is, it's not like you sit Jordan against tough lefties. He hits everybody.
Yeah,
he doesn't have platoon splits.
Was Mo Vaughn like that too, would you say, towards the end of his career?
Mo Vaughn kind of lost it in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he went from, just being an absolute masher to striking out like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't have the same type of, like, sunsetting.
Mm-hmm.
With Mo Vaughn, it was more cliffish.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, like, Mo Vaughn.
Jeremy Burnitz was like that. Jeremy Burnitz just all of a sudden just kind of fell off a cliff. Jason Bay fell off a cliff.
Another guy I'm thinking of, Big Bopper from back in the day. Cecil Fielder.
Cecil Fielder had that one great year. And I think he had a couple of seasons where he was decent, but it didn't last.
Yeah. Yeah. But I do think that that's something interesting for maybe Astro fans to think about and maybe be encouraged by, in that, this whole, because you hear it every once in a while now, in a given week, trading Jordan Alvarez. That's kind of the hot thing to do and bring up right now, because you don't want this thing to end. And if it does end, you want to get a haul for prospects and that whole thing. Like, you don't have to enter that territory, that Armageddon level of, oh crap, if you're the Astros and Jim Crane, because of the age of Jordan Alvarez And as much as the injury history has sucked as you Astro fans and the Astros have endured it, they might end up being your saving grace. That much more affordable and feasible for Jim Crane to keep him an Astro, quote unquote, for life. And that
he's making 60% of what he'd make on the open market
right now. And, there's nothing he nor the Astros need to do about that at this point in time. But the Astros have shown the propensity to make a contract offer of that, 3-year option-based deal. That's the one that Tatsuya Imai's on right now. And who knows what that contract looked like or could have looked like if they would have been able to retain Alex Bregman if an option clause or 2 or 3 was involved in something like that. But the AAV or the total monies were wrong. I think it's fair to say that, don't be freaking out about Yordan Alvarez not being an Astro, but more realistically, Jeremy Pena, Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes, maybe even a Josh Hader going forward may not be long for the Houston Astros. 713-572-4610. 572-4610. Coming up next, a Texans take from one of the most notable catfish. We'll explain next.
Here in Sports Radio 610, we're taking this. 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. In for The Drive, here's Area 45 with Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani.
Thanks, voice guy. All right, before we get on to other things, we got Astros news. Plenty of updates from Joe Espada before tonight's opener against the Texas Junk Grabbers, also known as the team from Southern Oklahoma. We'll start with this. Hunter Brown scheduled to make another start next weekend, this time not for Corpus, but at Sugarland. Joey Loperfido fouled a ball off his foot yesterday and probably won't play until Wednesday. One step forward, two steps back for that knucklehead. Josh Hader has maybe two more outings left and then will return from the IL. And then there's this. Lance Aloysius McCullers still has shoulder inflammation and is still a no-throw.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Joe Espada. But he will keep getting away with this so long as, he stays alive. He will see every single last penny of that 7-year, $85 million deal that the Astros signed him to, feels like 15 years ago.
He can't keep getting away with it!
Sorry, Jesse, he will. Sorry.
Look, this sucks for Lance because, there was some hope with him this spring, right? In that his velocity was getting up to 94 miles an hour with his fastball. And he was able to throw 93, 94, and he was able to take it through 2 innings, and then 3 innings, and then 4 innings. And then he had a great first start of the season. And then he couldn't maintain the velocity. And we saw him in the 3rd inning throwing 89 miles an hour. And it's unfortunate. But if you understand the minutes to midnight, it's about 1 minute to midnight for Lance McCullers Jr. right now.
I hate that you just said that. It makes me sad.
It is sad. We know the competitor that he is.
Yeah.
And we know how hard he busted his ass to be able to get back to the major leagues. And he openly talked about how many times, like, man, I don't know that this is ever going to happen again. I don't know I'm ever going to get back. And how hard, like, to fight through the doubt, the adversity, all the injuries, and still get back, only to have your body betray you yet again.
Yeah. So you don't believe in Lance McCullers anymore?
I don't believe his arm can stay healthy.
Yeah.
Which sucks because, again, when he was throwing 94 in the spring and you're like, man, there's actually hope for Lance McCullers. He's actually got a little bit of his juice back to him. And then you saw him pitch that first game against, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of California, of America. And you're like, man, Lance looks terrific. He held his velocity. He's pitching really well. He's hitting his spots. He's mixing his pitches. And then, like, his very next start, 93, 92, 91.
Yeah, it's going down. It sucks because I thought he might have been tapping into a little bit of that bulldog that Spencer Arrighetti's got. Arrighetti, never mind the stuff, but the thing that he's been able to work through is like the walks, right? And some of the defensive miscues either made by him or behind him, he's been able to get out of those situations. Whereas Lance, a couple of times this season, even though like his velocity hadn't been there, he's been able to kind of battle through that. It's just carrying it from one start to the, and even diving a little deeper into that, he's got if there's a bad inning, like Lance's night is just kind of like FUBAR, right? And maybe not even for just him individually, but from a team-wide standpoint, it's been too much for these guys to overcome for a lengthy period of time because, look, only until this past weekend, yesterday, did the Astro Bats finally wake up from their slumber. I mentioned the number that really raised my eyebrows this month alone, man. It was May 2nd. They scored 10 runs. They beat somebody like 10-0. So the 8 runs they scored yesterday. That was only the third time this entire month they've scored more than 4 runs in a baseball game. Outside of that, it's been 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 0. It's hard for any Astros pitcher to get out there and battle like the way Lance needs to sometimes, or Spencer needs to sometimes, though he doesn't give up a damn run to save his life. Or God forbid, Mike Burrows, walks the ballpark and still muscles through 5 innings, but he's given up 3 runs and he's got nothing to show for it. Astros damn near lose every time he takes the mound because they can't score.
Think about what we've seen from Lance so far, right? That first start, March 30th against Boston, 7 innings, a 1-run ball. He had 4 hits, 1 walk, and struck out 9. Dude,
yeah,
what a start.
Yeah.
He then started 6 days later against a homeless ass and went 4 innings, where he gave up 3 runs, walked 3, gave up 5 hits. So put 8 guys on base and force. His next start was 6 days later against Seattle. 4 1/3, 6 earned, 5 hits, 2 walks, homer. His next start was 7 days later against St. Louis. 5 innings, 4 earned, 5 hits, 3 walks, homer. His next start was 6 days later against the Yankees. 5 innings, 7 runs, 5 earned, 6 hits, 4 walks, 2 homers. 6 days later against Baltimore. 6 innings, 3 runs, 2 hits, 4 walks. That's the second best start he's had this year.
How many Ks in that game? And he had like 6,
9 strikeouts in that game. Whereas he didn't have more than 4 in a game in any of the other ones since the first start of the year.
Yeah.
7 days later against the Dodgers, 2 2/3, 6 runs, 4 hits, 3 walks, and a homer.
Damn, has he had a game where he hadn't given up a home run this year outside of the game 1?
Baltimore, homeless ass, Boston.
Oh, okay,
That's
wow.
And then last game against Seattle, 5 1/3, 2 runs, 7 hits, 2 walks, 2 homers. And we haven't seen him pitch since.
No, but I would take that. I would take that every time from Lance McCullers. Home runs be damned.
Yeah, 9 base runners, not likely to only give up 2 runs.
Well, hey, I'm saying the 2 runs and the innings pitched. That's what I get signed up for. Let's get out to the phones, talk to PK from Norway. What's up, PK?
Hey, happy Memorial Day, Sean, and same to you, PC, and welcome back, PC.
Oh, appreciate you. How you doing, brother?
Oh, doing good. I mean, there's nothing better than watching Area 45 and calling in, except for when y'all are filling in for the drives. Because everything's happening like 5 hours earlier.
A little easier on your sleep schedule, huh?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's only like midnight over there right now, huh?
It is, it's actually 12:35.
Yeah, there you go.
See, so he's like watching the show and then he can go to bed. As opposed to, all right, got to get up.
Hey, I was just wondering, you actually broke the news for me at least the other day about Kyle Busch, and I was just wondering, is there anything breaking news like all we still know is last time I tried to look it up, it was just sudden illness and nothing more. Have y'all heard anything with all your
Well, yeah, somehow this was kind of the initial report, PK, that he had pneumonia and that he was coughing up blood and that he hadn't been feeling right for the better part of a week. And, he had a race the weekend prior to him winning the last Truck Series race on Saturday, and he called the doctor over and said, hey, I need a shot or something. And so whatever's gone on had been lingering, and it ultimately came to a head. And it sounded to me, this is just my opinion, everything that I've read and heard, that he just tried to battle through it. And he was, like we so often do, we do just that. Our body ain't feeling right, but we got a schedule, and we got to push through. Right. But that's what made his last comments after he'd won that Truck Series race so eerie, is that the first words out of his mouth in response to a question on how he keeps doing this, or whatever the exact question was, is that you never know when the last one's going to be, and unfortunately, that was the last one for him.
Waited too late to take action.
Yeah, and like sometimes maybe there's nothing you can do about that kind of a thing. That illness, whatever struck him as suddenly and as severely as it did, I don't know that there was much you could do. Maybe we'll find out more, but appreciate you, PK.
I saw he had sepsis.
Sepsis, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Man, that's something he probably had for a long time and just kept ignoring it and ignoring it and ignoring it.
And that's the way that it goes. I've lost a family member to exactly that. It was something that they thought they could take care of on their own, and by the time that they decided to go to the hospital, it was too late. There was nothing they could do. It just ate your body and all the things that help you fight those things off.
It's too deeply entrenched, and now they can't stop it. And like I know, especially with guys, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Right? Go to the damn doctor.
Easier said than done.
Just go to the damn doctor.
You always think there's going to be tomorrow. Like, I'll do it tomorrow, then something else crops up. Yeah, that's one of those things where hindsight is always 20/20.
If you're worried about, man, I don't know if I want to spend the $100 on the doctor. Well, just think about thousands of dollars that it's going to cost when you do finally go, or even worse, the thousands of dollars it's going to cost for your spouse to bury you.
Yeah.
Don't put them in that situation. Go to the damn doctor.
I'll tell you this, on the same note, they did a fantastic tribute to Kyle Busch ahead of the Coca-Cola 600 this weekend. Dale Earnhardt Jr. narrated it. You owe it to yourself those 3.5, 4 minutes, whatever it was, to go watch that. It was fantastic, and they did a great job of honoring him.
Did you see the M&M's commercial for Kyle Busch?
I didn't see the actual commercial. I saw a snapshot.
He drives the M&M's cars, and the M&M cries, and then they show you the car, and the green spot goes on, and it was pretty well done.
No, I didn't see that. I need to check that out. All right, coming up next, final segment of this show, and we like to do a thing called Bandwagon.
This Memorial Day, we take a moment to recognize that freedom p.m. In for the drive, here's Area 45 with Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani.
I'm on a board. Yeah, he's been off the wagon 2 years. Off the wagon? I think it's off the wagon. I think it's on the wagon. You're back on the wagon.
Right off the wagon.
What the hell do you know about wagons? I know enough not to get on them. Told you. There's lots
It's time to get on or get off. Replace a bandwagon.
Bandwagon, let's go.
A curious case of who done it.
Ooh.
Will Levis's mom speaking out about the sex tape her quarterback son was leaked in. So Will Levis had a intimate private video of he and his former girlfriend Gia Duddy leaked on the old interwebs.
This had to be like just recent, no? I don't remember this being a thing before.
May 24. So 2 years ago.
Oh, whoa.
So his mom, Beth, was on the Ross Tucker podcast. And she said Will actually ended up hiring a cybersecurity specialist and private investigator, spent an exorbitant amount of money to try to get to trying to figure out who, how, why did this video get leaked. Now, Will was a second-round pick of the fake Oilers in 2023. So it's basically the next year, May of 2024, this video is leaked out. And the leak, of course, has garnered lots of social media ideas about, well, how did this happen? Some people think Duddy leaked it herself because after the couple's breakup, it was a little revenge. It was a little attention grabbing. There's, hey, I want to be a social influencer. Come look at me. They haven't been able to figure out, did they get hacked? So hacked? If you have the video on your phone and you're a public personality, you can get hacked. You get targeted. One of the things that criminals do is they have devices that can clone your phone. And if they can stand close to you for like 30 seconds to a minute, they can clone your phone.
Yeah, I know that stuff exists like on the credit cards, but
everything in your phone they now have.
I didn't know you could do it with a phone. That's crazy.
It's what's crazy is the technology that allows them to do it and how it's legal.
Legal? What do you mean legal?
You're able to get this equipment.
Oh. Well,
you know what it's used for.
Yeah. Well, the same way I recently screwed over, similar equipment that can be purchased at like Schmesh can be used in like arcade games. That same equipment can be used to like install in a computer and hack people.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's wild.
The type of stuff you used to get at Schmadio Schmack, you can then use to, like where people put their credit card in, like the gas station type of thing. You're scanning every card that comes in.
Yeah. Skimmers.
So if you're a celebrity and you make a sex tape, you need to accept it's going to get leaked. STFU, on or off the bandwagon.
Can't ring the bell fast enough. Multiple times. Yeah. I don't understand why the video's made in the first place.
Like you're not going to see your girlfriend again, I don't know, when you open your eyes in like 5 hours.
All of you people out there listening right now that have ventured to make a video of you and your significant other, how many times you go back and watch it? Honestly. How many times you go back and watch it? Probably zero. What the hell are you doing? Like, if you feel like compelled, like it makes you feel better in the moment to just video yourself and you do the deed, awesome. Delete immediately. Wipe your phone, throw the VHS away, DVD, whatever you got going on. Burn it in a fire. Like, don't do it. Don't let it stick around anyway. I'm on the bandwagon. That's the most ridiculous thing ever.
All I gotta say is shame. 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 Idiots. I'm on the bandwagon.
Seriously, if you're making a sex tape, you're either making it 1 to blackmail or 2 for the only and or the fans.
Yeah. One other question. Did it involve mayonnaise?
Probably at some point it did.
Come on, man. Come on.
Not
That'd
necessarily.
been a great marketing ploy for the good old Will Levis.
Not necessarily from the jar.
Yeah. Womp womp.
That's full bandwagon.
No. Don't.
All right, number 2. You know, they do it to themselves. Lauren Betts of the Washington Mystics in the WNBA reveals that she and her teammates refer to each other as the young hoes in the dressing room.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's for real. Now, they are one of the younger teams in the league, and Aaliyah Edwards very proudly revealed the genesis of the new moniker when former WNBA player Sue Bird asked if they had good chemistry when Edwards was on the Bird's Eye View podcast.
Violated rule number 1.
It's in the locker room. That is like Vegas. Do not talk about it.
Yeah.
So Edwards explained they embrace the idea of being the youngest team in the WNBA and said that they refer to themselves as the young hoes. She also said they upgraded, in her words, from being known as young and turnt to young hoes. I'm not going to lie. I had to look up what turnt meant.
What?
I look at what it meant.
Lordy.
Because I'm like, all right, I don't quite understand in that phrasing.
Sometimes we get turnt on this show.
No, we don't. We definitely do not.
Sometimes one of us gets turnt on this show.
It would not be me. They say that this is a thing like on TikTok where creators adopt low patience or chaotic behaviors. Yeah, I don't get it. They refer to themselves as the young hoes. You never want to hear another player in that league whine about being called anything ever again when they call themselves the young hoes, on or off the bandwagon.
Without the story, I don't want to hear about it, to be honest with you. I'm just being honest. But yeah, I agree. I cannot believe, a former professional basketball player asked a current basketball player about anything having to do with the locker room.
Well, what she asked her about was, you guys are a young team. You know, what is the camaraderie like in the locker room? Do you guys have a good chemistry? And then she said, yeah, we call each other the young hoes.
Yeah, how old is this woman?
23.
Yeah, just dumb. Young and dumb.
I really don't feel like ringing the bell.
Shame. Shame.
So
more shame.
I'll let the I can't remember what those people are Game of Thrones. Either way, this is a very easy bandwagon. 2 back-to-back easy bandwagons.
I feel like at this point, it is now going to become a running joke to just refer to any players in the WNBA as the young hoes.
T-shirts,
and it's going to be their own damn fault.
T-shirts have already been made. I want to see them being worn at said game. It will happen. And if it hasn't, I gave somebody that idea. Post it on social media, baby. I cannot wait. The young hoes.
Yeah, if you thought Eric Ogumake slugged a guy in a bar before, just wait. That's on the full bandwagon. And finally, you can always go back to the well if you're rich and famous. Remember last week there was a story about Dak Prescott and his former fiance's expected maid of honor hanging out together?
Vaguely, yeah.
Uh-oh.
I think we talked about that.
I don't know about this.
Well, just because the internet loves a good, juicy story, Dak and said former fiance, Sarah Jane Ramos, hooked up for their daughter's birthday. So just when you thought the amount of drama around Dak could hit max Q, just rolling up back with the old ex-fiance there for their daughter's birthday party like absolutely nothing had happened. Their daughter, Aurora, turned a year old, which, of course, explains why they've broken up. Or had the baby. Okay, cool. Peace, I'm out. Social media, right to the popcorn after the photos came out of the party and their
getting around, and Dak and Sarah all smiles and posing and looking all lovey-dovey and getting away from that bridesmaid drama that was literally last week. In the photo, there's one of Dak holding their 2-year-old daughter, Margaret, while crouching down beside Sarah for the family picture. Sarah is in a straw cowboy hat because, of course, you've got to somehow make everything a photo op. And little Aurora sat in front of her birthday cake, completely unaware of the wild social media drama going on around her.
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. Aurora is the product of Dak and this woman who bailed on the wedding because she didn't want to sign the prenup.
I think that's correct.
Okay. That was the story we talked about.